A bright moonlit night amidst the secluded mountain range, the haunting cries of a child echoing through the cold layers of clouds. The crying grew clearer, echoing from deep within the forest, where a wooden house was surrounded by barbed wire fences, animal traps, and warning bells. Inside the wooden house, the muscular man suddenly woke up. He wondered, a baby crying in the mountains? Then he sighed, probably some weasel trying to sneak in. He grabbed his axe, opened the door, moonlight shining on his strong body. He said coldly, "If you intend to steal anything from me, that's bad news for you." The man tightened his grip on the axe handle and stepped outside. His voice was deep. No one should choose a hunter's house as a target. Walking silently around the house, he sensed something unusual. It can't be an ordinary thief if they can avoid all my traps, he thought, but they can't escape my ears. With lightning speed, the man lunged from above, swinging his axe down. He was confident. It will die before it even realizes anything. But when he landed, he only saw an empty silence. No one was there. He exhaled, confused, looking around. He pressed his hand to his forehead, murmuring, "Another hallucination. Since knowing I can't have children, I've kept hearing that crying." Suddenly a strange sound rang out. He startled and turned around, eyes wide with surprise. What is that? In the small room, Vincent was stunned to see a newborn baby with bright hair lying quietly on the bed. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Vincent immediately picked up the baby, his face a mix of anger and confusion, trying to understand what was happening. His eyes met the peaceful face of the baby. His heart involuntarily tightened. The confused feeling gradually gave way to a strange stirring. In the moonlight, Vincent held the baby close to his chest. His heart pounded. A sacred, unfamiliar, and intense emotion surged within him. The noise woke Alina, a brown-haired woman and Vincent's wife. She asked bewilderedly what was happening. Vincent startled and turned around. Alina panicked when she saw the baby. "Vincent, is that a baby?" Vincent was embarrassed, unable to speak. Vincent sweated, eyes confused. "I don't know what to say." He bowed his head, then whispered, "I think it's our child." In a mystical space, a mythical scene unfolded. A child with magical powers spun his hands, calling wind and gathering clouds. Rain fell, reviving the dry earth, and the people joyfully sang. That boy, now like a little wizard, not only bestowed blessings, but also protected the village from dangers beyond understanding. Thanks to his mysterious magic, he brought peace to all. Under the protection of a mysterious sorcerer, the once barren town revived with rain and light. The people joyfully sang amidst the saving rain. Not only bringing harvests, the sorcerer also used magic to protect the town from threats from above, earning the villagers' admiration. Since he arrived, the villagers no longer suffered hunger or thirst. The fields and livestock suddenly became more prosperous than ever. Although he helped the villagers thrive, the sorcerer continued to study tirelessly, dedicating all his intellect to the community. A boy discovered an old fairy tale about the sorcerer, and read it eagerly but quickly closed it when his father called. The boy's name was Scion Arian, 12 years old, smiling when called by his father, Vincent Arian. Vincent Arian, 40 years old, was a kind and strong man, always proud of his son. Vincent lifted Scion high and spun him around among the trees, full of love after a hard day of chopping wood. Scion eagerly asked his father about magic, revealing his curiosity after reading the mysterious book. Vincent was surprised, realizing it was the book he had given his son. Vincent laughed loudly, believing true power was the ability to take down a bear or fell a tree with a single strike, and that was also magic in his own way. Two boys standing by the playground mocked Scion as weak, completely different from their muscular father. They rumored that Scion was an abandoned child, taken in by Vincent because his biological parents no longer wanted him. Vincent clenched his fists in anger. He silently cursed the malicious words aimed at his son. Despite hearing those harsh words, he still looked at his son with loving eyes. "He is my son." Scion turned and smiled brightly, confirming what his father had said before. "It's magic, right, Dad?" Vincent was moved because his son always trusted him. He decided to reward Scion for helping today. He promised to take Scion to the city tomorrow to buy lots of fruit, though he still felt uneasy for not being able to give his son more. Scion hugged the book to his chest, smiling as Vincent patted his head. To him, that promise was everything. A burning desire ignited in Scion's heart, to learn, explore the world, and go further than the path his father had opened. The next day, they set foot in Crayas, a large city in the kingdom of Tormia. A new chapter was about to begin. Scion was full of excitement as he first stepped into the city, his eyes shining brightly at the bustling and prosperous scene. The city appeared lively with crowds passing by, wearing colorful clothes. Scion held his father's hand, fascinated by the sights. The stalls buzzed with laughter and chatter, the aroma of grilled food filling the air. Siren watched everything eagerly. His father asked Siren to wait with Martin's grandfather while he ran some errands. Siren obediently nodded in agreement. His father gave further instructions to avoid dark alleys and nobles. Siren smiled in response, reassuring him he would be careful. The carriage rolled away, leaving Siren alone in the unfamiliar neighborhood. He began observing his surroundings with curiosity. Siren helped the old fruit seller, Martin's grandfather, record prices on a board. Though young, his handwriting was clear and beautiful. The old man was touched by Siren's enthusiasm, but the boy just smiled and said he liked helping others. Looking at Siren, the old man thought the boy was far smarter than his age. In his mind, he compared him to his slow grandson. Suddenly, Siren asked the old man about magic. The question left him stunned, replying awkwardly, clearly not understanding what the boy meant. A blond boy named Alan excitedly held out a red book, asking the old fruit seller if he knew how to use magic. The old man laughed heartily, thinking Alan was just like other children, fascinated by stories of dragons, knights, wizards, and weapons. Alan hugged the book with a radiant and sincere expression. The book's title was The Tale of the Polite Sorcerer. The old man admitted he didn't know much about magic, despite having lived quite a long time. However, he pointed toward a nearby bookstore, where Alan might find the answers he was looking for. Alan excitedly ran off, thanking the old man profusely and promising to return right after checking out the bookstore. The old man smiled, recalling memories of his childhood when he too was fascinated by fairy tales like Alan, then began to open a book to read. As he flipped the page, he was stunned. Instead of fairy tales, inside were symbols, diagrams, and strange images full of magical significance. Looking closely at the book cover again, he was amazed to realize it was The History of Magic on the Continent, not just an ordinary storybook. At the same time, in the bookstore, another hand slapped Alan hard and shouted angrily, forbidding him from touching their precious books. Alan was harshly scolded by the bookstore owner when he only wanted to look at a book. She insulted him as a country bumpkin who couldn't afford the expensive books there. She also insulted Alan, saying his dirty hands would ruin the books. Alan felt confused and wondered where his father got those books if they were so expensive. At that moment, an elderly man dressed elegantly entered the store. The man was warmly welcomed by the owner, who immediately changed her attitude. He was identified as a major customer who had pre-ordered books. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Alan quickly flipped through a few pages of a book on the shelf, but he was disappointed as there was nothing new in the content. Leaving the bookstore with a sad face, Alan sighed and complained that even just wanting to read books had become difficult. He felt wronged because he had clearly washed his hands. Suddenly, Alan saw the man from before carrying a box full of books. He exclaimed in surprise, "Books!" Alan decided to follow the man to see where he would take those books. He ran through a gate into a heavily guarded area, making him suspect the man was a noble. Unfortunately, Alan bumped into someone, causing a pile of books to fall to the ground. His eyes widened in horror as he watched what happened. Alan stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. His face was shocked as if he had just discovered something extremely serious. He saw a huge pile of trash filled with books mixed among sacks and garbage bins. The books Alan had always longed to read were being discarded without mercy. The blond boy named Noel carefully opened an old book, realizing this was where his father had once taken books home from. Amid the laughter and chatter of the ladies around, Noel felt his presence become insignificant. He turned to look at two noblewomen, splendid and elegant, the nobles he had only heard about from his father. Noel recalled his father's old warning, "Stay away from all nobles," but now his heart was full of conflict. Noel's steps grew heavy as resentment rose. Why did they have everything but he did not? He looked up at the sky, eyes filled with longing and injustice. Why not me? Suddenly a strong hand grabbed Noel's shoulder. A cold voice sounded, "Hey, kid." A guard with a stern face blocked him, saying this was not a place where someone like him could roam freely. In front of the sturdy main gate, the guard asserted, "Only nobles are allowed through this gate." Noel panicked when asked about his parents. He stammered, "My father is nearby," but suspicion had already arisen. Two guards looked at each other suspiciously, thinking the blond boy didn't look like someone from this area. They whispered, guessing the boy might be an orphan. Another guard suspected further, thinking he might be a child raised by thieves for errands. Before the threat could end, the boy vanished, leaving behind an empty coat. The two guards panicked at losing the trail and hurriedly split up to search. The boy named Alan was panting, hiding under a bush, trying to stay silent while guards shouted in the distance. Alan gently brushed leaves and bugs off his hair, sighing in relief for escaping danger. He frowned, thinking of his father, sure he would be scolded for causing trouble. A shoe lost during the escape caught Alan's attention. Alan bent down to pick up the remaining shoe, deciding he would not let this matter end here. The blond boy with curly hair named Arwen was hiding in a dark corner when suddenly he heard a voice from somewhere. "Let's discuss what magic is." Arwen startled and exclaimed, "Magic." Looking up at the high wall, Arwen heard children's voices echoing down, calling someone headmaster and begging to see how he extinguished fire. He began to suspect, could this place be a school for teaching magic? Arwen wondered as he pressed his ear against the wall to listen more closely. An adult inside said, "In this school, you're not allowed to play with fire, but if you answer my question, I will perform a spell." A voice rang out, "What is the most important thing to learn magic?" Arwen heard different answers from the students. Knowledge, power, money. His heart pounded with excitement. However, the teacher said he still hadn't heard the correct answer. Arwen whispered, "So it's not knowledge, power, or money. Could it be nobility?" But the voice continued, "The most important thing is intuition." The word sounded mysteriously, making Arwen's eyes widen in amazement. He had never thought of that before. The students curiously asked in unison, "What is that?" In the shimmering light of magic, a long-haired, silver-bearded teacher, the headmaster himself, smiled and asked, "Does anyone not know what 1 + 1 equals?" A student quickly replied, "Who doesn't know it's 2? But the headmaster asked back, "But can you explain why not?" Awkwardness appeared, causing everyone to laugh. The headmaster calmly said, "What you are feeling now is intuition. There was a time when living beings did not know 1 + 1 equals 2. Thanks to the work of many scholars, we now have such knowledge. Now we can understand 1 + 1 equals 2 without proof. That is the result of principles passed down. Magic is the same. We learn everything through the power of intuition." Arwen was silent, listening intently. A profound saying echoed, "Insight is sharper than knowledge and swifter than ability," which amazed the blond boy. He exclaimed, "Wow, that's genius." A voice responded enthusiastically that with some training he could also become a wizard. Suddenly, from the other side of the wall, a deep male voice called him. "Yes, boy beyond the wall." The boy startled, his hands still touching the wall. The voice continued, "I would like to hear what you think." He panicked, thinking, he knows. He was confused, heart-pounding, looking at his dirty hands and leaves stuck in his hair. A question formed in his mind. Should I run or answer him? His eyes gleamed with determination. He wondered, who knows what could happen? Then suddenly a brave thought crossed his mind. He gathered all his courage. If he didn't climb this wall now, he thought, he might regret it forever. He placed his foot on the wall and began to climb. With his last strength, he grabbed the edge of the wall, exhausted but determined. In his mind, a voice echoed. He would regret it for the rest of his life. The boy finally climbed over the wall. As he looked up, his eyes widened in amazement. Before him was a picturesque scene. Lush green grounds, magnificent castles, and a group of people sitting under a tree, a completely different world. The silver-bearded man smiled kindly and said, "Come to join this old man's conversation." He was introduced as Alpheus Murhi, headmaster of Alpheus Magic Academy, a level 4 wizard. While his heart still pounded nervously, Rudius leaned on the wall, trying to calm himself. The boy had never faced such an unexpected and important situation. Rudius closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his cheeks. He resolved to risk everything on this action, though still very afraid. Without hesitation, Rudius vaulted over the high wall. His heart felt like it would explode, but his body acted before his mind. A towering wall separates two worlds. On this side is a poor reality. On the other is a mysterious academy of magic. A blond boy named Arwen stepped out of the shadows, his gaze determined, hands clenched. Beneath his feet, each step moved toward the light at the base of a large tree. From afar, Arwen saw a group of noble students gathered around an old man who appeared to be a professor, sitting under the giant tree. Shouts erupted as Arwen approached. Some students yelled that he was not noble, just a lowly commoner. Despite the jeers, Arwen stood there, stunned by the judgmental looks. The long-bearded old man, introduced as Principal Alpheus Murhi of Alpheus Magic School, gently invited Arwen to join the conversation. When asked why he dared to cross the wall here, Arwen sincerely confessed, "I want to see magic." The principal asked in surprise, and Arwen admitted that he had only ever read about magic in books. A student shouted, "He's lying, commoners can't read," which only increased Arwen's pressure. Arwen bowed deeply, voice trembling as he pleaded, "I don't care what it is, just please let me see magic." A light breeze passed by, surprising the blond boy named Etha. He stood in the schoolyard, eyes wide open, leaves resting on his hair while classmates laughed ahead. The wind grew stronger, swirling around Etha. He felt a strange power emanating from within himself, leaving him confused. But why is this happening? Suddenly, a whirlwind exploded, blowing all the nearby students into the air, including Etha, who was thrown skyward. While many students panicked, Etha spread his arms, excitedly shouting midair, enjoying the sensation of flying. Dozens of students floated in the sky, creating a chaotic yet magical scene against the blue sky and flocks of white birds soaring. However, the brief joy turned into fear. Etha and his friends began to fall freely, the boy's face showing clear worry. Etha spun in the air, limbs flailing, screaming in panic as the ground drew closer. In a panic-stricken thought, Etha exclaimed, "Are we really going to fall straight down like this?" seeing the ground right before his eyes. Fear surged. Etha shut his eyes tightly, tears streaming, screams echoing as his body prepared to hit the ground. But then something strange happened. Etha stopped midair, hovering before his classmates who laughed at the comical situation. He was bewildered. An old silver-bearded teacher, tentatively called Principal Eldrin, smiled smugly and asked, "Well, that's a bit of magic for you all." Aaron knelt on the ground, heart-pounding. He was still shocked by the recent experience. Looking up at the sky, Aaron hesitantly asked, "Sir, what is magic?" Principal Eldrin slightly curled his lips, considering his answer, but Aaron interrupted him, eyes full of determination. Aaron shouted, "I don't need it to be simple. I just want to know the truth about magic." A group of students witnessing this whispered anxiously, "He's really disrespectful to the principal." One student whispered, "Even teachers don't dare talk to the principal like that." Principal Eldrin squinted at Aaron, his expression more serious, gaze somewhat stern. Aaron stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Leaves swirled around him, light shining as if he was being chosen by something. Principal Eldrin smiled softly. He explained, "Magic is an act that goes beyond natural laws, or in other words, it is the discovery of the truth behind phenomena." The principal laughed heartily, surprised by Elric's statement. He asked with interest, "Did you read that in a book?" Elric replied no, but he realized a common point in all books. Different ideas were once rejected. He continued, "But in the end they became common knowledge," a statement that made the other students start listening with different eyes. Elric concluded his thought, "I just wonder if the truth hides within the unusual." The principal nodded in agreement, uttering a deep "indeed," capturing the whole class's attention. Elric suddenly asked again without hesitation, "So, how do you learn magic?" his voice echoing within the circle. The principal thought silently, a sharp boy daring to pursue the truth even if it's complicated. He was somewhat impressed. Elric raised his head confidently, eyes shining brightly with hope. The thought appeared, could I really do it? The principal quietly observed the peasant boy standing among noble students. He thought, he's just an ordinary person. Perhaps it's better to use a demonstration. Then he called out, "Shuamin." A purple-haired girl with braided hair, Shuamin, stepped forward to respond to the principal's command. "Yes, sir." All eyes turned to her. The purple-haired girl with twin braids, an outstanding student, entered a deep meditative state and softly said, "I am already there." The professor, an old man with a long beard and scholarly aura, asked the students to guess the number of coins in his hand. The girl answered confidently, 6. The correct answer surprised the whole class. The blonde male student, confirmed as the main character, exclaimed in astonishment, "But how did you know?" The professor calmly explained, "When a mage concentrates deeply, they can sense everything around them. Great mages can even count leaves from a distance." Another purple-haired girl focused intensely, closely observing every change around her. She reported, "Now there are 3 coins left." The professor continued explaining, "When a mage enters the spirit zone, the spiritual sensing area, they reach supersensory awareness. At that point, all phenomena are under their control." The blonde male student realized. The other girl wasn't counting coins, but intuitively sensing the entire surrounding environment. He thought to himself, maybe I can do that too. The professor advised, to practice, first find yourself in silence, then learn to erase yourself to merge with the world. However, he emphasized, anyone can do this, but not everyone has the ability. Only by surpassing one's limits can they enter this world beyond reality. The blonde male student, main character, understood. If you don't find yourself, you can't erase yourself either. The teacher smiled, thinking silently, "This boy keeps surprising me." He gently asked, "Do you want to try right here?" Theo closed his eyes. The teacher's voice echoed in his mind. "If you can't enter the spirit zone, you can't learn magic." Theo began his inner journey. In the darkness, he faced his own being. Find yourself, but what is I? He wondered, is it the brain? No, it's just a biological organ. All perceptions and realities I know cannot exist outside the concept of the brain. Theo realized he shouldn't define I, but feel it. He tried to erase every part of himself that he could perceive. It's not that I become more sensitive, but sensitivity itself is the only thing left. That feeling enveloped his entire mind. When sensitivity became the only thing existing, a stream of energy shone, gathering in Theo's hand, forming a radiant fist of light. In Theo's gradually expanding vision, the classroom scene appeared, the teacher still sitting under the tree, and friends still attentively practicing. The teacher gently asked, "How is it?" as if he had seen everything from beginning to end, just waiting for the boy's answer. He looked at Theo with a calm gaze and smiled. "Do you feel anything?" The question was like the first test of the long journey ahead. After a tense experience, the blond boy named Aaron opened his eyes, breathing heavily. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying leaves flying in the air. He seemed to have just sensed something special. Aaron stood facing the group of students and the old master sitting under the tree. He softly said that he could hear every sound. The other students giggled, thinking it was obvious. The old master smiled kindly. But inside, the master, now confirmed as the school principal, was quietly disappointed. He realized Aaron could not enter the spirit zone, the core place to access magic. Though unsuccessful, Aaron had touched a strange state called synesthesia, where senses blend. Sounds become smells, colors turn into taste, and scenes can be felt on the skin. The principal praised Aaron's effort and encouraged him to keep practicing. The special lesson ended. The principal led the class back to school, leaving Aaron standing under the tree, eyes full of contemplation. He seemed not yet ready to leave. The principal looked back with regret. Although Aaron showed great potential, he could not open the gate to the magical world. He wondered if Aaron had been raised in a noble family and trained from childhood. Would he be able to match the other students in the class? Then he sighed. The world is always full of talented children, but not everyone has the chance to develop. In the distance, Aaron suddenly acted. He ran to the wall surrounding the academy and leapt up decisively. Beyond the wall, Aaron jumped out of the academy with a determined face. He was panting, but there was no hesitation in his eyes. Reup gasped in the darkness, sweating profusely. He trembled and whispered, "I did it." Sitting back against the wall, eyes shining brightly, Reup was stunned to realize the truth. "I really did it." A colossal sound echoed through the strange space, as if shaking the very soul. Everything was immersed in a mysterious blue light, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary experience. In a mystical space called the Spirit Zone, leaves floated suspended in the sky of light. The main character, a blond boy, felt as if he was dissolving into thousands of tiny pieces, then being swept away everywhere. Consciousness expanded beyond physical limits. The boy imagined himself freed from gravity, floating among the galaxy and seeing Earth from afar. At that moment, the whole world seemed to open up in his eyes. A silent tear rolled down, reflecting the light of the universe. He felt a sacred connection with everything. Without hesitation, the boy immediately ran fast along the city street, where the scenery was hazy and speed surpassed usual limits. While running, he was both panicked and overwhelmed by that infinite feeling. Though it lasted only a moment for him, it was an endless moment. Freed from his body, the boy felt as if breaking all bonds. On the city's cobblestone streets, each step was a touch of freedom. Suddenly, he collided hard with a stranger with moss-green hair. The impact made both stagger, and the sound bump rang out in that unexpected moment. The boy fell rolling onto the street, hitting the wall at the corner. A painful thud escaped as the dizziness had not yet subsided. Panicked and confused, he hurriedly got up, turning toward the person he had bumped into, eyes wide open. I'm sorry," he exclaimed anxiously and regretfully. A group of fierce men blocked the blond boy's way. A man in a tank top shouted angrily for being bumped into. "You can bump into anyone, kid." Before he could react, the big man grabbed his shirt and pulled him roughly toward himself. The boy cried out in fear. The man growled, pressing close to his face. "Not knowing how to apologize isn't enough. You're from the Wolf Gang, right?" The boy trembled and replied desperately, "I'm sorry." Though tightly held, the boy gave a weak laugh and bitterly asked back, "You're here to kill me, right?" A female voice cut in. "What's so fun here? Did I miss something?" The thug startled and turned around. "Lady Amy." Amy asked the thug why she saw him here. The boy looked at her confused, thinking, "Lady, I have to ask her for help." Amy stepped forward directly, causing the men to unconsciously step aside, and the atmosphere became tense. Close-up of Amy, a noble lady with fiery red hair and cold eyes. The boy was stunned, thinking, "Noble? She's so young." The thug hurriedly argued. "This kid tried to kill someone," the boy retorted. "No, I just accidentally bumped into him." Amy stepped up, her voice cold. "What did you just say?" Another man shouted loudly, "Lies, who would believe you?" Then kicked the boy who was being held tightly with great force. The blond boy collapsed to the ground, coughing violently after the cruel kick, while the men standing around threatened and mocked him. One of them loudly insulted the boy's mother, calling her a shameless woman, demanding the boy to bring her out. One of the group laughed mockingly upon seeing the boy's suffering expression. The boy, eyes brimming with tears turning to anger, glared back, his blue eyes shining with defiance. A shoe slammed straight down on the boy's head, accompanied by a pow sound, making him unable to get up. The thugs continued kicking wildly, shouting angrily when they saw the boy still not submitting. One in the group shouted to avoid hitting the face, fearing leaving unexplained marks. A female voice rang out firmly, "Stop! You will kill the boy!" It was Lady Amy, the red-haired noble who had appeared earlier. Lady Amy approached, standing amidst the circle of men and the small body lying sprawled on the ground. She bent down to ask, "Are you okay?" The boy trembled as he replied, denying that he had done anything wrong. The boy sobbed in despair, tears streaming down his bruised face. The red-haired girl sat down beside him, indifferently asking if there was anything more interesting, as if what had just happened was merely entertainment. One man suggested selling the boy in the southern area because he's just a commoner, leaving the boy stunned. In that moment, the boy cried out in panic, "Mom, Dad," hoping to find salvation from his family. The red-haired girl pondered thoughtfully, emphasizing that slaves cannot be harmed. She hesitated, suggesting to examine the boy first, her expression confused yet still proud. Her words caused the men to misunderstand. They burst into laughter and asked each other if they should do a quick health check. One ordered the boy to undress, threatening to tear off his clothes himself if he did not comply. The boy screamed in terror. The girl blushed angrily, denying giving such an order, silently calling the men madmen. She thought to herself, "I only intended to tease a little, then let him go. Why did he react like that?" Suddenly the boy changed. His eyes lit up with a strange blue glow, filled with an incomprehensible power. The people around began to feel something unusual. One of the men was still laughing gleefully, unaware of the strange event unfolding. A large fly flew near the thug's mouth, causing an unusual discomfort. The man's gaze changed, staring stunned at the fly as a strange sensation spread throughout his body. At the same time, a bird of prey suddenly swooped down, silencing the rats under the wooden barrel in fear. The entire scene froze in a strange blue light. All movement seemed to stop. Time had been bent. The boy stood in that space, bewildered, asking, "What is happening?" His eyes full of confusion among the motionless blue shapes. A giant beam of light shone down from the sky, piercing through the boy's body as if awakening something deep within. A massive lightning bolt struck an ancient tree. The light seemed to channel an ancient sacred ritual. An old man with a long beard, wearing a deep blue robe, appeared amid the light, smiling kindly and whispering, "I will call the wind for you." A strange hand grasped a glowing orb emitting swirling energy. It was someone's memory, summoned in a mystical ritual. The memory shone dazzlingly, pouring onto the blond boy, Aaron, like data compressed too long now released. He was stunned, his eyes glowing, filled with hope and confusion. Immediately, a burly man grabbed Aaron by the collar, shouting fiercely at him. "What's wrong with you? Can't you hear?" he growled angrily. Aaron stared blankly, completely stunned, his eyes still glowing, his gaze seeming not to belong to the present. His heart pounded as if awakening something inside. A red-haired girl rushed over, her green eyes panicked. She shouted desperately, "W8, stop!" trying to intervene before something bad happened. An invisible force suddenly burst from Aaron, throwing all his threats away. The men were knocked back, screaming in pain and panic. Peace returned on the empty street. Only Aaron sat alone. The energy smoke still swirled around, leaving traces like a divine whirlwind had just passed. Aaron lifted his face, his empty gaze gradually turning into awakening. His hair fluttered in the gentle breeze, reflecting the soft light that just swept by. A blonde girl with blue eyes stared intently at Aaron. In her pupils, the images of the men being blown away appeared clearly. The girl screamed in horror upon seeing the men blown into the air, floating in space. Aaron also could not hide his dizziness from what he had just caused. Pieces of wood and broken stones fell around the blond boy, the main character named Aaron. He was still stunned after unleashing a strange power that scattered his tormentors. A pair of blue eyes full of terror observed the scene before them. This person's identity was unknown, but their face showed fear and surprise at the power Aaron had just displayed. One of the bullies, the green-haired one, was convulsing. Blood spilled on the ground. He writhed in pain, unable to believe he had fallen so easily. Another groaned, his leg severely injured. He lay motionless among the shattered stones, the result of Aaron's uncontrolled counterattack. Cries for help echoed amid groans. Those who had abused Aaron now lay scattered, bleeding, panicked, and helpless. The red-haired girl, who had appeared earlier, rushed to Aaron. Her gaze was determined, both worried and questioning. This was their first real confrontation after the chaotic event. Lyria strode toward Aaron, harshly asking, "Who are you?" Her suspicious eyes showing she was trying to determine if Aaron was a potential threat. Lyria became angry, questioning Aaron about his ability to use magic. She did not believe a common child like him could possess magic capable of knocking down many adults in an instant. Aaron, still with tears on his face, could only look at the red-haired girl with a confused gaze. He did not understand why he had done that, nor how to respond. Footsteps echoed. A group of people approached from afar, causing Lyria and Aaron to turn and look. Someone shouted, "Over there, the sound is coming from there." Amy clenched her fists tightly, her eyes full of determination. She took a strong run through the empty street. With a superhuman leap, Amy soared into the air, leaving the people below stunned. The blond boy's eyes widened in amazement as he witnessed the extraordinary scene. How can she do that? Before his astonishment faded, the boy continued to notice many people lying unconscious nearby. He turned his head, stunned, not yet understanding what had just happened. Before him was a ruined alley, bodies lying scattered. In his heart there was only one thought: no one will believe me. Panicked, the boy screamed for help, and then ran away in fear among the unconscious men. Running desperately down the long street, the boy shouted and shed tears. "Father!" A scene of the entire city appeared from above, silent and cold. The words echoed, "This world is truly cold." Scene change, a noble mansion appeared under the brilliant sunset, Carmi's Manor, home to the highest class of nobility. Amy turned back with a frustrated face, declaring she had learned everything and was no longer interested in class. She stormed down the stairs angrily. Her father, Shakola, sighed. "A genius who is lazy will be stopped anyway." Amy stopped midway down the stairs, her eyes serious as she listened to her father's warning. "There will be a time when you must pay the price." Shakola was surprised to see Amy not respond as usual. In his heart, his daughter was always headstrong. Amy suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Magic." She asked her father to introduce her to the Magic Academy if he had any connections. Amy's will was clear. She wanted to embark on a new path. In the scene of falling white snow, an adult's voice called out Siren's name, worried because the boy was not inside the house. A woman knitting explained that Siren had gone to the forest to chop wood, despite the heavy snowfall. A tall man with a serious expression, identified as Siren's father, decided to go look for him. The father walked through the thick snow, recalling the first time he took Siren to the city last spring and almost lost him. He remembered the moment he found Siren again in the city. The boy hugged his father tightly, saying he had just gotten lost. Although Siren said so, the father remained suspicious. Deep down, he always wondered what really happened that day. Deep in the forest, a tree trunk showed many cut marks, evidence that Siren had been working there. Siren was silently chopping wood alone in the snowy forest, holding an axe, looking determined but lonely. His breath was heavy, his face sweating in the cold. Siren was thinking deeply about something. Siren recalled that special day when he used magic for the first time, a terrible burst of power, but since then he had never been able to use it again. Alan felt he could only perform it unconsciously. Despite having the insight ability, he still did not fully understand the process due to lack of knowledge about magic. However, Alan realized he could still enter the spirit zone, a special state connecting with nature and surrounding matter. The space transformed. Alan stood amid trees sparkling with blue light, showing he had truly entered the spirit zone. Once inside, Alan could sense everything, from shape, texture, scent. All of the tree before him became clear at once. In the tree trunk, Alan discovered a strange, bright spot. He was confused. What is this? Though unable to explain, Alan felt it. With the axe in hand, he was ready to act on instinct. Alan swung the axe hard, striking directly at the bright spot on the tree trunk. The cut was decisive and full of feeling. A cracking sound rang out. The giant tree began to break apart with a shatter, split in two by a single strike. Alan stood panting among falling debris. The tree trunk was now just a huge, broken stump. He looked up at the result and whispered, "Magic!" surprised by the latent power he had just unleashed with one chop. A man shouted in shock, unable to believe his eyes after witnessing the powerful chop. He exclaimed, "That's a thunderstrike!" a legendary technique to fell a tree with one axe hit at its weakest point. The man hid behind a tree trunk, eyes full of astonishment and fear. He could not explain what had just happened before him. In the distance, a white-haired boy, Ryu Min, continued cutting down fallen trees with decisive and precise movements, as if what had just happened was normal. Ryu Min pondered deeply. He knew it was just one of hundreds of lucky axe strikes hitting weak points, a rare moment like magic he had used before. The man kept watching, tears welling with emotion. Perhaps he sensed something great was forming from the boy before him. Ryu Min tightly held a red book, a symbol of determination and knowledge. He understood that only knowledge could master that fleeting luck. Amidst the majestic snowy mountains, Ryu Min told himself, "Luck teaches me nothing. I need knowledge." He was determined to repeat his training daily to prepare for the next opportunity. 3 years later, Ryu Min had grown older, sitting quietly meditating on an old tree stump. The evening light and falling leaves created a solemn and resolute atmosphere. He slowly stood up, eyes firm. Ryu Min's posture now showed clear maturity, very different from the boy he once was. He swung the axe with decisive momentum. A piece of wood flew off, revealing remarkable progress after 3 years of hard training. In front of another tree trunk, he placed his hand on the bark, whispering inwardly, "The eyes cannot see that." With sharp eyes, he swung the axe, the powerful swing showing absolute focus. The chop fell strong and precise, as if sensing the tree trunk's weak spot by instinct. A deafening explosion rang out. A lightning bolt flashed from the contact point, the blast spreading like thunder, truly a thunderstrike. Standing amid the fallen red leaves, he breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself he had almost not come here today, a lucky decision. He looked up at the sky, his blue eyes reflecting thoughtfulness. So it has been 5 years. In a meditative state, he floated in space, as if detached from the physical world. He sensed every smallest movement, from swaying trees, crawling insects on the ground, to the sound of roots drawing water underground. All became part of his awareness. He recalled his master's words, an old man with silver hair and a gentle smile, who said, "When you reach that point, you will separate from this world." The blond boy smiled softly, nodding in agreement. Separation, yes, that is the most accurate description. He had achieved a profound state of calm. After a long day in the forest gathering firewood, Siren quietly turned back along the path covered with bright yellow leaves, thinking of his familiar home. It's time to return. On the way back, he encountered 2 white horses leisurely grazing by the roadside. Siren was surprised. He had never seen such noble horses where he lived. Before him appeared a luxurious carriage with intricate design, making Siren wonder, who would come all the way here in such a noble carriage? Siren opened the door and stepped inside, gently announcing, "I'm home." His face showed fatigue but warmth upon returning to a familiar place. Upon entering, Siren was stunned to see his father, someone he did not expect to be home at this time. In the small house, Siren's parents were sitting with an elderly man with silver hair, dressed elegantly. They invited him to sit with formality. The man introduced himself as Timurin, deputy steward from the Ojent clan, a second-rank noble family famous throughout the region. Siren politely bowed. "Nice to meet you. I am Siren." Timurin responded gently and revealed he had come because of him. Siren was speechless. He did not understand why a noble servant would seek out a poor boy like him. Timurin looked at him attentively and said, "Let me take a closer look at you." Timurin suddenly raised Siren's chin, carefully observing his face. He had heard Siren could read from a young age, something uncommon among commoners. Timurin pondered, then remarked that Siren had a good reputation, the son of a woodcutter who was literate and very filial. Immediately after, he made a direct offer. Did Siren want to work for the Ojent family? Siren was stunned. Timurin explained that the great library of the Ojent house was about to be relocated. The relocation would take 2 years. Siren would not have to carry loads, but would be responsible for sorting books alongside him. Upon hearing library, Siren's eyes lit up. He thought of the valuable knowledge for mages he could access. Timurin spoke sternly. Only Siren's family knew about this plan. If leaked or books lost, the consequences would be severe. Timurin left no room for doubt. If information leaked, Siren's parents would have to die. Siren stared at his parents. Now he understood why they looked so tense and worried. Timurin added that he would be generously paid. Timurin continued emphasizing, even a lifetime as a hunter wouldn't earn that much money. He said with implication, "Now I understand why you sold your son." Siren's father angrily stood up and retorted, "I'm not doing this for money," clearly feeling insulted and hurt. The father cried out in despair, shouting that he only wanted the best for Siren, his son. He hoped Siren would have the chance to fulfill his dreams, not be bound to a poor life like his parents. The elderly man, a representative from the Ojent house, laughed mockingly, asking if he really believed Siren would succeed through this job. The father angrily emphasized that the Ojent steward had said Siren would be able to read books in the library. The Ojent steward admitted that, but hinted they could not supervise Siren 24/7, implying potential risks. A painful question echoed in the father's mind. Had he been lying to his son all along about the future ahead? Memories flooded back. The father was surprised to see Siren diligently reading books from a young age, which made him doubt. Alina, Siren's mother, had taught him a few simple words for fun, but Siren could read fluently by age 6. Not only handsome, Siren also possessed extraordinary intelligence. His father even wondered, could Siren have noble blood? The father was pained by the injustice of fate. If Siren had been born into a noble family, perhaps he would have been properly educated. But then he told himself Siren was their son, and accepted that bitter truth. As soon as Siren began helping with chopping wood, he noticed the boy's eyes full of fatigue. A talent was being buried. He began to panic. The thought of Siren becoming just another woodcutter like himself haunted him. He felt as if blood was flowing from his own hands. By chance, when someone mentioned a reading peasant boy, he hurriedly knelt in the middle of the road, pleading, "Please take my son." He choked up, tears streaming down, begging earnestly, "Let the boy read books, sir." Facing the nobleman, he burst into tears. "I don't need your money. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would never have begged." Exploding with anger and frustration, the father shouted through tears, "Get out of my house now." A middle-aged man angrily faced a white-haired gentleman wearing a robe. He proudly declared that he did not need money and blamed the other for making him regret ever asking for help. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted loudly, demanding the other to leave his house. In the tense scene, the white-haired man quietly picked up his hat and stood up, while a blond young man stood silently beside him. The father roared with frustration, accusing the gentleman of daring to despise his family just because of money. In response, the white-haired man thought to himself, "What's new about this?" and showed contempt as he left. When the situation seemed hopeless, the blond young man suddenly spoke up. He called out, "Dad, wait," and affirmed that he would accept the offer. The father was stunned when he heard Siren agree. He called his son's name in surprise and worry, but Siren kept a determined gaze. The white-haired man asked again to confirm Siren's decision. He warned that if the news leaked, Siren would pay with his life. But Siren calmly replied, affirming he understood the risks and accepted to do it. Siren promised not to reveal anything. No matter what happened, he would not blame anyone. Confidence mixed with a hint of challenge shone on his face. The nobleman smiled with satisfaction. He agreed to come back to pick up Siren after a week, emphasizing that once he stepped into the mansion, he could not leave until the job was done. The man in the robe and an assistant left the house. The evening light cast shadows on their backs as he reminded one last time, "You will not be able to leave until you complete the mission." The worried father shouted to stop Siren. He warned that they did not need a servant, but a sacrifice. He regretted letting his son get involved and wanted to take everything back. Stunned by his son's decision, the father was speechless, eyes brimming with tears as he called out, "Son." Siren burst into tears, smiling emotionally. "Thank you, Dad. This is the greatest gift you have ever given me." The father could not hold back his tears and collapsed from emotion. He embraced Siren tightly, crying as he said, "Don't worry, son. I will always be by your side if you need me." Still crying, he choked out his words. "Come back safely. I won't let them touch you or your mother." The father wondered inwardly, full of anguish. "In the end, did I fulfill my duty as a father, Siren?" The mother stood behind, silently shedding tears, but smiling warmly, sensing her son's growth and courage. Father and son hugged in a choked moment, tears flowing endlessly from parting and deep love. A week later, the butler appeared, bringing a contract for Siren's father to sign. "Sign here." "Perfect." After signing, the father panicked, realizing everything happened too fast. Meanwhile, Siren was escorted by butlers to the carriage. He looked back at his family one last time, eyes filled with sadness. The carriage door closed, separating Siren from his parents. The new journey officially began. Siren sat between two strangers in the luxurious carriage. He was silent, hands clenched tightly together, hiding his unease. He closed his eyes, his mind drifting in pale blue light, a place holding memories and intense emotions. In that world of memories, Siren saw images of his parents holding each other tightly, crying bitterly. His voice echoed, "Mom, Dad," and he reached out as if wanting to touch his beloved parents who were gradually fading away. The wheels rolled steadily on the road, carrying away both past and emotions left behind. Siren's hand gradually faded in the light, as if he was saying a final farewell to his family. The carriage shook. Siren opened his eyes, the light of emotion still flickering at the corners. He whispered, "I must not be weak." He understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but also a double-edged sword full of risks. Siren silently thought, "I am about to enter the realm of the powerful." He clenched his hands, preparing himself for the thorny path ahead. The carriage continued rolling along the road, bathed in a hazy green light. The blond young man, named Reup, worriedly wondered, "Will I still be alive to return after 2 years?" A map of the kingdom of Tormia appeared. Here, the land of Krayas is home to the Ogent family, a renowned lineage known for possessing many elite warriors through generations. The man sitting opposite Reup began to introduce. The founder of House Ogent was once a level 3 general, and the current head, Sir Bishop Ogent, is a level 4 knight, holding military power over the entire city. The man continued, pointing out the window, "And right there is the legacy of House Ogent, the magnificent manor." Under the sunset, the vast manor appeared, surrounded by rows of trees glowing with autumn colors. Reup stepped down from the carriage, eyes full of amazement. One escort sneered mockingly, while the other sternly warned, "Watch your words if you don't want to lose your tongue." They led Reup along a narrow path shaded by yellow leaves. He looked around, his heart heavy with the feeling that reality was gradually setting in. The castle appeared splendid amidst the orange-yellow leaf carpet. Reon's mind echoed the thought, "Everything is becoming real." They approached a fountain with a majestic horse statue. Reup silently thought, "This is the land of the second-tier nobility." The manor wall carved with the horse and sword emblem, the proud crest of House Ogent, was now right before Reon's eyes. Inside the large study, a silver-haired butler was waiting and spoke. "You have arrived." The butler gestured, "Follow me, I will explain the work." The main character bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir." The large wooden door of the library creaked as it was opened. The blond young man's eyes widened in amazement as he stepped into House Ogent's enormous library. The butler instructed, all books in the old library would be moved to the new one. He would be responsible for classifying them all. The work schedule was clearly defined, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and no leaving the premises or entering the mansion without orders. The butler added, "Junior butlers will inform you of other rules. Any questions?" The young man answered firmly, "With my life at stake, this is nothing. When do I start?" The butler replied briefly, "Tomorrow." Tomorrow, before Siren, was the new library, where he would begin his challenging journey. The next day, Siren started work. He wore a neat uniform, holding a stack of documents, and entered the library. He placed the pile of papers on the desk, a long list of books to be arranged. Siren realized why this job was assigned to only one person. Classification required consistency. If many people did it, conflicts would arise. For example, the book History of Swordsmanship could be categorized under swordsmanship or history. The decision depended on individual criteria. He suddenly realized an important point when establishing the classification system. Knowledge is not fragmented. Everything is interconnected. A vivid image appeared in Siren's mind, an infinite symbol shining brightly on the pages. He understood that knowledge is a continuous flow. Siren's eyes gleamed with insight. The common link among all branches of knowledge is history. History is like veins running through all knowledge. It is the foundation, the backbone of humanity's entire treasure trove of understanding. Siren planned his study. Among the 10,000 books here, 850 belonged to the field of history. He was determined to read them all within 2 years. It must be so if I want to become a mage, Siren thought. At that moment, a noise startled him. He wondered, could it be Mr. Timurin? Siren hurriedly closed the book. Although engrossed in studying, he knew he was not allowed to be caught reading. This was against the rules. An elderly man with a serious demeanor entered the library with an assistant. He was Mr. Timurin, the library supervisor. He praised Siren for neatly arranging the books, then asked if he intended to work late again. Siren answered seriously, "Yes, Mr. Timurin." He always maintained a polite and serious attitude when communicating. When Timurin advised not to overwork because there was still much to do ahead, Siren bowed and promised to keep trying. Timurin emphasized that this was his responsibility. Before leaving, Timurin glanced at Siren, his sharp and suspicious eyes seeming to hide something. Suddenly, Timurin turned back and quickly approached Siren. He was startled, a wave of worry rising inside him. Timurin came close and placed his hand on Siren's shoulder. The atmosphere grew tense. Siren did not know what would happen next. Siren feared inwardly. Could Timurin have discovered that he had been reading books after hours without permission? But Timurin only sternly corrected Siren. He reminded him that not only servants, but also the owners and their children would come to the library, so Siren needed to maintain a proper image to uphold the dignity of House Ojin. Finally, Timurin lightly scolded Siren about his long, messy hair and told him to take better care of it. Siren shyly replied, "Yes, Mr. Timurin." After Timurin left, Siren breathed a sigh of relief. Though still trembling, he told himself to be more careful from now on. Night fell. He worried about the constant reminders and thought about tying his hair neatly like his father. The library became quiet. In the stillness, he continued reading under the late-night lamp. He rested his face on the book, groaning at the vast amount of knowledge, harder than he had imagined. The history of 3 empires and 7 kingdoms overwhelmed him. He wondered if he needed to memorize it all, then decided to just understand part of it and move on. Just a part, he told himself, trying to focus so as not to be overwhelmed. Finally, he collapsed on the desk, falling asleep from exhaustion beside the pages. A hand turned the page of the book he was reading, not his own, but someone who had just arrived. Timurin stood there, eyes full of disdain. He remarked, "More foolish than I thought. A book like this and you haven't finished it in half a month." He smirked coldly. "You think studying will lead to success? If it were practical information, I would have banned it from the start." Timurin walked away in the dim light, his silhouette fading down the vast corridor. His eyes were cold, his voice sad mixed with contempt. "What a pity! He is just a fool with unrealistic dreams." Meanwhile, the blond young man still slept soundly beside the book, unaware of anything. Siren has been working at the Grand Library for 3 months. Classifying books gradually became familiar. Today, he was assigned 4 stacks of new books from a servant. During his work, Siren also gathered many interesting pieces of information from other servants. One person came to borrow a book and was asked if the book was for Master Lai. However, Master Lai had not yet returned the previous book. If it was lost, it would be a big problem. The borrower tried to reassure that Master Lai promised to return it soon. The servant revealed that the nobles actually did not care if books were lost. Those responsible were the lower classes like them. They believed that truly important books would never be left here. But the servant told Siren not to tell anyone about this. Siren realized that his own safety in this environment was very fragile. All the comfort of the nobility was built on the silent sacrifices of commoners. Commoners had to risk their lives for things that the nobles would forget in a day. Therefore, everyone had to live cautiously, not daring to make mistakes. Siren told himself that he just needed to stay silent and avoid drawing attention. However, he angrily exclaimed when remembering the crazy old man, possibly referring to Master Li. Immediately after, Siren regretted having blurted out something he shouldn't have. Lion Ogent, the youngest son with messy blue hair, decided to avoid responsibility. He reassured himself that taking a day off wouldn't kill anyone. But before he could settle down, a shout rang out from afar. The strict trainer caught Lion running away and immediately punished him with 100 laps around the yard. Lion rushed into the library, grabbed the shoulder of a blonde servant, a new character whose identity was unclear, begging to be hidden. Without waiting for a response, Lion crawled under the table, leaving the servant standing there worriedly looking around as calls echoed from afar. Mr. Bald, a muscular trainer with a long beard and a scary face, angrily stormed in, declaring he knew Lion was hiding somewhere in the room. "The blue-haired kid ran in here, right?" the sword master shouted. The servant wondered to himself, "If he is a P, then what am I?" Trying to stay calm, the servant answered gently, "Are you talking about Lion? Sorry, who are you?" He went mad. "I am the swordsmanship trainer, the one who will knock that blue hair off that kid's head. Speak quickly, or do you want me to start with you?" Cornered, the servant sighed. "All right then." He pointed directly under the cabinet. "Lion is hiding down there." Immediately an angry roar sounded. "You brat, I'll kill you for this." Lion suddenly rushed out, trying to explain there was a misunderstanding. However, Kite quickly grabbed him, causing him to panic. Despite Lion struggling, Kite used force to throw him in anger, shouting furiously. The sound of impact echoed in the library. The servant grimaced slightly, witnessing the terrible scene. Kite grabbed Lion's leg and dragged him out of the library. He declared there would be no sword training today, only mental training. Dragged across the floor, Lion gasped for breath, his eyes still burning with determination. He muttered bitterly, "Just wait." The blonde servant stood silently, sighing and admitting he could do nothing else. Master Kite had authority almost equal to the mansion's master. Then rumors quickly spread. Master Kite had taken Siren up the mountain and didn't let him return for a whole month. Meanwhile, the blonde servant persistently sat in the library, passionately studying every page of history books. The first book took him 20 days, but the more he read, the deeper his understanding grew. 4 months later, he had completed 82 more history books. The servant continued reading, silently thinking, just as predicted. At first, everything was confusing, but once the foundation was laid, no information was entirely new. With the first 200 books as a foundation, the next 650 would no longer be a challenge. However, the deeper he read, the more he began to doubt his choice. Was studying history really the right path for him at this moment? Yet when he came across records about the role of mages in the flow of history, he suddenly realized he was on the right track. A scholar studies theory, while a mage is the one who turns that theory into reality. Scholars and mages are essentially one and the same. The only thing preventing a scholar from becoming a mage is something yet to be revealed. Siren immersed himself in a heightened mental state, where he first entered the spirit zone, a spiritual space accessible only to those with ultra-sensitive perception. The surroundings shimmered with the light of knowledge, signaling the awakening of his latent abilities. With each book he absorbed, Siren felt his spirit zone expanding. He gradually understood that the vast accumulation of knowledge was not just information, but a foundation of power enabling him to reach for something greater. Siren smiled softly, a flicker of hope glowing within. Maybe I really will become a mage. The once distant desire suddenly became tangible. A scream cut through his thoughts. From afar, a blue-haired young man stormed into the hallway with angry eyes. Siren turned around, heart pounding at the hateful shout. "You bastard!" The blue-haired youth, ragged and bloodied, shouted loudly. "I have lived like hell just waiting for this day." His eyes burned red, carrying the pent-up resentment of a long separation. Siren swallowed hard. Facing someone who had disappeared and now returned in a fury, he could only think silently. He is relentless. Growling as he approached, the blue-haired boy angrily asked, "Did you really come here just because of that?" Then answered himself, "Of course." With wild eyes, he recounted his hardships, climbing steep cliffs daily, falling, blood and tears, all for one goal, to take revenge on Siren. Siren stood still, worry in his eyes. He realized the person before him was consumed by blind rage. Any explanation now would be meaningless. Shouting in despair, the blue-haired boy pointed at Siren bitterly. "I trusted you, begged you for help, but you abandoned me. Looking at you now is truly contemptible." Lucan angrily grabbed Siren's collar, shouting that all he did was speak the truth. Siren remained calm, his gaze unwavering. Siren thought silently. He felt it was unfair to be blamed, as he was just a lowly person in this situation. Siren looked directly at Lucan and asked in a low voice, "So, what must I do to make amends?" Lucan was momentarily startled. A thought flashed through his mind. The person opposite him was clearly new here, yet so unbelievably calm. A smirk appeared on Lucan's face. He muttered bitterly, "So even you don't take me seriously, huh?" Under the dim moonlight, Lucan whispered resolutely to himself. He would prove his true self. Without hesitation, he turned and said coldly, "Follow me." The blonde servant froze upon seeing Lucan walk away. His eyes showed fear and confusion. What awaited behind? The two entered the training ground. The servant thought, was he planning to beat me to vent his anger? Despite fear, he reassured himself, better to take a beating than die. With trembling steps, the servant tried to maintain his resolve. He remembered his parents, who sacrificed everything to give him this chance. He could not give up. Suddenly, Lucan threw a wooden sword toward the boy. "Catch it!" His voice rang decisively. The fateful duel was beginning. The blonde servant was astonished to see the wooden sword in his hand. He exclaimed in confusion, "A sword made of wood." Lucan stood opposite, sword in hand, eyes blazing. He coldly declared, "We duel one-on-one? I'm not a coward like you. This is the price you pay for daring to underestimate me, the one who will become the greatest swordsman in the world." The blonde servant angrily replied, "How am I a coward? As a servant of the Ogent family, I'm just doing my duty." Lucan looked at him with cold eyes. He reminded him of past betrayal. "You sold me out to avoid being beaten by Master Kite. You turned your back when I needed help the most." The servant gripped the sword tightly, his gaze wavering. He thought silently, "He looks completely different." But then he calmed himself and responded, "Even if my family despises me, I won't let you do that, not you." Lucan stepped into the arena with burning eyes. He drew the wooden sword and coldly declared, "Start. I'll give you 3 strikes first." The blonde servant tightened his grip on the sword. He worried about getting hurt and having to take time off if he broke a bone. Fear filled his eyes, but then a spark lit up in his mind. "Maybe I can do it. 3 strikes. I have to try." He shouted loudly, gathering all his courage to launch the first strike. The wooden sword rushed forward. The clash sounded harshly. 1, Lucan counted coldly. The impact made the servant's hand numb, his body staggered. "He's too strong." He gritted his teeth and endured. Despite the pain, he tightened his grip on the sword handle, determined not to give up. Once again, he shouted loudly. The second strike was launched. He put all his strength into a downward blow with full determination. Lucan blocked the strike. The 2 wooden swords clashed. Lucan's eyes never left his opponent, cold and sharp. A smirk appeared on Lucan's lips. 2. He counted the second strike with disdainful tone. Lucan mockingly asked the blonde servant if he had ever held a sword before. Facing the ridicule, the servant told himself he only had 1 strike left. Focusing intensely, the servant poured all his strength into the final blow. His eyes shone with burning determination. In the dazzling light of the energy flow, the servant unleashed a single powerful strike, full of speed and intensity. Lucan was startled by the opponent's unusual stance. The servant struck from an unpredictable angle, making defense more difficult. The 2 swords collided with a fierce thwack, emitting sparks and scattering debris. Lucan laughed after the strike. With confidence, he declared it was his turn to counterattack. Lucan immediately swung his sword, forcing a breakthrough in the formation. Wood splinters flew as proof of the strike's power. In that moment, Lucan's eyes widened. He froze as he realized something unusual had happened. 2 wooden swords clashed violently, producing a powerful thwack sound. A pinkish-purple light spread from the point of contact, showing extraordinary power. Lion, the blue-haired boy, smiled fiercely, his eyes shining brightly. He slightly curled his lips and said, "Now it's my turn." With a strong leap, Lion swung the sword from above. The wood shattered, and the air was torn by the decisive attack called Thunderstrike. Lion's golden eyes widened in astonishment. Something was wrong at this moment. The wooden sword in Lion's hand was broken to pieces. He only held onto the hilt, with fragments of wood falling all around him. The blonde-haired servant gasped, staring at his hand in disbelief. He couldn't believe his counterattack succeeded. In his mind echoed the plan: feel the first beat, guess the second, then finish on the 3rd strike. Lion stood still, his gaze dark. He muttered, "That Thunderstrike, I've trained for 3 years." Lion coldly looked at the servant and uttered a single word, "You." The blonde-haired servant startled and stepped back. Lion's gaze made his heart pound with fear. Lion clenched the broken sword hilt tightly and growled. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" The servant stammered. "I didn't learn. That is the Thunderstrike move." The blonde-haired servant, said he used to help his father chop wood on the mountain, through which he learned how to use an axe. Because he was too weak to chop trees with strength alone, Lai learned the technique of compensating power with the Thunderstrike, a secret of the woodcutter. The blue-haired boy, Lion, was stunned. He couldn't believe such a sophisticated technique originated from chopping wood. Lion was furious. He had trained hard for 15 years but still hadn't reached that level. To him, this was absurd. A single slash shattered the opponent's sword. Lai's Thunderstrike power amazed everyone. A flashback appeared. Lai had defeated Lion when they were children, breaking his wooden sword. The tutor declared, Lai was a genius of the Ogent family, surpassing all peers since age 12. Lai's father was so proud he wanted to hold a celebration. Meanwhile, Lion could only look at the broken pieces and swallow his tears. Lion's tears fell silently. He could only repeat the haunting question, "Why not me?" Lion screamed inwardly, calling out his childhood rival's name. "Lie, Ogent!" That memory still haunted him like a ghost. Lion couldn't accept reality. The one he once hated most was now so strong. Lie cautiously asked, "Did I accidentally offend you?" But the answer was a fierce shout from Lion. "Shut UP." Startled by the shout, Lie shivered. A cold chill ran down his spine, leaving him frozen. Meanwhile, Lion, the blue-haired boy, drew his steel sword from its sheath, his eyes sharp and full of determination. Lion gripped the sword tightly. The sound echoed coldly like a declaration of a real battle. Without hesitation, Lion threw the sword straight at Lie. "Take it," he said. Lie was shocked and couldn't react in time. Lion stood facing him and said bluntly, "Breaking a wooden sword doesn't mean someone has one. If you can do that, I'll give you more time." Lion's gaze did not waver. He raised a finger and pointed directly. "In 1 more month, we will end this fight with real swords." Lie bowed his head, sweat dripping. The small servant had never experienced a life-or-death battle. Lie's hands trembled as he took the sword. Real sword? The feeling of death seemed to lurk in the air. He thought, "I'm going to die." Unable to control his fear, Lie shouted, "Please reconsider, young Master Lion. I have never learned how to use a sword." Lucan, with fiery eyes, gave Lie one last chance. "If you can chop wood until your sword breaks, I believe you will find a way within a month." Lie gripped the wooden sword tightly, and Lucan coldly threatened, "Don't even think about running away. I will catch you." A new morning dawned, sunlight shining on the academy, where Lie would begin his survival training journey. Lie held his head in despair in the library. Clues about hair color gradually emerged. The Ogent family has dominant genes for blue and black hair. Bishop Ogent, the black-haired family head, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, a level 6 swordsman, strong and renowned. The talented daughter with blue hair was a pianist in the royal palace. Lie, the second son, also born with black hair, was known as a swordsmanship genius. In contrast to his outstanding siblings, Lion, the youngest with blue hair despite private lessons, could not keep up and became a topic of gossip in the manor. Lie held his head in regret, blaming himself for unintentionally crushing Lion's pride, who was always compared to his brothers. Tears rolled down his cheeks as Lie realized the bitter truth. He once thought all nobles were gifted, and he would be safe if he just buried himself in books. But when thinking of his parents, Lie trembled. If he died, what would happen to them? That thought weighed heavily on his panicked heart. Lie resolved not to let time pass in vain. He yearned to become a mage, nurturing the dream of rising from the harsh life in the mountains. Realizing he needed to defend himself, Lie sought out swordsmanship books. Though his goal was to be a mage, he understood survival also required a sword. He flipped through the book attentively, sweat streaming down his cheeks. In his heart there was only one thing: I must try every possible way. A shout echoed under the blue sky, marking the start of another harsh training session. Lion dashed like a whirlwind, determination burning in every step. Kite, the strict teacher, counted loudly. 100 laps. Lion completed them without slowing down. Kite was surprised by the outstanding speed. He asked, "What's going on, Lion? You usually argue more." Lion gasped, shouting in anger, "Is this what you call training?" Still resilient, Lion yelled loudly, "I'm still standing. Is that all you've got, Kite?" Kite tilted his head thoughtfully. Clearly something had happened. Lion, drenched in sweat, tried to hide it. "No, nothing at all." Lucan's eyes burned with anger when thinking of the name Lion. In his mind, jealousy flared like an unquenchable fire. Elsewhere, Kite, the seasoned martial artist, pondered. He wondered if Lie had just acquired a new skill, even though he had already unlocked the schema, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the vast arena, 2 small figures faced each other. Kite warned, "If you die, it's not my fault," while Siren, the blonde-haired servant, responded strongly, "Let's begin, Master Kite." Schema, the imagined map of the human body, appeared like a sacred matrix. It is the supreme soul realm in the world of swordsmanship. All humans have an image of their own body, but with schema, that image is realized absolutely. Masters of schema can control their bodies down to each cell, the ultimate power of a swordsman. Siren stood silently with the book History of Swordsmanship in hand. He suddenly realized the place he was about to enter was completely opposite to the soul realm. It was the schema. He hesitated, then thought, "Should I try?" Siren closed his eyes and began to sense himself. A pale blue light enveloped him, the first step of the journey into himself. He felt a state similar to the soul realm, where one erases the ego. But to enter the schema, Siren understood he had to go the opposite way, delving deep into the self. When the black veil in his mind was lifted, Siren entered the first stage of the schema. His body glowed like a miniature galaxy, but what awaited behind? Lie pondered as he realized that applying his entire spirit to the opposite state of the spirit region was ineffective. The image of a little girl from his memory flashed through his mind. Lie recalled the girl he met 3 years ago in an alley. He wondered if she was using the schema. At that age, it was truly astonishing. he decided to change his approach, using the spirit region as the foundation for sword training. Alone in the yard, Lai prepared to train. Starting with the 8-direction slash exercise, Lai focused all his strength on the first sword stroke with fierce determination. A decisive slash struck down the training dummy. The whack sound rang loudly. Someone shouted, "Lion, are you crazy? Stop." Kite, the strict teacher, shouted a warning. "Your muscles will explode." But Lion, Lai's real name, retorted, "They haven't exploded yet." He continued wildly slashing the sandbag, blood splattering everywhere. He yelled helplessly, "Why haven't my muscles exploded yet?" Kite looked at him stunned, unable to believe his student was torturing himself so much. "Why haven't my hands fallen off?" Lion burst into tears while continuing his training. "Why won't my schema appear?" His hand gripped the sword tightly, still continuing the desperate, frenzied practice. While Lion was training intensely, Kite spoke up to stop him. Although Lion wanted to continue, he decided to end today's session. Obeying his master, Lion replied tiredly, "Yes, Master Kite." He dropped the stick to the floor, exhausted. Kite gently placed a cold compress on Lion's shoulder, helping soothe his body after the hard training. The two sat together under the sunset in the arena. Kite asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lion simply answered, "My arms feel like they're about to fall off." Kite began a conversation, starting with a suggestive sentence. "You know, Lion," Kite said bluntly, "I have never written that you have potential in the report." Lion was annoyed by this frankness, but it also revealed why he tried so hard. After a moment of silence, Kite hinted, "Still, I think there's something you do well. Have you ever thought about what you're good at?" Lion could only answer that he knew well what he was not good at. Kite concluded, "That's why you're not a genius." Lion snapped, unable to bear hearing the truth repeated too many times. "Enough, I know, just say it straight." Kite calmly continued, "A genius knows who they are and what they're good at. That's why they can devote all their strength to their strengths without hesitation." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lai, the blonde-haired servant, was diligently studying under the late-night lamp, hands trembling, sweat pouring. What true geniuses fear most is the person who never gives up. The blue-haired, orange-eyed boy stood pensively under the sunset, recalling his teacher's words. "The greatest enemy of a genius is the one who never stops trying to achieve what they cannot." Those words echoed in his mind. He bowed his head and gave a bitter but sincere smile. "That's the best thing he ever said to me." He clenched his hand, scratched and trembling with emotion. "If I wasn't born with talent, then there's only one path to try to the very end." In the brilliant light, he raised his head with burning determination in his eyes. Sweat streamed down, but a radiant smile appeared, bright, challenging, and unyielding. Opposite him, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy was also breathing heavily. Sweat dripped down his serious face, but his eyes shone with faith. "In the end, I will be the winner." Lucan clenched his fist tightly, a warning echoing in his mind. The greatest enemy of a genius. He admitted the truth. "If it is something I was not born with," but he did not back down. He told himself, "Then I just need to pursue it with all my strength." With determination shining in his eyes, Lucan affirmed, "In the end, I will be the victor." In a quiet garden, Scion, the blonde-haired servant boy, stood with a sword under the moonlight, wondering, "What is swordsmanship?" He explained, "It is the sum of kinetic energy aimed at taking life." Scion imagined an imaginary enemy, continuously attacking with all kinds of moves. He analyzed, "In the end, there are only 8 attack directions. I just need to focus on those 8 strikes." Along with those 8 directions, Scion practiced 24 defensive stances, firmly blocking each imaginary sword strike. A clang sound rang out. Scion counterattacked decisively. One strike, now for the next one. Lai's bright blue eyes widened, sparkling as if drawn into a strange power, showing amazement and overwhelm. A giant magical whirlwind erupted, pulling Lai into its center, opening a gateway to a new challenge. In the misty forest, Lai laughed, threw his sword to the ground, as if accepting the fate of a swordsman. Looking up at the starry sky, he silently compared. The world of swordsmanship is as boundless as the world of magic. Lai knelt down, gripping the sword hilt tightly, whispering apologies to his parents, knowing he might never return. Though aware that death was near, Lai still smiled. What mattered was that he had lived and experienced the vast world. The match began. Lucan, the blue-haired boy, stepped into the arena with a real sword in hand, full of confidence and determination. Lucan raised his sword, coldly saying, "Let's begin," the flames reflecting his steely gaze. Close-up of Lucan drawing his sword, eyes sharp and cold. After only a month, he had gained the aura of a true warrior. Lai stood opposite, eyes full of determination. The opponent thought silently, "Why does he have that look?" A gaze without fear or retreat. Scion confusedly asserted, "I have never learned to use a sword." Lucan, observing closely, noticed his posture and balance were really poor. He began to believe Scion was telling the truth. Although it was his first time holding a real sword, Scion remained strangely calm. That made Lucan worried. He might be a natural genius like Lai. With burning determination, Lucan charged forward, carrying a clear thought. There was only one way left to verify the truth. The two thrust their swords at each other. Siren struck with intense focus, unflinching. Siren amazed Lucan. He was tracking the movement of the sword, a clear sign that he was not fighting blindly. In that moment of confrontation, Lucan realized Siren was truly different, calm and precise, as if born to fight. Siren gradually sensed the path of a swordsman. His eyes shone brightly, his sword stance steadier than ever. Lucan's eyes showed astonishment. Siren was reading his sword movements, something only seasoned swordsmen could do. The pressure from Siren made Lucan hesitate for a moment. He no longer doubted Siren was no ordinary person. Siren focused all his spirit on the next strike. In his eyes, the opponent's sword was no longer something hard to grasp. Facing death, Siren's blue eyes reflected fear. He admitted he had not yet overcome that fear. Death, the root of fear, lies in the future. But the future is just an illusion that does not yet exist. Siren stood on the edge of a deep cliff, one step away from falling into the void. He stepped forward, without thinking about what came next, as if the future did not exist. Lucan watched Siren, silently realizing Siren not only accepted death but went beyond it. Siren had cast aside all emotions. He walked forward, sword in hand, light surrounding his body like a calm aura. The entire space seemed to fall silent with the loom echoing from the abyss beneath Siren's feet. Lucan gripped his sword tightly, swallowed hard, feeling himself trembling, but he did not retreat. Lucan shouted loudly, charging forward with all his courage. He yelled that he was not afraid to die either. Siren swung his sword, counterattacking. In that moment he shouted, "To the right!" a sharp command amid the decisive battle. Lion, with blazing golden eyes, recognized the disparity in strength. A cold voice echoed in his mind, "It's useless." He clenched the sword hilt. The voice echoed in Lion's mind like a sentence of judgment. "This is a wall you cannot overcome with cheap tricks." Siren fully felt the heavy force and terrifying speed of a real slash. His arm went numb, eyes wide with fear. Siren tensed to endure but was still cut across the chest. Blood splattered. He stood frozen, eyes dazed. "Damn it!" Siren gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing blue electricity, a sign of a power awakening. He couldn't believe it, the blade had hit its target. "He's been struck!" A spark of hope flared in Siren's mind. Siren tensed up, dazzling light surrounding the blade. The sword was slashing forward with unwavering determination. But the opponent still stood there. Lion looked at Siren, eyes unshaken. He had overcome one move, but not the wall yet. Siren breathed heavily. The last strike seemed to drain his vitality, but his mind did not give up. Despite the bleeding, his eyes burned with willpower. He realized strength does not come from determination alone. There must be something deeper, stronger, and he needed to find it now. Siren, drenched in sweat, slid sharply to the side to avoid the opponent's flashing sword. Each heavy breath blended with the sound of metal slicing through air. He paused in the arena, eyes full of doubt. "Strain," Siren muttered, sensing something unusual in the air. In the stands, Lucan smiled wickedly, his golden eyes shining with pride. "He's frozen," Lucan said, as if he had controlled his opponent's mind. Lucan tilted his head, eyes full of challenge. "Got it now." He was flaunting his superiority, confident he had cornered Siren. In a moment of thought, Siren realized his body no longer obeyed his will. It seemed something was controlling him, not fear, but an invisible pressure. Lucan stepped forward slowly, his voice tearing through the silence. "That's the feeling of being crushed by a genius." He deliberately emphasized the gap in levels. Siren clenched his teeth, eyes wavering. A question echoed in his mind. Am I really that weak? A fleeting memory, training sessions, failures, and the desire to overcome fate. Siren gripped the sword hilt tightly, gradually regaining calm. His heart pounded, his clear eyes now shone with determination. Facing an arrogant Lucan, Siren no longer trembled. Within Siren flickered a strange light, a new feeling, not fear, but schema. He began to reach his own limits. Siren suddenly changed his sword stance, his blue eyes blazing with resolve. Sweat poured down his forehead as he swung the sword at extreme speed. Lucan's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected strike. He did not expect his opponent to change tactics at such a critical moment. Siren's slash cut through Lucan's defense. The tense atmosphere seemed torn apart in that instant. Lucan tried to lean away, but it was too late. A long scratch appeared on his shoulder, showing an unexpected gap in strength. Siren did not stop, continuing to press forward with rapid successive strikes. He gave Lucan no space to counterattack. Lucan roared, stepping back to gain momentum. His gaze turned cold, no longer underestimating his opponent. Siren seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword straight toward the opponent's chest. This was no longer defensive fencing, but relentless offense. Lucan tried to twist his body to dodge, but clearly he was a beat slow, a beat created by Siren himself. The atmosphere in the arena seemed frozen. Siren's strike stopped just inches from Lucan's chest, a perfectly precise finishing move. Both stood still, their eyes meeting. Siren breathed heavily, but his gaze remained firm, while Lucan frowned, surprised and somewhat admiring. Siren had exhausted much of his stamina. He tried to control the pace to conserve energy, striving to maintain his position. Lucan gasped, eyes unbelieving. He was completely surprised by Siren's resilience and persistent strategy. The past suddenly flooded back. Images of young Lucan being mocked appeared in his mind, stirring bitter memories. The young Lucan was pulled to his feet, his face hardened despite tears welling up. His gaze then was deeply etched with determination not to yield. The girl with golden eyes turned her head when someone touched her shoulder. Her expression briefly froze, but did not lose its disdainful look. Immediately, she gave a half-smile full of mockery. That scorn had been deeply ingrained in Lucan's heart since childhood. The past faded, giving way to the present. Siren was still advancing, maintaining the rhythm of battle. Once again, the two swords clashed. Lucan could not help but be amazed at Siren's strike. What is he doing? Lucan gritted his teeth, continuing to attack with compressed power, but Siren remained unshaken, as if he understood something. Siren held his sword firmly, focusing all his spirit on the fight. He did not fight with strength, but with endurance and reason. Siren's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He sensed something awakening inside him. A powerful energy surged through Siren's body. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing for a full-force strike. FWOSH. The bright blue blade tore through the air as Siren unleashed a fierce slash, the light dazzling. Siren's eyes widened. In that moment, everything slowed down. He was seeing everything. The energy flowing through Siren reached its limit. This was no longer ordinary swordsmanship. He had just surpassed a new boundary. Siren and Lucan faced each other in the ring, their eyes meeting like two sharp swords. The atmosphere was suffocating, both rushing at each other with speed and strength that left the audience speechless. Siren swung his wooden sword, the blade glowing, creating a powerful wave of energy. Siren's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just accomplished. Siren breathed heavily, sweat and blood mixing on his determined face. Lucan looked at Siren, breathing heavily, his eyes shining with acknowledgement. Lucan bowed his head, his gaze contemplative, as if reflecting on something profound. Sweat streamed down Lucan's cheek as he silently observed his opponent in silence. Lucan continued to look at Siren, whispering with doubt and emotion. He whispered, "Is this?" leaving the question hanging with hidden meaning, as if awakening to something. Siren suddenly spun the sword handle, changing his grip in an instant. With smooth movement, he quickly swung the sword upward from a low stance. Siren's blade clashed with his opponent's, producing a dazzling flash and a loud clash. Lucan gasped, eyes wide with shock. He shouted, "What the hell is that?" Siren remained silent, his gaze calm while his opponent was still recovering. Lucan worriedly thought, even if he won, he was still a lowly person who had hurt the pride of a noble. Emotions erupted, and Lucan angrily shouted, "Lost again." Lucan bowed before Siren, bitterly admitting defeat. He looked directly at Siren, serious. "This is your victory. You have the right to kill me now," Lucan said with acceptance of fate, his eyes showing no fear. Siren panted heavily, drenched in sweat, still unable to believe what had just happened. The match was over, but his heart remained unsettled. He muttered in amazement, "Are you kidding me right now?" as if unable to accept the outcome he had just experienced. Lion, who was also Siren's opponent, exhaled and smiled proudly. "We fought in a duel. I have to honor your victory." But Siren bluntly replied, "It was only a duel for you. I was just trying to survive." For him, it was not a battle of honor, but a fight for survival. Lion was surprised, frozen by Siren's rebuttal. The two looked at each other in heavy silence. In Lion's memory, he saw himself as a heroic warrior challenging, "You craven, we shall duel to the death." Meanwhile, from Siren's perspective, Lion appeared as a cold-blooded killer declaring, "Lowly peasant, I will remove you from this earth." Between these opposing views, Lion sweated and wondered, "Is that so?" He began to doubt his own behavior. Lion stood silently, his face betraying confusion. He asked himself, "What's going on here? I thought you are supposed to share well-wishing remarks after a fight." He started to realize that what he thought was glory was actually oppression towards Siren. A moment of deep self-questioning appeared in his eyes. A feeling of alienation rose within Lion. On top of that, he couldn't finish the sentence yet, but a change was beginning to kindle inside him. Siren knelt, coughing up blood. He bitterly thought about the strong opponent just now. The cold-blooded warrior was no more. Lion stood before Siren and asked directly, "What is your name?" Siren was surprised but still answered, "Siren Aryan." Lion introduced himself, "I am Lion Ogent." Siren looked astonished at the person who had just been his fierce adversary. When Lion reached out his hand, Siren wondered confusedly, what is he intending to do? Lion bowed slightly, smiling sincerely, "Let be friends, what do you think?" A white-haired man wearing a monocle, seemingly a person of status, quietly observed the scene from the stands. His face was stern, as if evaluating something about Siren and Lion. In the stands, murmurs spread. People could not understand Lion's actions, from a battle to a friendship invitation. Siren looked at the outstretched hand. Injured and exhausted, yet strange emotions surged within him. He was about to make a decision. Siren had gradually trained his swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear, which made his mind and endurance in the spirit realm unyielding. Lion looked up surprised when hearing about the library. Siren, climbing the stairs to find books, explained that both the master and Lai often frequented there. Lion pouted in frustration. "Tusk, it must be fun to be that good," he muttered, clearly a bit jealous. Siren sighed, holding his forehead, thinking that Lion would be much better if he kept quiet. Still, he smiled and gently advised him. Lion lazily leaned back against a pile of books, making excuses that today was only basic training, so he wanted to study in the library. Siren was not easily fooled. He stood upright, eyes sternly looking down, asking Lion why he said he wanted to study but did not. Lion shouted, rolling around in the library. "This is so boring." He struggled like a child, unable to hide his impulsiveness. Siren observed Lion coldly, still gripping the book tightly. He remained calm, not letting emotions take over. Inside, Siren thought Lion was really troublesome, but instead of getting angry, he silently endured, as he had many times before. Finally, Siren sighed and turned away, leaving Lion to continue making noise behind him. In the sunlight filtering through the library, the two seemed completely opposite, one serious, one carefree. Siren sat thoughtfully in the library, skimming through numerous pages. He casually said he had read through 600 history books and had almost memorized them all. Siren's green-haired, yellow-eyed friend exclaimed in astonishment, "You really know all that?" The surprise was clear in his eyes. Still shocked, he thought silently, "He always surprises me," as Siren continued flipping pages as if he had memorized every detail. The green-haired friend looked around, trying to hide his admiration, then flipped through another book, pretending to read seriously. Siren calmly replied with a thoughtful tone. Meanwhile, the man wearing a vest opposite began reading aloud. "Introduction. You have probably wondered who would win between a swordsman and a mage." The man's question opened a line of recollection. He told of his journey wandering the world, seeking an answer to that age-old question. A snowy mountain peak appeared. The narration continued. "I still clearly remember Ardusna Peak sparkling in the sky, 6,000 meters above sea level." He continued, "I have seen carnivorous forests devouring mountain birds." Memories of dangerous lands haunted him as if it were yesterday. The scene shifted to a deep forest at night. A lone white bird flew among dense trees. A sense of mystery and threat enveloped the scene. The recollection seemed to lead to something greater. The question was not just about power, but about knowledge, experience, and the choice of the path to truth. Siren, focused on reading, was suddenly interrupted by Lion's bored face. He complained, "Could anything be more boring than this?" Siren was startled by Lion's attitude, while Lion naturally raised his voice to retort, "Not boring at all," making the atmosphere livelier. Siren quickly closed the book when he noticed someone entering. Both were still unsettled. Siren bowed respectfully. "Welcome, young Master Lai." Lion was surprised with a hint of annoyance, wondering how Siren knew who had just arrived. Siren hurriedly grabbed the book, his heart full of worry. He silently prayed that Lai had not heard the previous conversation. A close-up of Siren's tense face, sweat dripping. He remained silent, but a clear unease stirred within him. Lion was equally tense. Though outwardly calm, his eyes revealed everything: worry, confusion, and fear. None of them dared to say anything more. Only the sound of silence and suspicious glances passed between them. Siren sneaked a glance toward Lai, trying to find signs that he had heard the conversation or not. Lion swallowed dryly, his gaze fixed on Lai as if awaiting a verdict. Each second stretched endlessly in tension. A long black-haired girl with sharp eyes called out loudly, "Hey, you!" to Lucan, who was sitting with his back turned. Ignored, she angrily shouted, "Don't ignore me." In the quiet library, Siren stood solemnly beside Lucan. He thought silently, what is he trying to extract from that question? Clearly, this man was hard to read. Siren hypothesized, if swordsman and mage were evenly matched, the mage would have the advantage upon entering the spirit realm, the area influenced by magic. However, Siren argued further. If the swordsman strikes before the mage can cast a spell, the outcome could be reversed. Interrupting Siren, the black-haired girl firmly rebutted. "You're wrong." She coldly concluded, "The mage will lose." Her eyes sharp as knives, her voice echoing threateningly in the room. Siren froze. Those words shook him, his eyes wide open, never having considered that possibility. Behind him, Lucan clenched his teeth angrily, his sharp gaze fixed on Lai. That statement made him immediately realize the hidden intent behind this dialogue. Lucan thought silently, "So this is your purpose, Lai?" His eyes shifted from anger to vigilance. The situation grew tense. All three were silent, but their thoughts ran deep. Lai stood between two opposing emotions, holding control of the conversation. Since childhood, Lucan had always been looked down upon. When he showed weakness or annoyed others, he only received contemptuous looks from the black-haired girl. In the darkness of memory, Lucan looked up. Before him was an image of himself as a child broken under judgment. It was a memory he could never forget. Currently, in a secret room, Lucan sat with Siren. He seriously asked about the item causing the mage's spirit realm disturbance, a dangerous weapon against magic. Siren looked directly at Lucan, his gaze cold. He confirmed without hesitation, "Anti-magic," a statement that made Lucan slightly startled. The game had turned. A long-haired man with cold eyes and a meaningful smile spoke about history with delight. He mentioned a terrifying name, Armor of Sin. Upon hearing that name, Lion, the blue-haired boy with yellow eyes, immediately reacted. He recognized it as an artifact capable of disturbing a mage's soul. Siren, the blonde-haired servant, was stunned when he realized the true meaning of that artifact. A word flashed through his mind: anti-magic. Silence enveloped the scene. The entire space seemed swallowed by an invisible darkness, evoking feelings of unease and death. Facing an anti-magic artifact, metaphorically, was like encountering sharks in the deepest part of the ocean. A terrifying image appeared in the mind, a small, lonely person among giant sharks, symbolizing helplessness when confronting the armor of sin. A chilling atmosphere spread. A flash of light appeared, accompanied by a small explosion sound signaling the arrival of a special force. A foot clad in modern technological armor stomped on the ground. Energy rays emitted from it filled the space. The energy beam continued to expand, radiating tiny sparkling particles, as a sign that the armor of sin had been activated. Brilliant light mixed with disrupted magical power. The appearance of the armor made everything more dangerous than ever. The long-haired man with cold eyes smirked and said sarcastically, "The thing is, anti-magic was created by a mage." Siren and the blue-haired boy were astonished. The blue-haired boy blurted out, "Why would a mage do that?" The man smiled and replied, "Don't you know, with countless applications, it's an easy way to make money." The man continued, gesturing convincingly, "When there are many mages lining up for jobs, there's no need to buy expensive things like that. Understand?" Both boys were speechless. The man confirmed again, "As you said, Lai, it was indeed a mage who created anti-magic." He pointed to the throne and the shrine. "Anti-magic is used to restrict magic in places where magic use is forbidden." Still in a steady tone, he concluded, "Therefore, the assumption that swordsmen are superior to mages is completely wrong." The voice continued to assert, "Those who truly want to suppress magic are not swordsmen, but the mages themselves." The sharp concluding statement was like a blade. Thus, the premise that swordsmen are superior to mages is a fundamental mistake, causing Lai's face to stiffen while the other laughed meaningfully. The one sitting on the throne, the ruler in the shadows, affirmed that anti-magic is not only to control magic, but also a tool of power to force mages to submit to the system. Lai clenched his fists, his face tense. The final words echoed like a strong blow. "Therefore, the assumption that swordsmen are superior to mages is fundamentally wrong." A heh laugh resonated in the air, bringing a vague sense of unease. The atmosphere in the library was tense. Kane gritted his teeth angrily at Friarin's calm gaze, who only lightly cleared her throat to break the silence. Kane spun around angrily and exclaimed, "Ideals and reality never coexist." He firmly asserted that mages never win against swordsmen in battle. The door slammed shut behind Kane. The heavy atmosphere was broken. Friarin breathed a sigh of relief while Leon, standing behind the counter, also relaxed. Leon forced a smile, wiping sweat from his forehead. Half-jokingly, he said, "I thought I was about to die." Some time passed. Yellow leaves fell beside the Academy's relief sculpture. Snow began to fall. The words appeared 6 months later. 6 months passed. Winter had covered the Academy. On the snow-covered stone wall, the emblem featuring a unicorn and a sword quietly shone in the dim light. In the solemn space, the gray-haired butler gently announced while looking at the library classification report being completed. A cup of tea was placed on the table. The steam rose gently, signaling the end of a task that had lasted for months. Raymond, as usual sitting solemnly behind the desk, raised the cup of tea. He confirmed with satisfaction. "We finished earlier than expected," Raymond concluded, his sharp eyes behind a monocle sparkling in the winter light. The space fell silent. Raymond, the silver-haired butler wearing a monocle, lifted the teacup to his lips, his gaze stern. Before him, a servant bowed apologetically for a slip of the tongue. Raymond spoke coldly, cutting off the conversation. "I didn't call you here to chat. Get back to work." The servant quickly bowed and replied, "Forgive me, sir." Raymond took a sip of tea, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. In his mind, only one word was contained. A name echoed in his mind. Siren Arian. His hand flipped a page of the document on the table, the soft light reflecting off the paper, showing special interest. The scene darkened, leaving a lingering question in the air. Had Raymond seen something special in the boy Siren? Leon, the blonde-haired boy with a black ribbon, placed his hand on his chest, his eyes shining brightly. He couldn't believe his dream had finally come true. In that bright moment, Leon whispered to himself that he had achieved what he had always wished for. Friaren suddenly appeared at the door, eyes wide with astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise, "Hey!" Unable to contain his joy, Friaren rushed forward and hugged Leon tightly. He shouted loudly, "Really? You're amazing. You really did it." Leon was a bit dazed, but still smiled happily in Friaren's tight embrace, a simple yet profound moment of joy between friends. The blue-haired friend enthusiastically congratulated Lion on some achievement, his eyes radiant with joy. Lion smiled in response, seeming happy but also somewhat thoughtful. In a sincere moment, the blue-haired friend hesitantly asked, "Hey, Lion, before I leave, can I come to your house?" Lion was so surprised he blurted out, "What, really?" Lion was embarrassed, wondering if it was a strange question. Nevertheless, his friend's sincerity made it impossible to refuse. In his heart, Lion admitted that he had sometimes felt sad because he had never invited a friend to his home. The two finally arrived at Lion's mansion. The blue-haired friend whispered as they walked, "It's so quiet and so big." Lion replied softly, "Yeah, now only the servants are here." The large house became quieter than ever. The blue-haired friend looked around, his gaze contemplative as he sensed loneliness in the overly luxurious space. Lion gently turned his head, his eyes tenderly following his friend. Perhaps in his heart, he was also hoping for something to be shared. The two continued walking through the magnificent hall. The presence of the friend seemed to warm the atmosphere here. The empty space now had footsteps and soft laughter, as if a missing part of Lion's heart was gradually being filled. Siren entered Lion's luxurious room, eyes astonished. He thought silently, "It's hard to imagine Lion living in such luxury, completely opposite to his appearance." Siren was still amazed. He stood frozen, eyes wide open, somewhat embarrassed by the new space he had never experienced before. Morning sunlight filtered through the glass window onto the shiny wooden table where a book was neatly placed. The peaceful scene in the room contrasted completely with Siren's emotions. Lion entered with a tense expression, sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes scanned the room as if hiding something. Siren had changed clothes by now, smiling confidently. He whistled softly, with a look as if he knew something that Lion could no longer hide. Lion gritted his teeth, groaning in despair. A look of frustration was clear as he realized he could no longer conceal the truth. The two were playing cards. Lion angrily slammed the cards down, shouting, "I give up, lost again." Meanwhile, Siren calmly gathered all the chips toward himself and invited, "Hey, one more round." Lion angrily suspected, "You're using Spirit Zone to see my cards, aren't you?" As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. Siren feigned innocence. "Who do you think I am?" His quick reply and natural expression made Lion even more suspicious. "There is no specific illustrative image in this photo." Leon recognized his blue-haired friend's card-playing habits and analyzed each action clearly, leaving his friend bewildered and unable to refute. The blue-haired friend held his head, telling himself to stop focusing on details and look at the bigger picture, a philosophical advice from Leon. Leon smiled and asked, "Does it help when you try using schema?" The blue-haired friend groaned from overload, but Leon gently replied, "I find it helps me when entering Spirit Zone." Watching Leon walk away, the blue-haired friend thought silently, "He seems to know everything, but actually does," half curious, half puzzled. Leon noticed a book titled Battle of the Snake Queen Clan and asked, "Lion, can I borrow this?" He wanted a change from the dense history books. Meanwhile, the blue-haired friend had fallen asleep face down on the table from exhaustion, his breath misting white, with cards and chips scattered on the table. Leon looked at his sleeping friend and shook his head. "Oh dear," then muttered, recalling that his friend said his family would return in the evening. He held the book and pocket watch, about to leave, but suddenly stopped when he heard piano music echoing in the quiet space. Leon listened carefully, surprised, and exclaimed, "Huh, is that piano?" The unexpected melody seemed to pull him into something strange. In a scene bathed in radiant light, a white-haired young man in a vest was playing the piano, the gentle music spreading throughout the room. In the bright space filled with light and music, the pianist was introduced as Lion's sister, a famous figure at the royal palace. She was Lena Ogent, the royal pianist. Her eyes softened as she turned around and asked, "How do you like it?" Standing stunned at the door, Leon nervously replied, "It's very beautiful, absolutely wonderful." His heart raced, unsure what to do next. Lena smiled at Leon and asked, "I've never met you before. Are you new here?" Leon answered, Yes, I was hired to classify library books. I've been working here for about a year." Lena gently pointed at him. So it's you. Not everyone can do that job. You must be very smart." Then she asked, "Have you ever played piano before?" Leon was slightly startled, but before he could answer, Lena stood up gracefully like a dancer stepping away from the piano bench. She lightly lifted her skirt and invited Leon to sit at the piano. The gesture made him even more nervous and awkward. Leon approached the chair, heart pounding, hands slightly trembling. It was his first time sitting before such a magnificent instrument and being invited by Lion's sister. He sat down, looking at the black and white keys, full of anticipation. Lena tilted her head, observing him, her eyes both gentle and expectant of something interesting from the library boy. The blonde boy was worried, telling himself he couldn't let his guard down around Lena. According to Lion, that girl always used schemas to express herself and was notorious for having the worst personality in the entire mansion. However, Lena gently spoke up and offered, "Let me teach you, sit down." Her smile and initiative surprised and embarrassed him. The boy swallowed nervously, unable to believe he had just been invited to sit next to Lena, someone he had always been cautious and wary of. Lena smiled softly, reassuring him, "It's okay. If I allow it, no one will blame you." Faced with that confident invitation, he found it hard to refuse. The atmosphere made him swallow again, hesitating inside. Finally, he decided to sit down beside Lena. She began the lesson, introducing each piano key and the notation in the sheet music, while he sat stiff as a statue. Lena pressed 3 piano keys, forming a C chord. The enchanting sound made him go silent. The resonance of that sound made his heart tremble. "So pleasant," he thought, his heart beating excitedly. Lena suddenly praised, "You have talent." He shyly asked permission to try playing a little, his eyes shining with eagerness. Lena happily agreed, teasing, "You should cover your ears. No one is good on their first try." But inside she was curious. This boy had only learned a few chords. What exactly was he planning to do? The blonde boy with a black bow placed his hands on the piano keys, preparing to play the piece under everyone's watchful eyes. He began playing the piano, the spotlight making the atmosphere tense. His face clearly showed anxiety. Alina was startled when she heard the piano sound, her face showing clear astonishment. She thought, "Oh my." The sound was completely wrong. In Alina's mind rang a warning, everything is wrong. Yet Alina noticed something strange, but he didn't miss a single note. She was confused by the awkward situation, looking at him worriedly. Should I stop him? Alina smiled, her eyes sharpening. Interesting, he's playing completely wrong, but perfectly imitating. The blonde boy closed his eyes, as if recalling sounds he had heard before. His eyes glowed blue, signaling a special ability. A magical musical space appeared. The notes glowed, forming a mystical piano only he could see. The virtual piano keys lit up under the skillful hands of the white-haired boy, the melody beginning to resonate in the enchanting space. Lady Amy listened intently, her eyes full of surprise. The notes are gradually starting to blend together. The boy's hand waved as if conducting the entire flow of sound. The whole hall shook, the piano sound roaring fiercely. Lady Amy and the white-haired boy sat together before the piano. Lady Amy was stunned, thinking, "This can't be called a performance, it's touching the very essence of the piano." The blonde boy playing piano was also stunned. Someone like him working as a butler. He's pretty handsome, too. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. "My ears are bleeding, you old wizard." The indignant voice of the blue-haired boy cut through the atmosphere. Kane entered, shouting, "Normal people go home, shower, then sleep. Why are you playing piano like a madman?" Lady Amy turned in surprise. "Huh, Siren, why are you here?" Siren panicked. Well." Kane stepped closer, arms crossed. "Do you two know each other?" Siren awkwardly replied. "No, not really." The blonde boy, Siren, panicked, realizing that Lion revealing their friendship would get them caught. Inside, he felt as if a great guilt had been exposed. The blue-haired friend, Lion, firmly confirmed, "Siren and I are friends." A truth that seemed serious was spoken very calmly. Siren fell into a panic, shouting to ask Lion what he was talking about. But Lion just laughed and said not to worry, that woman wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Siren was confused, thinking that was ridiculous because she definitely paid attention. The blue-haired woman with sharp eyes, Lena Ogent, called his name. "Siren." Contrary to Siren's worries, Lena smiled gently. She said that if Lion said they were friends, she would respect that. Although her little brother was pitiful, he always took responsibility for his words. Lena curiously asked Siren what piece he had tried to play. Siren was bewildered, not knowing how to answer. Meanwhile, Lion sarcastically thought Siren was having another episode. A feeling of amazement overwhelmed him. Siren felt his 16 years of common sense wall collapse. He couldn't believe it. She really doesn't care that I'm a commoner. Siren turned to question Lion about why he lied about his sister. He was embarrassed to see Lena was completely different from the image Lion had described. She was very gentle and warm. Lion pulled Siren back, warning him not to be deceived by appearances. He hissed, "She's a witch. She'll devour you if you're careless." Lena smiled lightly, apologizing for her immature little brother. She thanked Siren for becoming Lion's friend and hoped he would help her brother more. Lion excitedly teased Lena when he saw she was too fond of Siren, suggesting, "If you like him so much, why don't you just marry him?" Lena squinted, smiling sharply, gently countering. You're so close to him that you want him as your brother-in-law. Lion laughed loudly, immediately denying. Do you think you're that precious? If Siren had to put up with you, poor guy. Without hesitation, Lena grabbed Lion by the collar, squeezing tightly while Lion screamed. Ouch, let me go. Lion shouted irritably. Aren't you going to rest? Lena replied calmly. Didn't you hear? I'm going home to take Lai to the exam. Lena added, Grandpa is busy meeting a friend, so he'll be late. Lion's face immediately froze as he realized the situation. Lion was stunned, exclaiming, What? No way, while Lai looked confused. Isn't it still early for the exam? Siren, in his mind, was amazed when he heard about the official certification exam, a continent-wide system to evaluate mages and swordsmen. Thousands participate each year, but fewer than 20 achieve that prestigious certificate. Although there are unofficial certifications through schools like Alphea's, people still flock to take the official exam for fame and fortune, creating endless lines of candidates. Siren heard about the important exam Lai would take at age 18. He silently lamented, feeling that the lives of geniuses were truly different, even favored by their families. Lena, the gentle woman with blue hair, patted Siren's head to comfort him, reassuring that his day would come. She stood up calmly to prepare dinner, mentioning a job requiring skill with fresh seafood from the royal palace. Before leaving, Lena smiled and greeted Siren. Her eyes shone warmly and kindly, reminding him to remember to greet her next time they met. Siren looked after her in confusion, awkwardly replying, Of course, have a nice evening. But inside he hesitated. Would he have a chance to see her again? The image of Lena and Siren sitting together before the piano appeared like a beautiful memory. Siren quietly thought about having to leave the mansion tomorrow. Siren turned to ask Lion, the blue-haired friend, hesitantly. Lion, your sister. He continued, his voice slightly trembling. Does your sister have a boyfriend yet? Lion stood speechless. He looked at Siren with surprise and embarrassment, unable to say a word. Immediately, Lion forced a dangerous smile. Wait, stop! Siren panicked, continuously explaining. I didn't mean anything. Forget what I just said. Besides, Lion, Lion shouted angrily, rushing straight at Siren. The blonde boy hurriedly ran away, screaming, No. Lion panicked, frustrated by his own honesty, rushing down the hallway like an arrow, shouting loudly, Lena, guess what Siren just said? The blue-haired friend heard and immediately rushed out to the upper floor railing with an excited expression, as if about to announce earth-shattering news. Then he shouted without hesitation. He asked if you're single, shocking all the maids around Lena. Immediately, Lion rushed to cover the blue-haired friend's mouth, but it was too late. The words had echoed throughout the great hall. Lena smiled while the maids remained skeptical. Some whispered, Single? What's going on? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lena just chuckled softly. Ahaha, boys will be boys. She then led the maids to the kitchen area. Lena ordered, After detoxing, now we will steam them. Yes, miss, the maids responded in unison. In the shadows, Butler Louis watched from afar, asking his assistant Hans, Did anyone come to see Master Lion today? No one, Mr. Louis. Louis frowned thoughtfully. Siren sounds familiar. He began recalling something important about that name. With cold, sharp eyes, Louis ordered, Call Mr. Timurin to my room. Immediately. The atmosphere gradually grew serious. In the snow-covered forest, shouts echoed through the silent space, signaling a harsh training session underway. Lion, sweating profusely and panting, ordered a break after an intense training session with a long staff in hand. Kite, the old teacher, observed Lion from afar with a thoughtful gaze. He recognized the strong determination had returned to his student's eyes. Kite silently thought that this time the fire in Lion would not burn out early as before, provided he entered the royal palace. Lion, still deep in thought, suddenly realized something. He was confused by Schema's interference, but a sudden call interrupted his thoughts. A young butler ran over, shouting that Lady Lena requested Lion return to the mansion immediately. Lion looked annoyed and refused outright. Upon learning the matter was not about Lai, but that Siren had violated a contract, Lion immediately spat water in shock. Lion shouted in frustration, because today was supposed to be Siren's day to go home. The butler hurriedly explained that Louis had sent a report which changed everything, and it seemed related to Lion. Lion panicked, quickly putting on his coat and turning to Kite, insisting he needed to see his father immediately to explain. He had befriended a servant, and that had been discovered. Lion believed that if explained, his father would forgive Siren, but as he was about to leave, Kite simply replied, No. The blue-haired friend turned around, eyes wide in shock. He couldn't believe who was standing before him. A fleeting sense of unease made him mutter, What? The man standing opposite stepped forward with a dignified demeanor. His long white beard and cold, bright eyes made the friend immediately recognize Master Kite, the legendary teacher everyone thought had long disappeared. A large mansion appeared deep in the forest, silent and majestic. This was where the fateful trial would take place, the arbitration conference of the powerful family. Inside the luxurious great hall, under a radiant golden chandelier, numerous nobles, maids, and officials gathered. On the main seats, Lena Ogent sat beside a powerful man, her gaze serious. All awaited the verdict for the person kneeling in the hall. Sire Aryan knelt, his hair falling over half his face, his blue eyes shining with confusion. He didn't understand why he was being presented before the entire council as a criminal. The black-haired man with cold yellow eyes raised the sentencing document high. He spoke coldly, "Your punishment," then paused in a stunned moment. The final words rang out like a fatal blow, "is death." A servant hurriedly brought bad news to the blue-haired boy. "The master believes Sire has breached the contract." The boy was stunned. How is that possible? He was allowed to go home today. He couldn't believe his ears. The servant gasped and continued, "Mr. Louis sent a report to the master. I don't know the details, but it involves you." The boy rushed to find Master Kite. "I must speak with father immediately. He knows I befriended a servant." With full confidence, he said, "If I explain, he will forgive Sire. The training can be postponed." But Master Kite coldly uttered a single word, "No." The boy froze. "What?" Master Kite stepped forward with a serious expression, hand gripping the sword hilt. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In the grand hall, Sire Aryan knelt in the center, eyes anxious and fearful, facing the verdict from his master. The master declared coldly, "Sire Aryan, your punishment is death." In the magnificent hall, tension rose as Lion's father, the powerful man seated in the center, carefully read the report from the head steward. Lion bowed his head anxiously while the blue-haired woman, Lena, was full of unease. Lena jumped up, trying to stop her father. She pleaded, "Father, please don't, I haven't finished speaking." But the stern father dismissed her. "What else do I need to hear?" The report was opened. The words inside revealed things that changed the situation. The head steward's report was undeniable evidence. A group of stewards standing below spoke up to confirm. He dared to treat Lion as a friend. Their testimonies matched perfectly. No one could deny it. The blonde-haired young man, Aaron, bowed silently. A harsh voice rang out, "You know the contract terms. What more is there to say?" Aaron looked up, eyes serious. May I ask a question?" Aaron looked straight ahead and asked, "If Lion and I are friends, what will happen to him?" The question stunned the entire hall into silence. The crowd was confused and angrily whispered. Someone shouted, "Is that his question? He should be begging for mercy." Lena was stunned to see Aaron worry about Lion even in the hardest situation. The father gritted his teeth angrily. "How dare you ask me that?" He suddenly stood up, eyes burning. "You really are a foolish commoner. Lion is my son, a noble. He will never be punished for your crime." Contrary to the fury before him, Aaron just slightly bowed his head and smiled softly, calm and confident, as if he had foreseen everything. The blonde-haired boy with a black ribbon, Lion's friend, calmly admitted that they were close friends. He gave a sincere smile in the solemn hall. He continued saying that their relationship had grown close over the past year, and he wanted to maintain it. The stewards behind were all shocked, unable to hide their confusion. Master Ogent, the long-haired man with fiery eyes, was furious. He believed the young boy was belittling the honor of the name Ogent. His anger peaked as he loudly called Steward Louis and ordered the blonde-haired boy to be dealt with. He emphasized that this matter must not leak outside. Lena, the blue-haired girl, suddenly appeared, shouting, "Father, wait!" She tried to stop the master's rash action. However, Master Ogent affirmed that his order was supreme and irreversible. He stressed, "He confessed, so I give the order." Steward's Hans and Louis whispered to each other. Hans was troubled by the harshness of the punishment, but Louis warned of consequences if they disobeyed. Louis quietly said, "This family is everything to us." They understood well that their survival was closely tied to the existence and order of the Ogent family. Louis concluded, "We must protect that and eliminate the seeds of conflict, no matter how small." Both accepted to carry out the master's order. The blonde-haired boy was escorted out of the grand hall. In the blurry light, Louis's words echoed, "You may see it as cruel now, but you will understand." Lena loudly called her younger brother, Lion, with a radiant face but eyes hiding worry. Standing beside her was Lion's father, a stern man with sharp eyes. Hearing the call, Lion turned around. His eyes were full of confusion and caution. Cain, the blue-haired friend, shouted angrily, unwilling to accept. "Who allowed my friend to die?" Lion's father coldly replied, "I did." His eyes shone with authority and immovability. Cain stepped forward to confront, shouting out of injustice. "Being friends with a noble is not a crime." But the father only answered, "Death penalty does not require a major crime. The affairs of nobles are more complicated than you think." Cain roared in rebuttal, "If my friend must die, then what is the meaning of the privileges I receive from being noble?" The father snapped, "You foolish brat. Friends with nobles are never sincere. They approach only for benefits." He pointed at Lion, coldly asking, "Do you think that commoner truly considers you a friend?" Lion bowed his head, heavy-hearted before the accusation. "Then on what basis do you refute?" Cain shouted angrily. "Scion is not that kind of person." He firmly defended his friend. The father coldly interrogated, "Why do you believe that? Show me proof, Lion." Cain was stunned by the demand for evidence. He was confused and embarrassed. His heart was true, but how to prove it? The black-haired man, with a smug smirk, silently calculated. If Cain could not prove it, this game would end. Cain was desperate. He muttered, "That is my heart. How can I prove my heart?" The question pierced deeply into his helplessness. A shadow of thought appeared in Cain's mind. He silently thought, "If I were Scion, surely I could end this with just one answer." Cain trembled, slightly recalling, "If he were Scion, he had once completely seen through me in the previous battle." Cain looked up at Lion, the blond youth with sharp blue eyes. Those eyes had absorbed everything about Cain during their confrontation. Lion, eyes brightly focused to the utmost. Cain called his name in his mind, as if seeking salvation. Cain recalled Sion's words, "Observation only works when you are not obsessed. Look at the whole person, not the fragments." A memory in the silent game guided him. Sion's voice echoed in Cain's head. At that moment, a person's intention becomes clear. The memory of Lion's keen eyes appeared. Cain awakened. He saw the whole picture, his heart no longer confused. The entire picture. Finally, he understood what needed to be done before him. Lion's father was a second-rank noble, head of the Ogent family. He had black hair genes, certified level 4, and was a knight. Lion understood this was no longer a debate between father and son, but a life-or-death duel. 30 minutes earlier, Lion tried to escape Master Kite's prevention to save Scion, the friend in danger. Lion was shocked when Kite doubted his relationship with Scion just because Scion was commoner. He rebutted using Kite's own teachings. With tears and emotional shouts, Lion recalled the lesson from his master. Whoever can speak with a sword deserves friendship. Kite looked straight at Lion, emphasizing that the highest duty of a noble is to protect the family's honor, even if it means cutting off threats. He blamed Lion for choosing a commoner as a friend without considering the consequences, warning him about the responsibility he would bear. Lion rebutted in pain. He clenched his fists, affirming that he was the one who took the initiative to befriend Scion and would not abandon him in hardship. With eyes full of fiery passion, Lion vowed not to be afraid when Scion was in danger, regardless of the consequences. Kite silently watched his student. In his heart, that pure flame was what he had always sought, not creating a perfect swordsman, but something irreplaceable. Kite spoke in a low voice, seeing something encouraging in the young man. He held out the sword before him and said solemnly, "Take it." Cain took the sword from Kite's hand. The old martial master continued, voice full of responsibility, "If you are not ready, do not step forward. But if you hold this sword, understand its meaning." Cain gripped the sword hilt tightly, eyes blazing. He called out, "Master," then lowered his voice with determination, "I will never forget this." Kite tilted his head, looking deeply, advising, "Remember, abandoning a friend is abandoning yourself." Cain's inner voice echoed, "This is a death match of the sword way." He laughed, holding the sword with heroic spirit. "Father, I cannot defeat you yet, but you almost made me fall." Cain shouted with intense emotion, "You need proof. My faith is the proof. I believe we are friends." Cain continued shouting loudly, "I feel that friendship from deep inside." Before him, the master, Lion's father, gritted his teeth in anger. "Do not mock me. This is not a simple family matter." The surrounding nobles began to whisper excitedly. Someone shouted, "The honor of countless noble families is being trampled right now." Lena, Lion's sister, also could not stay silent. She stood up, firmly defending, "I have the right to expel father if he intends to do the same in this house." The maids behind were stunned. Lena called out, "Father." The master stomped his foot, eyes cold as ice. He resolved, if that is necessary to protect a friend. Lion bowed his head, tears silently falling, saying he would leave this place with a smile, even if mocked and driven away. Lion's father, the powerful man, angrily shouted for Lion to draw his sword and swear life or death that Scion was his friend. Lion drew his sword without hesitation, an action that stunned the entire audience. The father was shocked to see his son raise the sword, asking painfully, "Do you really want to point the sword at me?" Facing his father, Lion calmly replied, "This sword is not for you, but a symbol of my faith." Lion's father still refused to accept it, mocking his son as unworthy of friendship with anyone if he could not even get along with his own family. Lion strongly rebutted. His father was wrong. He did not befriend to feel superior, but out of sincerity. Lion loudly affirmed, "Scion is even more outstanding than me." He only wished to help his friend shine where he deserved. Lion's father unleashed his fury on Scion, questioning, "What have you done to my son? Poisoned him with nonsense." Lion immediately responded, "I never did that," then turned to Scion, advising him not to speak, letting him stand up to defend. Cain suddenly turned back upon hearing his name called. The caller was Lion, the blonde-haired close friend with determined eyes. Lion stepped forward, raised his head to face Cain. "You don't have to bear this alone," he said. "I will take responsibility for my part." Memories flooded back. At the moment Lion grasped Cain's hand amid the ruins, Cain sensed he was standing on the boundary between friendship and death. But Lion smiled warmly. "Even if I die today, I will not regret being your friend." A tear welled up at Cain's eye corner. "That's right," he whispered, heart tightening with emotion. Cain looked up, shouting through tears, "I feel the same way." Cain turned to Lion's father, Master Ogent, and declared firmly, "Even if you expel me, we are still friends." Lena smiled gently. "Reason will not win here, because in the end, humans live by emotions." The hall fell silent, only the sound of choking sobs remained. The stewards and gentlemen could not hold back their tears. Everyone had once had a friend like that, someone who never turns their back. Raymond, the one-eyed steward, gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" his eyes full of unease, as if realizing the situation was slipping out of control. From afar came a hearty laugh. Lena recognized her grandfather, Lion's grandfather, appearing with an excited spirit. Lion's grandfather, a muscular man with blue hair, full of vitality, joyfully remarked that old age could still witness something new. He loved the recklessness and intensity of youth. Alan choked up and confessed to Lion, "Even if I die today, I won't regret being your friend." Alan's sincere words moved Lion to tears. He shouted, "I feel the same way." Lion turned to his father, Lord Ogent, and shouted, "Even if I am exiled, I will still be their friend." A hearty laugh rang out. Lion was stunned when he saw his grandfather, Clump Ogent, appear just in time. Clump sat down laughing loudly, excited. At this age, still finding new things. Youth is wonderful. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Everything will be fine, he has arrived." Lord Ogent was surprised. "I thought you would be a few days late." Clump leisurely sat down, humorously complaining, "My old friend prefers young wives over remembering me." Alan was amazed to recognize Clump's identity. A level 3 great swordsman, general of Tormia, and also Lion's grandfather. Clump remained calm amid the chaos, smiling. "I like this place. It reminds me of glorious old days." Lord Ogent worried about the family's honor, but Clump just shrugged. "I'm not sure. It seems everyone has something to say about that kid." Lord Ogent asked who would be the first to express their opinion. The first witness named was the eldest daughter, Lena Ogent. Lena stood up to speak. Although she had only met Scion yesterday, she felt he was a special and talented young man. She affirmed that Scion had done an excellent job, and today was the day he returned to the home he had always longed for. Lena continued to defend Scion. She believed he had no ill intentions toward Lion, so it could not be said that he was harming the family's honor. The old man with blue hair, Clump Ogent, appeared thoughtful, seemingly considering Lena's words. Clump Ogent asked for the opinion of the next prodigy in the family. The second witness was the second son, Lai Ogent. With a scowl, Lai coldly said, "That guy is an idiot." The father, Lord Ogent, seemed pleased with that remark, smiling meaningfully. However, he suddenly said that this whole matter was not related to him. This confused others. When asked why he hated Scion but didn't care about him, Lai replied bluntly, "He just didn't like him, that's all." He also didn't care who Lion played with. Lena sighed helplessly at her own younger brother. Louis, the senior butler, calm, reminded Timurin that they both knew their place, not to give opinions, only to obey. Hans, the assistant with a stern face, agreed with Louis, emphasizing their role was to serve, not judge. Timurin fell silent, only managing to whisper Sion's name, evoking deep emotion or surprise. Louis continued, affirming that Scion had completed all tasks excellently, even ahead of schedule by 6 months. Under pressure from the situation, Hans was embarrassed when Clump Ogent, Lion's grandfather, questioned whether he knew Scion and Lion were friends. Louis admitted he only knew they had become close, but didn't think they were friends. Still, he believed a reckless person couldn't have handled 10,000 books as accurately as Scion did. Lion and his friend, the blue-haired young man, stood side by side, calling Timurin's name with hopeful eyes, as if wanting to help Scion. Lena, Lion's older sister, observed the developments, quietly realizing the situation was clearly changing and no longer unfavorable to Scion. Hans realized his father was the only one still wanting to punish Scion, making him feel embarrassed and hesitant. However, Clump Ogent remained firm in opposition. "Still no, I cannot accept this." The atmosphere became tenser than ever. Lena was shocked when she heard her father, Lord Ogent, call Clump father. It turned out Clump Ogent was her grandfather, something Lena could hardly believe. Lord Ogent hurriedly corrected, saying that only Lion and Scion were allowed to be friends, but nothing more. Everything must stop at that level. He warned that if it continued, rumors would spread and become a political tool against the Ogent family. He emphasized that everyone in the house held positions in the kingdom, especially Lai, who was about to take the official civil service exam. Not only personal honor, but the servants dependent on the family would also be affected if a scandal broke out. He believed Scion was smart enough to understand that. Lena could not immediately refute. Her eyes showed confusion, but clearly there was an internal struggle. Lion gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. He could not accept being forced to give up his friendship with Sire. Clump smiled quietly, thinking, I have been waiting for the moment you dared to stand up like that, Lion. But he still reminded, too many people live relying on this family. Clump and Lord Ogent turned to ask Sire. They assured she would not be punished, but requested she end the relationship here. Sire looked down, voice full of determination. I cannot. The declaration made the whole room fall silent for a moment. Kane and another man stood stunned, their expressions full of shock. The pressure from Lion's decision seemed to shake them mentally. Sire looked at them, face pained and full of despair. He uttered, sir, as if trying to plead or stop something about to happen. Lion turned to Sire, speaking decisively. He affirmed that if he obstructed Lion's path, he would accept it. But if that happened, Lion continued with a resolute gaze. He said he could not consider Sire a friend, because Sire was the true friend. Sire clenched the sword hilt. Words appeared in his mind. If you can understand that, I will do everything you want. A silent and bitter plea. Sire shed tears. Inside him, a weak part silently thought, as long as Sire does not die, that is enough. Tormenting emotions and self-blame surged. Master Kite's teaching echoed in his mind. Abandoning friends is abandoning yourself. Sire understood that, and now Lion understood too. Sire raised the holy cross with a steadfast look. He shouted loudly, this has never been a negotiation, I declare. His determination overcame all barriers. In the great hall, Clump and Lena were simultaneously stunned. They did not expect Sire to dare make such a declaration. Lion's mother rushed over in panic, shouting, Lion, don't, whatever it is, don't do that. Her anxious intervention made the situation even tenser. The sword blade struck the stone floor with great force, producing a sharp clang that echoed throughout the great hall. Lion knelt on one knee, raising the sword before Sire in a solemn ritual that astonished everyone. With a determined gaze, Lion loudly declared his identity, the third son of the Ogent family. He swore to become a loyal sword, serving Sire from this moment on. Lord Ogent was so shocked he was speechless. He only stammered in rising anger. Finally, he shouted angrily, Fool! The yell echoed throughout the mansion. The story shifted to the history of the Kingdom of Tormia, revealing the origin of the Knight's Oath from the founding era. During times of turmoil, King Adolf I unified the lands and established the kingdom, granting power to lords instead of eliminating them. This process was called the Knight's Oath, a symbol of loyalty and conditional transfer of power under the king's authority. Lion smiled triumphantly, challenging his father that he could not oppose the oath just spoken. He knew well, once the oath was given, no one could revoke it. Sire was startled to see Lion kneel down, placing the sword on the ground. He hurriedly grabbed his friend's hand, anxiously asking, Lion, what are you thinking? Lion's grandfather, Clump Ogent, appeared, his sharp eyes looking at his grandson. Seeing Lion hand the sword to Sire, he spoke, Lion, seeing you swear the sword to that kid, I am truly curious. Clump sternly asked directly, do you truly respect him, or does he just seem brilliant compared to your own mediocrity? Before that stern gaze, Lion smiled slightly. He knew exactly what he wanted to say. Lion stood up straight, hand on his chest, declaring firmly, the sword is not for judgment, the sword is only for protection. Sire was silent, then burst into an emotional laugh. Those around also smiled, seemingly swept up by that intense spirit. Clump burst into hearty laughter. Viwahaha, I've never seen anyone as childish as you, Lion. He stepped closer to Lion and Sire, still laughing loudly. If that is your answer, I pity your friend for receiving a dull sword. Clump approached and placed his hand on Sire's shoulder, his eyes softening. It's all over now. Sire, though your hair needs trimming, you are not a traitor. Sire bowed his head slightly, eyes closed with deep respect. He clearly understood the meaning of the trust Clump had just given. Lion smiled gently, thanking everyone for allowing him and his friend to continue being friends. Clump stepped forward, declaring that Lion and Sire had become sworn friends for life, inseparable. He ordered Louis to send a carriage to fetch Sire's parents. The scene astonished everyone in the great hall. Some chuckled softly, unable to believe this was true. Sire silently looked up at the sky, pondering the noble world, where everything was so confusing for an ordinary person like him. Sire laughed heartily, shouting loudly in relief after what had just happened. Finally, everything was all right. Sire rolled excitedly, telling Lion that everyone's expressions at that moment were funny, but he worried because Lion had sworn to dedicate his life as a knight. Lion responded seriously, I did not swear because I am your friend. Lion explained that he was different from his older brother. Sire had a strange charm that made people willingly follow, and Lion had chosen such a person to dedicate his life to. Sire blushed, embarrassed by that frank statement. He stammered, calling Lion's words unreasonable. However, Sire quickly joked back, saying if Lion wanted to protect him, he needed to be better with the sword. The words hit Lion right in the heart, leaving him speechless. Lion hung his head sadly when asked by the blonde-haired friend. He choked up because the question touched on a painful point, his defeat in the sword duel. Lion's sister suddenly stormed in, eyes blazing, questioning her brother. Lion, is it true you lost to Siren in a sword duel? Lion lay sprawled on the ground, nose bleeding. The blonde-haired friend asked worriedly. Lion's sister coldly ordered, "Get out." She entered the room while conveying information from the opposing faction, announcing that their father and grandfather were reconsidering the future of the two brothers after Lion's knight's oath. She stated bluntly, the two must study at Kaizen's Sword Academy. She had heard Siren was very talented with the sword. Siren was surprised when she declared, "You are part of the family now." Her family would heavily invest in his talent. Lion strongly opposed, shouting, "Why school? I just became normal friends with Siren." She kicked Lion hard, making him roll on the ground, scolding, "You are still too childish. You reap what you sow." Lion continued yelling, "Siren doesn't want to learn swordsmanship. He wants to be a mage. He has already entered the spirit zone." Lion's sister was stunned to learn that Siren could enter the spirit zone. She suddenly realized and sneered sarcastically, "So you lost to a mage in a sword duel?" Lion shouted angrily, tears welling up from being mocked. He harshly insulted his sister. "Is there any knight worse than you? Get out of my room, old hag." Siren suddenly woke up in anger, shouting at the person standing before him as old hag. He bitterly questioned, "Is there any knight worse than you?" Then loudly kicked her out of the room. Recalling the battle, Siren and Lion faced each other in the spirit zone. Their two swords clashed, glowing brightly, while Siren analyzed that he could foresee all of Lion's moves thanks to his heightened senses. The blue-haired sister named Lena appeared impressed. She nodded in agreement that the tactic was reasonable, since the energy density in the spirit zone was very high, making it possible to sense movements. Siren felt a bit shy at the compliment. Lena continued excitedly explaining that the more energy concentrated in the spirit zone, the stronger the fighter becomes, and maintaining that state during a sword fight is very impressive. Lion could only force a smile, scratching his head embarrassed. Lena silently thought that with such a shy personality, her little brother would never get a girlfriend. Lena enthusiastically said she would discuss with their grandfather about letting Siren learn to be a mage, but still insisted he must enter the swordsman school. Siren anxiously asked what would happen to Master Kite then. Lena calmly replied that Master Kite had been informed since yesterday. His contract had ended, and this morning he had said his goodbyes. Siren went silent as he looked at his sword. The clack sound echoed like marking the end of an old chapter. He whispered, eyes shining with sorrow, "Master." Far away on a quiet snowy forest path, Master Kite walked alone carrying a small luggage. He left silently with no one to see him off. In the mansion, a butler reported that Siren's parents had arrived and were waiting in the living room. The head of the household wished for him to meet them. Hearing that his parents were waiting, Siren immediately brightened and replied, "I'm coming right now." He dashed down the stairs, causing the butlers to panic and run after him. One worriedly reminded, "Be careful, these stairs are very steep, young Master Siren." Siren turned back with a bright smile, telling them not to call him young master because he was not nobility. The butlers were startled. "Please don't say that, we don't want to lose our heads," Siren casually said. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," both butlers said in unison. "That's not the point." Siren stopped before the door labeled living room, where his parents were waiting. He opened the door and was stunned, his heart pounding as he saw the familiar figures of his parents. "Father, mother," Siren shouted, then rushed into the room, and they also exclaimed in surprise, "Siren." Without hesitation, Siren ran to embrace his parents in an emotional hug. Feeling their bodies had clearly grown thinner, Siren thought to himself, "They've lost so much weight, they must have been so worried they couldn't eat." His father tried to smile, eyes moist. "Don't worry, we've been eating well, but why did you call us here? If your business is done, you should go home." Siren asked again, "They're not forcing me to stay, are they?" His father immediately replied, "No, they gave you a very good opportunity." Vincent and Alina were stunned when they heard Siren mention an opportunity. They didn't understand what was happening. Siren smiled brightly, preparing to tell his parents about what he had just experienced. Vincent and Alina listened attentively, their faces still full of doubt. Vincent frowned, his eyes tense as he began to realize what Siren was about to say. Siren happily recounted that he had made friends with a noble son while working in the library. He even received a knight's oath from that friend. Vincent couldn't believe it. He stood up abruptly, his face serious, intending to say something important to his son. Unable to hold back any longer, Vincent shook Siren hard and shouted. He thought his son was delusional or being forced into something. Vincent hugged Siren tightly, pained, thinking that the noble family had ruined his son. Alina hurriedly intervened, calling his name. A knock on the door sounded, and someone outside called Master Siren, cutting through the tense atmosphere in the room. The door opened. The current head of the Ogent family, Bishop Ogent, entered with a cold demeanor. Alongside him were Lion and Lena. Lion introduced himself as Siren's sword, while Lena smiled and greeted the Aryan family. Sion's family bowed respectfully before the nobles in the great hall. The father spoke politely, admitting they were unfamiliar with the noble class. The three opposite them, including Lion's father, silently received them. Sion's father was horrified upon hearing the Ogent family's decision. His mouth dropped open, both shocked and fearful. Sion's mother also could not hide her embarrassment. The scene at the banquet table appeared dazzlingly magnificent. Sion's family was invited to dine with the nobles in a luxurious setting with dozens of exquisite dishes. All three were amazed by the extravagance. Confused by the countless plates and forks, Sion's parents awkwardly didn't know where to start. The father whispered in despair, while the mother fumbled counting the forks on the table. After the feast, Sion's family was still stunned. They sat together drinking tea, speaking words of thanks but their minds drifting elsewhere, wondering, did all that just really happen? The room was filled with tense silence. The nobles sat opposite Sion's family, their faces serious. Sion and his parents sat quietly, anxious under their scrutinizing gaze. Sion's father gripped his trembling teacup tightly. He admitted he did not fully understand the knight's oath, but he could not explain why a noble family would treat a woodcutter's family so well. He mustered all his courage to voice his suspicion. Though grateful that his son was treated kindly, he still could not believe that a noble son like Lion would sincerely swear an oath for Sion. Lion's father, a stern man, admitted he had also worried about that. However, he affirmed that the Ogent family was a family of loyal swordsmen who valued their oaths above all else. Seeing Sion's family's trembling attitude, he continued. He reassured them that if anything was to be hurt, it would only be Lion's honor, never contempt for Sion's family. Bishop Ogent, head of the Ogent house, gently but authoritatively requested Sion's family not to feel uncomfortable with the use of titles within the house. He also affirmed he would cover all expenses for Sion. Lion's grandfather burst out praising his son for rarely saying anything right. The bishop looked embarrassed and asked his father to be quiet. Lion, sitting nearby, thoughtfully realized that the Ogent family's decision, though cold, was for the family's honor, and that principles and pride always go hand in hand. While the entire family was accepting a commoner like Sion, Lena, Lion's older sister, understood this was difficult, but looking around she knew no one refused to bear that responsibility. Lion smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up to show the family spirit. No one feared this challenge. Bishop Ogent went straight to the point of the meeting. Sion had the ability to enter the spirit zone, something few could achieve by effort. It was an innate talent. He also acknowledged Sion's desire to become a mage. The bishop affirmed that the fastest way to obtain an unofficial certificate was to study at one of the kingdom's top 5 academies, the Alphea's Magic Academy. He added, although it was not mandatory to attend school to become a mage, not doing so could cause trouble. In the eyes of the Ogent family, Alphea's was prestigious enough. Lion's grandfather subtly reminded his son to be careful with his words. Sion's father, still tense, softly said, "Ah, right," after hearing about his son studying magic. When the bishop confirmed that if Sion graduated from the Magic Academy, he would become a mage, his father was stunned, eyes wide, shouting loudly, "My son will become a mage." Still, the scene of Sion's father shouting in surprise. The truth about his son's incredible future shocked and excited him at once. Sion's parents were stunned upon hearing that he might enroll in the magic school. They couldn't believe their ears, their son, a mage. The father trembled, voicing the biggest issue, Sion's social status. How could a commoner enter a noble school? A black-haired gentleman and a blue-haired man were having a serious discussion. They confirmed only noble descendants are admitted to the magic school. However, there was still one way. The blue-haired man strongly proposed a solution, to adopt Sion as a member of the Ogent family. Sion's father was utterly shocked by the unimaginable proposal. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. They had prepared everything. Petro Ogent, a relative without children, would become the legal father on paper. They reassured that it was only formal. Sion would still be his son. The father was moved thinking about his son becoming a noble, but deep inside, he felt as if he was about to lose an irreplaceable part. Pain surged within him. "It's as if they are taking my son away." He desperately looked at Sion, begging him to say something. Sion silently looked at him. For a moment their eyes met, full of emotion and hesitation. Sion said nothing, only quietly held his father's hand. That small gesture spoke 1,000 words, like an apology and also a silent farewell. Sion gripped his father's hand tightly, eyes resolute. He could not accept what was about to happen. Sion stood up and vehemently opposed. He clearly stated he was the child of his parents and could not be adopted by others. The father was confused, calling his son's name anxiously. Lena smiled reassuringly, explaining that the adoption was only nominal. Lena gently persuaded Sion. Nothing would change. He would still be himself, only given the chance to become a noble to pursue his dreams. Sion firmly replied. If he had to change fathers to become a noble, he would rather live as a commoner. Kite angrily stood up, shouting, "Commoners cannot enter the magic academy." Sion remained firm. "Then I won't go." Sion's father snapped. "Then you cannot become a mage." Sion coldly responded, "I will not be a mage." Everyone was stunned. Both his mother and friends did not expect Sion to give up so easily. Kite shouted angrily, emphasizing that the world was not as simple as Sion thought. One must know sacrifice to achieve success. Kite questioned, "Or have you never truly been serious about that dream?" His eyes were full of anger and disappointment. Clump Ogent, Lion's grandfather, was angry, clenching his fists upon hearing those words, but still admitted, "That might be true." Sion's father, once strong, now could not hold back tears. He was moved hearing his son speak about his parents' gratitude. With determined eyes, Sion expressed that all his dreams originated from his parents. If his parents were the roots, then he was the fruit nurtured from them. Memories flooded back. Sion recalled his childhood with family. It was his mother who taught him to read, his father who took him everywhere, nurturing dreams and knowledge. Sion continued, "The opportunity to join the Ogent family, all was created by my parents." He deeply understood their silent sacrifices. Amid a storm of emotions, Sion embraced his father. He believed no opportunity could compare to the countless things his parents had done for him. In a gentle but resolute voice, Sion said, "If I must leave my roots, I will wither and die." He rejected everything not belonging to family bonds. The entire room fell silent. Clump, Bishop, and Lena were all stunned by Sion's sincere and decisive words. The emotion spread widely. Clump Ogent stood silently. He sensed no deceit nor hypocrisy. What he felt was absolute honesty. With a pleading voice, Sion's father bowed deeply before Clump. "Please adopt our son, I beg you." Lion stood frozen, his eyes full of confusion as Sion's father spoke. "Father," he uttered unconsciously. The atmosphere grew tense as Mr. Aryan, with a serious expression, interrupted the noble who was trying to offer a neutral opinion. "I understand, Mr. Aryan, but we must consider Sion's opinion." Before he could finish, Mr. Aryan cut him off, his voice hoarse as if carrying the weight of many years of hidden secrets. "Sire." Mr. Aryan bowed his head, his face contorted with intense emotion. In anger and despair, he shouted loudly, "Is not our biological child?" The confession was like a sharp knife cutting through all emotions. Darkness fell over the scene, reflecting the indelible heaviness in the minds of those present. The truth was revealed, a secret buried for many years. Vincent suddenly blurted out a painful truth that stunned the entire room. He and his wife could not have children. Bowing his head in sorrow, Vincent recounted that they found Sion in a stable one night, a child of noble blood. A blue-haired man and his wife were both shocked. He believed he was unworthy of accepting Sion as his son and hoped the boy would be adopted by the nobility where he truly belonged. A black-haired, scruffy-bearded man thoughtfully said that Sion being adopted by the nobility was like returning to his true roots. Lion, the blonde boy, also began to suspect. He realized Sion was completely unlike his parents. The black-haired man confirmed this. Vincent's words were tantamount to giving up his right to be a father. Sion shouted in shock, questioning Vincent about what he was doing. With red-rimmed eyes, Sion painfully asked why his father said such things without telling him beforehand. Vincent could only lower his head and apologize, saying it was time for Sion to know the truth. Sion choked up. "Father thinks I didn't know." He said the only reason he never asked was because he always wanted to believe, like any other child, that he had only one father and one mother. The foster father exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. He couldn't understand why everything had pushed Sion to become the child of 6 parents. Sion shed tears, choking out words. He couldn't bear that his father gave up his dreams for him. With all the pent-up pain, Sion yelled, "I haven't given up yet." He believed he could keep trying without sacrificing his father's dreams. Sion looked at his father with tearful, hurt eyes. "Why do you think I want to be abandoned again?" The father trembled as he held Sion's hand. He fell silent, realizing he had unintentionally pushed his son to the brink of despair. Overcome with emotion, he hugged Sion tightly. "I'm sorry, Sion. I never wanted to give up on you." Tears streaming down, the father bowed his head. "Please forgive this foolish father. You mean everything to me." The whole room fell silent. From above, the scene of father and son embracing appeared under the splendid lights, full of emotion. Everyone around witnessed that moment. Mr. Clump, with eyes full of fatherly experience, softly said, "Sometimes for our children we end up hurting them. Being a father is not easy." Raymond sighed, tiredly resting his hand on his forehead. "You're right. I raised 4 children alone. I understand that better than anyone." Sion silently shed tears. In front of him, the black-haired man, Bishop Ogent, thoughtfully raised his hand to his forehead, as if struggling internally. Sion tried to stay calm, but tears still streamed down. He stood straight, speechless, eyes looking forward. Bishop Ogent admitted that not every student was admitted to Alphea's school because of status. His son, Lai, urged him to use his influence to help Sion. Bishop Ogent refused. He called himself an old-fashioned dinosaur, believing he couldn't persuade Alpheus, who was just as stubborn as he was. Sion's father earnestly asked again, thinking Alpheus might owe Bishop some favor, but his eyes were still full of worry. However, with a determined smile, Sion's father declared, although he was a principled man, he could be as stubborn as Alpheus. Bishop Ogent chuckled softly. Perhaps he realized that stubbornness once made him the family head, and now it was repeating in the next generation. The scene outside Ogent's mansion appeared. Under the blue sky, Sion's father admitted that stubbornness once forced him to succeed as family head. Thanks to Bishop Ogent's kindness, Sion's parents were allowed to stay in the mansion. They had 3 happy days together before Lion departed for Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. In the final warm moment, Sion's father still felt guilty. Meanwhile, Sion, with a gentle smile, told himself that his father would have to worry about him for a few more years. Sion smiled brightly, lying face down on the bed, his eyes sparkling with joy as he chatted with Lion. Lion leaned back, laughing loudly, his face radiant in a rare, joyful moment between 2 close friends. 3 days later, Lion stood alone in front of the academy gate, the gentle wind fluttering his long cloak, signaling a new turning point. In the schoolyard, Lion turned his head, his eyes moist and face choked with emotion, trying to hold back his feelings. Sion burst into tears, trying to shout loudly to hide his weakness. "Don't cry, Lion," but he was the one breaking down. Sion lamented fate, wishing to enroll in the same year as Lion. He didn't want to be separated, as if being torn apart. Lion explained that he wasn't even sure he would be admitted to the academy, promising to write often and meet during holidays. Lion turned back when he heard Sion call his name. Sion's hand gently rested on his shoulder, conveying connection and an unspoken farewell. Sion emotionally shouted, "You have to become a mage. I will become the strongest knight to protect you." A girl with long blue hair wearing a red hat suddenly hit Sion on the head, shouting, "Graduate first. You're the one we worry about the most." Sion bowed his head in thanks, expressing deep gratitude to Lena before leaving. Lena watched him go, thinking silently that Sion was truly special, very different from his initially innocent appearance. She realized Sion was not just a good boy, but someone who held firm ideals in difficult circumstances. Lena smiled softly, intending to say something to Sion when he graduated, but then she told herself that thought was silly. Sion was about to enter the world of magic, a completely different realm. She brushed away the thought and encouraged Sion to do his best. Before parting, Lena asked him to take care of Lion. Lena said goodbye to everyone with a bright smile. Lion beside her appeared confused and shy. Sion turned back and waved to his father, who stood seeing him off by the carriage door with hopeful eyes. The wheels began to move. The sound of horses' hooves echoed on the stone ground, signaling a new beginning. The carriages rolled forward, carrying Sion and other students toward the future, where the magical world awaited. Sion was surprised and turned around when he heard someone call his name loudly from behind. He quickly leaned out the carriage window, eyes searching for the source of the familiar call. From another carriage, Lion Ogent leaned out shouting passionately, "When you get into the magic school, show them all how strong you are." Hearing those words, the corners of Sion's mouth curved into a determined smile. Sion laughed heartily, stretching out and shouting back, "You too, Lion." The names of the 2 boys appeared, Lion Ogent and Sion Arian, a blazing encounter of 2 young souls. The carriage gradually disappeared behind the trees. This moment marked the end of the old world they once knew. On the windowsill, a mother bird gently tended her nest. The chirping of baby birds echoed in the peaceful morning. The mother bird spread her wings and flew into the blue sky, free and unrestrained. Below, the magnificent school gradually appeared, Alphea's magic school, where a new journey was about to begin. Clump sat opposite, looking worried after 30 minutes of waiting. He spoke with expectation. Would the waiting time bring the answer he hoped for? The person opposite, Alphea's principal Murhi, calmly replied. He affirmed that Clump's request was beyond his authority, despite their 50 years of friendship. Clump reacted sharply, recalling the past, what he had done for Alphea's when they were young. The atmosphere became more intense, but Alphea's only smiled subtly. Alphea's reminded that the Academy's special selection process was not for nobles to exploit to solve their problems. The system had its own principles and was not influenced by pleas. Frustration rose within Clump. He silently blamed Alphea's, calling him a sly old man for making him wait half an hour only to be bluntly refused. However, Clump changed his tone. He smiled softly, saying this time was completely different. What he wanted to say was special and worthwhile. Clump reassured his friend. He had no intention of sending an incompetent person. That person was a close friend of his youngest grandson and very special. When asked how that person was special, Clump replied with a serious look, "I felt as if I had met you again when you were young." Alpheus slowly sipped his tea, then asked, if the boy was so talented, why not let him participate in the regular selection? Or was there another reason? Clump pondered, then spoke heavily. There is a big reason. He revealed that boy was not a noble. The blue-haired man, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance, paused while drinking tea. His face showed surprise and suspicion, as if he had just realized something important. "Don't tell me it's," he thought, a feeling of unease creeping in. Opposite him, Alphea's principal Murhi, an old man with long white hair and sharp golden eyes, gently raised his teacup and spoke seemingly casually. "The blonde boy with blue eyes, right?" The words silenced the room for a moment. A mystery seemed to be gradually unfolding related to Scion Aryan. The blonde-haired boy smiled, facing the blue-haired friend. Even knowing he might die today, he still affirmed he had no regrets about becoming that person's friend. The voice of an older person sounded, exclaiming, "That boy was eloquent, smart enough to move even the elders emotionally." Recalling when they offered to adopt him, the boy said with determined eyes, if separated from his roots, he would wither and die. The man with blue hair laughed loudly, unable to believe he refused the chance to become a noble. Principal Alphea sat thoughtfully, commenting that the boy understood the nature of cause and effect. The blue-haired man continued, "No tree can live without roots," then sighed knowing how many people have lost their way by not understanding this. A symbolic image appeared, a person standing on a high rock peak, and when the base of the rock was cut off, the entire foundation began to collapse. The principal continued thoughtfully, "He never compromises on what he believes is right." Then turning to his old friend, he asked, "Does he remind you of yourself in your youth?" Alpheas recalled, "When a person refuses to compromise, they can inspire with integrity, but also easily become a judge of others." The blue-haired man agreed, "It is indeed a dangerous matter." He clicked his tongue softly, his eyes deep in thought. Principal Alpheas raised his teacup, his gaze solemnly fixed on the blue-haired man opposite him. He quietly said, "So, you still cannot forgive yourself?" He continued, gently comforting that the other had done his best, nurturing many talents. But Alpheas only smiled sadly. "It is pride that does not allow me to forgive myself." Alpheas looked out the large window where the Alpheas Academy quietly stood under the morning sun. He confessed, "I founded this school so that no child would have to become what I once was." Alpheas's voice became serious. "If that boy reminds the other of him in youth, how can one ensure he will not walk a dangerous path?" The blue-haired man was silent for a moment, then honestly said, "You are a genius, Alpheas, a rare one in a century." He recalled, Alpheas was once called the light of the Murhi family, then slid down a wrong path. But from that abyss, Alpheas rose strongly. Both laughed, the other teased. "No one expected you to become an old principal in a remote town," and they laughed heartily in the warm light. The blue-haired man looked at Alpheas standing up with deep respect. In his heart, he understood. The man before him was no ordinary person. Alpheas stood by the window, his shadow silent. He spoke solemnly, "No effect exists without a cause." The blue-haired man smiled, pouring more tea. "Perhaps it is fate. That boy, you have met him before. Who would have thought 4 years later he would return to meet you this way?" Principal Alpheas looked out the window, smiling slightly, saying he did not believe in fate, but a thought still crept into his heart. A talent blocked by class, yet after 4 years that boy returned standing before him. Could this be fate? And then he made an important decision. Scion will be admitted to the academy. Spring, 3 months later, a carriage rolled along the peaceful village road, heading toward the familiar home. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Scion called out loudly, "Mom, Dad." He appeared radiant in new clothes, officially turning 17 years old. Scion's mother hugged her son tightly, choked up. "We will miss you so much." Scion smiled reassuringly. "I will write home often." During the farewell, Scion anxiously asked his mother about his new hairstyle. His mother reassured him it was the current fashionable style suggested by Lady Lena. His father reminded him of something Scion had yet to do. Scion frowned in protest. "Dad, I'm already 17, no need to kiss me anymore." But he remained determined. And then, before Scion's helplessness, his father placed a tender kiss on his forehead. That was how he sent his son off on his journey. Scion's father hugged his son tightly in warm arms. He proudly said, "Come here, I am proud of you, my son." Before leaving the village, Scion asked his father if he was sure he wanted to stay, since the Ogent family had prepared a house in the city. His father snapped lightly, "No more of that. I am a woodcutter, Scion. My roots are here in these mountains." Scion's parents still refused the living allowance offered by the Ogent family, even though Scion had declined the help many times. They wanted to keep their dignity and avoid troubling their son. Although Scion's acceptance into the magic school should have been a great pride, his father never told anyone in the village. Scion understood the deeper reason. His parents did not want their presence in the city to affect or cause trouble for him. When the carriage took him to school, an elderly butler respectfully announced, "This carriage will take you to the school." Scion beamed and waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad," his eyes full of excitement and determination. The carriage began rolling along the forest road. Scion recalled, "And so, my first day at the magic school began." Inside the carriage, the atmosphere became awkward. Siren and the elderly butler, Mr. Timurin, sat facing each other, neither speaking. Only the creaking and rattling of the wheels echoed. Timurin gently called, "Master Siren." The carriage door opened with a solemn clack sound. Timurin took Siren's hand as they stepped down from the carriage. Siren eagerly looked around as Timurin announced, "We have arrived." Before them stood the grand gate engraved with Alphea's School of Magic. The magnificent school appeared under bright light, where Siren's new journey officially began. Timurin, the butler who brought Siren to the academy, announced he would cover all enrollment fees and study supplies for him. He advised Siren that the only thing he needed to do was study hard. Siren bowed his head to thank Timurin, expressing gratitude for the previous help. He admitted that it was thanks to Timurin that he could stand here today. Siren bowed respectfully, promising never to forget the kindness Timurin had shown him. Timurin suddenly said bluntly, "No matter how high you fly, you are still a commoner. You will not become a noble." Siren paused, confused by the stern reminder. Timurin looked at Siren seriously. Though his words were somewhat cold, his eyes still held silent concern. Timurin emphasized that the opportunity Siren received was rare, one no one else would have. But once entering the academy, he would face harsh looks from others. Timurin smiled encouragingly, advising Siren to ignore those who looked down on him. If he could do that, he would safely get through his academy years. Siren was moved and promised to strive to graduate as a mage. Timurin nodded and led him up the steps to complete the enrollment procedures. Siren looked up at Alphea's academy, known as the Cradle of Geniuses, with eyes full of hope and curiosity. He wondered what he would learn and who he would meet here. The loud chants and steady footsteps of the student team echoed. "Your safety is our top priority," welcoming Siren with a formal and impressive ceremony. Alphea's Magic Academy appeared magnificent under the morning sun, with distant shouts of salute, a solemn, welcoming ritual. Inside the academy, Siren, the blonde-haired boy, had just been escorted to his place. The man in the brown hat advised him to write letters if he needed anything. Siren politely thanked him. When the escort left, Siren stood in the vast hall, confused, wondering if anyone would come to pick him up. His heart pounded with excitement. Then he decided to explore on his own. Siren came across the class assignment board. The school was divided into 3 levels: novice, advanced, and senior. There were a total of 420 students, but only 30 were admitted to the senior class. As he read further, Siren was stunned to discover that only 10 students graduated each year, an incredibly harsh rate. A voice suddenly came from behind. "You are Siren, right?" He turned around, surprised to recognize the person speaking to him. "Principal," Siren greeted joyfully. It was Alphea's Murhi, the academy principal who had met him before. He smiled kindly. "Do you still remember me?" Siren bowed in gratitude. "I have always treasured what you taught me before." Alpheus placed his hand on Siren's shoulder and suggested they take a walk to talk more. On the way, Alpheus informed him that he needed to take an entrance test. Siren was worried as he had never studied anything before. However, Alpheus reassured him, "It's just a way to place you in the right class." Alpheus asked if Siren could enter the spirit zone. When Siren confidently answered, "Yes," the principal's eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. "Oh my, that's special." Principal Alpheus Murhi was amazed and silently admired that Siren had independently mastered the spirit zone. He regretted not being able to teach him earlier. Though late, Alpheus was determined to guide Siren through the basic foundations. He chose not to take him to the testing area for 10-year-olds to avoid hurting his pride. He began leading Siren on a tour of the academy. The two entered a large, magnificent building. Siren suddenly saw a student controlling a flying book passing by, which made him confused and amazed. The principal introduced the classroom area, where students from Class X to Class VIII studied, also called the novice area. The classroom scene overwhelmed Siren. Students floated in the air, skillfully using magic midair. Novice students were playing, reading books, playing magical dice, and even caring for pets, all using magic naturally. Siren was astonished to see all students using magic. Alpheus just smiled and replied that the place they were going to was much more different. They entered the advanced class area, where students from Class VII to Class IV studied. The space here exuded solemnity and intellect. Siren looked around with admiration. The students here seemed to be studying at a higher level, and the atmosphere became noticeably more serious. Siren sensed the academy's atmosphere was very different. The students around him, though of the same age, were discussing complex scientific and magical concepts that overwhelmed him. Hearing about rotating the time axis instead of revering energy direction, Siren was extremely confused. All theories suddenly became a foreign language to him. A loud explosion suddenly sounded behind Siren. In that moment, he felt awakened by the chaotic reality here. Smoke billowed thickly, students coughed harshly. A red-haired girl stood amid the smoke, awkwardly raising her hand to greet the approaching principal. Principal Alpheus smiled gently. The red-haired girl admitted she had erred trying to amplify sound, and Siren was shocked to realize no one seemed to care about the explosion. Alpheus explained that the input and output of magic were unbalanced, and the girl happily thanked him, eager to try again immediately. Siren panicked at the principal's seemingly routine tolerance. Among the bustling students busy with knowledge and magic, Siren stood amazed. He silently thought he had truly stepped into a completely different world. Siren Arian and Principal Alpheus Murhi entered the grand hall. Siren marveled at the magnificent architecture, his heart full of hope and excitement. He walked while observing his surroundings. Students in red and black uniforms were gathering, chatting, exchanging knowledge, their eyes shining with passion and enthusiasm. A red-haired girl wearing glasses and the academy uniform was excitedly performing a sound amplification spell. She was so absorbed that she didn't realize the volume had exceeded the limit. The amplified sound echoed throughout the hall, causing many students to cough violently and chaos to erupt. Siren was startled, clearly sensing the difference in this learning environment. The red-haired girl awkwardly apologized and tried to explain the mistake in her experiment. She was known as the red-haired girl with glasses, a student who loved researching magic but sometimes lacked control. Principal Alpheus smiled kindly, commenting that she had not properly balanced the input and output of the magic. He advised her to adjust her energy accordingly. The red-haired girl with glasses happily gave a thumbs-up in thanks and decided to try again. Siren was stunned because everyone around seemed to consider this normal. He realized that what seemed dangerous in his old environment was taken for granted here. This academy was truly a completely different world. Siren continued walking through the hall. Groups of students were discussing complex spells, leaving him both overwhelmed and excited. Among the dynamic crowd, Siren felt like an outsider, but at the same time he saw his goal more clearly. This was the place he had to rise to belong to. The blond boy, Siren, looked up at the high ceiling with bright eyes and a pounding heart. He wanted to start over, compete, and prove his worth. Determined to rise, Siren silently shouted his desire to overcome everything to become the best. He called Amy's name, eager to catch up with her. Siren froze when he confirmed Amy was Amy Carmes, the top student in the entire academy. Before him, the red-haired girl appeared holding a notebook, exuding a cold demeanor. But at that moment, painful memories surged back, making Siren's heart tremble. The fear of being suffocated from the past rose fiercely. Amy Carmes also felt something unusual. Her heart raced when facing Siren, someone who made her more confused than she expected. In his memories, Siren had been bullied, pressured, and mercilessly beaten by bigger kids. He was weak, lonely, and looked down upon. A red-haired woman, unfamiliar, appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, her presence authoritative. She stood there like a judge. On the floor lay those who had bullied him, now collapsed. Siren stood there, small amid the ruins. A voice shouted, questioning, "Where did you learn magic?" The red-haired woman yelled, her eyes blazing with anger. She could not accept the truth that someone from a lowly background could wield magic. In the present, Amy Carmes looked at Siren. Her face softened, carrying complex emotions, sympathy, curiosity, and something like admiration. Amy Carmes glanced sharply, her gaze full of caution. It seemed something had just caught her attention. The orange-haired friend called out loudly upon seeing Amy stride quickly toward the main corridor. Both hurried through the academy, causing others to turn and look. A blond male student, quiet in demeanor, tried to avoid others' eyes. Inside, he just hoped no one would notice him. Amy and her orange-haired friend passed through the corridor, unintentionally walking past the boy hiding in the shadows. The orange-haired friend immediately took notice. She whispered excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she mentioned the boy who had just passed by. Amy tilted her head thoughtfully. She felt that face was strangely familiar, though she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. The orange-haired friend teased Amy, thinking she had fallen for him, but Amy denied it immediately, affirming she was just trying to recall a memory. The two girls strode forward while the orange-haired friend continued teasing. "You're falling for him?" Amy annoyedly denied it. The introduction revealed Amy Carmes, top of the advanced class. Amy was the most outstanding and excellent student in the class. Everyone in the academy admired her, but no one knew the dark past she had hidden. And now, the only one who knew that past, the blond male student, was trembling as he entered the academy, followed by a long, white-haired man who seemed to be a lecturer. The building with ancient architecture, bathed in golden sunlight, was the location of the Magic Academy's third test. Inside, young candidates anxiously awaited their turn. Principal Alpheus Murhi and the blonde-haired teacher entered the room, noticing the test was still ongoing. Alpheus smiled softly, telling his companion to carefully observe how the candidates performed. This was a good opportunity to learn. A brown red-haired boy named Kami stepped into the magic circle before a panel of 5 mages seated on a high platform. The magical symbols on the floor would reveal their meaning when the examinee entered the spirit zone. Through sensing and reactions, the panel would analyze the candidate's spiritual power. Alpheus advised his companion to answer all questions honestly during the test. The blond young man smiled, showing admiration. Truly amazing. A blond judge asked Kami, "Can you use magic?" The boy nodded confidently. Kami happily replied that he could make objects float. The judges laughed with delight and asked him to enter the spirit zone. Kami closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. He quietly confirmed, "I have entered." The judge continued, "What is the farthest number you see?" A question aimed at measuring the spread and depth of the boy's spirit. Kami stood before the panel, receiving his first test result. His spirit zone had a diameter of 6 meters. The testing room buzzed with excitement. From the audience seats, Principal Alpheus explained to Siren that this meant a spirit radius of 6 meters, a notable figure. A judge asked Kami about the most prominent color he sensed. Kami immediately answered, "Deep red, everything is blazing red." The panel quickly noted, "Pulsar," a term for those with strong spiritual particle activity like light and fire. When asked about images in the spirit realm, Kami confirmed seeing a large tower on the left side, a significant trait indicating left brain dominance. A purple-haired judge asked about temperature sensations. Kami felt hot and said he was sweating, a common trait in those with fluctuating spiritual power. The judge thanked and praised Kami. He left the testing room feeling relieved and confident. The judges discussed the quality of this year's students. They mentioned Mike, who had a spirit zone of 12 meters, double Kami's, surprising everyone. They agreed that Kami had outstanding combat ability, but needed to improve his physical strength. The name Siren Arian was called next. Principal Alpheus placed a hand on Siren's shoulder, advising him to do his best without worry. A group of judges observed Siren Arian, the special candidate personally recommended by the principal. They whispered their considerations: unclear background, somewhat old to start learning magic, and even borrowing the title guest of the Ogent family. The record stated, Siren Arian, 17 years old, is a guest of the Ogent family. Although lacking a prestigious background, the judges acknowledged he had great development potential. One purple-haired judge with glasses commented, although Siren might be special in the outside world, in the academy he would face fierce competition. He gently asked, "Siren, can you cast any magic?" Siren answered honestly, "I cannot learn any magic yet." This caused an unusual silence. A blonde judge interjected skeptically, "Most can perform some minor tricks without training." Principal Alpheus Murray silently confirmed this. He asserted, "Magic is drawn from what one already knows, and Siren, someone not educated like noble descendants, clearly lacks that foundation." Alpheus continued explaining to the council, "Noble descendants are taught many things, so magic comes to them naturally. Siren does not have that advantage." Then, he asked him to step into the magic circle to check the spirit zone. Siren gently nodded when asked if he could enter the spirit zone. "I can," he answered decisively. A judge sighed in relief, thinking, at least the council had not completely become victims of the privileged children problem. Siren entered the spirit zone. A surge of spiritual energy from him rose fiercely, covering the entire circle, creating a soft but powerful light effect. Suddenly, a pillar of radiant energy lightning shot down from above. Siren stood still at the center of the formation, his aura emanating strength that amazed all the judges at his hidden power. Siren opened his eyes in the mystical space filled with glowing, floating symbols. His eyes were full of wonder. Finally, he saw what other mages had seen before. A blonde-haired judge, name unknown, temporarily called Blonde Judge, asked, "Now, Siren, tell us the farthest number you can see." Siren stood silently in the magic circle, his eyes half closed, seemingly sensing something beyond sight. Another judge laughed. "Oh ho ho, looks like the boy is a bit shy." Principal Alpheus Murray reassured Siren in a calm voice. "Don't be afraid, just be honest. This is not a ranking test, only to determine the most suitable class for you." Siren awkwardly explained, "I see the number there, but it's too far for me to read." The judge asked again, "You don't see it?" And Siren replied, "Not that I don't see it, but I can't clearly sense it." Siren continued, "It's not like that, I do see it. It's just too far, and it keeps drifting farther away." The blonde judge sighed helplessly. "All right then, just tell us which number you can see." Siren lowered his head embarrassedly, hesitatingly uttering, At that moment everything lit up, the space filled with brilliant magical symbols, and a sequence of numbers appeared before Siren's eyes, 3.14159. The entire panel was surprised when Siren spoke a number not programmed into the system. The purple-haired judge with glasses immediately confirmed this with suspicion. Siren remained calm, firmly affirming that he had seen the number 3.14, the symbol of the pi constant. The purple-haired judge pondered deeply. He admitted the possibility of pi appearing was real, but clearly it was beyond the scope of the established test. A female judge noticed something unusual. Siren's magic sensing area, spirit zone, exceeded 30 meters. She immediately proceeded to check the perception hue. In the sensing space, Siren answered briefly, blue. Everything around him was immersed in a brilliant blue hue. The judges whispered. One exclaimed, blue, is he a swarmer? Another judge wondered how Siren's spirit zone could be so wide. Principal Alpheus Murray stood outside observing. He smiled, understanding why Clump always praised this boy. However, what he was witnessing far exceeded the description. A close-up of Alpheus's serious eyes, he silently exclaimed, this goes far beyond what you told me, Clump. A judge began recording results. She marked Swarmer, a type of mage with endurance surpassing their magic zone. She continued marking other traits. Cross-dominance, indicating Siren's ability to exceed normal limits between brain hemispheres. An older judge asked the blonde male student, how many spheres do you see floating around you? The blonde male student looked up at the glowing spheres around him, puzzled. Are they talking about these spheres? But he quickly realized he didn't need to count. Standing in the glowing matrix, he closed his eyes to sense and then clearly answered. There are 867. The elderly judge's hand trembled, so shocked he couldn't hold his pen steady upon hearing that number. He confirmed again, disbelief evident. Did you just say 867? Behind him, another judge, the white-bearded man, silently watched him with a wary gaze. This could be dangerous. The judge asked Siren, how many spheres do you see floating around? No need to count, Siren sensed them all. He confidently declared, there are exactly 867 spheres. An old judge trembled with astonishment, unable to believe his ears. He muttered to confirm, 867 you say. The white-bearded judge worriedly sensed something unusual. This could be dangerous. The purple-haired judge adjusted his glasses, sweating from tension. He continued to ask Siren, how cold does it feel? Siren answered, very cold, I am trembling. The judges noted, Siren is a defensive swarmer with incredible endurance and an unusually large spirit zone. The brown-haired judge gently suggested the trainees wait outside while the panel discussed class placement. Siren stepped into the magic formation under the stern gaze of the judging panel. Everyone closely followed his every step amidst the solemn space and light shining through the tall window frame. The large door opened slightly. Siren and the red-haired girl entered, golden light shining on his platinum hair. Siren's eyes showed calmness and confidence. The door closed behind them, leaving a tense silence in the auditorium. Siren had officially stepped into the spotlight of the examination. A judge exclaimed in amazement, that is a strange boy. The panel buzzed upon learning that Siren, only 17 years old, possessed a spirit zone wider than 30 meters with a density of up to 86.7%. An elderly judge confusedly remarked, Siren did not use any enhancement skills, as if he had trained on a mountain to become a monk. A purple-haired professor wearing glasses, the purple-haired judge, expressed suspicion, thinking Siren might have fabricated the entire story. The other judges remained stunned. The blonde-haired professor, the blonde-haired judge, smirked, considering it absurd that a 17-year-old boy who had not studied magic could have such abilities. He suspected Siren was just embarrassed and making up stories to hide it. The purple-haired professor with glasses sharply retorted, perhaps Professor Thad has forgotten that students here have no reason to lie. His eyes were sharp, showing absolute trust in the students. His voice rang out firmly. If any student lied, they would fail all exams and no one could keep up with the lessons. Siren sat among the other candidates, smiling calmly despite being the center of discussion. The purple-haired professor continued, no one comes here to learn how to blow smoke. Even professors don't remember that the error code is pi. His words made the blonde-haired judge angrily grit his teeth in response. Principal Alpheus Murray entered the meeting room solemnly and asked directly, so, which class will you place the boy Siren in? Professor Sienna Oliver, Level 6, stood up to analyze. She believed Class 6 only studied theory and developed the Spirit Zone, while Class 5 began learning basic magic. Based on observation, she thought Siren's Spirit Zone was nearly complete. Sienna proposed placing Siren in Class 5. However, a dissenting voice came from behind. Professor Thad, also Level 6, expressed disagreement. Sienna was slightly annoyed. Thad argued that although Siren was 17, he knew nothing about magic. Placing him in too advanced a class would cause illusions and easy failure. He needed to learn from the basics. Sienna coldly replied that not all students follow the same path as Thad. Her words angered Thad, who felt insulted. In the meeting room, two professors, Sienna Oliver and Thad, heatedly argued over who would teach Siren. Sienna was cold with ice magic, Thad fiery with fire magic. Neither would yield. The tense atmosphere exploded into a magical conflict. Fire and ice clashed, pushing the debate beyond words and leaving the entire panel stunned. Other professors intervened, trying to quell the argument. One agreed with Thad, believing that although Siren was talented, he was still a newcomer and needed to be trained from the basic class. Another female professor countered, worried that studying with children would demotivate Siren. She proposed postponing the class placement and monitoring him further. An elderly professor offered a neutral solution, placing Siren in Class 7, an advanced class that still taught foundational knowledge about the spirit zone. The panel began considering this proposal. Principal Alpheus Murray pondered deeply. If the boy truly exceeded normal standards, adjusting his class would always be feasible. He concluded that placing him appropriately from the start was best. With a gentle smile, Alpheus officially announced the decision. Siren would be placed in Class 7, a significant step beyond many expectations. The school applied a system dividing students into 10 classes. After evaluation, students were assigned to corresponding classes with 3 different levels of ability and development orientation. Classes 10 to 8 belong to the beginner group, where students mainly train to expand their spirit zone, the sole area foundational for magic. Classes 7 to 4 belong to the advanced group, where students began learning to use magic based on their developed spirit zone. Siren, with his special aptitude, was placed directly in this group. Today, Alpheus Magic Academy shone under the early sunlight, marking a special day about to unfold. A new student wearing a uniform with the VII badge, symbol of the prestigious Class 7, just passed through the academy gates. His appearance stirred whispers across the schoolyard. Students turned to look, full of curiosity and caution. He walked straight inside, quietly blending into the crowd, but his steps drew everyone's gaze behind him. In the classroom, many students whispered, "A new student in Class 7, he was placed straight into the advanced class. He doesn't look young at all." Suspicious murmurs quickly spread throughout the room. Siren Arian stood before the class with calmness and a friendly smile. He introduced himself, causing many students to admire his handsome appearance. Though slightly nervous, Siren politely greeted everyone. His unexpected arrival stirred excitement mixed with surprise in the class. Siren could not hide his inner emotion. After so much effort, he had finally set foot in the magical school of his dreams. Alpheus Magic School appeared grand and magnificent. Covering over 75 square kilometers, it had 33 buildings including dormitories and 40 training grounds. Students were not allowed to leave during regular days, but all amenities were fully provided within the campus. Classes ended at 5 p.m., after which students could freely use their time. The school library was open 24/7, an ideal place for studying and researching day and night. At the academy, like-minded students often formed research clubs and participated in academic activities to satisfy their passion for knowledge. This lively atmosphere was a key factor in the school's prestigious reputation. Siren studied attentively, clearly feeling the difficulty of the subjects. Even nobles trained from childhood struggled, let alone him, a beginner starting from zero. Despite knowing it would be tough, Siren's eyes shone with determination. No matter what he had to sacrifice, he would not allow himself to fall behind. Knowledge of history, world order, and academics began pouring into Siren's mind in chronological order. Iconic books of knowledge were deeply engraved in his memory one by one. The bell rang, ending the first lesson. The teacher smiled and declared the lecture over, encouraging the class with simple but warm praise. Siren sighed in relief in the library, holding his textbook. He worried because he did not see the Spirit Zone practice location in the schedule. He hesitated whether to ask someone nearby. While scanning around, Siren's gaze stopped at a pink-haired girl with braided hair, who seemed about his age and more approachable than others. Siren hesitantly stepped forward to start a conversation. He softly asked the pink-haired braided girl if she knew the location of the practice class. She was slightly startled by the unexpected question. The girl turned in surprise to confirm if Siren was asking her. Her shy eyes and reserved demeanor made Siren think silently. "An introvert like me, no wonder it's easy to ask." She replied softly, saying the practice class would take place at Integrated Training Area Number 2. Siren was surprised and asked, "Integrated? Integrated with what?" Siren was informed that all advanced classes would train together twice a week. Today was the first orientation session. This news surprised Siren, his eyes briefly tense as he thought about meeting all the top students. In front of the building named Integrated Training Ground Number 2, Siren froze. In his mind, a silent shout echoed. Wait, no way! Entering meant he would have to face the people he most wanted to avoid. Inside, the crowd of students was very excited to see Amy Carmes enter. Calls of "Hello, Amy. Thanks for last time. There's an empty seat here," rang out rapidly. Amy's presence created a lively welcoming wave from all sides. Amy Carmes appeared in the academy uniform, walking calmly with sharp eyes. Students on both sides happily greeted her, forming an honorary corridor as if she were the most outstanding person here. From afar, Siren observed the crowd surrounding Amy. He heard cheers of Kaya as Amy entered the hall. A nearby student exclaimed, "She's really famous." Siren could only think silently. "I'm trying my best to avoid clashing with her." Siren thought about the advanced students training together twice a week. He worried that a top student like Amy would soon be promoted to a higher class. He just hoped she wouldn't notice him. Etala Romi, a level 6 Spirit Zone teacher, appeared with a friendly demeanor. She greeted the class with a warm smile, starting a new lesson amid the students' excitement. Etala reminded that each semester some students were promoted, but she still saw many familiar faces. However, this year the advanced class had a new face. The class began whispering about the rumor. All eyes turned to Siren, making him embarrassed and awkward, completely unlike what he had hoped. Etala cheerfully asked Siren to stand up and introduce himself. He stood up tensely, sweat beating, heart pounding. Siren swallowed dryly, sweat dripping down his cheek. He was nervous, preparing to stand before the large class. Meanwhile, other students started paying attention. The red-haired girl slumped tiredly, while the orange-haired friend curiously turned her head to look around. Siren stood up, forcing a smile. He introduced himself. "I am Siren Arian from Class 7. Before he could finish, the entire hall suddenly erupted in applause and cheers. Siren froze, not understanding what had just happened. Overwhelmed, Siren staggered and forced a laugh. In his mind, only one thought remained: it's over. In the classroom, the bright orange-haired girl happily called Amy's name, asking if the new student was the boy they had met yesterday. She excitedly shared his name with Siren. Amy, the red-haired girl with green eyes, only softly responded with a thoughtful MHM. Amy silently observed Siren and thought. She had never heard that name before, but his face was very familiar. She was certain she had stored that face with her special red eye, an ability not everyone possessed. A brown-haired female student leaned over to whisper that the professors were focusing their attention on Siren. The orange-haired friend immediately looked amazed, her eyes lighting up with excitement upon hearing the news. The brown-haired friend continued to reveal that Siren's entrance test score was extremely high. The orange-haired friend was even more impressed, even exclaiming that she was beginning to like this mysterious guy. Amy, still calm but fully focused, gently closed her left eye and let her red eye flash. She activated her special ability and asked sternly, "Which family does he come from?" Amy was startled when a warning signal sounded, her eyes showing unease. A strange energy was approaching, causing her heart to pound rapidly. Immediately, a magical whirlwind erupted. Amy was swept into the center along with many others, her face revealing horror as everything around shattered. Elsewhere, the blonde boy Siren stood amid the chaotic scene. He trembled as a cold voice asked, "Where did you learn magic?" The accusation continued. "You are just a commoner." Siren burst into tears, tears streaming down his panicked face, his heart crushed by pain and humiliation. Back with Amy, she still could not understand what was happening. She exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" Her eyes betraying confusion and astonishment. The Carmes family is famous everywhere for always producing outstanding geniuses. In their blood flows a special ability, blazing red eyes, called Red Eye. The Red Eye ability allows its possessor to precisely recreate the mental state at a moment in the past, a form of perfect memory. With Red Eye, repeating an action under perfect conditions is easy. The following arrow hits the exact center, tearing apart the previous arrow. This makes studying or practicing redundant. With Red Eye, talent alone is enough to reach the pinnacle. Amy Carmes, the youngest daughter of the family, is considered one of the greatest geniuses. Despite her indifferent appearance, she always amazes those around her. In the shaded garden, Amy, the red-haired young lady, sat pensively before a chessboard with two butlers. The game no longer seemed to interest her. One of the butlers cautiously spoke, "Miss," but Amy remained silent, her eyes showing clear boredom. Amy stood up, sighed, and exclaimed, "So boring." In the soft sunlight, her eyes revealed a cold look. Whether it was the game or the people around her, Amy had lost interest in everything. She had begun to hate it all. Leaving the mansion, Amy quietly walked through the crowded streets. The youths around whispered and gossiped, but she ignored them all. Angry thoughts echoed in Amy's mind. Why does everything come back to the family? The family did nothing for my ability. She wanted to prove she didn't need any title. Night fell and the neighborhood turned chaotic. A group clashed, attacking each other with sticks, shouts, and crashing sounds echoing through the night. Amy stood outside, calmly observing. In her mind, she thought, "I do whatever I want as much as I please." When violence erupted behind her, Amy was escorted by muscular men laughing. She absent-mindedly looked ahead, feeling empty. So boring, Amy thought silently. Even the chaos wasn't enough to make her feel alive. But what made the lost girl return home was none other than the boy standing there. Before Amy, those who had blocked her path were now all fallen. He was a common child, a boy Amy had accidentally met in a small alley. Though just a stranger, he made her heart tremble and change. Time passed. In a classroom at the academy, a blonde male student bowed awkwardly amid applause from classmates, a joyful and surprising moment. Amy, now a serious-looking student, could not hide her stunned expression witnessing the strange event before her eyes. Her orange-haired friend and the bespectacled brown-haired girl beside her trembled seeing Amy's reaction. But their naive explanation only made Amy more confused. Oh, like, what the hell, so boring, or something. Amy reassured herself, remembering that her red eye never distorts memories. She forced a smile, trying to appear calm, but inside she had precisely identified the person she was thinking of. Looking closely, Amy was amazed to realize the blonde boy sitting nearby was the same one who appeared in the alley long ago. This truth confused her. How could someone like him get into this prestigious academy? Amy tried to continue studying as usual, but her hands kept trembling. The unexpected presence of the boy from the alley made it impossible for her to maintain composure. Shame surged within Amy as she recalled the past. She broke out in cold sweat, bowed her head, covering her face in despair. The memories she tried to hide fiercely resurfaced. Amy feared the possibility that the boy might recognize her. She had concealed everything from the past for years. If everything was exposed, her reputation and current life could completely collapse. Under the heavy rain, a blonde boy collapsed at the feet of large men. Ahead, the red-haired girl, Amy Carmen, stood silently, her eyes unreadable, as if assessing the situation. Faint memories surged back. The blonde boy looked up, eyes full of tears and fear. An unforgettable piece of the past was awakening. Amy covered her mouth and spoke seriously. Slaves must not be harmed. She prevented the use of force for inspection, emphasizing the need to be more careful with the boy. The scene took place 5 years ago. Amy, though young then, was resolute. "I never said that." Her voice rang out as she confronted those wanting to test the child. Now the blonde male student, grown up, smiled when mentioning the girl from years ago. "Amy Carmen, she's not the person you think she is." His eyes revealed deep understanding and memories. The blonde male student slandered the red-haired girl, claiming she once associated with thugs in the alley 5 years ago. He smiled confidently, asserting that teachers knew he was not a liar. Not stopping there, he continued spreading malicious rumors. Although the girl was now famously cold toward boys, he claimed she was actually very fond of men and even once ordered someone to tear his shirt. That false memory appeared in his mind like a scene he deliberately created. The sound "RIP" echoed, evoking a sense of humiliation. The red-haired girl trembled, clutching the paper tightly. She whispered to herself that this must not happen. Two female friends behind her whispered while she desperately thought, "It's just a misunderstanding. No one must know this." Furious beyond measure, she vowed to stop everything at any cost. At the same time, the blonde male student slandering her suddenly shivered, sensing a sudden cold aura behind him. Atala Romi, the exclusive Spirit Zone teacher for the advanced class, began the lesson with a thought-provoking question. "Who can tell me what Spirit Zone is?" She quickly answered herself. "It is the mind of a mage." Standing in the middle of a large magic formation, Atala continued explaining. Spirit Zone is the embodiment of a mage's mind. Its most basic form is a sphere, representing mental focus. However, she warned that the sphere is not always effective in real combat. With sharp eyes shining blue, she prepared to demonstrate a different level. Atala raised her hand, and from beneath her feet, a magical ring of light spread wide. She declared, "Now I will show you the image zone." A blonde student with blue eyes in the class exclaimed in amazement, "I can see it!" The whole class was stunned as the image zone appeared clearly before their eyes. Siren gasped in astonishment as he could see the spirit zone with his naked eyes. Before him was a spherical energy field with a radius of 5 meters, surrounded by glowing runes. The blonde teacher with braided hair, Atala Romi, smiled and signaled to start the lesson by snapping her fingers. A glowing circular target suddenly appeared in midair. Ms. Romi said she would use magic to attack that target. She explained, the current spirit zone has a diameter of 10 meters, while the target is 20 meters away. Although out of range, she would still shoot a fireball toward the target. Siren was deeply moved. His heart raced as he realized, for the first time, he was about to witness real magic. The curly-haired teacher with round glasses raised a finger, creating a blazing fireball. The flame burst brightly with the word "flash," attracting the whole class's attention. She said, "This is a small fireball." With a gentle smile, she turned around and pointed at the target. The magic flared with the word "flare," and she said, "Now let's see if it hits." The fireball sped forward at high speed, collided and exploded brilliantly. The words "burst" and "FWOOM" indicated the fierce explosive power of the magic. The students were stunned as the fireball vanished just before hitting the target. A small flame flickered out at their feet. The teacher explained, "As you can see, most magic cannot exist outside the spirit zone. What a mage creates inside it cannot be controlled once outside." She stepped forward, leaned in, and continued explaining. That is why. In the center of the glowing magic formation, the blonde professor with glasses cast a spell calmly. We change its shape. The beam of light from the formation twisted immediately, altering the mental structure of the target. A fireball appeared, collided, and shattered the previously created magical structure. The students below cheered excitedly. One shouted loudly, "Now I can hit it," showing that the magic had made the object interactable. The shout of "Wow" echoed throughout the lecture hall. Seventh-grade students widened their eyes in amazement. Meanwhile, older students sitting in front smiled amusedly, teasing, "Look how cute the Class 7 kids are. They are so shocked by it." Unable to hide his astonishment, a blonde seventh-grade student whispered, "I had no idea the form of your mind could be altered." Those around applauded the professor's impressive demonstration. However, the blonde professor with glasses quickly issued a warning. "There is a fatal flaw to this method." The class fell silent. A student anxiously asked, "What? Did something go wrong?" The atmosphere shifted from excitement to concern. The blonde teacher with round glasses stood before the class, forming a blue energy block with her hands. She explained that changing the spirit zone's shape consumes a lot of concentration, making it impractical to do repeatedly in combat. She continued explaining that to optimize combat, people usually use 4 basic shapes called the spirit zone quaternion: defense, attack, interference, and schism. The teacher pointed out the first shape, defense, which is cube shape. This form helps maintain spirit zone stability under strong disruption. She stood inside the glowing cube, clearly illustrating it for the students. She emphasized that defensive ability increases as the number of cube faces increases. She moved on to the second shape, attack, shaped like a star. This form helps easily locate targets and is very useful when attacking multiple enemies simultaneously. The blonde teacher with round glasses created a glowing, cross-shaped spell, surrounded by a magical rune circle. She said this shape was so obvious that no further explanation was needed. She continued explaining that although the cross might seem unsuitable for attacking moving targets, rotating the cross is the key skill. Rotation becomes harder the farther from the pivot point. The students were amazed by the demonstration. A brown-haired male student exclaimed in astonishment, while Siren swallowed nervously, guessing that in combat use, the cross's circumference could reach 10 meters. The blonde teacher with round glasses moved on to the next part, the schism shape, a form notorious for its difficulty, which had haunted the 5th grade class. Amid giggles from older students, Siren focused seriously. He wondered if successfully casting the schism shape would allow him to advance a grade, especially since he had achieved perfect scores in 8th grade. A brilliant blue light covered the arena. From within the glow, a girl wearing glasses and a dark blue cloak silently appeared. The atmosphere around her seemed to ripple from the powerful energy just released. The students in the stands all stood up simultaneously, eyes wide in shock. "Huh!" An exclamation of surprise echoed as they witnessed something never seen before. The blonde boy, Rail, startled and turned around. His eyes widened as he stared at the arena. "Spirit zone," he murmured, amazed to have sensed such a sudden and powerful mental field being created. A stream of transparent light flowed from the feet of the blonde girl with round glasses. She stood still, but her cloak seemed to glide gently through the blue aura, creating a beautiful and powerful magical effect. The orb of light hovered before her, surrounded by rotating magical characters. A student exclaimed in amazement, "Leaving the body!" The spirit zone had been separated and was operating independently, demonstrating control far beyond that of ordinary students. Siren focused on reading, but could not grasp the concept that spirit zone is the mind of a mage. He wondered how a person could separate their thoughts from their body. Suddenly, a blue light flashed across the classroom, causing Siren to wonder in surprise what it was. That light was the spirit zone in a special form. Without a mage at its center, it moved completely freely. The blonde teacher with round glasses explained that this form could move to a target to cast spells immediately, called direct invocation, while also opening countless other applications. The students admired and marveled. A male student complained that he always lost energy when entering the spirit zone. A female student remarked that the teacher was on a different level, which was why she was a level 6 mage. Siren thought silently that this teacher was more impressive than her appearance suggested. Meanwhile, the teacher appeared serious, emphasizing that the lesson would not end without practical exercises. She called the top-performing student for a speed exercise to perform before the class. The classroom atmosphere became lively as the teacher announced something important. All the students raised their hands and cheered, "Yay!" their bright faces clearly showing excitement. The teacher suddenly called Amy Carmes from Class 4 and asked her to perform a short demonstration. The brown-haired girl beside her was very excited, calling Amy the best student and not surprised to see Amy helping the teacher this year. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the red-haired girl, Amy Carmes, was startled. Her eyes widened, and her face stiffened when her name was called, causing her friend beside her to be stunned as well. Amy Carmes broke out in sweat, eyes wide with panic. She whispered in her mind, "I can't let him see me," revealing the fear of hiding her identity from someone important in the class. The brown-haired teacher with round glasses pushed up her glasses sharply, smiling as she announced, "No one is allowed to leave the class without practicing." She invited the top student in the skill of using the cross-shaped speed gun to come to the board. The whole class cheered excitedly. The teacher called out by name, "Amy Carmes, 4th grade," inviting her to perform. The classmates around praised Amy as the best student and always trusted by the teachers. A brown-haired girl with a red ribbon teased, saying she would have to wipe the drool of the boys off the chair. While Amy was happy, the red-haired girl sitting next to her stiffened, her face darkened. The brown-haired friend turned and asked suspiciously, "Is that right, AM?" "Why?" The red-haired girl silently panicked, her eyes full of fear. Sweat dripped as she thought, "I can't let him see me." One of the forms of the spirit zone quaternion is the cross. Its length symbolizes strength. However, when facing fast-moving targets or attacks from multiple directions, the cross-shaped struggles, crowd, swarm, or wiggle attacks can easily penetrate it. But for those with enough mental courage, they can control the cross to spin rapidly like a storm, creating an almost absolute defense layer. The long red-haired girl swung her arm to cast a spell. The cross spun rapidly, blocking the attacking fire pillars rushing in. The barrier flared fiercely in the hall. Under her extraordinary control, all weaknesses of this form vanished. The cross became a long-range defensive fortress, breaking all incoming fireballs. The whole class was stunned and admired Amy Carmes' achievement. A student exclaimed, "Amy is extraordinary." She scored the highest in the speed gun test using only a single magical form, cross, while others kept changing shapes. Siren sat silently in the class, his eyes following Amy with admiration. He wondered if he could become that skilled. As a beginner, he already understood how outstanding Amy was. The test scene appeared brilliantly. Although from outside it seemed the spirit zone was just spinning. Every time Amy's cross symbol passed by, every target was destroyed with absolute precision. A series of explosions erupted as Amy's magic hit its targets. No one doubted anymore. She was a dead shot, a natural sharpshooter. In the blazing light of the attacks, Amy stood in the battlefield like an artist. Her face was calm, not tense at all. Every move she made was gentle and graceful like a dance. In the classroom, the atmosphere buzzed with admiring whispers. The boys could not hide their infatuated gazes when they saw the beautiful red-haired girl. One dreamed, if he could be with her, school would feel so much better. A calm blonde student, seemingly more sensible, interrupted. "Dream on. Even if she comes from a prestigious family, she doesn't pay attention to any boy." In his heart, he admitted, that girl was perfect from background to appearance. The blonde student frowned slightly. Only one thing puzzled him. Why would such a perfect person have once appeared with a gang of thugs? On the training field, the red-haired girl quietly stood in the magic circle. The words appeared. "Round completed. Level 9 achieved in 20 seconds. Applause and cheers echoed around for her outstanding ability. The red-haired girl lifted her head. Under soft light, her shiny red hair and green eyes radiated a quiet charm. She smiled softly, a smile that made others unable to look away. Siren was surprised when the long red-haired girl's gaze swept over him. He stood frozen, heart pounding, sweat dripping from his forehead. The whole class began murmuring. Some students whispered in astonishment, "Did she just look at him?" No one could believe what they had just witnessed. The long red-haired girl, wearing the Class IV badge, walked by without changing her expression, but her eyes stopped on Siren. The whole class was stunned. She really looked at the new student. Stepping out of everyone's sight, she blushed and silently shouted in her mind, "Why did I look? How stupid!" She lost control from nervousness, her emotions bursting uncontrollably. Amid the buzzing whispers, "Do they know each other? No way, he just arrived yesterday," Siren told himself. "I'm sure now." Amy and the new student recognized each other at the same time. Old memories flooded back, leaving them both stunned. They had met before, and that should not be revealed. Amy panicked inside. She feared he would tell others about her past. That would ruin everything. She tried to calm herself. Amy told herself she was the best student in school. No one would believe a newcomer over her. Amy understood that acting rashly would raise suspicion. But then she was suddenly startled by a friend's question. "What's wrong, Amy? Your face is all red." Amy stammered a denial. "No, it's nothing." Meanwhile, the class entered practice time after the demonstration. The hall was filled with murmurs and excitement. The teacher stood in the middle of the class, instructing the 7th grade students to practice the defense form, a defensive technique using the spirit zone. She advised them to train it as solidly as the shape itself. The blonde boy with a red tie pondered the teacher's request. He understood that a mage must maintain focus until the end, even amid chaotic battles. The secret was feeling the tightening in the mind. He began applying the theory, compressing the spirit zone into a solid shape, then framing it so it wouldn't collapse. He did it naturally, as if familiar despite never having formal training. Suddenly realizing he had succeeded, the blonde boy with the red tie was embarrassed. Did I really do it? A protective circle appeared around him without much effort. However, he was still uncertain because he couldn't clearly see the shape he had formed. He thought that using the image zone, the visual perception area, might make it easier to check the result. The blonde student politely asked the blonde, braided professor, "Professor, may I use the image zone?" The professor turned, surprised by this bold request. The teacher thought for a moment, then gently explained, "Usually that area is reserved for upperclassmen first," but then she looked at the student and saw his determination. In a magical learning environment, one cannot care about others' gazes. Thinking this was a rare training opportunity, the professor smiled and agreed. She said no one was currently using the image zone, probably because Amy made everyone hesitant. She encouraged the new student to take advantage of the experience. As he stepped into the image zone, whispers spread throughout the hall. Students murmured, "That rookie is brave, so cute." The atmosphere began to buzz. A student pointed and called out loudly, "Amy, look!" The red-haired girl named Amy turned around, surprised to see the new boy enter the image zone. She burst out laughing while drinking water, unable to believe her eyes. A red-haired boy gasped in panic, shouting, "Is he crazy? 7th grade and daring to do that?" Making the orange-haired girl beside him break out in a cold sweat. She worriedly asked, "Are you okay? You're starting to look scary." In the large hall, students gathered densely before a huge magic array intricately carved into the ground. Everyone whispered and watched the upcoming event. The blonde 7th grade student stepped into the center of the magic array. Magical light radiated around him, and the atmosphere suddenly grew silent. All eyes focused on him. A beep sound rang out. The magic screen displayed, "Image zone diameter 0 m." No reaction was recorded. The crowd buzzed, astonished. At that moment, a burst of light flared. The blonde student opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and determined. In someone's mind echoed, "Glad to finally meet you." Siren unleashed his spirit zone in the hall, a fierce blue light erupting and enveloping the entire space. The SHWOOM sound echoed, signaling an extraordinary power had been activated. The 4th grade students were stunned by the unbelievable scene. A boy exclaimed in panic, "Why is it so big?" The measuring device beeped repeatedly, displaying the diameter image zone, 17 m. But that number belonged to the previous student, not Siren. Siren looked up, recalling the entrance exam. He wondered if anyone had ever measured the size of his spirit zone before. The answer from Principal Alpheus appeared in his memory. "No, we cannot measure it." The blue aura continued to expand endlessly. Siren raised both hands to the sky, while the surrounding students worriedly exclaimed, "It still hasn't stopped." Warning beeps sounded continuously, tension rising. Sana tried to restrain the expanding magic. Finally, he shouted, "Stop!" forcing the magic to stabilize. The measuring device showed the result, image zone diameter 20 m. The 5th grade students buzzed with talk upon seeing the oversized measurement. One doubted, "Is he really from 7th grade? Another wondered, since the average diameter for 7th grade is about 13 meters. Another student thought Siren deliberately created a larger image zone, but if so, the density would weaken and become useless like a bubble. However, the glow maintained a tight shape, impressing everyone. Siren sighed in relief, finally stabilizing the magic. He worried about attracting too much attention. Now, he was ready to move on to the defensive shape creation phase. Suddenly, Siren's face showed surprise. He stared intently at the changing aura, confused by the image zone's unusual behavior. What is it doing? The blonde 7th grade student struggled to frame the magic within the image zone. He felt the surrounding magical power shaking, but despite efforts, the frame kept collapsing. He thought, "It was fine just now." While he struggled inside the image zone, 4th grade students watched from the stands whispering. A dark purple-haired boy skeptically remarked, "No way he can do it on the first try." The blonde boy tried to stay calm. He wondered if the visual effect distracted him but felt fully focused. Something was different from before. His eyes widened. In a silent moment, he began analyzing what was different inside and outside the image zone. Questions flooded in, but he seemed close to grasping the answer. In his subconscious, an image appeared, a drop hitting a lake's surface, rippling evenly. Everything became clear. "I understand now," he whispered as he realized the nature of the distortion. Professor Etala Romi manipulated the spirit zone effortlessly, making everything look simple. But she emphasized, changing the spirit zone's shape consumes mental energy. Rummy revealed she had intentionally shrunk the influence area to 10 meters, smaller than the actual size, and that was causing her mental exhaustion. Observing carefully, the blonde 7th grade student realized the root of the problem was maintaining a shape smaller than reality. Decisively, he shouted, "Then I just need to let it return to its original size." Immediately, the spirit zone exploded, shining brilliantly in the great hall. Students panicked. "What? Why is it even bigger?" A fierce blue light burst forth, creating a VWOOM sound echoing through the space, signaling the activation of a powerful magic zone. The blonde student with sharp blue eyes, sweating but still fully focused. His eyes glowed with the innate energy just released. It was Sana. The screen displayed the index. Image zone diameter, 27 m. Beeping sounds confirmed the result far exceeded expectations. This was a shocking number. The long red-haired girl with green eyes. The long red-haired girl widened her eyes in amazement but smiled with delight. Beside her, the orange-haired friend was also speechless in astonishment. Both recognized this was not normal. A giant dome of light covered the space. Tiny sparkling particles rotated around, proving Sana's image zone was operating at an unprecedented level. Students in the hall all looked up simultaneously, stunned and amazed. The sparkling blue light above was like an extraordinary phenomenon just occurring. On the magic screen, information clearly displayed. Image zone, diameter 41 meters. A number far beyond normal that made everyone hold their breath. The aura spread throughout the hall. The crowd of students fell silent. Someone exclaimed in amazement, "Gigantic! Too enormous!" The scene was enveloped in dazzling magical power. A shout erupted from the crowd. How could he reach 41 meters? At the center of the light, the white-haired student concentrated deeply, drawing magical lines. He solemnly told himself, "Keep the edges equal." He raised his hand to the sky, focusing all his magic power. Bright energy beams collided, creating a thunderous sound. He decisively commanded, "And fold them together." Magic burst fiercely. The space seemed to tremble. A giant energy cube appeared in the room, glowing with bright blue light. Seventh-grade students widened their eyes in amazement. A boy exclaimed in astonishment, "The rookie really did it on the first try?" The crowd cheered loudly. Amid the glowing magic array, the blonde magic student stood tall inside the cube, attracting all eyes. He looked around the cube he created in amazement, exclaiming in surprise, "Whoa!" The blonde student stood still in a space radiant with light, overwhelmed by the magical scene surrounding him. He reached out to touch the invisible surface and said, "It's like I'm inside a gem." Professor Etala Romi observed him from afar, silently judging. Thanks to being a smart swarmer, he could form such a defensive structure, but succeeding on the first try was still astonishing. The orange-haired friend, Amy's close companion, excitedly commented on his performance, believing the teachers had indeed been watching him beforehand. She turned to ask Amy, "What do you think, Amy?" Amy, the long red-haired girl, stared at him with a forced smile, recalling unpleasant memories. She thought silently, "How could I forget? He was the one who embarrassed me." Amy didn't believe someone like him could enter the academy without backing. She feared his influence would grow and disrupt the current order here. Amy's expression became tense. She told herself she needed to change her plan and decided to approach him quietly to control this potential threat. In the grand hall of the Magic Academy, dozens of students were buzzing as they witnessed an unprecedented display. A complete magic formation glowing brilliantly, with a teenager standing in the center of the spiritual zone. The display board showed the diameter of the affected area reached 41 meters, defense level 10 meters, an astonishing achievement for a new student, made even more shocking as he accomplished it on his very first try. An orange-haired female student was extremely excited, so the professors had their eyes on him all along. Behind her, Lady Amy, the cold noblewoman, maintained a solemn expression. Lady Amy forced a smile, her eyes flashing coldly. In her heart, this event made the risk of losing her status even clearer. She could not take this lightly. With a determined gaze, Amy thought to herself, "I must approach him very carefully." A hidden force began to move from that moment. At the magic formation, the blonde, curly-haired female professor held a notebook and evaluated. "He has excellent combat potential, as if trained his whole life for this." The blonde boy turned to look at her in surprise. "Professor, it's shrinking." The protective barrier was contracting with a higher energy density. The professor explained, "The smaller it gets, the higher the density. Almost no physical attack can penetrate this soul zone. The magic resistance is also very strong." "You did very well. Now you can dissolve it," the professor praised. The boy smiled, thanked her, then dispelled the magic formation in a shimmering light. The entire hall erupted. "Well done, newbie. Congratulations." The boy, still unused to the attention, blushed shyly. "Oh my, is everyone looking at me?" After the spectacular display, Siren both thanked and quickly ran off the stage amid the cheerful laughter of his classmates. The curly-haired female professor smiled, silently acknowledging Siren's creativity in constructing the defense. However, she also understood that most of the power came from his unusually sized spirit zone, a sign of a swarmer. "We must keep an eye on him," she thought. Siren, the new student, had now become the focus of many curious gazes. In a corner of the auditorium, upperclassmen began to whisper, "He'll be promoted quickly." "Indeed, truly talented," competitive looks flashed. In another corner, many female students could not hide their admiration. Unbelievable, on the very first day, they applauded emotionally. Conversely, some other students showed discomfort. They silently observed with clearly unfriendly attitudes. Rivals were beginning to emerge. And in the middle of that crowd was a girl with familiar fiery red hair, Lady Amy. She said nothing, only silently watched. Amy's sharp gaze stared intently at Siren, not out of curiosity but probing, a presence that made others uneasy. The next day, bright sunlight covered the entire campus of Alphea's Magic Academy, where mysteries continued to intertwine beneath a glamorous academic facade. Inside the ancient corridor, a pink-haired woman, identity unknown, was ascending the stairs. There is another special gaze directed at Siren. The classroom door gently opened. A woman entered, bringing a solemn atmosphere. The lively students called out to the professor, "Professor Oliver, who was your first love?" Siren was startled when he saw the teacher. "I know her," he thought silently. "She was the one who proctored my exam." Siren recalled the professor's stern look during the test. Her name was clearly recorded, Sienna Oliver, the woman with pink hair and sharp eyes. Siren had no idea that she was the teacher in charge of 5th grade, the prestigious class in the academy. The reason she spent time in 7th grade was precisely to monitor that boy. Professor Thad must be crying, she thought. I will do everything to get that boy into 5th grade. All of Sienna Oliver's efforts were just to have the chance to teach Siren directly. Siren shivered as he realized the cold, sharp gaze was directed straight at him. Is she looking at me? Professor Sienna Oliver released a glowing cyan ice crystal in her hand, creating a swirling vortex of magical energy in midair. The crystal spun, emitting a cold and powerful energy stream. Sienna asked the students, who can explain the principle behind this magic? Inside the classroom, a chill immediately spread. The windows froze and the students were surprised and worried. Sienna continued, "What is cold energy?" The ceiling also froze under the spell's influence. Sienna further questioned, "So what is cooling?" A trembling student spoke up. "Professor, it's so cold," Sienna calmly replied. "Coldness is a state of lacking energy." Sienna stepped down from the podium, explaining, "There is no such thing as cold energy. Temperature can increase infinitely, but cannot decrease infinitely." She raised her hand, shattering the crystal. "This is the zero-energy state," she said, "also called absolute zero." Smiling, Sienna continued, "At room temperature, removing just a little energy is enough to create common ice crystals. So what if I break them down to the particle level and generate electricity?" The cold professor asked further, "What if you create a temperature so low it causes death?" The class fell silent, students trembling with fear. Sienna turned her back, looking out at the frost-covered scene beyond the window. "How does a mage absorb energy?" she asked finally, leaving a tense and curious atmosphere. Professor Sienna Oliver posed a challenging question. "Without tools or devices, how can magic be cast?" Siren, the blonde student, listened with astonished eyes, not fully understanding the principle behind it yet. Sienna drew a circle on the board. "Within the spirit zone, the mage is the ruler of that tiny world, a god." She continued explaining special senses, touching light, seeing scents, tasting textures, all manifestations of synesthesia. These super senses grant the mage the power to control phenomena within their sphere of influence. But such godlike powers are useless, Sienna emphasized, if the mage does not know how to use them. She tapped the circle on the board with chalk, concluding, "To cast magic, a mage must have 2 elements, omniscience and omnipotence. Thanks to these 2 things, magic can exist." The class was stunned by the profound lecture. No matter how strong, without knowledge it is useless. Siren pondered silently. He now understood why he couldn't use magic before, despite having extraordinary senses. He recalled his dark past, when he only trained skills without realizing the element of omniscience, the core factor for magic to take shape. Professor Sienna Oliver stood before the class, declaring the beginning of the students' academic journey. She stressed that the spirit zone was only half of the magical world. The rest came from knowledge. With a serious gaze, Sienna reminded them, no one can become an outstanding mage without diligent study. Immediately after, she began the first lesson, basic chemistry, leaving the class stunned. Ice crystals suddenly appeared as a chilling welcome. While many students panicked, Alan, the blonde boy, remained calm. He thought to himself, "I can do this." Alan's eyes shone with determination. His self-belief began to kindle as he came close to his dream for the first time. The academy appeared under the brilliant sunset. Inside, Alan echoed a strong belief, "I can become a mage." The next morning, the academy campus was bustling. Students discussed the upcoming test, with an academic atmosphere prevailing everywhere. In the breakfast area, lively conversations revolved around experiments. Everyone was rushing to prepare for the next class. At the end of class, students dispersed everywhere. Some went to the library, others joined research clubs. Alan quietly blended into that rhythm of life. Alan held a book, walking slowly on the stone path. He spent the whole day in the library, the only way to keep up with the well-educated noble class. Though exhausted from lack of sleep, Alan felt relieved inside. His dream of becoming a mage was finally coming true. Alan walked with a quiet joy in his heart. He wondered if there was magic that could eliminate the need for sleep. Suddenly, Alan felt his body become weightless. He floated in midair without understanding what was happening. In midair, Alan panicked as he realized he was flying. He tried to keep his balance amid the chaos. Behind Alan, a mysterious shadow appeared with a fluttering cloak, making him even more confused and scared. Someone looked up and shouted loudly, "Is that a real person?" upon seeing Alan staggering in midair. A strong gust of wind swept Alan into an uncontrollable flight path toward the forest. Alan crashed to the ground with a loud crash, scattering books and bags everywhere. He screamed in pain. Just as he sat up, Alan saw the cloaked figure from before turning away after glancing at him. Alan was surprised and somewhat embarrassed. A leaf stuck on his head made his expression even more comical. He wondered what was going on. Alan sat down on the ground, confused, looking ahead when someone suddenly pulled down the cloak, revealing their true face. He was astonished to realize the person before him was no stranger. Fiery red hair fluttered in the evening light, revealing the identity of the newcomer. It was Amy Carmes, the powerful red-haired girl who left Alan stunned as he uttered her name. She was silent but full of authority. Alan swallowed nervously, thinking he knew sooner or later he would meet her again, but never expected it would be in a kidnapping situation. Amy appeared with a cold demeanor very different from memories of years past. Alan doubted whether she was the same girl he once knew. Amy confirmed it with a sharp voice. "It seems you still remember very clearly who I am." Without giving Alan time to react, she raised her hand and summoned a blazing fireball in the air. The giant fireball descended right above Alan's head, causing him extreme panic. With burning eyes and a determined smile, Amy thought to herself, "This must end right now." Red hair fluttered in the afternoon wind, radiating a strong and decisive aura. A girl appeared in the sunset light, wearing a black cloak. That was Amy Carmes. Alan was stunned to recognize the person before him. "Amy Carmes?" He couldn't believe his eyes. Amy smiled coldly. "It seems you still remember who I am." She raised her hand, summoning a giant fireball blazing in midair. The flame rushed straight toward Alan. He was stunned, unable to react in time. Amy roared, her eyes burning red. "That's right, now is the time to end it all." Memories resurfaced. Years ago, little Alan curled up under a beating, surrounded by strangers. Little Alan sobbed, bowing his head to the ground, his face full of wounds and tears. Young Amy sat in front of the crying boy. She silently watched, her eyes cold but with a hint of hesitation. Alan revealed magical power beyond expectations, conjuring a giant flame in the brilliant sunset, but it didn't bring him what he truly wanted. Amy Carmes, the fiery red-haired girl, was shocked and angry at Alan's magic, her eyes full of astonishment and fury. She couldn't believe her eyes. The blonde teenager collapsed on the ground. Was really Alan, the weak boy from back then. Alan slightly bowed his head, gently confirming, "Of course I remember you." Amy immediately reacted, panicking as she recalled the embarrassing memory from years ago. She covered her face, not letting Alan continue. Don't, I know you remember everything." She shouted, trying to explain. "No, you misunderstood. It's not what you think." Amy clenched her hands, trying to justify herself with a flushed face from embarrassment. "I'm not the cruel girl you think I am." Alan was bewildered, his face extremely confused. "Huh." Amy hurriedly defended herself. "The idea to make you undress was theirs. I didn't direct anything." But as Alan mentioned that she once said she wanted to check something, Amy became even more flustered. "No, that's not what I meant. Anyway." Alan was drawn into a strange encounter when the red-haired girl suddenly declared, "I was never interested in boys from the start," causing him to awkwardly ask, "You kidnapped me just to say that?" The quiet forest echoed with crow caws. Alan knelt on the ground while the girl stood at a distance, stammering. "Right inside," she screamed. "Of course not. Why am I making excuses?" Alan thought maybe she was worried he would spread rumors, but then admitted to himself that the story was embarrassing enough already. Alan stood up and said directly, "You just need to apologize." The red-haired girl was surprised, not expecting such a counterattack. Alan continued gently but firmly. He knew she wanted to forget this matter because she was an excellent and famous student, but it had happened. The right thing was to apologize. The girl blushed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Apologize," as if she had never considered that necessary. She calmed herself. "No, I have to be rational," then trembled before the power of Alan's words, not understanding how he could make her feel defeated. In her mind, she imagined them as two chess players. Alan stood firm like a skilled player, making her feel inferior. But she asserted, "I am the queen, not a pawn." Thoughts concluded, she smirked, for now she chose to keep her pride. "Apologize," she mocked Alan's words. Looking straight at Alan, she arrogantly replied, "Listen, commoner, I gain nothing by apologizing to you." Alan angrily said, "What did you say?" Amy Carmes reluctantly offered, "Consider that I have apologized," then suggested establishing a relationship based on trust, on the condition that Alan would not betray her. She refused to truly apologize because she believed doing so meant admitting past mistakes, something that would make her weaker. Alan reacted sharply, asking back, "You only apologize when it benefits you?" He asserted that apologizing is the minimum courtesy, not a bargaining tool. Amy laughed, mocking Alan for his purity. Inside, she admitted she was hurt once again by his virtue. She decided to turn the situation around. Amy sneered, "No one does anything without benefit." To her, Alan's words sounded nice but were useless. Alan sighed, realizing Amy hadn't changed. She only pretended to be a model student. In reality, she was the same as before. Amy glanced at Alan, thinking they were now on the same level, and it was time to pull him to her side. She prepared to reveal a truth about the school. Amy lowered her voice. "The scariest thing in this school is the upperclassmen." She warned that if Alan offended them, not only the upperclassmen but even classmates would turn their backs on him, just because he wasn't noble. Amy ended with a sharp threat. "Once they know you're not noble, you'll be kicked out of here." Alan angrily questioned the red-haired girl why she threatened expulsion just because he dared to talk about her. The girl did not deny it, only gently smiled and said it was necessary to see how trustworthy you are. She set a condition to test Alan's loyalty. He must bring her coffee every day. Alan asked in surprise why, and she calmly replied, "Running errands is the best way to test trustworthiness." Realizing Alan was a special student, she emphasized that being expelled as a commoner would be very regrettable. In Alan's imagination, he was defeated by the girl like a chess game. She was the queen, and he was just a pawn. Finally, Alan accepted the condition. "If that makes you trust me, I will do it." The girl was pleased, congratulated Alan's choice, and stressed, "Your future depends on it." But then a serious look appeared. She threatened, "If the teachers find out about this, I will drag you down with me." Alan quietly withdrew, telling himself that although unhappy, this was better than being expelled from the academy. Alan held his face and sighed. From the start, he had felt the road ahead would not be easy. The next day, gentle sunlight shone on the academy grounds. In front of the main library, students bustled about. Whispers echoed across the schoolyard. Students chatted, eyes fixed on a new student. "Isn't he the new student?" Some recognized Alan. Everyone was surprised to see him holding a cup of coffee. Alan stepped forward amid the crowd's gaze. He called Amy's name, extending the coffee cup, his expression calm but firm. Facing Alan was Amy, the red-haired girl with cold eyes. He handed her the coffee in front of everyone. Amy's classmate, an orange-haired girl with purple eyes, exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Amy just smiled mysteriously, looking triumphant. Amy brushed her hair back, her red eyes flashing. She was confident, as if she completely controlled the situation. Amy coldly took the coffee, not forgetting to mock Alan. "Looks like you spilled a little on the way here." The orange-haired girl asked in surprise, "You're leaving already?" Amy turned her back and replied, "No time left, we have to study quickly." Alan blushed shyly, his heart racing after a moment of emotion standing before Amy. But Amy turned away without a word. The hallway buzzed. Did he just confess to Amy? A misunderstanding spreading throughout the school. The orange-haired friend was surprised. "Looks like the new kid likes her." Amy sipped her coffee and coldly replied, "I'm just teaching him how to respect seniors." Amy laughed alone, delighted at the electric shock feeling from embarrassing Alan in front of everyone. She silently thought, "Now no one believes your words about me anymore. You're just one of those who are infatuated with me." Alan became the subject of gossip, completely losing credibility. Amy felt more satisfied than ever. She skipped away, feeling lighthearted after 5 years of carrying resentment. Alan quietly walked through the chattering crowd. He thought, "It's no different from being bullied. What should I do?" He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. "If I lose my temper, things will only get worse." Alan raised his head high. If this was what he had to do, he would do it perfectly. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. 10 days later, the students excitedly shouted, "He's here," signaling a big change was about to happen. At the Magic Academy, a platinum-haired student attracted the whole school's attention, known as the Romeo of the Magic School. For the past 10 days, he had been continuously confessing to a girl. The event caused chaos throughout the campus. Students gathered, chatting noisily, creating a lively and curious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Suriel, the orange-haired girl, and Amy Carmes stood outside the main hall. Suriel calmly observed the scene, secretly admiring the boy's crowd-pulling talent. Siren entered the main square, attracting everyone's gaze. Cheers and shouts echoed as proof of his overwhelming charisma. Suriel smiled meaningfully, thinking this news would soon spread throughout the school. In her mind, she began to suspect whether Amy was gradually softening. When directly asked about Siren, Amy suddenly reacted in panic, trying to deny and change the subject. But Suriel was not easily avoided. She pointed out that all this time, Amy had never cared about any boy except Siren, who always brought her coffee every morning. Hearing Suriel say, "Everyone is saying that Amy finally likes a boy," Amy was stunned. A look of surprise clearly showed on her face. Confused emotions surged as Siren, as usual, appeared just in time, holding the familiar cup of coffee and gently calling, "Amy." Siren smiled gently, presenting the coffee cup to Amy and said, "Here's your coffee." In the crowded schoolyard, Alan quietly stood before two female students holding a cup of coffee. The crowd behind jeered, "Take it, take him too," mockery spreading throughout the schoolyard. With a slight smile, Alan calmly raised the coffee cup, confidently saying, "I made sure not to spill a drop this time." In his mind, he only thought about completing the task. "Hurry up and take it, I still have to go to the library." Amy Carmes stood silently for a moment, her face flushed, eyes blazing. She gritted her teeth and angrily exclaimed, "You, really?" A drop of sweat rolled down Amy's cheek as she widened her eyes, unable to believe what was happening. In her mind echoed, "Is this a joke?" Alan carefully brought the cup of coffee forward, extending his hand as a familiar gesture. He gently said, "Take it." From afar, the students in the schoolyard cheered in unison. "Take it, just accept him already," making the situation extremely awkward. Standing alone under everyone's gaze, Alan remained steadfast in his small act. Alan smiled shyly, wondering to himself, why doesn't she take it, unaware of the chaotic emotions rising within the other person. Amy Carmes stood frozen before the cup of coffee, her whole body trembling. Inside, she panicked. "I have to get to the library quickly," but her eyes couldn't leave him. Amy's face flushed red, sweat pouring down. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the exploding emotions. Part of her wanted to avoid it, but another part didn't know how to react to this unexpected kindness. "Leave me alone," Amy shouted and pushed Alan's hand, causing the coffee to spill. She acted as if cornered while Alan was completely surprised. Suriel and the other students stared in shock at the scene before them. "Hey, Amy," Suriel shouted, covering her mouth in astonishment. No one expected Amy to react so fiercely. The coffee cup rolled on the steps, coffee spreading in stains. Amy's voice trembled with tension. Do you think you can make me fall for you with just a cup of coffee?" Amy pointed directly at Alan, her voice full of anger. "You're a student who doesn't study at all. You just arrived and are already flirting with girls. Don't bring me coffee anymore." Amy decisively turned and walked away. Alan remained silent while Suriel ran after her, apologizing on his behalf. "Sorry, let me apologize for him," the surrounding students whispered. "So mean." Suriel was stunned to see Amy act impulsively, but Amy, obsessed with getting into the advanced class, dismissed all concerns about the gossip around her. Before the surprised eyes of the entire school, Siren bent down silently to pick up the items. The whispers began to spread, making things worse. Siren quietly wondered, "Is she serious? I don't need to bring coffee anymore." As he turned to leave, the noisy crowd behind mistakenly thought he was heartbroken from rejection. "She hurt him," they murmured. But contrary to all expectations, Siren burst out laughing joyfully and shouted happily, "I'm free." That night in the library, Amy Carmes slammed her head on the table in despair, cursing herself for her impulsiveness earlier that afternoon. She realized that, fearing false rumors, she had actively created even worse rumors about herself. Although she stopped the spread of the incident, Amy remained bitter, but she quickly pushed aside her feelings and prepared to activate her hereditary ability. The distinctive red eyes of the Carmes family glowed, the red eye of Carmes, also called self-image memory, allowing her to review the past with precise detail. The world of memories reappeared around her. The scene of Siren bringing her coffee for 10 days appeared vividly. Amy Carmes used the red eye ability to record the image of Siren obeying her orders. In that moment, she felt satisfied. However, the following days gradually passed, day by day, from day 2 to day 10, causing Amy's initial feelings to slowly change. Alan, the blonde-haired boy, appeared regularly every day, bringing a cup of coffee, with eyes and a smile that never changed. For the next 9 days, Alan always maintained the exact same expression, his gaze calm and unwavering. Amy observed with red eye and discovered that Alan's eyes did not change even slightly. Not even the movement of his iris was different. She tilted her head suspiciously. "What does that mean?" Amy began to reflect. Although people can hide their emotions, eyes cannot lie. Unconscious actions always reflect the truth inside. If Alan can control his emotions perfectly like a machine, or simply he is truly being absolutely honest. When the class ended, Suriel, the orange-haired, purple-eyed friend, was surprised to see Amy packing up early. It seemed she sensed Amy's changing mood. Suriel stood facing Amy in the library, firmly stating that Amy was still thinking about having rejected Siren's coffee. Amy was embarrassed and shouted at Suriel not to mention it again. Suriel softened her tone, telling Amy that she could confide in her about anything. Amy responded with a quiet thank you, her eyes avoiding contact. Leaving the library, Amy walked down the silent hallway. The headache made her even more tired. Her mind was confused because things were not going her way. Returning to her room, Amy sighed. All she needed now was to rest. As soon as she opened the door, Amy found Jake Ardius waiting. He greeted her with a smug expression, saying she finished early today. Jake smiled, joking that he had prepared himself to wait until midnight just to see her. Amy frowned in annoyance, asking if Jake was too free. Jake casually replied that he was just curious because he heard Siren was pursuing her. Amy angrily asked if Jake only came to tease her, but Jake handed her a cup of hot coffee, telling her to drink it. Jake boasted that this was Muscat coffee, a premium coffee not found in school, because Amy Carmes deserved the best. Amy silently took the coffee, suspiciously asking what Jake intended to do. Jake straightforwardly replied, "I'm trying to win you over." He confidently claimed he was more worthy than Siren because he was the heir of a royal financial official. Amy Carmes frowned distinctly, her eyes angry as she faced an uncomfortable situation. She coldly rejected Jake Ardius's words, clearly showing her displeasure. "I'm not in the mood for these ridiculous games, Jake." Jake tried to act surprised, but Amy bluntly drew a clear boundary between them, denying any close relationship. Jake forced a smile and retorted, mentioning that Amy's research club had secretly opposed him before. Amy remained calm, cutting off Jake and replying sharply, "That's not how you talk to me, Jake." Jake stepped closer, his tone serious, asserting that how she treated him was how she treated his entire family, the Ardius. He continued with a veiled threat, invoking the reputation of the Carmes family, hoping Amy would understand their similarity. But Amy sneered, uttering contemptuously, "Pathetic, a cowardly rat." Jake was shocked by the insult, but before he could respond, Amy continued attacking him, claiming he was just a family dependent with no real ability. Amy decisively exposed Jake as someone clinging to the research club to bully others, concluding bitterly, "You have no honor." Jake Ardius despised the Carmes family, mocking that they had no power at all and only lived off their name. He stepped closer to Amy Carmes, arrogantly asserting that with money alone, his Ardius family could crush hers. Jake pressed, "Do you understand now?" His eyes full of dominance, waiting for Amy to bow her head in submission. Amy smiled calmly and replied, "Ah, yes, I understand." She looked at him coldly. "You have the eyes of a scoundrel, nothing like Siren. Your eyes look like rotten fish scales." Jake was astonished, feeling deeply insulted. He shouted loudly, "You think that guy is better than me?" Jake lost control, muttering angrily, "I should have dealt with that kid before coming to find you." Amy clenched her fists, her eyes blazing red. "I will make sure you never use magic again." Before Jake could respond, smack, Amy swung her hand and slapped him away, the cup shattering midair. Jake slammed hard against the wall, shards flying everywhere. He glared angrily, "You." The black-haired male student, a fourth year, shouted angrily, "Arrogant woman, your appearance won't save you from." His eyes widened in horror. Sweat poured down as he realized something beyond control was happening. A cold light swept past, making him shiver. The pink-haired female student slowly stepped forward, light gathering at her feet. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. She stood there, her eyes blazing red and darkness surrounding her like an ominous sign. A sharp voice spoke, planning to do something. The male student stepped back, panicking inwardly. Did she set up the magic formation that quickly? Although he knew magic was forbidden here, he couldn't hide his fear. The girl sneered sarcastically. "And what are you going to do, kid?" She stepped forward, her aura overwhelming. "At least Siren doesn't need to rely on his family to succeed." Confidence was clear on her face. "He takes responsibility for his choices. Give him half a year and you'll only see dust behind him." Angrily he shouted, "I swear I will." But a strong wind blew through, carrying a thought. "She has filled this space with oxygen." He broke out in a cold sweat. "Is she planning to set fire if I open the spirit zone?" He admitted to himself. "I can't beat the top student of the class." Still, he gritted his teeth and endured. "But I have another way to repay this humiliation." With angry eyes, he trudged away, determined not to let it go. A male student fled the scene after the confrontation with Amy Carmes. She stood alone in the dark hallway, watching his retreating figure fade into the dim stairway light, amidst shattered glass and spilled coffee stains on the floor. Amy staggered, holding her forehead, sighing wearily. She muttered that she had been too agitated. A question arose in her mind. But why did I react like that? She wondered if it was because Siren would be in danger if the truth was revealed. The chaotic emotions made Amy gradually realize her concern was no longer just responsibility. The image of Siren appeared in Amy's mind, his determined eyes, sincere voice. "If that's what it takes for you to trust me, I will do it." Those words seemed to move her deeply. Amy was silent. By the window bathed in moonlight, she reflected on the emotions she had just experienced. It seemed even she could not fully explain what she was feeling. Looking down at the coffee puddle and broken cup, Amy let out a regretful tusk. Now no one will bring me coffee anymore. Her voice was both sarcastic and tinged with disappointment. The night sky was filled with stars. Amy sighed, trying to reassure herself. At least things are simpler now. A few days later at the academy, life seemed to return to normal, but no one knew that Amy's previous actions had begun to cause greater consequences. Suriel, Amy's orange-haired best friend, was shocked to find a threatening letter. I'm holding Siren. Come to training ground number 14 before 6 p.m. If you tell the teachers, you'll regret it for life. Alan, the blonde-haired boy, Amy's quietly caring friend, read the letter with suspicion. So, Amy Carmes went to save him. A paper bearing the words, "The Dark Magicians," lay on blood-stained and dirty ground. The note below signaled rising danger, returning like fierce waves, a warning heralding a new wave of threats from dark forces. A secret document with the words, "The Dark Magicians," reveals a rising threat. They return in waves like tides. The bell from the tall tower echoes throughout the academy. White doves scatter across the blue sky. The schoolyard is bustling. Students in uniforms gather in front of the main gate, where the academy's emblem shines brightly under the sunlight. Alan, the blonde-haired boy, walks slowly through the crowd, holding a notebook and a badge, his gaze calm. Students around laugh and joke. There he is, the coffee delivery guy. Alan tries to keep a forced smile, but inside he sighs heavily. 3 days ago, Alan accidentally bumped into Suriel, the orange-haired girl, spilling coffee on her. Both were embarrassed and awkward. Alan worried he would be teased for a whole month, but things didn't last as long as he thought. The gossip gradually died down. He happened to spot a girl standing silently in the corner of the schoolyard. A familiar feeling flashed in his mind. Suriel, right? Alan recognized the orange-haired girl who had bumped into him. He recalled her words. Love means fighting, good luck. Suriel looked different, not with Amy as usual. She was worried, hesitating alone, clutching a book tightly, and began to speak. Amy and Alan panicked when they accidentally bumped into each other. Both screamed in shock from surprise. Amy grabbed Alan's collar tightly, hurriedly questioning him about her whereabouts and worrying about Amy herself. Alan was confused, not understanding what was happening. Amy forced Alan to look into her eyes, suspecting he was involved in the recent incident. Alan stammered denials in confusion. A threatening letter revealed a shocking truth. I am holding Siren. Come to training ground number 14 before 6 p.m. or he will pay the price. The sender called themselves the Dark Magicians. Alan held the letter in shock, wondering if he had been kidnapped. The words, "The Dark Magicians," hinted at the dark organization returning. Alan seriously asked Amy if she knew anything about this. Amy stood beside him, tears welling up, showing worry and guilt. The story rewinds 30 minutes earlier. A blonde male student from Class V suddenly approached Amy with a disgusting compliment. Amy and Suriel showed disdain. The male student sneered, handed Amy a paper, saying the boss wanted to see her. His attitude was arrogant and full of implication. Amy turned away with contempt, not bothering to care about him. She was surprised to learn he was from Class V and couldn't understand why he was chosen. The male student delivered the boss message. If Amy didn't come, her man would be destroyed. Amy was angry and contemptuous, leaving with Suriel. A person in academy uniform suddenly snatched the letter from another's hand in an instant, leaving the other party unable to react, only uttering, "Huh." Amy Carmes opened the letter, eyes wide with shock. The letter stated that Siren had been kidnapped. She was stunned by the bad news. Amy immediately suspected Jake Ardius was behind it. In her mind echoed Jake's threatening words. I'll make sure he never uses magic again. In anger and confusion, Amy crumpled the letter. She shouted, "Why should I care?" Amy loudly denied any connection to Siren in front of everyone. "He means nothing to me." She threw the letter away while the blonde messenger sneered, saying only, "I'm just the messenger." Suriel, the orange-haired classmate, was shocked to discover the letter's content related to the Dark Magicians, a gang targeting outstanding students. Suriel anxiously asked why Siren was kidnapped and how it related to Amy. Amy fell silent, then admitted she lost control and had once attacked Jake. Suriel urged, "You have to tell the professor," her face full of worry, advising Amy not just for Siren but for herself as well. Amy hesitated. She knew it was the right thing to do, but the matter was not simple. She feared it would lead to serious consequences. Amy imagined the scenario of being investigated by the disciplinary council. If the truth about her relationship with Siren was revealed, Amy's past could no longer be hidden. Amy worried, knowing that if the truth was discovered, everyone would soon realize an important fact. Siren, the blonde companion, was not a noble. Amy realized that secret could put him in danger. Siren recalled previous threats when Amy mentioned the possibility of expulsion, which made him tremble, but he still accepted the sacrifice to earn her trust. Childhood memories flooded back. Siren was captured by soldiers, desperate and wronged. He cried out, "I didn't do anything." Amy witnessed the entire past scene. Her face showed clear shock and sorrow. The image of Siren lying on the ground, desperate and exhausted, appeared vividly in Amy's mind. His weak plea echoed, "Please." Amy snapped out of the memory. Light flooded in, and determination appeared clearly on her face. Amy assigned Suriel, her close friend with orange hair and purple eyes, to inform the professor if she did not return before 7 o'clock. Suriel anxiously asked again, but Amy did not back down. She said goodbye and left with firm determination. That determination shone in her eyes. Amy affirmed, even if Jake brought a whole bunch of people like him, she would defeat them all. Alan received an anonymous threatening letter. If he did not come to training ground number 14 before 6 p.m., the kidnapped person would be in danger. Warning not to inform the teachers. He was shocked to learn Amy Carmes had gone alone to rescue him. Deep down, Alan still saw her as terrible and couldn't believe it. Suriel confirmed Amy had gone alone and questioned Alan why he was still standing still. She had never seen Amy act like that before. Alan was stunned when he heard Amy say if she did not return before 7 to inform the teachers. She left a safe time frame, like a form of insurance. Alan looked at the clock, understanding that not telling the teachers was to keep Amy's secret, but that secret also involved him. He suddenly realized Amy accepted going alone also to protect his secret. Alan decided he must go find her. Suriel panicked when she saw Alan act hastily, reminding him to wait until 7 as Amy had instructed. Despite the warning, Alan rushed off. He knew training ground number 14 was near the foot of the mountain and wasn't sure if he could arrive in time. While sprinting, something strange happened. Alan was lifted off the ground, surprised by a magical force raising him up. The orange-haired girl appeared behind, grabbed Alan and said, "You can't get there in time on foot. Let me take you." The orange-haired girl shouted in urgency, "I will photonize. Hold on tight." She grabbed Alan and prepared to cast a spell. Alan stared in shock at the light surrounding his body. He didn't understand what was happening. His hands glowed. Light enveloped his entire body as if dissolving into the surroundings. Both shot up into the sky with a dazzling beam of light. Alan screamed as the brilliant light tore through the sky. At the academy, students were startled seeing the beam of light flash past the window. Someone whispered, "But magic is forbidden in school." Alan's eyes widened in amazement, light covering his body. Then he shouted loudly in shock and fear. The surroundings blurred. The high-speed flight caused everything to spiral into a beam of light cutting through the forest. They appeared midair. The girl gasped, "Teleporting in the forest is dangerous. If we hit trees, we have to fly from here." They continued speeding through the dense forest with a blue light beam. Alan screamed in panic. Finally, they landed with a heavy impact on the ground. The landing caused a big shock. Alan struggled to endure his injuries. Suriel pulled Alan, running at full speed through the forest. He panicked, trembling because he wasn't mentally prepared, while Suriel decisively led the way. Arriving at training ground number 14, Suriel called out loudly for Amy, but no one responded. The atmosphere became unusual and tense. Suriel panted as she realized the place was empty. She worried because they arrived 10 minutes early but still saw no one. Alan guessed that the location might have been changed to avoid the professor's detection. That made him even more worried about Amy's situation. Alan was confused, blaming himself for making things more complicated. He no longer cared about his identity being exposed, only worried about Amy. He seriously told Suriel to go back and report everything to the professor, thinking he would slow her down. He guessed this matter revolved around himself. Suriel was surprised to hear Alan say everything was because of him. She intended to object, but Alan interrupted, affirming that helping would ease Amy's worries. Suriel exclaimed, shocked to discover the reason Amy got involved was because of Alan. She began to suspect the relationship between the two. Alan urged Suriel to leave immediately before the situation worsened. Suriel reluctantly agreed, but remained worried because Alan was also in danger. Alan continued running up the mountain alone. He gasped but felt as if returning to a familiar place, a mountain like his hometown. A powerful burst of light exploded. Alan, the blonde boy in academy uniform, appeared in the center of the light, plunging down like a blazing meteor. Amid the glowing blue space, Alan opened his eyes. He thought silently, I might be able to find her traces here. Immediately after, Alan discovered glowing footprints imprinted on the ground. There, he said, footprints. He observed carefully. The footprints were fresh, proving the girl had just been here, but halfway they stopped. Alan guessed, did they fly away from this point? A loud sound rang out. Boom! Alan startled. A supersonic explosion. Looking up, Alan saw smoke rising from afar. He squinted worriedly. Something has happened. Inside the dense forest, sunlight filters through the thick canopy. A quiet scene signals an approaching storm. A blonde male student with a mischievous look suddenly casts a fire spell. He grins, muttering, whoops, my hand slipped. With the same smile, he continues teasingly, I just wanted to make your entrance a bit more spectacular. But the fireball nearly hits Amy Carmes directly. The red-haired girl stands still, her cold eyes watching the blazing flame. Amy remains calm. Above, 4 fourth-year students descend surrounded by a brilliant magical light. They form a circle, sneering. Looks like Amy finally decided to show up, their sarcasm echoing throughout the forest. A group of students in black uniforms stand behind. One laughs. Jake really is the boss, knows how to lure the big fish. Jake Ardius, a brown-haired student wearing a red cloak trimmed in black, steps forward with 2 followers. He smirks coldly. We must properly welcome our honored guest. Amy stands in the middle of the circle, arms crossed calmly. Jake sneers. Really came alone? Is that girl that important? Amy gives a faint smile, replying with disdain. I don't think it's worth burning down the whole house over a few fleas. A brown-haired student with a sinister face mocks Amy as arrogant. He emphasizes she can't do anything with so many eyes watching. His expression turns serious and calculating. He quietly says he has carefully prepared a plan this time. Amy Carmes keeps a cold gaze, ignoring his words. She asks directly, where is Siren? The group laughs mockingly. One taunts Siren, saying he's licking books in the library and worries about Amy, whom they call his lady. Another imitates Siren's voice, teasing his affection for books. They all burst out laughing while Amy remains silent, her eyes growing sharper. The male students surrounding Amy declare she still has a debt to pay. Each clearly shows intent to retaliate. The brown-haired leader clenches his fist, saying after last night's incident he feels he must repay Amy. He grits his teeth, eyes full of hatred. Amy exhales lightly, knowing Siren is absent. She smiles strangely, as if removing a burden from her heart. She smiles coldly, revealing sharp white fangs. Repeating the leader's words, Amy says, too many eyes only complicate things. Emitting a mysterious energy, Amy flashes a mad smile. She declares, then, I just need to gouge their eyes out. 3 male students face someone arrogantly. The one in the middle frowns in discomfort, showing suspicion and anger. What? Sensing something unusual, he breaks into a cold sweat and steps back cautiously. You're not serious, are you? The pink-haired female student says nothing, just raises her hand. A magic circle appears beneath her feet. Then a powerful attack erupts, engulfing them in flames. A male student screams in despair, his hand burning. Too hot, help. The group panics. She really did it. Put out the fire quickly. The leader shouts. The cross formation is weak when attacked from multiple sides. Scatter. They immediately fly up, moving fast to form a siege. Hurry, stay close to her position. A male student rushes forward, creating an energy slash from above, deciding to strike first. A newly arrived, messy-haired male student, seemingly a group member, suddenly startles as he notices something unusual in the light. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. He was blasted backward, falling to the ground with a pitiful scream. The red-haired female student swung her hand, creating a giant pillar of energy light. The sound, FWOOM, echoed, signaling an imminent battle. She surged forward in a whirlwind of magic at a terrifying speed, the entire sky engulfed in a bright blue glow. Her glowing red eyes flashed as she laughed coldly. Where do you think you're going? A gaze that made her opponent freeze in place. Many enemies were swept into the air in a single strike, seemingly trapped by binding pillars of magical light. Flames erupted around her body, her hair flying backward, hands gathering energy to form a fiery vortex, the skill flare. Energy exploded. She unleashed a final blow that made the entire forest ahead seem submerged in a sea of fire. Sparks flew at dizzying speed, destroying everything in their path. The skill blaze left the opponents no time to react. A brown-haired male student shouted amid the blazing scene. Wait, you said she would use the cross. How's she spinning it so fast? Panic clearly evident. He tried to dodge another explosion, eyes wide with shock. This is far more advanced than what she did on the training grounds. Explosions continued. The enemies screamed from burns and doubted. Has she actually fought in a real battle before? But then realized every skill has a weakness. A black-haired male student flew into the air, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. He recognized the only blind spot of a horizontal skill was an attack from above. With a confident smile, he dove like lightning, launching a rapid attack accompanied by bang, pew-pew sounds, certain victory was in hand. He shouted, Wind Cutter, creating a sharp swirling blade of wind aimed straight down at the opponent below. From the ground, Amy Carmes looked up to face the giant tornado descending, her red hair wildly flying. Amy spun around, narrowly dodging the strike, her eyes shining brightly as she confronted the fierce windstorm. The male student panicked, shouting, but how? Unable to believe Amy survived that killing move. Amy smiled proudly, her eyes glowing red. It's called a schema, dumbass, revealing the secret to her victory through analyzing magical structures. She raised her hand to the sky and began her counterattack. From her palm, a blazing red magical light gathered. She shouted, Fire strike. A giant beam shot straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds. The male student struggled amid the swirling wind, in pain and helpless. "God damn it!" he screamed in despair as magic wrapped around his body, light engulfing him, ending his illusion of victory. A fireball exploded in the sky with a loud boom, creating a massive blast in the forest. Roars echoed from within the flames. A creature or person wrapped in swirling flames fell to the ground, sounds of HRGH and ringing out as they collided midair. Jake, a black-haired male student, showed clear pain and anger from the attack. He shouted angrily, "F***seeking wench." Soft footsteps echoed through the smoke. A girl approached confidently, accompanied by sharp sarcasm. Amy Carmes, the red-haired female student, smiled arrogantly. She mocked Jake with contemptuous words, comparing him to an uneducated monkey. Jake gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing green, raising his hand to gather magic and shouted, "Don't insult me." Amy continued walking without fear. She calmly said, "It's over, Jake, and I won't let you off." A flash of blue electricity sparked from Amy's eyes. She suddenly sensed something unusual was happening. A strange wave of energy, combining blue and purple lightning with radiant light, erupted like a mysterious magical storm. Amy turned around in surprise, enveloped by the unfamiliar energy. She couldn't understand what was happening. The sky suddenly shook violently, dark purple energies twisting tightly in the air. A mysterious phenomenon beyond control was occurring. Amy Carmes clutched her head in pain, eyes wide open, screaming. The strange energy invaded, leaving her unable to resist, yelling in terror. A black-haired male student with glowing green eyes appeared, wearing a sinister smile. He said, "Checkmate, Amy, you damn witch." He declared it was anti-magic, a forbidden type of magic, warning Amy she would go insane if she stayed in the spirit zone. Amy hovered within the shattered barrier, desperately resisting. Amy shouted angrily, calling him crazy. She tried to use Red Eye, but her power was interrupted by the forbidden magic. Of course cowards use forbidden magic. Amy gritted her teeth in rage. She realized she couldn't reactivate her Red Eye ability. Suddenly an arm lunged forward, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. An unexpected attack was launched. Amy was thrown high into the air, spinning helplessly. She was completely powerless, becoming prey to the assault. The black-haired male student laughed wildly. "Now you belong to us, you evil bitch," he shouted amid arrogant laughter. While forcing Amy to obey, the villain repeated his earlier offer triumphantly. "My offer doesn't sound so bad now, does it?" The black-haired student held a knife, wearing a malicious smile, warning Amy Carmes to answer wisely. He declared he was feeling quite impulsive, a clear threat. Amy struggled, teeth clenched, eyes full of hatred. Though tied up and unable to move, she declared, if he dared do anything, she would kill him. As her body struggled in despair, Amy blamed herself for neglecting schema training since age 12. But she hadn't given up, still trying to find a way out. The black-haired student sneered contemptuously at her futile struggles. He mocked, "You still don't realize how weak you are." He stepped closer, the knife glowing bright red. He taunted Amy, "You just hate boys, I can help with that." The male student raised the knife, enunciating each word chillingly. "A small cut on your face will make no one dare pursue you anymore." The glowing red blade grazed Amy's face. She shuddered, trying to endure without shedding tears, but couldn't hide her fear. The student laughed maniacally, seeing Amy tremble. He shouted, "If only you'd been this obedient from the start." The blade pressed close to Amy's eye. He ordered, "Beg," but Amy could only open her eyes wide as tears welled up, despair evident. In that moment, memories flooded back. Amy recalled Alan being bullied before. She knelt beside the blonde boy, feeling for the first time the fear and helplessness he endured. An old paper with the words, "The Dark Magicians," appeared on a blood-stained ground, accompanied by a grim prophecy, "We're coming back as waves," a dire omen for what was to come. At the schoolyard at sunset, a group of students gathered. A male student raised a knife threatening Amy Carmes, tying her hands high. She tried to hide her fear, but her eyes reflected panic. Those around were silent. No one dared intervene. Suddenly, Alan appeared from afar, shouting angrily, "Stop right there, you ANIMLS," holding a magic staff, his eyes blazing with fury. His arrival shattered the tense atmosphere. A voice shouted loudly, "Stop," causing the crowd of students to be stunned. A male student was pointing a knife threatening Amy, the red-haired girl who was tied up and unable to resist. A Blundahud boy appeared, holding a stick, angrily shouting, "Stop right now, you beasts!" The sudden appearance shocked everyone. The surrounding students murmured. Someone whispered, "What is he doing here?" Meanwhile, Amy was still tied up, her eyes full of worry. Amy recognized the person who rushed in was Sana. She opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise, "Sana!" Sana was breathing heavily, still gripping the stick tightly, staring firmly ahead, ready to face the kidnappers. One of the kidnappers sneered. "Really? You came alone?" He showed clear contempt. The group of students burst into mocking laughter. One raised a knife sarcastically. "The prince has arrived. Put down that scary stick, brave prince." Amy struggled angrily, shouting, "Fool, why did you come alone?" Sana tightened his grip on the stick, thinking anxiously, "I can't believe they dared to kidnap the top student in class, but at least Skjol must have found the teacher already." Determined to buy time, Sana shouted loudly as light flared up. "All right, I once defeated Lun with just this stick," then yelled, "Release Amy immediately." The kidnapper leader laughed mockingly, refusing to release Amy Kumaz, suspecting Ulan wanted to lure them out for an easier attack. Without hesitation, Ulan jumped up and rushed forward quickly, his eyes determined, ready to confront. The male students panicked seeing Ulan dare to charge straight in. The leader ordered, "Open sesame, boys," setting up an ambush. As Ulan approached, the male students immediately moved aside, revealing Amy suspended in midair. Ulan froze, realizing something was wrong. Ulan stopped, sensing a strange energy in the air. "Something's not right," he doubted. From nowhere, purple magical strands flashed, enveloping Ulan. The sound of shattering echoed in the space. Ulan panicked, eyes wide as he was surrounded by strange energy, causing intense pain throughout his body. Suddenly pain struck. Ulan clutched his head, screaming in despair. The magical energy swirling around him grew stronger. Ulan's body was thrown far away. He crashed hard to the ground amid the kidnappers' triumphant laughter. Amy helplessly watched Ulan being defeated. The male students mocked him as the Great Prince and laughed at his failure against a group of mages. Amy Kumaz shouted urgently, warning Ulan, "Get out of the spirit zone now, that's anti-magic." Ulan screamed in pain as the anti-magic strike pierced the spiritual world. He was shocked to realize this was the forbidden magic previously mentioned. Amy's voice echoed in Ulan's mind. If he didn't retreat, he would lose his ability to use magic forever. She warned that anti-magic could drive a mage insane. But Ulan couldn't escape in time. His senses, awareness, and reason gradually faded away from him. In the chaotic dizziness, Ulan's consciousness shattered. He gradually lost direction amid the mental turmoil. In the darkness, the image of a Blunda teacher wearing glasses appeared. Her voice rang out. "A mage must maintain mental control to the very end." Ulan opened his eyes. Despite blood flowing from his nose, a determined light flared in his eyes amid the fragments of consciousness. Ulan recalled the lecture. The teacher had said, "The defensive structure helps maintain focus amid chaotic battlefields. It protects the spirit zone from physical and magical collisions." And an essential truth, anti-magic and spirit zone are both just forms of waves. Ulan immediately understood. If the wave density of the spirit zone is dense, anti-magic cannot penetrate. Regaining clarity, he focused his power, preparing to counterattack. A dazzling light burst from Sana's hand. He poured all his energy into resisting the overwhelming attack. The senior male students, led by Jake Udawaz, were astonished to see Sana still standing firm. They were angry, thinking Sana was showing off like a genius. Amy Kumaz panicked. She shouted a warning to Sana. The others were intensifying their assault, and if he continued, he would be in danger. The attacking students began to sense something unusual. The light before them suddenly changed, confusing them and causing them to retreat. A three-dimensional barrier appeared in midair, full of purple and blue light, with a complex geometric structure. The group was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. The barrier continued to rotate, emitting strange energy with snowflake patterns. Inside, Sana still stood firm within the space he created. Though his body was swaying, Sana still struggled to endure. He whispered. Moreover, he needed additional magic frames to reinforce the barrier. Sana cast additional auxiliary energy frames, making the barrier more complex and stronger. The purple energy waves reflected every attack, causing chaos. Jake and his gang screamed in panic. The magic they unleashed was reflected back. Some were injured by the diffused energy. Jake shouted loudly, trying to control the situation. "Don't panic. Emotions will disrupt magic waves." But it was too late. Loss of control was spreading throughout his formation. Ulan clenched his fists, bowing his head in anger. His Class VII uniform glowed faintly, signaling his spirit had gathered. He stepped forward, magical power rising around his heels, creating swirling smoke beneath his feet. The other students immediately took notice. With a strong stomp, Ulan emitted an energy shockwave spreading around like seismic waves. A spherical shield instantly formed. Ulan stood inside, glaring at the attacking students, shouting, "Don't come any closer." A male student was blasted away by the recoil, screaming in panic as the swirling energy attacked his body. The energy wave continued to sweep through, tossing the group of male students like straw. Ulan dashed into the midst of the circle at lightning speed. Shouts echoed everywhere. Amy stood among the students, horrified as she witnessed the chaotic situation. Amy tried to cast magic but could not sense her spirit zone. She realized the anti-magic was weakening. She raised her hand, flames bursting fiercely as the anti-magic effect disappeared. The blaze spell flared brightly in her hand. Amy cast the flare spell. Fireballs surrounded her, illuminating the entire area. She exclaimed in amazement, "WO!" Sienna was stunned seeing a giant spherical spirit zone enveloping the forest. The cold and solid energy radiating from it made her exclaim in astonishment. This exceeded all limits she had ever known. Alan, his face smeared with blood, sensed a strange movement beneath his feet. He was confused by the shivering sensation spreading. Looking down, Alan saw the ground glowing and twisting as if a small creature was crawling. He felt as if he had just stepped on an insect. A fourth-year student panicked and shouted upon seeing Alan defeat his entire group of friends. He couldn't believe that just a stupid rookie could do that. 4 to 5 students lay unconscious on the grass, evidence of a fierce battle just fought. Those who were once arrogant were now only proof of Alan's superiority. Another brown-haired student tried to justify the defeat, saying Alan was an anti-magic expert, admitted to the school under a special quota. Both Alan and Sienna were confused by this strange explanation. The fourth-year student, who had been defeated by Alan, now raged fiercely. He unleashed light magic from his body and shouted, refusing to accept defeat again. Alan trembled before the magical power surging toward him. Energy waves surrounded him from all directions, forcing him to retreat cautiously. The fourth-year student launched a powerful attack, releasing energy from both hands, forming a massive magical vortex, destroying the surrounding space. Alan was pushed to his limit. He knew that to survive, he had to fight back, but he despairingly admitted a painful truth. He didn't know any magic to counterattack. Jake laughed maniacally, threatening to cut his opponent inch by inch. But before he could act, a fiery punch flew at the speed of light. Amy delivered a fierce punch that sent Jake flying into the air. Behind her, the white-haired teacher silently observed. Jake screamed in pain as he was slammed to the ground, his face twisted with pain and surprise. Amy lost control in her rage, throwing another powerful punch at Jake's face, shouting in fury. Alan rushed over in panic, trying to stop Amy, but Amy continued her furious assault, loudly demanding Jake repeat his threats. Jake was knocked aside, blood splattering as Amy kept striking relentlessly. Alan warned, "You'll kill him with schema, Amy." Alan tightly embraced Amy from behind, groaning in pain as he tried to restrain her. Amy's anger hadn't subsided, but she began to relent. A crash sound echoed amid the crimson forest at sunset. The battle ended, leaving a heavy silence. Alan lay on the ground, his face covered in blood but still looking at Amy with concern. He tried to ask, "Are you okay?" Amy didn't answer. Exhausted, she rested her head on Alan's chest, leaving him stunned, whispering doubtfully, "Amy." Amy was unconscious in Alan's arms, his face panicked and desperate. He gently shook her, shouting, "Please wake up," but Amy showed no response. Growing more worried, he screamed in despair. Jake's shadow lay motionless nearby, proof of the fierce battle that had just occurred. In the quiet forest under the sunset, students in uniforms lay unconscious, scattered on the grass. In the center, Amy Carmes was dozing among the crowd. Thin smoke rose around, evoking the ruins after a fierce battle. Alan, the blonde-haired boy, caught Amy, who was fainting, on his shoulder. He was embarrassed and worried, realizing Amy was not injured but just exhausted after the intense fight. Alan looked at Amy with deep emotion. With a bruised face and blood flowing from his nose, he quietly said, "Thanks." "Thank you, Amy." Though there was no reply, he spoke as a sign of respect. Alan whispered emotionally that Amy had done everything just to save him. Immediately, Amy, seemingly unconscious, suddenly trembled slightly, showing she had heard those words. Amy suddenly jumped up and kicked Alan hard, making him fall to the ground. She acted as if nothing had happened, just waking up and saying, "Feeling better now." Alan screamed in pain. Amy stood with arms crossed in front of Alan, mocking, "Can't believe a weakling like you dared to face them alone." Alan, now kneeling, silently thought, "Just as I thought, she's not kind at all." Amy coughed lightly to dispel the awkward situation, then reached out her hand to Alan. "Anyway, we have to leave here. We can't let the professor find us like this." Alan grabbed Amy's hand to stand up. He revealed that he had asked Suriel to inform the professor. Amy was shocked, shouting that she had told Suriel not to say anything. "You just made things worse." Amy got angry, ruffling her hair and hissing, "You don't know how troublesome it is to get into trouble here." She feared their secret would be exposed, because the professor would investigate everything thoroughly. Alan responded firmly, "What does it matter? You almost died, Amy." However, their argument was accidentally overheard by a brown-haired male student, lying unconscious nearby, who silently thought, a secret." Alan shouted, telling Amy to retreat immediately and talk later. Meanwhile, Amy was still stunned, unable to believe they really had to run away. Right after, a brilliant light burst forth in the forest. An emergency teleportation spell was cast, engulfing the two in dazzling light. Amy frowned worriedly, silently praying, "Please, let it be an easygoing old professor who overlooks this." But memories evoked the image of a kind old professor, giving her a faint hope. Amy's hope vanished. The two professors who appeared were Thad of the Flame and Sienna of the Frost, both level 6 and known as the strictest in the academy. She panicked. "We're doomed. These are the most passionate people in school." From afar, Suriel ran over with a panicked face, calling out loudly, "Amy, are you okay?" Suriel came to Amy's side, anxiously asking about her injuries and messy hair. Amy tried to hide everything, hesitantly asking why they arrived so early. Meanwhile, Thad began gathering magic. Thad raised his hand, casting the flare spell, summoning a giant fireball. Alan was amazed to recognize it as the Fire Sun spell, one of the hardest fire spells to perform. The light from the magic illuminated the surrounding scene. On the ground, many students in uniforms lay unconscious. Professor Thad was stunned. What happened here? Thad turned around, his face serious and full of killing intent. Amy and Alan were both terrified, not daring to breathe heavily. Thad grabbed Amy's shoulder, harshly questioning, "Amy, how could an outstanding student like you get into such trouble?" Professor Sienna Oliver hurried to the scene, anxiously asking if Amy was injured. Amy remained silent, still not fully recovered. Sienna turned to Siren, demanding he explain what happened upon hearing that two students were in danger. Siren was flustered, unable to say anything yet. Suddenly, a fourth-year male student stepped forward confidently, interrupting. "I can explain everything, Professor." The student, with a scratched face but smirking, admitted organizing the fight out of personal grudge, calling it youthful impulsiveness. Sienna narrowed her cold eyes. When a red-haired female student presented a letter, she pointed out that the letter showed signs of threats and extortion, not just a simple challenge. Sienna continued exposing the crime, affirming she had discovered the student used anti-magic, a strictly forbidden act. The brown-haired student hurriedly defended himself, blaming Amy for being too strong, forcing him to use anti-magic to protect himself. Still stubborn, he loudly claimed he was the real victim, hopping to turn the situation around with ridiculous pleas of innocence. He continued to make excuses, blaming Amy for attacking him first in the library. According to him, that forced him to challenge her to settle it. Amy could no longer stay silent, shouting angrily, "You were the one who threatened me first, and you even claimed to have kidnapped Siren." The fourth-year brown-haired student, the villain, brazenly retorted, "But did they really do that?" Trying to shirk responsibility. He smirked and continued blaming, "You were the one who struck first." He pointed at Siren, loudly accusing, "He didn't inform the professor before coming here, that proves everything." Then maliciously concluded, "You two are definitely hiding something." In front of the blonde-haired professor, a red-haired female student with purple eyes was stunned, holding the evidence paper. The professor's face grew serious, beginning to waver. Amy Carmes, trembling with anger, shouted, "They are the real instigators, not me." Her gaze directed at Siren, who was being blamed. The professor was shocked while Siren silently watched. The villain continued to corner Amy. He smirked with sinister eyes. "Enough, Amy, it's time for you to tell the truth." In his mind echoed the thought, "Now you understand why people fear dark mages." In a dark memory, he recalled his extortion plot. "This time, I'll raise the stakes. No matter how much money it costs, I will dig out that dirty secret. And then, every newspaper, every organization, every social class in the kingdom will know it all." His plan to slander and disgrace Amy was being carefully nurtured step by step. Just as the situation tilted completely in favor of the villain, a cold wind swept in. Professor Sienna Oliver, purple hair, sharp eyes, appeared on the battlefield, issuing a warning. "Jake, don't be too arrogant." She directly pointed out, "You and your gang used anti-magic, not for learning but to attack students." The group of students, Amy, the red-haired girl, the blonde professor, and Jake, were all stunned. Her voice was as sharp as ice. "That magic can destroy minds, even kill, and you all know that well." A blonde male student on the villain's side swallowed nervously, his face pale. "Kill us." Professor Sienna Oliver's icy gaze declared that the current reason alone was enough to expel all of them. A black-haired male student laughed arrogantly, challenging that she alone could not have the authority to expel him. Professor Thad whispered a warning that the Ardius family, the black-haired student's family, financially sponsored the academy, keeping the whole system stable. Sienna remained unshaken. She replied that a teacher's duty is to guide students on the right path. If Thad disagreed, he could resign. The black-haired student laughed loudly, declaring he was eager to see who would leave the academy first, him or the professor. With a mad expression, he shouted that money is everything. No one can resist the power that money brings. Sienna raised her hand, declaring before she left he needed to learn a lesson first. She unleashed a powerful bright blue spell, punishing the male student with overwhelming strength. The fierce magic blast blew him backward. He screamed in pain, completely helpless before the professor's power. The surrounding students panicked. Professor Thad and the group were swept up by the energy, fearfully shouting, "P Professor!" A fourth-year student tried to resist, shouting in panic that they were not allowed to kill students. He was surrounded by a fierce, swirling, icy wind. The sudden cold storm crystallized into a giant ice pillar, freezing everything around him. He screamed desperately amid the freezing cold. Trapped among sharp ice spikes, the student trembled, facing imminent death, but strangely, no wounds touched his skin. A blonde-haired student, Ullen, exclaimed in amazement. She didn't harm him even a bit. Her ice control was so refined it controlled every molecule. Alan thought silently, no wonder she's a master-level ice mage. The purple-haired sorceress stood before the enemy, asking directly, Jake, do you really believe money can buy everything? Jake panicked and shouted, demanding to be released immediately. The sorceress coldly snapped her fingers. Snap! And immediately the ice shattered, freeing him. Amid the night and icy light, the purple-haired sorceress continued speaking. She knew how many students Jake had harmed, and that the school had turned a blind eye to it all. Jake panicked and justified, claiming it was thanks to his family's money, but she immediately dismissed that argument. Don't deceive yourself. The purple-haired sorceress clearly stated, the school does not exist for money. This place teaches things money cannot buy. Jake roared in anger and confusion. What does that mean? She replied with determined eyes. It's where dreams come true. Professor Sienna Oliver stared at the black-haired student, her gaze cold but sincere, asking directly, you want to become a sorcerer, right? That question stunned the student. His eyes widened, shining with surprise and confusion, as if awakened from a long dream. Memories flooded back. He once stood before Professor Oliver, confidently declaring, if you promote me to 5th year, I will prove I am an excellent sorcerer. He did not speak just for himself. He longed to study with friends, to pursue the dream of becoming sorcerers together. That desire drove him to seek her out. Memories of days studying with friends, smiling in sorcerer uniforms, gave him strength. Back then, the dream felt so close. But then everything changed. Those who were once friends laughed behind his back. He walked alone, quietly hiding the pain beneath the shine of his 4th-year cloak. Professor Oliver questioned, this precious space, do you intend to destroy it? He looked up, stunned in the falling snow, his eyes empty. Before the professor's stern gaze, he could only bow his head. In the darkness and white snow, his voice trembled. Professor. He said no more. Bowing deeply, his shoulders shook. That silence spoke volumes. Regret, remorse, and shame he could not hide. In the snowy forest, before Professor Oliver, Siren, and other students, he knelt and spoke. I'm sorry. Siren looked up at the sky, his gaze distant, as if pondering something important. The sky sparkled with magical light. A thought echoed, the most precious thing of all. Jake and the Dark Mages group repented and were detained in the disciplinary room for a long time to atone for their mistakes. Voices echoed from inside the room. It hurts. Be gentle. It's just a surface wound. Don't overdo it. Next, Siren and Amy were summoned to the counselor's office. The teacher's voice rang out reproachfully. Why didn't you speak up sooner, Siren? Professor Sienna and the blonde teacher expressed dissatisfaction. It's unacceptable that you went alone to rescue someone with higher abilities. Amy sighed and then decided to tell the truth. Sana quietly nodded in agreement. Now was the time, with no reason left to keep secrets. Amy began to reveal the secret about her identity, hesitating and silent. The truth is, Siren is my boyfriend. Amy smiled brightly and winked while Siren was stunned. All three in front of them, the red-haired girl, Suriel, Professor Sienna, and the blonde teacher, were utterly shocked. The teacher almost tore the paper while writing. The entire academy was shaken by the declaration. A scream echoed throughout the tower. WHAAAT. Amy Cummins desperately screamed in the middle of the forest, suspended among magical flower branches. She urgently called for help, but no one responded. Evil laughter echoed. A group of students in the shadows mocked her, asserting that no one on this mountain would come to help her. They blamed Amy for not accepting them from the start. Suddenly, an unexpected kick struck the villains, causing them to panic. A figure rushed in at lightning speed. In the dazzling light, a white horse appeared among the flowers. On its back was a mysterious rider who stunned the villains. Just as the group was still terrified, another powerful kick hit them, throwing them away. A voice shouted, he's behind us. Amy was astonished to recognize the newcomer as a familiar male student in the academy uniform. She exclaimed, It's you. Sana smiled, swinging his sword to cut the flower branches binding Amy. I came to save you, Amy. Amy fell and was caught gently in Sana's arms. They looked at each other in a moment of surprise. Sana, Amy. Amidst the radiant flower forest, they embraced under shimmering light. Amy said, Oh, Sana. He gently replied, Oh, Amy. In the school hall, female students screamed excitedly as they heard the story retold. KYAA, oh my God, is it true? Skjol stood before the crowd of female students, enthusiastically recounting the story she considered very romantic, causing everyone to cheer excitedly. She claimed to have witnessed everything firsthand, but was immediately grabbed from behind by Amy, the main character in the story, with an angry expression. The entire academy shook with rumors. Strange gossip began to spread, with people suspecting Skjol had fabricated a vivid romance novel. A school notice board was turned into a love bulletin board, filled with rumors like Amy and Sana are in love, kissing under the moonlight, and destined love. Students across the school buzzed with talk. Female students were excited, while male students were sad and disappointed to learn that Goddess Amy already had someone special. Amy angrily shouted at Skjol, denying everything and demanding she stop spreading rumors. Skjol remained calm, acting as if nothing had happened. Skjol covered her mouth giggling, saying that even without seeing it herself, Amy had confessed to the professor that Sunna was her boyfriend. No proof needed, just logic. She quickly reassured Amy that everything had gone well. At least the boys would stop bothering her. Amy reluctantly admitted that. During the Academy's official hearing, a report was slammed onto the table. Teachers questioned the truth behind the story. Someone shouted, refusing to believe Amy was in love. Facing skeptical eyes, Amy calmly declared that she and Sunna had known each other for a long time. Meeting again at this school was fate, a sudden lie to hide the whole truth. Amy Kumaz smiled happily, trying to appear close to Sunna in front of the teachers, hiding the truth behind their relationship. Under the table, Amy kicked Sunna's leg hard, warning him to keep pretending they were in love to avoid revealing their past. Sunna hurriedly went along with Amy's lie with a forced laugh. In his heart, he thought, pretending to love is better than exposing past secrets. Skjol, Amy's orange-haired best friend, noticed and excitedly cheered, convinced there was really something romantic between them. Amy silently drank water, looking awkward. Skjol happily reminded her that today was a joint class, a chance to see Sunna again. Skjol teased whether Amy would have dinner and date Sunna in the library. Amy bluntly replied she would focus on studying as usual. Skjol was disappointed by Amy's rationality. Amy laughed loudly, affirming she had no time for a fake relationship. Although she said so outwardly, Amy silently bit her lip, her heart suddenly aching at the thought that Sunna was still living happily, not caring about her. Outside, Amy's inner voice flared strongly. No, I don't care how well he's doing. She strode toward the shared training ground. At the training ground, Sunna greeted with a smile. Hello, Skjol. Hello, Amy. His calmness made Amy even more flustered. Skjol happily ran up to greet the blonde male student, teasingly mentioning Amy. Amy stood behind, looking annoyed. Amy watched the two chatting with resentment, feeling jealousy rising inside. She recalled having once suggested pretending to be his girlfriend, but now only received indifference. She angrily thought he was drawing a boundary between them. He merely cleared his throat gently, saying nothing more. Amy smiled brightly, saying there was no need to be so formal. She tried to appear friendly in front of everyone. Skjol was surprised, never having heard Amy say that to any boy before. The blonde male student was about to say they were together, but immediately changed his words and affirmed he wanted to respect her. That polite statement left Amy speechless. Amy clenched her fists, saying she had to go to class. Skjol was surprised by this unusual reaction. Amy silently turned and left, causing Skjol to awkwardly call after her. She did not respond, walking away coldly. The blonde male student also turned his back and left silently. Skjol stood there, confused and not understanding what had just happened. He sat down in class and began studying as usual, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, the eyes of other students were directed at him with contempt. They whispered that he was only admitted because of his looks, lacking any notable skills. Some male students in the class began mocking him. They believed Sunna didn't care about studying and was only focused on dating. Sunna heard this, his cold gaze revealing restrained anger. He was being gossiped about for neglecting manners due to love affairs. He clenched his fists in anger. The rumors had started spreading about 2 days ago. 2 days earlier, the Academy's notice board was filled with rumor notes. Amy, the goddess of the Academy, and new student Sunna were in love. At that time, the atmosphere in Class B11 was lively. A student shouted to get everyone's attention about a sensational news. Students buzzed upon hearing that Amy and Sunna were dating. Some male students were disappointed, while others joked, "She's mine." A group of female students were also upset, considering the Amy and Sunna story unfair, since they were both the most noticed people. One female student seemed accepting. They probably suit each other. Meanwhile, a pale purple-haired male student from Class VII remained silent. That male student suddenly spoke up, his face tense. But there's something very strange. Before the class understood, he continued, "I'm talking about the new student, Sunna. Look here." An angry male student slammed a grade report on the desk, attracting the whole class's attention. He loudly asked, "What is this? Midterm grades?" The crowd hurried over to see, surprised, exclaiming, "What? No way." The name Sunna Aryan was clearly on the grade report, with all subjects scoring only 30 points, the lowest in the class. Everyone was shocked because he was once considered an excellent student. The atmosphere grew tense as whispers spread. "I heard he can't even perform a single spell." A blonde student, apparently the class president, stepped forward to question. "What's going on?" The student behind sneered. "He's a special admission, you can tell just by looking." Another mocked that some noble must have backed Sunna to get him into school under the guise of a genius. Anger spread widely. A group of students angrily believed Sunna didn't deserve to be admitted and yet even had a girlfriend. The whole class shouted in anger, believing they had to sweat for their future while Sana was favored from the start. Everyone shouted in unison, "Unacceptable." In the corner of the class, a pink-haired female student bowed her head silently, next to a student smirking mockingly. A mysterious hand slightly opened the door. An angry voice rang out, "Why does the school allow such injustice to happen?" Ulan entered the classroom, surprised to find the atmosphere suddenly quiet, though it had been noisy before. He stopped at the door, eyes scrutinizing. Inside, all students were seated quietly. No one spoke, their gazes directed at Ulan as if waiting for something. Feeling something unusual, Ulan slowly stepped into the class. The thick silence seemed to hide a spreading secret. He sat next to a classmate and asked about the next lesson, but no one answered. Whispers and murmurs arose around Ulan. He didn't need to ask to know. They were trying to hide something from him. Ulan worriedly thought of Amy. The rumors could spread far, harming her, the one becoming the center of gossip and slander. Current scene: the whole class was participating in an individual spirit zone practice in the large hall, where everyone gathered around the magic circle. Ulan stood still in the room, focusing on shaping his spirit zone. All surrounding students were practicing. A long-haired, blue-haired male student silently practiced near Alan. Alan's presence made him uncomfortable. He glanced over irritably, complaining inwardly because Alan's spirit zone accidentally touched his own zone, which he found disgusting. Siren stood in the mystical space filled with light, carrying confusion. Why was his spirit zone so large if he couldn't use it effectively? Professor Romy appeared, gently inquiring about Siren when noticing his unease. Siren startled and turned around, politely greeting Professor Romy. Siren shared that he had trouble with schism, a zone-splitting technique. He felt his consciousness leaving his body whenever the spirit zone was pulled away. Professor Romy explained that this was normal for a swarmer, someone whose consciousness naturally forms a sphere according to natural laws. Therefore, schism was harder because it required artificially changing the shape. She continued asking Siren about controlling other shapes of the Quaternion. Siren replied he had no problem with those forms. Hearing this, Professor Romy smiled and suggested Siren perform immediately in the image zone. Siren was embarrassed, not yet ready to respond. Meanwhile, other students gathered around the image zone area, their eyes attentively watching the upcoming performance. Sana expressed difficulty in controlling schism, the mental zone separated from the body that made him feel his consciousness was also drifting away. Professor Rummy explained that this was normal for swarmer mages, whose spirits naturally form spheres according to natural laws. Forcing this zone to split made control more difficult. Professor Rummy continued to ask about other shapes in the Quaternion structure, the mental geometric system Sana was studying. Sana thought carefully, his focused expression showing he was considering the professor's question thoroughly. Professor Rummy smiled and suggested Sana perform a live demonstration in the image zone, the area simulating magic. Sana was surprised by the proposal, feeling confused and not ready to immediately comply with the request. The professor reassured him that he could perform later if he was not confident yet. However, she emphasized that Sana was the only one in the class able to control Quaternion, and she hoped to witness it. Professor Rummy thought silently. Sana had performed excellently in the first lesson, but now he seemed affected by pressure from classmates. She understood this was a sensitive psychological phase. Sana regained his spirit, his eyes determined. He accepted the challenge and suggested the professor give feedback after the performance. The surrounding students were surprised to see Sana truly accept to perform again. Some even suspected he just wanted to impress a girl. Another student sarcastically said Sana knew nothing else but this, showing jealousy and contempt. Ulan stood before the judging teacher, asked to perform the test following the Quaternion sequence, a mandatory standard for class promotion. He thought silently, as long as he passed this challenge and moved up a class, he would escape unnecessary trouble with the 7th grade students. Regaining calm, Ulan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began the first step of the test. He deployed the first defensive layer using blast magic, creating a hexagonal barrier surrounding his body. The 5th grade students watched attentively. Some were surprised by Ulan's power, comparing it to previous battles where he defeated dark mages. Some admired seeing a defensive barrier with 144 faces, a number indicating extremely precise and skilled technique, almost reaching perfect armor level. Ulan continued to the next step in the test. A strong beam of light exploded from his body, spreading energy across the arena floor. The energy pressure was so great that cracks began to appear on the surrounding barrier, proving the extremely high level of magic power concentrated. The light converged into a large cross shape, covering the space, confirming Ulan was performing the transformation according to the correct Quaternion sequence. The brown-haired teacher with braided hair and glasses silently took notes. She was surprised by Ulan's speed and accuracy, concluding he even surpassed 6th grade students and deserved promotion. In the magical space sparkling with light, the blond male student, who had never succeeded before, stood in the final circle called Schism. Though tired, he was determined to attempt one last time. He thought silently that even if he failed, the professor could still see his mistakes to guide him again. The magic began to tremble, signaling the start of a dangerous process. From the 5th grade class, students were surprised and whispered. No one expected someone not yet in 5th grade to dare try Schism, something usually only advanced mages performed. Some students doubted and mocked, saying what he was doing was unrealistic. Meanwhile, he remained focused, aiming for the key to success, shrinking the magic zone and shifting its center. A huge vortex of magical energy formed, emitting brilliant light. He was trying to manipulate the spirit zone, shrinking it and pushing its center away from the body, a decisive step in the Schism technique. But he quickly became exhausted. Pushing the center away stretched his mind, feeling completely drained. He gasped for breath, almost collapsing under the pressure. Despite being tired, he did not give up. His eyes flashed with determination. "One more time," he whispered, placing his hand on his forehead, ready to continue challenging his limits. In the stands, a pink-haired female student and a brown-haired male student laughed mockingly. Their eyes gleamed with contempt, not believing he would succeed. Mocking voices echoed from all sides. "Thought he was a genius. How does failure feel? So embarrassing." He stood silently within the magic circle, his back turned to the crowd laughing at him. Ignoring all the criticism, he stared intently at the fluctuating energy mass. Schism was still incomplete, but he had not given up. Students were surprised when Suna's spirit zone began to fluctuate abnormally. A red-haired female student wondered what had happened, as he had been fine before. The spirit zone shook violently, drawing everyone's attention. An orange-haired female student recognized this was unlike Suna's usual performance. She affirmed he was not someone easily influenced by others' gazes. Suna bowed his head, looking pensive and unsettled. A student questioned, "Is he thinking about something else?" Suna's mind was overwhelmed with heavy thoughts. He wondered why people liked to see others fail, and worse, seemed to hope he would stumble. Memories flooded back. Suna recalled the time he studied alone and was ostracized by other students. The loneliness and judgmental looks made him question whether he truly belonged here. The scene of students behind staring as if scrutinizing. A tense atmosphere enveloped the area. A voice echoed in Suna's mind, interrupting the negative thoughts. "Hey, don't let those thoughts control you." An image appeared, a brown-haired male student in Suna's memory or mind, reassuring him. "Don't hesitate anymore. Focus on what you really want to do." The illusion of the brown-haired student looked directly at Suna, asking, "You came here to become a mage, right?" Suna startled awake during the spellkastung, realizing he almost lost his way. He froze, then reminded himself, "I came here to become a mage." A powerful energy burst erupted. Suna cast magic, covering the entire area with dazzling blue magical light. The whole class was stunned. 4th grade students, including Amy, Skjol, and many others, were amazed by the strange phenomenon. Within the swirling magical core, Suna stepped in with firm resolve. Energy surged with every movement he made. Suna concentrated intensely, striving to control the energy vortex. Knowledge echoed in his mind, separate first or disintegrate. Sudden pain struck. Suna screamed in despair, his body nearly shattering amid the violent magic surge. After the event, Professor Thud's report stated, 6 students used the forbidden anti-magic spell to cause harm. Suna Arian from 7th grade stopped them using the defensive quaternion form. Someone flipping through the report was amazed to learn Suna used a defensive form to repel anti-magic, a rare feat. Professor Sienna Ulifa with purple hair assessed, "Anti-magic is so dangerous that even specialized mages require artifacts for support." Suna confronting it directly was even more astonishing. The professor continued analyzing. Although the 6 students might not have used proper anti-magic, Suna single-handedly subduing the group was extraordinary. Professor Sienna Ulifa pondered before the test, sensing Suna's intellect surpassed that of the 6 top students combined. After reading the essay, Sienna sighed, acknowledging the student's true ability. Suna was indeed a rare talent. Suna's name echoed in her thoughts as the professor looked toward the academy tower where he had caused a sensation. Professor Rummy, with light brown hair and gentle eyes, announced that Suna had successfully performed Schism after only 1 month studying quaternions. She detailed, Suna's spirit zone perfectly separated and then disappeared. Although it lasted only 4 seconds, it was enough to astonish everyone. Sienna quietly sipped her tea, silently confirming that her intuition had never been wrong. She listened attentively to Rummy's proposal. Professor Sienna smiled, adjusted her glasses, and agreed. Both professors were planning new strategies for the academy. A few days later, the 7th grade entered chemistry class with Professor Sienna. A serious atmosphere filled the lecture hall. Sienna taught passionately beside a blackboard full of formulas, ending the lesson with a simple sentence, "That's all for today." The students cheered, but Sienna quickly captured their attention by promising a special announcement soon to be made. The professor called Sana to stand up in the middle of the class. He was embarrassed but complete. The professor announced that Sana would be promoted early to 5th grade, leaving him astonished. The whole class buzzed. Students could not believe Sana was skipping 6th grade, a level that normally took 2 years to achieve. Another student thought there must be a powerful family behind this. The professor encouraged the class to try harder. A brown-haired female student stood up and vehemently opposed, shouting that skipping a grade was unprecedented. She sharply questioned, "How can you promote someone who hasn't even mastered magic yet?" The professor was surprised. She remembered Professor Rummy had not mentioned this. She turned to ask Sana if it was true. Sana was silent, sweat rolling down. He could not deny the suspicion. In Sana's mind echoed a mocking voice. "You know you can't, loser." Surrounded by cold stares, Sana bowed his head and admitted, "Yes, I haven't learned any magic yet." Professor Sienna Ulafa thought with surprise upon realizing that Sana, driven only by curiosity, had self-taught basic magic. She confirmed that 6th grade had no magic proficiency test criteria, so promotion to 5th grade was entirely valid. A loud bang on the table sounded. A student in the class could no longer contain his emotions, showing strong opposition. A brown-haired male student stood up, eyes furious, hands clenched on the table. His expression and aura burst forth, showing long-suppressed anger had erupted. He loudly accused the decision of blatant favoritism. Quoting the professor, he emphasized that Spirit Zone was not everything in magic, a fierce rebuttal against Sana's promotion. He criticized Sana for having no abilities beyond Spirit Zone, asserting that if Sana could cast a simple spell, he would immediately accept and withdraw. The classroom atmosphere grew tense as an angry male student stood up, loudly claiming his scores were even higher. He and classmates mocked that the other student couldn't even keep up with theory lessons, causing widespread dissatisfaction. Professor Rummy with purple hair heard the students' objections and frowned slightly. She began suspecting something unclear behind the promotion decision. Something else is going on here, she thought. Standing at the podium, Professor Rummy calmly admitted the announcement was hasty. She understood the students' feelings and gently adjusted the situation, as if trying to ease the rising wave of opposition. A male student with a sinister gaze and a sly smile appeared. He declared he would summon the faculty council again, as if seizing the opportunity to turn the situation to his advantage. In her private office, Professor Rummy sat pensively by a sunlit window. She quietly pondered the students' intense reactions. Why are they so angry? That question lingered in her mind. A student entered the office, softly calling, "Professor!" Professor Rummy turned around and recognized Maria, one of the students in the class. Maria timidly spoke up. She appeared worried but resolute. "About what happened earlier, there is something I think the professor should know." Standing before the blackboard in the quiet library, Maria clenched her hands, determined to reveal the truth behind the students' intense reaction to Sana. She had witnessed something no one else dared to mention. 1 week ago, everything began. The blonde-haired male student, Sana, walked down the hallway while 3 other students stood together whispering and laughing behind his back. At first, Sana pretended not to care. He quietly sat alone in the middle of the main hall, continuing his studies while those around him kept whispering as if he were completely invisible. Gradually, the mental isolation became apparent. Sana tried to focus at his desk, but the crumpled pieces of paper and the heavy atmosphere around him showed that his effort was slowly running out. Maria, the girl with pink-purple hair, gently sat in front of the professor, her eyes sorrowful. She recounted that everything had started to affect Sana's studies. Tears streamed down Maria's cheeks. She choked up saying she had witnessed everything. They spoke ill and provoked Sana in a cowardly way. It was the most cowardly bullying she had ever seen. Maria sobbed uncontrollably facing the purple-haired teacher. She tearfully confessed what she had witnessed, filled with torment and pain. The purple-haired teacher silently listened, her sharp eyes clearly showing seriousness and determination to handle the matter thoroughly. From the glass door frame, the quiet atmosphere in the room indicated the conversation had ended. The teacher gently said, "Thank you. Thank you, Maria. From now on, leave it to me." The story temporarily closed with a page from a book, quoting the famous biologist Tukwalun in the work Conversations with Great Scholars. Tukwalun appeared with a kind smile, sharing a simple but profound philosophy. "It's best for people to sleep at least 6 hours a day, although when I was still studying, I only slept 4 hours. The interviewer argued in rebuttal. "Then isn't your view contradictory? You still succeeded despite sleeping less than 6 hours. Tukwalun laughed, saying that at that time he was not yet a human, just a teenager who could operate continuously without fatigue. The ticking sound of the clock echoed. Time had passed until late at night. Sana lifted his head from his books. He seemed to realize he had been studying for too long. A panoramic view of the library showed only a few students left. Sana wondered since when it had become so late. Sana stood up from the desk, gently bowed his head to greet a brown-haired female student sitting nearby, his eyes showing fatigue. The sixth-grade girl smiled and nodded lightly, politely responding to Sana before continuing to take notes. Outside the library, Sana's shadow stretched under the crescent moon. Cherry blossom petals gently fell in the night breeze. The voice of a teacher echoed in Sana's mind. There will be many who do not look at you with kindness like we do, and you must ignore them. Sana stopped in the schoolyard, looked up, and answered inwardly, I will overcome. His eyes shone with determination. Sana remembered those who had trusted him, from the stern teacher, the blacksmith uncle, to the friendly blue-haired woman. In intertwined memories, a blue-haired friend fiercely defended him, and loving embraces from family appeared clearly in his heart. A childhood scene appeared. Sana was kissed on the forehead affectionately by a man with tied-back hair. The trust given since childhood had become a milestone in his soul. The iron Bastille building of the upper grades appeared before his eyes. Sana stood there silently amid the night sky, and a silent vow echoed, no matter who stands in my way. Sana looked up with determined eyes, no longer the shy boy from the first day, but a student with ambitions to surpass all. In the pitch-black space, the oath echoed in Sana's mind, I will become a mage. Suddenly, light burst from a window in the distant building, signaling that something was happening in the darkness. Sana stepped out of the bathroom, hair still damp, holding a towel, walking slowly in neat pajamas. Just as he was about to sit at his desk, he was startled by a sudden knock on the door in the night, questioning, who is it? The clock hands pointed to nearly 11 p.m. Sana frowned, wondering, who would still come looking for me at this hour? A group of students in grade IV uniforms appeared in the darkness, their eyes glowing red and demeanor suspicious. Sana recognized them and wondered, could it be them? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Sana opened it and was surprised to see someone gently calling his name in the night. Hi, Sana, are you free for a moment? Before him stood Professor Ulifa, the person in charge of grade 5. She stood quietly at the door in simple attire, her gentle voice asking, may I come in? Sana immediately invited her in. As he was preparing some water, she politely declined the tea offer and explained the reason for her late visit. She wanted to talk to him, but he had been absent from his room all day. Professor Ulifa approached Sana's desk, her eyes pausing on the books and papers. She softly murmured, very interesting. She carefully examined Sana Arian's grade report. The numbers were all low, but strangely, they were all exactly the same, an anomaly she could not ignore. On the desk filled with books and notebooks, she realized Sana was trying to absorb all knowledge at once. He wasn't studying for grades, but for a different future. He was studying everything except magic. She wondered why he was only starting now. Why hadn't Sana been properly educated from a young age? In the dim light, he sat silently, thinking perhaps because this was not official class time. In front of him, the purple-haired teacher wearing glasses gently asked questions. Though usually sharp in class, now she appeared gentle. Sana felt confused, very different from the cold demeanor he had seen before. She thought silently, he's more timid than I thought. She gently asked if Sana was enjoying school life. He sincerely replied that he liked it very much. All subjects interested him. The professor spoke up, expressing concern. I heard recently you have been bullied by other students. Sana tried to reassure her, saying everything was fine. The professor gently advised him, you can be honest, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Sana forced a smile. He admitted that although he couldn't make friends, he was still okay. He looked up, his eyes calm. If they don't like me, then there's nothing I can do. The professor asked gently, don't you resent them? Sana replied that he still wanted to get along because after all, he was human. Sana sat calmly in the dark room, soft light illuminating his face. Though knowing he might be hated by the entire grade 7, he maintained the thought, the world is not just 40 people, and he would find those who understood him. The purple-haired professor, Sienna Ulifa, listened attentively. In her serious eyes, she gradually understood why Sana did not want to stay in grade 7. She believed there would be someone more suitable for him somewhere. Sienna nodded in agreement. She spoke softly that she would remember this when discussing with other professors. Sana's intention to leave grade 7 was now accepted and noted by her. Before the faculty council, Sienna stood at the podium to speak. She firmly declared that her opinion on early promotion for Sana had been presented, including the desire for class transfer. The professors below whispered excitedly. A brown-haired man with a beard holding documents hesitated and questioned inwardly, is this really reasonable? The meeting of senior professors at Ulfa's academy was unqua. Everyone was buzzing about a student being bullied by the whole class just because he couldn't use magic. One professor pointed out that Sana's class was weak and student skills were stagnant. He proposed that promoting Sana early was a reasonable choice. He believed Sana could graduate in 4 years. Many other professors agreed with nods of acknowledgement. The pink-purple-haired professor agreed that having students graduate early would help elevate the academy's reputation. However, a blonde-haired teacher was cautious, expressing that he did not have an optimistic view on this matter. Immediately, the principal sitting in the middle cast a scrutinizing look and asked, "Really?" In the solemn meeting room, an elderly professor with a long white beard, a member of the Academy Council, spoke up. "And what is your reason?" beginning a serious debate about Suna's future. The blonde-haired professor, with a serious expression, admitted Suna's talent but pointed out the problem. He could not cast any magic. He asserted that the opposition from other students regarding this fact could not be ignored. Professor Ulafa angrily responded, stating that Suna was deliberately delaying learning magic to focus on mastering foundational knowledge. She believed there was no need to force him to change his study method, but the blonde-haired professor immediately rebutted, emphasizing that the issue was not the learning method but her bias. Faced with the accusation, Professor Ulafa angrily retorted, "What did you say?" while the blonde-haired professor coldly maintained his stance, implying that her defending Suna was unfair to other students. The blonde-haired professor continued to argue that, although Suna was talented, other students had superior knowledge. He warned that biased decisions would make students feel abandoned and lose motivation to study. Teacher Thud, the blonde-haired teacher with sharp eyes, spoke at the council meeting with a sarcastic tone. He emphasized that professors should not favor a single genius, seemingly targeting Suna. Professor Sienna Ulafa refused to yield. With determination, she countered that teachers should not ignore the excessive jealousy of some students, which was hindering the development of talented students. Both slammed their hands on the table in anger, creating a tense atmosphere in the council. The fierce debate between Sienna and Thud shocked the other members. A few other professors held their heads in frustration. They whispered that this pair was arguing again, complaining that their personalities were too extreme to coexist in one council. The argument escalated like ice and fire clashing. Sienna with ice powers and Thud with fire, both level 6 mages. Another professor exclaimed it was hard to believe they became mages with such personalities. The principal, a kind old man with silver beard, raised his hand to signal an end to the dispute. He smiled softly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Enough, you two. Sit down." The atmosphere in the hall immediately changed. All students on both sides simultaneously paused and obediently sat down upon hearing the principal's voice. With a gentle but firm voice, the principal acknowledged both professors' arguments. "Professor Ulafa is right, but Thud's concerns also come from his love for the school." The principal continued, "I understand that. We do not want students to hold prejudices." Professor Thud quickly agreed. "Exactly, sir." Professor Sienna Ulafa stood up, her face serious but quietly accepting the verdict. She was ready to hear the final decision. An elderly teacher with long white hair and a knowing smile raised his finger and said, "I have a proposal." His eyes gleamed with wisdom, hinting at a new plan. The next morning, the academy buzzed with activity. Students from everywhere poured into the main hallway, chatting excitedly, the air filled with footsteps and whispers. In the grand hall glowing with golden light, groups of students, including Amy and Skjol, hurried toward the large announcement board where a crowd had gathered. Everyone was curious and excited. A new notice was posted on the senior class board. A female student exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" drawing even more gazes focused on the text. The board clearly stated, all grade 7 students are allowed to participate in the promotion test, focusing on the teleportation spell. The only student who passes will be directly promoted to grade 5. A student exclaimed in shock, "The entire grade 7 has to participate." Students buzzed with excitement over the information that whoever was chosen would move up to grade 5. A green-haired male student and his gray-haired friend were confused upon learning the challenge involved spatial teleportation. The crowd of students murmured anxiously. One student said that was grade 5 level, and no one here knew how to do it. A pink-haired female student and several others also expressed concern, saying the theory was easy but the practice was very dangerous. A purple-haired male student complained that his friend had been seriously injured while practicing teleportation and had to stay in the hospital for a whole year. The anxious atmosphere spread, and everyone doubted that passing this challenge was possible. While everyone was discouraged, footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing the attention of the chatting students. Ulan, the blonde-haired young man, appeared from behind the crowd. His stride was steady, his aura shining like the surrounding light. All eyes turned to him, and the atmosphere seemed to quiet down. Ulan stopped, standing in the middle of the grade 7 students' circle. His gaze was determined as he silently uttered inwardly one word, spatial teleportation. The academy officially announced the promotion exam for all 7th grade students after many objections to the priority decision. Only one student will be selected to advance directly to the 5th grade, and the sole test is to perform the teleportation spell, a difficult magic, usually reserved for higher grade students. The entire 7th grade erupted when they read the announcement. A brown-haired boy shouted shouted in surprise. Only one person will move up to 5th grade. Whispering echoed throughout the hallway as students gradually realized the test was about teleportation magic. The atmosphere quickly became tense. One student asked his friend if he knew how to perform teleportation, only to receive a disappointed answer. Of course not, that's 5th grade knowledge. Everyone felt uneasy about the challenge beyond their abilities. Many students expressed confusion and fear. One boy recounted how his friend had to be hospitalized for a whole year just because of practicing teleportation incorrectly. Everyone seemed united in thought. How can we possibly pass? When anxiety reached its peak, a figure quietly stepped into the crowd. Each firm step echoed in the astonishment of the students. Alan, the blonde-haired boy from 5th grade, walked into the hall with a radiant light shining around him, attracting all eyes. Alan, the blonde-haired 7th grader, led the group of students down the academy corridor. The group suddenly stopped when faced with an unexpected event that made the atmosphere tense. Amid the white light of magic, Alan walked straight alone, standing out among the silent 7th graders. A teleportation spell was performed. This event was later remembered as the 7th grade discrimination incident. The incident quickly spread, becoming a hot topic among the higher grades. That evening, the advanced class bulletin board was crowded with students buzzing with discussion. Students speculated that Alan was the cause of trouble because he lacked magical ability. Someone said, "Who cares? 7th grade doesn't teach magic." No one knew the truth was more complicated. Amy Carmes, the red-haired 5th grader, appeared among the crowd, worried upon hearing that Alan was being bullied. She wondered, is it because he's dating me that he's being envied? An orange-haired girl beside her shared that she had almost been in that situation when she was in 7th grade and had just barely advanced to 6th. The red-haired girl left the crowd, deciding to find Siren. She was angry because Siren was avoiding her and wanted to punish him in front of the 7th grade. The orange-haired friend tried to stop her, fearing this would make things worse. The red-haired girl paused when her friend said it would only hurt Siren more. She sulked, feeling confused because Siren knew they weren't really dating. Suriel worried about the difficulty of teleportation and thought new students would struggle to learn it. Amy believed teleportation was too dangerous for those who had never studied magic before. Suriel suggested Amy teach him to mend their relationship, which startled Amy. Amy strongly opposed, citing being busy with studies and asserting that if he couldn't learn on his own, he didn't deserve to date her. Night fell, and the academy scene became quiet under a star-filled sky. In the darkness, a figure dashed past the trees at a terrifying speed. The cloaked girl leapt from the building, landing on a tree canopy. She silently told herself she was only helping because she was also at fault. Without hesitation, she jumped forcefully off the tree branch. While sprinting along the wall, she angrily vowed to make him kneel and beg. While Alan was reading, a figure in a black cloak suddenly lunged in through the window. Alan was pinned to the floor as the stranger shouted, wanting to break his neck. The attacker removed the hood, revealing Amy Carmes, furious at being ignored. Amy was confused as she realized something unusual. She was shocked to see Alan actually having tea with a purple-haired girl in the next room. The purple-haired professor was surprised to see Amy appear through the window. The teacher anxiously asked if Amy sneaked into the boys' dormitory every night. Alan hurriedly pulled Amy inside and told her to keep quiet to avoid being overheard. The professor asked why they didn't meet at school, and Amy awkwardly made excuses. Amy shifted suspicion and asked why the professor came at night. The professor explained it was because the classroom atmosphere was tense. The red-haired girl handed tea to the blonde boy, making him pleasantly surprised and praise her. She suddenly became angry, blaming him for causing her to lose face. She shouted loudly about being bullied without him telling her. The blonde boy was confused, silently drinking tea in embarrassment. All three silently drank tea in a strange, tense atmosphere. The red-haired girl worried that the teleportation test was too dangerous for Siren. The purple-haired professor said this was the principal's decision, and she believed he had his reasons. Siren asked if teleportation was really that dangerous. The girl explained that light is the fastest thing in the universe. Teleportation uses the speed of light to traverse space and time. Alan was surprised to learn the body can transform into light, but the professor confirmed new students could do it too. The professor explained that the speed of light is divided into 4 types, and understanding just 1/100 is enough to teleport. However, using a lower light speed reduces the spell's quality, leaving light particles inside the body. Alan realized the problem wasn't learning, but the dangerous effects of using the spell. Amy was jealous seeing Alan close to Professor Oliver and wondered how he would face the dangerous test. The red-haired girl advised choosing a place without obstacles. She pointed to the sky and said, "Here." The blonde boy was confused, thinking she meant the rooftop. He was surprised to realize she was talking about the sky. That was the No-Way Bridge, a teleportation training site at 1,000 meters high. The test required racing from one mountain peak to another. If a student fell off the bridge, they would die. Seventh graders rarely pass. Whoever traveled the farthest would pass the test, with safety equipment provided. However, students were overly competitive and often intentionally collided with each other. The red-haired girl worried this could endanger Sion. He was anxious knowing he would become the main target. He wasn't afraid of the difficult test, only of facing everyone alone. He hesitated, worried others might get hurt if the competition became intense. He felt guilty and wanted to withdraw from the test, apologizing to Sion. Professor Sienna admitted she had wanted to place Sion in 5th grade from the start, but greed put him in a difficult situation. Amy was startled when hearing the professor suggest training Sion. Amy was confused and suspicious about why the professor wanted to help Sion. Amy strongly opposed, concerned about the fairness of the exam. Amy decisively asserted she would personally train Sion. Sion was surprised by Amy's sudden change of attitude. The purple-haired professor asked if Amy had enough time to train Sion despite applying for the advanced class. Sion was amazed to learn Amy was aiming for the advanced class. The advanced class was every student's dream who wanted to become a professional mage. Advanced students were recognized as semi-professionals and appeared in Royal Magic magazines. Amy had applied for promotion, entering a fierce competitive path. Amy angrily blamed Alan for everything that happened. She panicked because Alan's rapid promotion pushed her close to the final class. Alan was amazed by Amy's relentless effort and proactive spirit. Despite being busy, Amy insisted on teaching Alan instead of the professor. Amy was embarrassed when the professor affirmed she was the most suitable to teach Alan. In the quiet room, Sion sat on the bed enjoying tea when suddenly confronted by a tense situation. A red-haired female student angrily demanded he choose between her and Professor Oliver. Sion was extremely confused. He stammered, not knowing how to answer, sweating as both women's eyes focused on him. The red-haired girl quickly took the upper hand, smiling triumphantly. She hinted that having a girlfriend tutor him was still better, right? Sion gave a safe but somewhat laughable answer. He chose to self-study to avoid upsetting anyone. Sion's answer left both Professor Oliver and his girlfriend stunned. One was surprised, the other was so shocked she was speechless. The red-haired girl angrily demanded Sion to choose between her and Professor Oliver. Sion was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond in the awkward situation. The red-haired girl sarcastically said that having a girlfriend as a teacher would be better, causing Professor Oliver to fall silent. Sion smiled, avoided the question, and chose to self-study alone. Both women were stunned by Sion's decision. A shout of "What?" echoed throughout the building in the quiet midnight. The red-haired girl scolded Sion for not understanding the situation and mentioned the pressure from the competition. Sion calmly replied that he was just doing the right thing, like leveling up early. Sion emphasized that one cannot progress further by standing still, making her blush. Sion affirmed that both were mages on the same journey, causing the girl to cough awkwardly in embarrassment. Sion promised to try his best, even though he wasn't sure he would win. Professor Oliver smiled in agreement, respecting Sion's decision. Professor Oliver said goodbye, reminding both that they could come ask questions anytime. The professor reminded Amy not to climb into the male dormitory again, and let it slide this time. Amy breathed a sigh of relief after escaping trouble with Professor Oliver. Amy exhaled fearfully and sat down on the bed, her face tense. The atmosphere between Amy and Sion became awkward as they sat close to each other. Amy clumsily stood up intending to leave, while Sion responded calmly. Sion thanked Amy for her concern, causing her to freeze silently. Sion questioned Amy why she was avoiding him and hiding the bullying incident. Amy turned to look at Sion, her eyes clearly showing confusion. She hesitated, seemingly hiding something. Sion realized Amy was trying to hide her pain. He gently asked if she was being bullied. Amy angrily denied it, snapping that it was none of Sion's business. Sion did not back down. He said he knew the feeling, having been turned against by the whole class, and he didn't want others to suffer the same. Amy's pride was touched. She paused for a moment. She silently turned away, her eyes trembling. She shakily said she didn't need anyone's pity, but Sion just silently looked at her with sincere eyes. A silence enveloped them. Amy sat down on the bed, hugging two pillows like a tired child. Sion stood up. He said briefly, "Tomorrow I will start training again." Amy looked up at him, surprised by Sion's determination. Sion left the room with a resolute silhouette, leaving Amy sitting alone amid mixed emotions. The next morning, Sion woke up very early. He stood in the yard practicing, morning sunlight shining on his determined face. Sion took a deep breath, closed his eyes to feel the spiritual space, spirit zone, surrounding him. A faint light appeared but immediately vanished. Sion opened his eyes, breathing heavily from failure. He gritted his teeth. Not again, but I won't give up. Siren started over, this time focusing on bodily sensations, breath, heartbeat, and surrounding sounds. A weak circle of light appeared. Though very faint, Siren could feel it. This was his own spirit zone. In that moment, a gentle warm breeze passed by, carrying a faint glow. Siren sensed a new kind of rhythm. He tried reaching out his hand. The light in that area responded weakly, but showed signs of interaction. Siren smiled softly, full of hope. I touched it. A clap sounded from behind. Amy stood there, her hand still raised, her face showing undeniable surprise. Amy stood silently, eyes fixed on the faint circle of light around Siren. You really did it. Siren turned back, nodded lightly. I only felt a little, but it's real. Amy stepped closer, her eyes serious mixed with admiration. You found the spirit zone after just one night. Siren scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I think I have understood something that I had missed before. A group of students nearby began to pay attention. A pink-haired female student glanced with surprise. A brown-haired male student accompanying her showed disdain, mocking. That weak zone and you call it spirit zone. Amy turned sharply, her eyes sharp as a knife. At least he has the courage to try, unlike you. The group of students was startled, not daring to respond. Amy stood in front of Siren like a proud wall. Siren looked at Amy's back, feeling indescribable emotions, both grateful and embarrassed. The morning sunlight shone through that faint glow, Siren's first spirit zone, as a testament to a new beginning. Fifth-grade students gathered near the training area, curious about a seventh grader being able to summon a spirit zone. A brown-haired male student crossed his arms behind them, eyes full of disbelief. Just luck. Siren remained calm, continuing to focus despite the surrounding chatter. Amy stepped forward before the crowd, her voice cold. If you want to be good, try to be like him first. The group fell silent. Some exchanged awkward looks, not daring to argue. A purple-haired professor approached. It was Professor Oliver. She observed Siren's weak spirit zone with sharp eyes but said nothing. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded slightly. At least you entered that zone. Not bad for a seventh grader. Siren opened his eyes wide. It was the first time he received recognition from a professor at the academy. The group of students whispered among themselves. Some were surprised, others showed dissatisfaction. Professor Oliver turned away, leaving a cold but meaningful remark. I will be watching you from now on, Siren Arian. In the academy's closed meeting room, senior professors sat around a long table. A tense atmosphere filled the room. The blonde Professor Thad was loudly objecting. A seventh grader getting promoted? A joke. Professor Sienna Oliver kept a cold expression, just pushing up her glasses and replying, I'm just stating the fact. He touched the spirit zone. A white-bearded, calm-looking professor interjected. If a seventh grader can do what fifth graders have failed at, that's worth considering. Thad slammed his hand on the table. The noble kids will oppose. What about the funding? Kick out a noble student to promote a commoner. The purple-pink-haired professor smiled lightly. If we reject true talent just because of status, then this academy has lost its value. The principal, a white-haired man sitting in the center chair, listened silently. He just nodded, his eyes seeming to see through everything. Then, the principal spoke calmly, we will hold an official test. If Siren passes, he deserves the promotion. Thad showed dissatisfaction but could not argue. He only nodded slightly, still full of doubt in his eyes. Sienna Oliver left the meeting room with decisive steps. She knew the real challenge for Siren was just beginning. He had done everything possible, but still felt unready. He stepped out to training ground number 41, reserved for seventh graders. He began performing magic with hope of success. First, he focused on entering the spirit zone. He deployed protonic theory in his mind. A voice echoed in Siren's head. I am the barrier between omniscience and omnipotence. A burst of light exploded around Siren's head as he began activating his power. Siren exclaimed, it's time to erase myself. Siren's body shone brightly. He was joyful because he had succeeded. Siren decided to teleport while a girl watched in amazement and thought, humans cannot measure the value of light. When highly focused, a mage can sense every detail around like the number of leaves on a tree. In the state of maximum sensitivity, spirit zone, mages gradually can control the phenomenon. They don't need to calculate, just feel everything at once to grasp reality. No one can measure the value of light. In a silent moment, when a mage reaches a state of intense concentration, the world around becomes unusually clear. Even a falling leaf becomes part of perception. When the mage's mind focuses, they perceive everything with superhuman sensitivity. Great mages can even count the leaves on a distant tree. This is the supreme mental state called the spirit zone. Once entering the spirit zone and using the threshold sensing ability, the mage gradually masters natural phenomena. An old veteran mage, who once opened that realm, gently smiles at the gem in his hand, as if he is sensing the entire world. It is not calculation, but intuition capturing everything in a moment. The blonde student, Sana, stands amid fierce light, completely merged with the universe, feeling every beat of space and light. A peaceful morning at the academy. From the classroom, students whisper anxiously, "What happened to him?" All eyes turn to Sana, who just experienced an event no one understands. Two students, a pink-haired girl and a black-haired boy, anxiously look at each other. The girl doubts whether the blonde boy is practicing without safety protection. Ulan, the blonde boy with many wounds on his face, sits attentively taking notes about his first failed teleportation attempt. In memory, Ulan was forced to crash into the ground while trying to correct a mistake during a failed teleportation attempt. Ulan writhes beside the cliff after the violent impact, blaming himself for knowing his knees were not strong enough to perform the magic. Back in reality, Ulan continues to write non-stop, detailing the errors in his training journal. In class, Ulan writes attentively, surprising his classmates when they realize he is calculating errors within plus a minus zara to milliseconds, a method considered foolish but extremely precise. Outside, a pop sound echoes in the quiet night, signaling a recent magic casting that disturbed the atmosphere under the streetlights. Ulan crashes hard to the ground after the failed spell, engulfed in thick dust. Shouts of "again" ring out as he repeatedly trains reflexes through muscle memory. Under the starry sky, Ulan pants exhausted in the empty forest. His collapsed figure shows he has been practicing all night without rest. A drop of sweat falls to the ground as Ulan desperately thinks about tomorrow's exam. He wonders, what should I do now? Sana strives to fix mistakes continuously, but each solved error brings another. Yet he firmly believes he has perfected everything and can succeed. Sana's body begins to react to exhaustion, sweat pouring, heart pounding, breath becoming rapid. His vision blurs, the scene sways while his breathing grows heavier. Sana slaps his cheeks, shouting at himself to stay alert and resolute. He has no way back. Gathering all his willpower, Sana shouts loudly, bursts with power, and shoots forward like a ray of light. The blonde student, wearing the 7th grade uniform, shouts "teleport," then activates the teleportation spell, leaving swirling smoke and light around his feet. A blazing golden light explodes in the night, marking the moment of successful teleportation, magical energy spiraling skyward with a pop sound. He opens his eyes slightly, sweat dripping on his forehead, worried eyes sensing the magical energy swirling around his body. Immediately after teleporting, he loses balance midair, flailing in panic and falls heavily to the ground. His body hits the ground with a thud, but he surprisingly realizes the fall is not as painful as he expected. Sana lies on the floor, breathing heavily in exhaustion, but his eyes shine with pride. Finally, he has succeeded, feeling his true potential for the first time. Despite exhaustion, Sana does not allow himself to rest. He knows he needs to repeat that spell many more times to achieve perfect control, so he closes his eyes for just a brief moment and tells himself to keep practicing. Dawn breaks, the sky brightens with birdsong, ushering in a new day, a peaceful scene contrasting with Sana's silent efforts in the dark. A tall man named Mark stands silently by the window, gazing over the vast academy square. Behind him, a servant enters and calls out, "Sir Mark." Mark turns with a confident smile, replying that he feels fine because today is a significant day, the day he officially advances to 5th grade, a memorable milestone in his academic career. A confident young man declares he will cover 700 meters in just 1 second, his eyes resolute and challenging. The scene shifts to the magnificent academy building, where magical stories unfold beneath the clear blue sky. Inside the classroom, a few students focus on their exams, but the atmosphere is quiet and lacks enthusiasm. Maria, a purple-haired female student, appears hesitantly at the classroom door, holding her school bag, as if reluctant to leave. Startled by a familiar voice, Maria turns around when someone asks if she also intends to quit during the exam. In the empty hallway, the purple-haired girl meets Mark, a tall male student with a smirk and mocking eyes that make her awkwardly greet him, fearing the worsening situation. Mark mocks her for self-studying and ridicules someone who dares not take the exam, laughing contemptuously at her worries. The girl freezes when Mark questions why she is here, then insults her low scores. Her eyes show confusion, unsure how to respond. Mark acts superior, lecturing her to go watch others train if she wants to learn, while she can only awkwardly reply and retreat embarrassed. She walks away, hand trembling as she touches the door, forcing a smile and silently asking herself, "Is that really true?" as if unable to believe those scornful words about herself. A brown-haired male student leans close, sarcastically calling the purple-haired girl the little snitch the professor favors, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. The girl is shocked and asks how he knows, but before she finishes, he covers her mouth and laughs loudly, mocking her innocence. The girl trembles and drops her bag as the male student reveals he has eyes everywhere, believing a weakling like her couldn't meet the professor alone without suspicious reasons. He grabs her hair, presses her face close, and declares he only holds back because they are in the same grade, but once he reaches 5th grade, things will be different. The girl shudders, eyes full of fear as he threatens, "You know what will happen, right?" leaving her stammering speechless. A brown-haired male student shows contempt, scolding the timid purple-haired girl that she is unworthy of being a mage and will never surpass him even if she is 4 years older. He leaves after his threatening mockery, leaving the girl sitting on the floor, trembling and deeply hurt. Unable to hold back the pain, the female student bursts into tears streaming as she curls up in the empty hallway. An angry brown-haired male student storms into a room, shouting loudly at the group of students inside if everything is ready. 4 students in academy uniforms, including a gray-haired male student, secretly discuss a plan to attack Sana, deciding to send 2 to follow him from the start. In the classroom, the red-brown-haired leader orders 3 other students to split into groups, 2 to support, 1 to directly attack Sana from the front. He continues to implement the plan, demanding Sana be defeated within 10 turns, equivalent to 100 meters, and reiterates their initial commitment if they succeed. The leader confirms the promise. If the plan goes smoothly, he will secure jobs and magical tutors for the whole group, even if they do not graduate. The red-brown-haired leader boasts that his father is a technical advisor to the Mage Association, while subtly threatening and bribing his comrades with personal benefits. "Scratch my back, I scratch yours." In his heart, he reveals his arrogant nature, silently affirming that he will allow no variables and declaring that a genius must never be careless. Before the students appears a majestic scene, 2 towering mountains covered in mist, with a deep ravine between them evoking mystery. A student exclaims in awe, "Wow, this is the endless bridge." In the area for non-participating students, 7th grade students chatter excitedly. They are surprised by the large number of participants and worried about the winner-takes-all rule. Some pay special attention to the opponent from 5th grade. 5th grade appears with overwhelming momentum, fierce eyes, and an invisible pressure radiating from them that makes the atmosphere heavy. A student in the group whispers, "If any brat gets in the group, at least they have to be really cute." In the audience area, 4th and 6th grade students happily chat, even snacking while waiting for the match to start. The atmosphere here is completely opposite to the tension in other groups. The judging table is placed at the center of the arena. A white-bearded professor wearing a blue robe looks relaxed, fanning himself, while other teachers flip through documents. These are the people who will evaluate and supervise the entire competition. A da-dun sound echoes through the gloomy sky. On the mountain peak, a blue light explodes violently, followed by a dazzling spark sound. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd of students is in uproar, with clamor and murmur sounds everywhere. A major event is beginning. The light flashes brightly as if signaling something sacred. A girl wearing glasses, brown braided hair, dressed in a black robe, a new teacher, stands facing the mountain, her eyes serious. She softly says, "It's time." On the grassy field in the forest, 21 candidates preparing for the exam are warming up. Each student wears a vest and academy cloak, faces full of nervousness. Some take deep breaths, others are tense. The words appear, 21 candidates will begin the test in 10 minutes. A group of students approaches the cliff edge, stunned by the dizzying height. One complains, "Oh my God, can't we find a steeper cliff? Where's the bridge?" Another replies bluntly, "That's the bridge, idiot." Another student is stunned. "Wait, you call that a bridge?" Before them is a rough rocky section connecting 2 cliffs with no railing and no clear path. The wind whistles in bursts, whoosh, emphasizing the danger level of the upcoming challenge. A student observes the 7th grade group from afar through binoculars, spots an ideal location to watch and affirms, "Right there, perfect position." Skjell excitedly cheers through binoculars, while Amy Kumas remains indifferent, believing there's no need to support anyone because winning is winning, losing is losing. Skjell counters, emphasizing the need to cheer for her boyfriend to maintain harmony. Though outwardly indifferent, Amy secretly worries, wondering if Siren has enough ability to cast teleportation. A dark brown-haired male student asked Mark about Siren, as Mark rushed in a panic. Mark bent over, gasping, stammering in reply, "Suno is not there." Siren was lying unconscious on the ground, with an ant crawling on his cheek, completely unaware. Suddenly, Siren's eyes opened wide, waking up as he felt the movement of the ant. Panicked upon realizing he had overslept, Sana jumped up, shouting in panic to ask the time, and hurriedly ran away. The red-haired girl was shocked to find that the blonde boy, Siren, was not at the landing point. She shouted, unable to believe it. Still not giving up, she used binoculars to check the surrounding area, muttering that this was really illogical. Next to her, the orange-haired female student worriedly said they had searched thoroughly but found nothing. The red-haired girl gradually panicked. Her eyes wide with fear, she began to consider the worst possibility. Could Siren have had an accident during teleportation? Meanwhile, a group of students and teachers stood before a sheer cliff covered by mist. They were amazed by the harsh terrain, wondering if it was just a vertical abyss. Two teachers, a blonde man and a purple-haired female professor wearing glasses, appeared and explained the test rules. Students had to run to the cliff edge and teleport. Whoever teleported the farthest would pass the challenge. The class listened silently, some students swallowing nervously. On the steep cliff, Alan stood frozen before the deep abyss. Strong gusts howled intermittently, making him stagger. Although he could teleport, Alan knew his ability was insufficient to cross the entire chasm. I will fall no matter what, he thought silently, his eyes heavy with worry. Behind him, a group of students gathered in a circle. A worried voice asked, "Are you sure? Safety measures are prepared?" They looked toward the blonde teacher supervising the test. He showed no sympathy, coldly replying, "If you're scared, quit now." The atmosphere became suffocatingly silent. The students bowed their heads, silent before the stern warning. The blonde teacher turned his back to face the group, emphasizing each word. "As you know, every course at this school can lead to death." He continued explaining. This was an early promotion exam, and only one worthy person would be selected for Class 5. The warning was clear. Proceed only if you are sure you can protect yourself. Otherwise, turn back before it's too late, he concluded. The students listened anxiously. Some clenched their fists tightly, others exchanged glances with wavering eyes. They understood this challenge tested not only ability but also courage to face death. The blonde teacher coldly observed the crowd, deliberately creating a tense atmosphere to scare students and reduce the risk of accidents during the test. He glanced at the rebellious group of students, silently wary because those eager for battle were the real danger. 3 students stood in a group, with a brown-haired male student in the middle showing arrogance, looking down on others, and firmly believing he was superior to all. The brown-haired male student smirked, believing the rumor about a self-taught person was true and mocking that person for their miserable failure. As students began lining up, the brown-haired female teacher with braided hair signaled the start of the test, while the brown-haired male student silently regretted that his calculations had become useless. A brown-haired female teacher with braided hair and glasses raised her hand in surprise, as if she had just discovered something unexpected. From deep in the forest, a figure hurriedly ran along a trail, heavy breathing echoing through the quiet space. Siren, the blonde boy, looking tired but determined, was running at full speed as if betting his life on it. A group of students in the schoolyard turned around in panic at the sudden noise. Siren's appearance shocked them immensely. Siren rushed over, panting, bowing with a trembling voice to apologize. Drops of sweat fell onto the grass as proof of his absolute effort. Alan, gasping for breath, appeared covered in injuries and firmly asked, "Am I still in time to join the test?" leaving the surrounding students stunned. From afar, a long, red-haired girl watched Alan through binoculars. An orange-haired female student shouted, "Amy, look!" her voice urgent as she saw Alan arrive. Amy Cummins yelled angrily, "That idiot, why is he so late?" then snatched the binoculars from her friend Skill's hands. She blushed from worry mixed with embarrassment. Observing more closely, Amy silently scolded, "Oh my God, he looks like a walking bruise. Training without any protection, idiot." She gripped the binoculars tightly, unable to hide her concern. At the judge's table, Professor Romy was about to signal the start of the exam. A judge asked if they should wait for Alan. However, the principal sternly declared, "Students must know how to prepare properly. The exam will proceed as planned." The blonde-haired professor raised his hand and cast the spark spell signal, officially announcing the start of the test. Seeing Siren staggering, the blonde professor suggested he could skip the test, but Siren refused and affirmed he would be fine. A moss-green-haired male student wearing an academy cloak kindly signaled Siren to stand beside him, making Siren gratefully thank him. Siren bent over gasping, while the moss-green-haired student quietly glanced sideways, silently confirming that Phase 1 of the plan was complete. Sweaty and exhausted, Sana tried to stay calm, while another student discussed that he should be eliminated within less than 10 rounds. Siren swallowed dryly, eyes tense. He forced himself to focus intensely, knowing this was the moment to give his all. The promotion test to Class 5 was about to begin, and he could not afford to fail. The blonde-haired professor, the test coordinator, raised his hand and declared loudly, "We will begin the promotion exam for 7th grade." Light flared as she cast a spell, commanding, "Everyone ready." The pocket watch sounded a thump. The start moment was set. Every second was life or death for the students giving their all to prove their ability. Immediately after the click, the candidates all surged forward. Siren and the other students burst into a run at the signal, entering the first challenge with pounding hearts. A red-haired student dashed forward decisively. Tension filled the air. Each person carried hopes and determination in their stride. Mark looked at his companion and conveyed his thought. "Stick close to me. I have a plan." The other nodded without hesitation, ready to cooperate. Opposite them, Alan maintained a determined expression. Despite the wounds on his face, his blue eyes shone with resolve. He was mentally prepared for the upcoming confrontation. A brown-haired girl with braided hair cast a spell into the sky. A dazzling pillar of light exploded in the air. The start signal had been triggered. As the light flashed, the students immediately shouted and surged forward. All accelerated simultaneously. The competition had officially begun. Alan also immediately joined in. He rushed forward at high speed, gliding past other students like an arrow. His face showed clear seriousness and absolute focus. The signal sounded, and Alan along with the students all surged forward, entering the most dangerous test ever. The clock hands moved, signaling that time had started. The deadly race officially kicked off. A dry click sounded at the fateful moment. No one had any way back. After harsh training, now the students faced for the first time an endless abyss, where only the sky lay beneath their feet. In the survival race, Mark, the red-haired boy, pushed himself forward, his mind focused on one goal, to take the lead. On the deep green meadow, dozens of students were running at full speed, but a voice echoed as a warning. Finishing first does not mean being the final winner. Ahead, a giant cliff appeared. The group was only 20 meters from the edge. Only 2 seconds had passed. The brown red-haired male student accelerated, gliding like the wind. In his mind, he confidently thought, "Achumpoach, speed means nothing." With sharp eyes, he didn't care who was leading, but focused on the upcoming teleportation strategy. He analyzed carefully. The moment of the first teleportation is where true skill is shown. If the position is chosen wrongly, no matter how many times used, the contestant would just circle around the start. On the magical grid background, flickering shadows showed failed teleports due to poor choices. His plan was clear like a diagram. Choose the ideal timing and position for each teleport to surpass opponents. He disdainfully concluded, "Of course, if that person has the guts to go that far." His eyes sparkled with ambition. Another student, a red-haired boy, was running at extreme speed, his face showing determination mixed with pressure. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep pace while sensing the looming danger. Though unspoken, he clearly understood. Running fast alone was not enough. The group of students ran as if rushing down a steep mountainside. Ahead was a towering mountain hidden in clouds. A red-haired boy led, shouting in tension. They were rushing toward a sheer cliff, strong winds howling, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. Below was a deep abyss covered in white clouds. The red-haired boy roared, Here goes nothing." He was enveloped by golden light, preparing to activate teleportation. The light exploded like fireworks. Another student shouted, "My turn," then also dashed forward, light covering his entire body. Only 3 seconds passed. The group of students had disappeared from the cliff edge. They started 5 meters from the cliff, speed and magic perfectly activated. Mark screamed in despair as the distance between him and the teleport point was only 3 meters. A bright light flashed. A blonde female student screamed as she dashed into the teleport zone at lightning speed. In the dazzling light, a guard blurted out, "Sorry, Mark, I can't." He ran frantically, leaving Mark behind. Mark angrily shouted, "You are my guard, don't go ahead." But everyone only cared for themselves. Mark gritted his teeth in anger, calling them cowards. Breathing heavily, he kept running, but frustration filled his face. The feeling of betrayal weighed down his steps. A loud sound echoed like thunder. Thump! In the sky, columns of golden light shot down continuously. Mark kept running, ignoring all dangers coming from above. In the moment facing the challenge, Mark thought, "What if I fall?" His eyes panicked, sweat rolling down his face. Fear and doubt began creeping into his heart. A pop sound rang out. Mark used the slider technique to slide close to the cliff at extreme speed. He was only 2 meters from the edge, his whole body swept by dangerous magical momentum. Breathing heavily, hair disheveled, Mark seemed under immense pressure from magic and speed, but he did not stop. A FWOSH light streaked across the sky. The classmates behind panicked, seeing Mark still hadn't teleported. "Is he crazy?" a student shouted. Meanwhile, Mark rushed straight to the cliff edge, his decision seemingly clear. "It's just us left, it's time." The final 3 students, Mark, a gray-haired male student, and a male student wearing a red cloak, simultaneously crossed the cliff edge. The sounds of zip and pop echoed as the teleportation rings gradually engulfed them. Cliff edge. A dazzling flash burst forth. Light covered all 3. The red-cloaked student screamed in terror, his face panicked in the final moment of teleportation. Alan put all his strength into the final leap. In that moment, the whole world seemed left behind, with only one goal remaining, the last meter of distance. Time seemed to freeze. The exact number appeared in Alan's mind, 3.7 seconds, but he still did not stop. Not yet. Need one more step. Alan clenched his foot, stamping hard on the ground. One last step, surpassing the limit. He would not allow himself to fail, not now. In the stands, Amy Carmes and Suriel stared in amazement at the empty space where Alan had just teleported. The entire crowd of students was stunned, including Professor Sienna Oliver, who could not hide her surprise. A brown-haired female teacher with braided hair clenched her fists, watching intently. Her face showed tension and hope, as if she was placing great trust in Alan. The stopwatch clicked. The hand pointed exactly at the moment Siren leapt from the cliff edge. He jumped. Without teleporting, Siren Arian surpassed 2 meters beyond the cliff edge. Time, 4 seconds. He was falling through the air, breaking all common limits. A voice echoed in memory. "You are truly amazing, Siren." The speaker was recalling the extraordinary things Siren had done, winning the duel and even daring to confront his own father, something no one had dared to do before. The memory took the viewer back 1 year to Lion's private room in the Ogent mansion. The blue-haired boy, wide-eyed, asked Siren, "Aren't you afraid?" Siren shyly scratched his head, admitting that he had read that in a book. With a relaxed smile, he compared, "Your knight's oath is much scarier." To Siren, fear was simply a product of imagination. Siren further shared that people often imagine disasters from things that have not yet happened. Like the book, Only Humans Fear the Sword, once wrote, "Death only comes when we imagine it approaching." A metaphorical image appeared, a person plunging into an abyss, pierced by imagined fear. Sana concluded, "Focusing on the present moment instead of worrying about what might come is the way to overcome fear." In the dark space, Sana stepped onto the water with a sword in hand, light shining from above. He had found the answer by jumping into the bottomless abyss. Switching to the present, a blond boy exclaimed foolishly when scolded as a complete idiot. His naive appearance and reaction only made the other person angrier. The blue-haired male student got angry, shouting loudly at Siren for his reckless action. He could not understand the reasoning Siren tried to explain. To him, jumping off a cliff meant suicide. Sana tried to justify, "I mean, the moment you jump, you are already considered dead." He wanted to talk about decisive thinking, but his expression shocked everyone completely. At the stands, Amy Carmes and other students were stunned. Suriel looked through binoculars and exclaimed in amazement. The purple-haired professor wearing glasses showed panic. A brown-haired female teacher with braided hair standing afar also stopped, clenching her hands anxiously witnessing this unusual scene. A click sound rang out as the pocket watch was started. The hour and minute hands pointed exactly at 12 o'clock. Someone exclaimed in panic. He jumped. Sana Arian, without using teleportation magic, leapt off the cliff. 4 seconds had passed since that fateful moment. He was currently 2 meters from the edge of the abyss. A yellow beam of light tore through the air at high speed. Siren was still falling, his body enveloped in radiant energy, emitting a strong whooshing wind sound, whoosh. Sana's face was tense. His eyes glowed blue, clearly showing worry. He told himself, "I must keep my spirit strong. If I escape the spirit zone, I will finish immediately." Sana reached forward, his whole body wrapped in dazzling light. He used all his strength to keep himself in a fighting state, determined not to let his consciousness fall out of the magic control zone. Siren, his body shining brightly, rushed forward like a blazing meteor, piercing through space at unimaginable speed. The bright yellow light swept across the sky with a thunderous FWOOSH. Sana's charge created a massive explosion of light, tearing through the sky and shaking the heavens as if they were about to shatter. From the epicenter of the explosion, shockwaves spread in all directions. Golden swirling rays carried power like divine weapons. The scene made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Siren reappeared, falling from the sky within a radiant glow. The students below could only scream in astonishment. Both Amy and Alan stood speechless in shock. Other students quickly rushed after him, trying to chase Siren through the clouds. A muscular male student, his face showing clear astonishment, shouted, "But how?" Unable to understand how Siren had gained such power. Sana put all his strength into the jump, his body glowing within the brilliant light. An amazed student wondered, how long did he wait to jump to surpass so much? The entire schoolyard erupted as students from the cliff simultaneously leapt. Magical light radiated across the sky. Below, students from other classes cheered, "Woohoo, let's go." 5th grade was watching through binoculars. Though only a difference of a few milliseconds, Sirens started created a clear gap. The new student just jumped off the cliff. Suriel, the orange-haired, purple-eyed girl and Amy's classmate, was surprised. "You said he never learned magic," Amy sighed, unable to deny Siren's unexpected ability. Amy stared, thinking, "He started late but made full use of it." She concluded that if Siren maintained his speed, he would lead until the end. A burst of light flared in the sky. A black-haired male student, wrapped in a blazing golden aura, shot forward at terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, what went wrong with the plan? While still rushing forward, he realized someone had passed him. The light ahead showed the initial target was far ahead, making him even more furious. A dazzling flash exploded before his eyes. He squinted, trying to see through the light to locate his opponent. The frustration of being left behind fueled his determination to chase harder. Though overtaken, he did not lose heart. Clenching his fists, he continued charging forward, asserting, "But I'm still right behind him." In a forest at the foot of a distant mountain, a girl wearing a black cloak with pale purple hair walked along a trail. Above, sparkling flashes signaled that a battle was about to descend upon this peaceful place. Maria Ullung was not the type to be left behind easily, but recently her grades had clearly declined. When questioned by teachers, Maria choked up, confessing that other students were too cruel for her to bear. The teacher dismissed it as healthy competition and advised her to overcome it and move forward like everyone else. That pressure weighed heavily on Maria. She hated competition but hated being mocked and left behind even more, and that was why she had been stuck in 7th grade for 6 years. Maria trembled, unable to hide her fear. Deep inside, she repeated, "I hate competition, but I hate bullying even more." Her anxiety peaked when she thought of Mark if he passed this exam. No, that was unacceptable. Maria would not allow herself to fall behind Mark. Meanwhile, at the end of the 3rd round, the candidates began to split into 3 groups. Mark's group stayed close behind Sana, only 3 meters away. And finally, there were students who teleported too early out of fear. One of them, a brownish-red-haired male student, was falling like a shooting star in the sky, panicked because he had never learned flying magic. He panicked, screaming midair as the teleportation ended. Magical electricity still flickered around him, and his body lost control in the air. Amid thick clouds, the brownish-red-haired student spun aimlessly. The magical light dimmed. He looked down in shock, barely able to utter a few words. He was not alone. A whole group of other students were also falling, screaming miserably. Among them, a red-haired male student shouted desperately for help, hopeless in the sky. On the ground, teachers and students observed the test. While students below burst into laughter, a red-haired male student shouted loudly, "I give up, Professor, save me." The judges recorded the results of the first failed students. Buzz, Gubia, Lunas, and Vud were marked eliminated at distances from 45 m to 92 m as expected. They had fallen due to fear. Screams echoed as numerous students were pushed into a deep pit amid black smoke. No safety nets were seen below, causing panic in the situation. A student screamed in panic as the group kept falling endlessly. Below, giant fans opened, revealing the secret of the test. The students fell onto a grassy field after being blown through the fans. One by one, they dropped heavily to the ground in a daze, unable to regain composure. The brown-haired student and his red-haired friend sat dazed on the grass. One trembled and asked in surprise, the other shouted angrily, "This is outrageous." The students were furious to learn they had been turned into entertainment for the seniors. All members of Group 3 were eliminated from the test, with no one passing the challenge. A female student tried to teleport across 200 meters, her whole body glowing with kinetic energy, but she quickly exhausted herself midair. The girl was forced to stop when she could not fly any further. Depleted energy caused her to fall freely, screaming in despair midair. A series of students fell like meteors into the forest, screaming for the professor's help. Eventually, Group 2 was completely eliminated from the test. A short-haired male student with sharp eyes shot forward like an arrow. He mocked the fallen students as idiots, sarcastically saying if they couldn't climb up, they shouldn't dream of landing safely because they hadn't even passed halfway. Sana led the contestants, a blazing golden light surrounding his body as he accelerated impressively. Behind him, other candidates began to realize the gap was widening, including a moss-green-haired boy confusedly thinking, "The real problem." The moss-green-haired boy gritted his teeth, his blue-green eyes sparkling, admitting to himself that Siren was not only overtaking, but increasingly distancing himself at an unbelievable speed. He panicked, realizing Sana showed no signs of fatigue, even though at the start of the contest, Sana looked exhausted. This shocked him, unable to understand what was happening. Overwhelmed by Sana's speed and breakthrough, the moss-green-haired boy angrily shouted in his mind, "Damn it!" Eyes fixed ahead where Sana shone like a lightning flash in space. Sana surged forward, his body glowing like a lightning bolt, completely surpassing his opponents. His determined gaze fixed on the finish line, leaving everyone behind in a dazzling flash. Rummy, the brown-haired professor with braided hair, observed Sana with eyes shining with magical energy. She silently admitted, "Sana truly has a natural talent." Professor Rummy commented that Sana was repeatedly using the compulsion spell like a machine. She analyzed his technique and pointed out that Mark was wavering under pressure. Another judge was surprised by Rummy's excellent long-range observation skills. The white-bearded teacher and purple-haired professor, Sienna Ulifa, both appeared thoughtful about Rummy's remarks. Meanwhile, Mr. Thud glanced with a heavy expression, silently responding with his eyes. The white-bearded teacher, one of the judges, pondered Rumy's words. "A gift." His face showed deep thought, as if reconsidering his evaluation of Siren. Two female students, one red-haired and one orange-haired, names unknown, watched Sana from afar. The orange-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "How can he increase artificial inertia? Unbelievable!" Meanwhile, the red-haired girl tilted her head suspiciously. "Learned it." Professor Sienna Oliver silently observed Siren. She reasoned that mages usually use consciousness to access the subconscious, but Siren was different. Recent memories made her suspect. Could he control his own subconscious? Sienna concluded that controlling the subconscious cannot be learned overnight, but Sana seemed to do it naturally, a rare ability few possess. Elsewhere, a brown-haired male student, a competitor in the contest, panicked realizing Siren was about to win. Sweat poured down as he shouted desperately, ordering immediate action. He shouted "now" dramatically, his voice echoing through the air. That command was the signal for a shady plan to block Sana at the decisive moment. Another male student in the group reacted immediately. His eyes flashed as he cursed silently, realizing the order came too early, too clearly, but it was too late to retreat. Sweat rolling down his forehead, Alan told himself, "I have to focus all my spirit just to deliver one strike." He clenched his fist, eyes full of determination. Immediately after, Alan exploded with energy, rushing like a blazing meteor through the air. The FWOOSH sound echoed, signaling a full-force attack. His opponent, the metallic blue-haired male student, name still unknown, noticed something unusual. 2 consecutive attacks. Someone is breaking the rhythm. He immediately switched to defense. The metallic blue-haired student was surprised. He had just noticed something unexpected rushing toward him from the front. Right before his eyes, Alan suddenly appeared at extreme speed, delivering a decisive blow that left the opponent no time to react. He only managed to widen his eyes in shock. Siren shouted, his whole body blazing, golden energy covering him like armor. He tried to stop midair, the dazzling light reflecting the determination in his eyes. Startled by the strange phenomenon, Sana panicked when he saw a golden beam rushing from behind. He exclaimed, but before he could react, the light streaked past like a lightning bolt. Sana turned his head. In the sparkling light, his eyes widened in astonishment as he realized someone was chasing him at a terrifying speed. The black-haired male student surged forward, light surrounding his body like blazing flames. Only one cold thought echoed in his mind. "Sorry, but my life depends on this." He gritted his teeth, tense to accelerate, his eyes burning with insane determination. "We will fall together," he thought, preparing to attack Siren with all the force he had. Siren's eyes widened in amazement, brilliant blue light reflecting the shock inside him. His hair flew wildly in the wind, sparks flashing in his pupils as he suddenly realized the impossible. A black-haired male student rushed in at terrifying speed, light surrounding his body like a blazing rocket tearing through the air. His eyes burned with determination, fist raised aiming straight at Sana.
The blond boy was surprised when he realized something in front of him. Someone rushed at an extremely fast speed and grabbed him. He was pulled up into the sky in panic and astonishment. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth, determined to pull both of them down together. The blond boy's eyes widened in amazement as he noticed something unusual. The black-haired boy teared up, struggling to endure the fall. A black-haired female character was stunned witnessing that unexpected situation. All 3 fell freely through the sky. The black-haired boy thought silently. He dodged it. He was dazed as he fell through the misty void. The blond boy fell into a deep abyss with a strong impact and a desperate look. The blond boy gasped in panic, fully aware that the current situation was very bad. He realized the opponent had broken the rhythm, causing his body to suddenly exhaust. Though nearly fainting, he tensed himself to stay alert and focused to the extreme. A burst of light erupted as he activated his power, stunning the enemy. The black-haired person was falling freely, looking at the blazing light and thinking, "This kid is truly a monster," he bitterly admitted amid the fall. The 5th-grade students were buzzing when they noticed something strange in the fall. A brown-haired student confirmed he had deliberately changed direction to almost collide with someone else. A student wondered why he intentionally endangered the opponent. Iruki, the new student, sat coldly in the middle of the crowd, not denying the accusation. The white-haired boy quietly read a book in the library, his eyes full of determination and loneliness late at night. A brown-haired female student gently approached, hesitated briefly, then smiled and greeted him. The girl left, leaving the boy to continue reading in silence, dim light shining on the open book. A familiar figure appeared behind, a woman with a serious but calm gaze. Sirwan was startled when he realized Professor Oliver was watching him attentively from behind the bookshelf. The professor approached and gently asked, "You're still here? It's very late." Sirwan bowed apologetically, but his eyes still showed determination, seemingly unwilling to leave. Professor Oliver silently observed, her gaze shifting from reproach to sympathy. She sat down beside Sirwan, beginning to inquire about his studies and feelings in class. Sirwan responded humbly, but the light in his eyes showed a flame of determination that had never gone out. Sir One, in the quiet light, listened to Professor Oliver speak, his face reflecting emotion. He bowed to thank the teacher, then sincerely revealed his true dream with a heartfelt voice. The scene shifted to the meeting room, where teachers were seriously discussing Siron's situation. A silver-haired teacher with a calm demeanor suggested promoting Sir One due to his outstanding potential. Another teacher strongly opposed, arguing he was not qualified because he couldn't perform magic. Professor Oliver, the purple-haired glasses wearer, rebutted that fairness among students must be considered. The principal interrupted the debate, requesting clear evidence before making a decision. Professor Oliver stood up, presenting documents and sharp reasoning to defend her viewpoint. The entire council silently watched as she presented, each person's eyes showing contemplation. The blonde-haired teacher appeared dissatisfied but ultimately had to concede to Oliver's convincing argument. Among the judges, a brown-haired female teacher wearing glasses carefully observed the student's test. She tilted her head, attentively watching Sir One, who was performing shape transformation in the spirit zone. Sir One stood within a sparkling magical frame, sweating all over, but his eyes remained steadfast. The fifth-grade students around whispered and speculated, unable to hide their curiosity and doubt about Siron's ability. A brown-haired male student nearby mocked, "Only 7th graders think they can do this." Sir One closed his eyes, sinking deep into a state of absolute concentration amid the giggles. In his mind, the image of a friend or mentor appeared, encouraging Sir One to eliminate negative thoughts. Sir One opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly as if discovering something. He clenched his fists, confidently stepping into the starting zone. A sudden ignition of light, the magical crystal vibrated strongly, causing everyone to hold their breath. For male students from another corner, with scheming eyes, plotted a plan to somehow defeat Sir One. For students in secret academy uniforms gathered, their eyes full of schemes, planning to block Siron's path. A gray-haired male student, seemingly the leader, signaled to keep order then directed the group to act. Sir One remained focused on the test, completely unaware of the conspiracy unfolding behind him. Another student, Mark, entered the frame, looking worried and inquiring about Siron's whereabouts. His friend, a dark brown-haired male student also in academy uniform, responded with a tense expression, indicating something was wrong. In the distance, a long red-haired girl used binoculars to search, her eyes full of worry as she saw no sign of Sir One. She tightened her grip on the binoculars, her face panicked as if fearing something bad had happened to them. The scene shifted to two teachers, one blonde and one purple-haired wearing glasses, guiding a group of students in a teleportation test. Students stood in line before a giant cliff, listening to stern reminders about the danger level that could lead to death. Alan, a blonde male student wearing a cloak embroidered with a symbol, was the first to step forward with an unusually calm demeanor, attracting all eyes. Amid the tense atmosphere, Sir One stepped onto the cliff, his whole body radiating a decisive aura that made the class hold their breath. A light purple-haired student, with a shy expression, began to suspect, "Isn't he?" A long blue-haired student with a cold expression withdrew when his teleportation zone touched another person, showing arrogance and high skill. A brown-haired teacher with braided hair and glasses stood nearby observing, marking signs on the monitoring board. She made private notes about Sir One, recording the event that his magic zone interacted stably with others. Within the magic frame, a large crystal began to glow, a sign that a contestant was ready to enter the teleportation challenge. A pink-purple-haired teacher wearing glasses and a cloak declared, "Phase 1 begins," causing the students to buzz excitedly. A serious moss-green-haired male student signaled for Sir One to stand beside him, his gaze unreadable. As Sir One stepped into position, the moss-green-haired boy muttered, "Phase 1 complete," revealing the group's secret plan. Sir One turned his head to glance, his eyes full of suspicion, realizing something unusual was happening around him. Sir One gasped, his body beginning to glow and transform. Sir One accelerated and rushed toward the enemy in an instant. Two sources of light collided fiercely in the sky. Two streaks of light sped toward the maze amid piercing screams. Both had passed through the maze full of intricate architecture. The purple-haired professor was horrified, tightly gripping the hand of the person beside her out of worry. The principal was furious, gritting his teeth at the recklessness of the students. In the sky, two beams of light exploded and collided fiercely, creating shockwaves that swept away the space around them. The sound "whoosh" echoed like the scream of unstoppable magic. A voice echoed in the mind. Why haven't they stopped yet? Has this become a battle of pride? Professor Sienna Oliver startled and shouted loudly, "We have to stop them. They will get hurt." She spun around searching for answers, her eyes filled with confusion. What is that doing? Without hesitation, Sienna rushed toward the judging panel, where senior teachers and scholars were watching the match. All eyes focused on the person sitting in the central position, the academy principal. The principal, an old man with a long beard and fiery eyes, slammed his hand on the table. His aura silenced the entire space. His face was tense with anger, as if suppressing a deep rage. With a look full of disappointment and fury, he thought silently, I thought at least that person would be different. Those words were not directed at anyone in particular, but contained both hope and bitterness of someone who once believed in something better. Sir One blazed with golden light, leaping off the cliff with fierce determination, carrying a warning. If greed and rash judgment blind you, you will never find a way out. Cyrone's body transformed into a brilliant beam of light, piercing straight into the high-speed teleportation maze gate, leaving a streak of light tearing through the wind accompanied by the sound, flash, whoosh. In the observation area, Amy worriedly called Cyrone's name, while Serial was angry to see him jump to level 10, a challenge reserved exclusively for professional mages. The mountain face shook violently as Sir One smashed through the dense rock layers, causing a series of loud explosions that echoed throughout the space. The entire cliff was pierced, creating a gigantic passage like the mouth of death, where Sir One was advancing at an unimaginable speed. Black iron trap wires rose in midair like claws reaching out to catch prey. They swung at incredible speeds, creating deadly arcs of damage. Alan, wrapped in radiant golden light, dashed through the corridor between two black walls. The air whistled as he swiftly passed the traps, his breath heavy from tension and speed. With bright eyes, Alan realized the bitter truth. These traps were too fast for his reflexes. He couldn't both avoid one and timely recognize the next. His spirit was being worn down every second. With no other choice, Alan decided to accelerate. If both of us will be eliminated, I just need to surpass him to win, he thought, then summoned all his strength, leaping like a burst of fire amid a whirlwind. Choosing a corridor between two buildings, Alan sped up even more. This is a good spot for them to see me. He believed that if he overtook here, the chance to be noticed and win would appear. The black-haired male student shot forward like a lightning bolt between two buildings, his whole body wrapped in radiant golden light, eyes sharp and full of confidence. He gritted his teeth, his blue eyes sparkling, thinking silently, you cannot match my skills. Absolutely confident, he looked back and spat bitter words. Stay behind, that's where you belong. Sir One, the blonde-haired male student, realized the disadvantageous situation, horrified as he turned back noticing the growing distance. Impossible, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the control room, the level 10 red alarm screen kept flashing. A voice rang out. Professor, what exactly is this competition? Maria sat curled up in the corner of the room, tears falling to the floor as she despaired over the system being manipulated by lies to undermine others. A powerful and arrogant student shouted angrily, criticizing the injustice of the strong trampling the weak, sharply questioning the true purpose of this school. The blonde-haired teacher, a new character, sat opposite Maria, gently telling her she was wrong, but Maria screamed in frustration, accusing him of being a genius who did not understand the emotions of ordinary people. Maria burst into tears, confessing that she had tried her best but was always ignored for not being talented enough, while the school only cared about outstanding students. The blonde man revealed that he had once been a student at this school, having been in a higher class when Maria just entered, showing he was no stranger to the feeling of being left behind. Maria hugged her two pillows tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sank into deep emotion, surprised by something just recalled. Memories flooded back. Maria remembered when she was little, following behind an older student named Thad, whom she always admired. Thad, now grown up, smiled and asked Maria if she had ever heard any rumors about the genius Thad at the school. Maria froze, tears still falling, exclaiming in astonishment then softly replying, no, absolutely not. Thad looked up at the sky, confessing that he had once been a failure, having to repeat the 5th grade for 5 years and always angry watching friends advance easily. A pale pink-haired female student cried in the corner, trembling as she asserted that she had witnessed the true ability of the person opposite, accusing them of lying. The night sky full of stars was silent, completely contrasting with the tense dialogue. A voice sharply rebutted that everything started from the other person, while the opponent criticized that letting emotions control you is foolish. The blonde male student, wearing the academy cloak, stood opposite the long silver-haired teacher, frustrated that he only received attention when doing wrong. The teacher did not answer directly but asked him a question. Do you know what the greatest taboo of a mage is? While he was still surprised, the teacher answered decisively, it is comparing yourself to others. The male student showed dissatisfaction, thinking this was yet another lecture from the teacher. The teacher continued seriously, a mage is one who erases the ego. The words startled and confused the male student, his eyes showing hesitation. An old teacher with a white beard advised, to erase the ego, Alan must focus on himself instead of obsessively chasing after others. Alan dashed forward with burning determination, but the teacher's words still echoed in his mind. If you only chase after others, you will lose your direction. While moving forward, Alan exclaimed in shock, what? As he sensed something unusual. Before Alan was a barrier of light blocking the path, making him dizzy, blocked already? Alan's face showed shock and despair, his eyes shining with pent-up emotion as he realized he had fallen into a trap. Mark panicked, looking up at the blue sky through iron bars. The glaring sunlight was unlike the original entrance. A fearful thought echoed in his mind. But this is not the way I entered. A feeling of despair engulfed Mark. He wondered, could this be how I die? A cry for help echoed in the darkness. Help, help, but no one answered. A piercing scream tore through the atmosphere. A teacher shouted loudly, "No, Mark." Students around were horrified, many covering their mouths, crying, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Among the crowd of students, two girls, one with red hair, one with orange hair, hugged each other. The orange-haired girl sobbed uncontrollably, while the red-haired girl's face turned pale, trembling from shock. The scream, "Aya," echoed in utter fear. Mark staggered amid blazing light, his face twisted in despair, one hand reaching out as if trying to grasp something. But it was too late. A burning hand vanished in the light, signaling a tragic end. Amid dazzling light and dizzying speed of descent, Sir One managed to grab Mark's collar, saving him from a fall that would have surely led to death. Cyrone's face showed clear tension. He used all his strength to pull Mark up into the air, energy light enveloping his entire body. The entire arena erupted. Students cheered as they saw Sir One dash upward, successfully saving Mark. Everyone was amazed by this miracle. Although some were moved, several 7th grade students objected. This is a level-up exam. Why save an opponent? But another student immediately retorted. He was about to die. That's more important than winning or losing. A quiet, short, brown-haired female student spoke up, her eyes full of disappointment. Everyone is missing the most important thing. A student exclaimed in shock. How can he move like that? Meanwhile, Sir One, the blonde boy, was rushing through the blazing golden light, dragging another student who was screaming in panic. "Ark, help me, help." The other struggled desperately, while Sir One snapped, "Stay still. I'm trying to think." Sir One realized these traps were actually a kind of maze. He told himself, the only way out is to observe everything from afar to analyze the patterns. With sparkling bright eyes, he gathered strength and charged upward. For now, just go higher. Cyrone's body blazed like a meteor, shooting up into the sky at supersonic speed. The sound whoosh echoed across the sky, leaving a fiery trail in the gray space of the testing area. Chaos ensued as the magical traps began to move. A rumble sounded, the ground shook, and the traps started chasing Cyrone's light to hunt him down. The gray maze lines seemed to awaken from their stillness. Meanwhile, the students below were extremely worried. A male student shouted, "Moving vertically is useless." Another panicked, "Watch out." But while everyone was in panic, a brown red-haired male student at the back crossed his arms and smiled slyly. He seemed to have anticipated this. Sir One held tightly onto the fleeing enemy and realized that moving upward was no longer effective. He was confused as he fell into a deadlock. After a moment of thought, Sir One turned around, deciding to change tactics. Instead of moving forward, he chose to retreat rapidly backward. He dashed backward like a dazzling beam of light, cutting through the maze with whistling wind and explosive energy, astonishing everyone. A brown-haired male student shouted excitedly upon realizing that retreating was the right path, while other students could not hide their amazement. The crowd of students buzzed in disbelief that Sir One, who had only enrolled a month ago, could reach such a high level, causing them to question his true abilities. A pink-haired female student was stunned when she realized they had all misunderstood Sir One. The truth gradually became clear through her confused eyes and hesitant words. From suspicion to belief, the pink-haired female student and her friends shouted loudly to cheer for Sir One. The crowd now stood behind him, for the first time united in support of someone once underestimated. Some other students also cheered and anxiously followed every move. Amid the tense atmosphere, a brown-red-haired male student smiled meaningfully, as if foreseeing something. A red-haired female student asked her friend about Sir One, feeling unsettled. But the orange-haired girl with purple eyes firmly said, "I don't think he trained until he bled just for this exam." They began to reconsider his resilience. Sir One appeared with a calm smile, and his mind echoed the words once said, "Leveling up is only part of becoming a mage." That willpower helped him overcome all doubtful gazes. Amy gazed into the distance, softly whispering Cyrone's name, then choked up saying he only wanted to become good at magic, a simple but sincere wish. Alan shared his philosophy. For him, competition is just a tool to reach the finish line, not the ultimate goal. The silver-haired professor on the judging panel gently advised that there was no need to rush, because once the student passed, they would become a true mage like all of them. Alan turned to Maria, smiled softly, and promised to help her after she tremblingly asked if she still had time. Maria burst into tears in the darkness when asked if she could find the courage to start over once again. The silver-haired teacher decisively ordered, "Continue the exam," surprising the other judges, none of whom dared to object. the white-bearded teacher firmly declared, ready to take full responsibility. I will take full responsibility for everything. One morning at the beginning of the school year, the new students gathered one by one at the academy square. Sir One, the white-haired boy, stood in the middle of the crowd with a bewildered and somewhat tense look. Vincent, the black-haired male student with messy hair and sharp eyes, glanced at Sir One, flashing a proud, provocative smile. The atmosphere between them quickly became tense. Alina, the sharp-eyed purple-haired girl, crossed the aisle, casting a judging glance at Sir One. Behind her, Aaron, the brown-haired young man with a gentle smile, was the first to show friendliness towards Sir One. In the classroom, Professor Sienna Oliver, a pink-haired woman with cold eyes, began the lecture. On the podium, she introduced the concept of the Spirit Zone, the magical world unique to each mage. Sir One quietly sat at the back of the class, attentively listening to the lecture. He did not yet fully understand this new world, but a spark of determination began to flicker in his eyes. An elderly teacher with long silver hair and a white beard raised his voice to command, "Continue the exam. I will take full responsibility." His eyes were resolute amid the tense atmosphere. The wind howled fiercely as the contestants simultaneously rushed down the treacherous slope. Shouts echoed amid the chaotic scene and frantic speed. Sir One accelerated to lead, golden light surrounding his body signaling a breakthrough. His eyes shone with absolute focus, sweat streaming down his tense face. The terrain ahead changed strangely. Upright traps extended as if conscious, blocking the path. Sir One and the contestants behind had to constantly dodge in a rain of obstacles. Sir One thought silently, "I can't predict the next movement, too irregular." In an effort to save Mark from injury, he put himself in danger. Mark struggled in panic, shouting loudly, "I don't want to die." Cyrone's eyes flashed blue. In that moment, he activated his spirit, focusing all his willpower on the magic he was casting. He sensed the entire magical spatial structure as a unified entity. Energy swirled around his body, blazing intensely. Despite being covered with countless complex details, Sir One maintained focus, choosing a single point as the center and controlling from there. He had done this before, casting schism, so he knew the feeling well. Old thoughts returned, and Cyrone's body shone brightly, plunging forward like an arrow of light. The golden energy tore through space, piercing the magical maze. Sir One successfully activated high-level magic, pushing his speed beyond all limits. A brown-haired female student in 6th grade uniform quietly entered the library in soft light. She nodded to Sir One with a friendly smile, then passed by as if they were already acquainted. Sir One slightly bowed his head in response, his eyes still focused on the book on the table. He paid no attention to his surroundings, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. A gentle breeze blew through the open window, scattering a few pages of paper. Sir One remained motionless, his eyes shining with a quiet determination. In a hazy flashback, the image of an elderly man wearing round glasses and a white beard appeared. He was the one who encouraged Sir One before enrollment day, giving him the first belief on his path to becoming a mage. Sir One closed his eyes, recalling his promise to that man. His face showed determination, as if reinforcing his will to overcome all challenges ahead. Amy, Carmus, and Serial were astonished witnessing the unexpected developments in the test, their eyes wide with worry. The purple-haired professor and the judges were shocked, unable to believe what had just happened, while a voice exclaimed, "But how?" The bearded teacher slowly uttered a philosophy. In adversity, humans can perform miracles but often stop at the boundary of complacency. He stared ahead, realizing that Boy had no greed or sense of satisfaction, a rare pure state. In the dazzling light, Sir One surpassed normal limits, carrying another student into the air, full of determination and without a hint of hesitation. A loud explosion rang out, smoke billowing into the sky. A bright brown-haired female teacher wearing glasses watched attentively from afar. Surprise shone in her eyes. Sir One was reaching the state of casting Spirit Zone without any distraction or hesitation. The teacher quietly observed, her eyes flashing behind her glasses. Cyrone's Spirit Zone density was approaching the absolute level, 99.9%. He seemed to enter a trance-like state, completely immersed in calculating how to escape the encirclement. Truly extraordinary talent, she thought silently. However, admiration mixed with anxiety. Despite his gift, Sir One was still facing imminent danger. A brilliant golden light exploded. Inside the Spirit Zone, giant cubes began rotating incessantly, creating a three-dimensional maze operating at a dizzying speed. Sir One and another male student were free-falling inside the swirling maze. He immediately analyzed the situation. The distance between the cubes was now about 1 meter. Sir One was precisely calculating each movement to find an escape route. The blonde male student quickly assessed the situation. He realized that a 10-meter teleport distance was too far to navigate accurately in this confined space. His eyes lit up as he made a decision. He shortened the teleport distance to 1/10. A dazzling light flared around him as he began piercing through space at a terrifying speed. While flying, he memorized the exact complex sequence of turns. Right, left, right, left, right. A zigzagging light streak cut through the trap-filled maze. Suddenly, he encountered a new trap, a giant black spiked sphere blocking the way. Without hesitation, he fired a powerful spell and bounced into the air. Before him was a honeycomb-shaped obstacle net. The extremely narrow holes were densely arranged, making it impossible to go straight. He silently evaluated. A strategy change was needed. Sirwan concentrated all his energy, enveloped his body in blazing golden light, and plunged down at meteor-like speed, breaking through the formation like an ultimate strike. With a burst explosion, Sirwan blazed like a spark, his body bending powerfully through the barrier, creating a sharp slash like a blade. The light created by Sirwan streaked through space, leaving a twisting energy trail that made the entire arena tremble from the magical aftershock. The students all shouted in amazement upon realizing Sirwan was using Rainbow Drop, a legendary technique that bends light, causing many to exclaim in shock. Light is bending? A student asked a rookie about the strange phenomenon, confused because light normally moves in a straight line. Meanwhile, the crowd cheered wildly at Sirwan's feat. A brown-haired male student mocked others for not understanding the basic principle, then asserted that the derivative of a circle is an infinite straight line. He revealed that the other had divided the teleport distance into thousandths of a second, a level of precision that amazed everyone. When asked how that was calculated, the brown-haired student claimed the other did not calculate but felt it. It was intuition, an expression of omnipotent potential beyond this world. He claimed the other was a genius like himself but with an opposite personality, causing those around to marvel and admiration. Amid the whistling wind and flashing light, that young man kept rushing forward, creating an extremely fierce and precise teleport trajectory. Black coils twisted like giant snakes, forming a terrifying vortex in midair. The air howled with deadly whoosh and swoosh sounds. Inside the vortex, Sirwan and Alan, glowing in radiant golden aura, charged straight ahead to pierce through the moving twisted maze. They flew through swirling black smoke as if passing through a living creature. Sirwan led the way, light radiating from his body while his blue eyes shone with amazement. He exclaimed as he sped along, "This is huge." At the observation area, the judges and professors all stood up abruptly, panicked. Someone shouted, "No, that is." Emerging from the vortex was a giant creature shaped like a dragon, its body made of thousands of interwoven spirals like a maze. A horrified voice confirmed, "The dragon's maze." A purple-haired professor with her hair tied up, wearing a stern expression, soared into the sky at lightning speed. She shouted angrily, "Where the hell is Professor Thad?" From the ground, a brilliant beam of light accompanied by a whoosh sound tore through the air, shooting up into the sky. The purple-haired professor watched with irritation. What the hell is he doing? In the dazzling light, a black-haired man, Thad himself, was lifted by the collar. His face twisted in confusion as he stammered, not understanding what was happening. I'm at. Thad's eyes widened in terror. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. An overwhelming fear spread as he realized something terrible was about to happen. A giant creature charged forward with a roaring gruer. Within the violent vortex, Sirwan, enveloped in a golden aura, was pulling Thad to escape the monster at absolute speed. The scream "Eek" echoed through the void. While everyone panicked, Alan remained calm amid the thick smoke. He concentrated intensely, trying to memorize all the teleportation patterns. Another student was dragged away by him, screaming desperately, "Monster! It's a monster!" Alan's eyes shone brightly, showing superior analytical ability. He began planning tactical movements. First, turn left. Meanwhile, his companion begged, "I promise I'll behave. Please, let me go." In the forest, a large beam of light suddenly appeared. Professor Sienna Oliver rushed out, her face full of worry, calling loudly, "Professor Thad." She hurried over, clearly sensing urgency. Professor Thad, with blonde hair, had just stepped out of the building when he saw Sienna. Beside him was a pink-purple-haired female teacher, a new character, name unknown, looking surprised. Before Thad could explain, he was called Professor Oliver. Sienna angrily stepped forward, demanding the maze test be stopped immediately. "I don't care. Stop the maze right now." Thad was stunned, and the pink-purple-haired teacher covered her mouth in shock. He didn't understand. What's going on? The test was canceled. A blonde male student shouted in panic that the test had not been canceled, and Sirwan and Mark were still inside, shocking everyone around. Upon hearing this, Thad immediately rushed off in anger. Professor Oliver and a short purple-haired female teacher also turned back in shock upon hearing the call. Professor Romy suddenly appeared through a magical light beam, his face alarmed, calling out to Professor Oliver to report news about Sirwan. Before Romy could finish speaking, an image appeared. Sirwan was saving Mark from a giant black block collapsing down, light enveloping both bodies at the chaotic epicenter. In the white space after the violent collision, Sir still held Mark tightly. Both seemed to be falling into an undefined void, immersed in light. A powerful beam of light tore through space, creating a fierce roaring sound. Everything was blown away by a terrifying speed like a sudden storm. A scream of "Aya" rose from the stands. Amy Karmas clutched trembling Serial tightly in her arms. The surrounding students all screamed in fear at the unbelievable scene that had just occurred. Alina stared in shock toward the scene, while Maria Erlang burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. A panic-filled atmosphere engulfed the student rows. Everyone could not believe their eyes. The professors also stood up abruptly. The silver-haired, long-bearded professor immediately rushed forward, his face tense, while an elderly female teacher behind him reached out as if to stop something. The clock on the judge's table struck exactly 12 o'clock. The minute and hour hands overlapped. The fateful moment had arrived. The second hand just moved one tick past the 12, emitting a dry tick sound, marking the official start of 12 o'clock. A tense silence enveloped everything, as if time was about to shatter. The clock hands just struck exactly 12 o'clock. The tick sound echoed in the silent space, signaling a momentous moment about to occur. A blinding light tore through the space. Professor Sienna Oliver and Thad turned around as someone rushed in just as they were entering the secret door. Professor Romy appeared amid magical light. Her face paled with worry as she exclaimed, "Professor Oliver, Sir One is..." The image of the antique clock appeared, still showing the time of 12 o'clock, as if engraving an irreversible fateful moment. 1 second before Professor Romy appeared, the second hand had just moved past 12. The "talk" sound rang out as a sign marking the beginning of the approaching event. A giant monster-like creature appeared from the sky, opening its mouth threatening to swallow everything, causing Alan and the man beside him to panic, the light radiating from the creature signaling impending disaster. The man in the previous photo, apparently a teacher, screamed in horror, raising both hands helplessly against the massive threat. The bearded teacher with white hair wearing a blue cloak immediately stood up from the desk, reaching out as if to cast a spell to stop the danger, while everyone behind panicked. The red-haired female student tightly hugged the orange-haired girl who was crying, both terrified to the extreme, their eyes frantically looking toward the newly appeared monster. Alan, with glowing blue eyes and a sweat-drenched face, stared straight at the looming threat. Despite his battered body, he remained alert, his eyes revealing utmost determination. Sweat poured down Cyrone's chin, droplets falling continuously. His body was reacting to the imminent danger, but in those eyes, there was no fear, only focus. Collision time, 1 second. Amid the surrounding darkness, Sir One reminded himself, must stay calm. Light burst from his back. A pair of radiant energy wings unfolded. He was not dead yet. There was still a chance. Cyrone's eyes glowed as he concentrated intensely, a thought flashing. I need to think really fast. A beam of light shot out amid the swirling energy deep into Cyrone's mind. Everything happened in exactly 1 decisecond. In a 1 centisecond moment, Sir One pierced through data space at lightning speed, opening a path between reality and spirit. Sir One faced a complex teleportation maze with 6 intersections and 9 teleport points leading to an exit. In an instant, he completed analyzing the maze structure and chose the optimal route. But immediately after, Sir One was shocked to realize he had made a fatal mistake. He forgot to consider that Mark was behind it. A flash of red light. Mark had acted first and taken the path Sir One had planned. Sir One was forced to change plans, urgently seeking a new route as time kept slipping away. A roar shook the space. From the sky split by blazing red light, a giant creature took shape, glowing eyes, body covered in darkness. Intense pressure waves radiated, shaking the ground. Panic screams echoed throughout the schoolyard. Amy Karmas cried out Cyrone's name in despair, while Serial held her tightly, trembling. The surrounding students were so terrified they screamed uncontrollably. No one could stop the panic. An elderly professor with long silver hair, thick beard, and glowing blue eyes stepped into the spotlight, his eyes flashing determination. He raised his hand, ready to act. Just as the magic was about to be cast, his eyes widened. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Something stunned him, a horrifying truth or something beyond all expectations. A sudden dazzling magical battle painted brilliant geometric lines in midair. Magical symbols appeared one after another, sparkling like lightning, twisting into a great lightning bolt. A tremendous power was being summoned, but by whom? A massive beam of light shot straight out of the teleportation gate, creating a resounding whoosh sound. Immediately after was a dazzling explosion, as if a meteor had just pierced the sky. The beam continued tearing through the wind, colliding with multiple points midair, causing small explosions, blast, then boom. Each impact made the flight path more intense, extending into a streak of light piercing through the clouds. Students at the academy panicked. They had just witnessed something unbelievable. Everyone jumped up and scattered. A female student screamed in astonishment. In no way. Confusion spread among hundreds of uniformed students. Amid that beam of light, Alan, the blonde-haired boy in a white shirt, suddenly appeared. He soared straight into the sky at unimaginable speed, carrying another unconscious student. Magical light glowed around Alan's body, making him look like a radiant angel. A curved streak of light cut across the sky, leaving a fiery trail like a shooting star. At the landing point, students gathered densely, looking into the distance in amazement. A trail of smoke lingered on the ground, where Alan had landed safely. The crowd whispered and buzzed. Did he really do it? Are you sure he's not a ghost? Silence and astonishment covered the entire academy. Maria Erlang, the pale purple-haired student with braided hair, froze in the schoolyard when she saw the scene ahead. Her eyes widened in shock, her body trembling slightly. Immediately after that moment, Maria turned and ran away, her cloak fluttering behind her like a reflection of the panic inside her. Elsewhere, Sir One, breathing heavily with disheveled hair, knelt on the ground. A brilliant magical light had just flashed by, and he was still trying to calm himself. What just happened? Did I make it? Sir One frowned as he couldn't remember anything. A voice announced from the air, "No escape bridge device. Disabled. Level 0, level 0. He only had time to think silently. That's level 10. A student in the crowd shouted, "That's the level for specialized students in advanced classes." Yet he managed to pass. Sir One collapsed, holding the exhausted body of his companion, while all the surrounding students were stunned speechless, mouths agape. Sir One gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, exhausted but his eyes filled with relief. He had just overcome a life-or-death challenge, his mind still shaken, still not fully recovered. Sir One suddenly shouted loudly, I thought I was definitely dead." The surrounding students were startled, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. Amy Carmis cheered joyfully. He did it. Beside her, Serial trembled and smiled, emotions overflowing. One student commented, "He almost looked really cool." The fifth-grade students rushed to surround Sir One, cheering in unison. The atmosphere was lively and full of joy. Someone said, "The sixth grade must be really mad now." The teleportation magic flared brightly as a group of senior teachers descended to the ground. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Did he really do it?" Maria, tears brimming, confronted Professor Thad with resentment for missing the important moment just because of him. She insisted she had tried her best, but was still harshly scolded by the professor in front of everyone. Professor Thad was harshly reprimanded by Maria, his face turning purple, unable to respond. Another teacher intervened, announcing that since two students finished together, the result was decided. Maria intended to remind the principal to announce the official result. The principal, an old man with a silver beard and thoughtful eyes, hesitated at Maria's request. He did not respond immediately, but seemed to be recalling something very profound. With eyes closed, the principal silently uttered that what had just happened was a miracle. His emotional words showed he was truly moved by the rare exam result. The principal quietly looked towards Sir One, the blonde-haired student surrounded by his classmates. He silently thanked Sir One for allowing him to witness such a brilliant light, the light of effort, aspiration, and faith. Principal Alpheus Murray sat quietly in the council chamber, the morning light reflecting off his silver hair, making him look like a silent monument. He was once praised as the light of the Murray family. That title was not given by chance. Alpheus had redefined the concept of photons and was personally awarded the Golden Circle Medal by the Emperor. But an ambition flame had burned away all his light in an instant. Now, seeing a promising student, he seemed to relive old memories. The blonde-haired teacher bowed and said, "Principal, I believe our school has a new star shining." Alpheus smiled. "Oh, you read my thoughts." His gaze grew solemn. Looking at that student, he recalled his younger self, passionate, radiant, and pure. "I am truly envious. He has pure aspirations for magic," Alpheus thought silently. In the highest room of the academy, he sat alone before a large window, eyes following the distant castle. "I do not believe in fate," he whispered, as if challenging his own destiny once again. An elderly man tightly gripped the pendant around his neck, his eyes full of emotion. He thought it had been a long time since his heart last raced like this. The closing ceremony took place amidst the forest, where professors announced the exam results. A teacher praised the courage of all students, affirming it as the foundation for the future of the magical world. Then, in the tense atmosphere, the result was announced. The winner was Sir One Area. He stood motionless under the spotlight, eyes stunned while friends around cheered excitedly. The crowd was surprised when a student staggered forward. His trembling legs showed his fatigue and tension. It was Mark Slider, the one who had planned to attack Sir One. Students whispered anxiously that he might demand justice, but everyone knew Sir One had saved his life. People murmured about what Mark had done, including the teleportation plans. A trembling man with a panicked gaze. Sweat streamed down his face. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. How could this happen? Before the crowd of students, Sirwan stood silently, his eyes glowing bright blue. The man from the previous photo whispered in his mind, "I have seen it with my own eyes. He is a genius." The brown-haired teacher bowed deeply, his face showing clear regret. His voice trembled softly. "I was wrong about you." He bowed low before Sirwan in the silent, solemn space. "No, Sirwan, I apologize. As a mage, I take full responsibility." The whole class bowed silently. Those who once despised Sirwan now felt ashamed, unable to face him. They had witnessed the truth, and the truth could not be denied. After what had happened, the entire class bowed together to apologize to Sirwan. A male student stood up to represent them, saying they all deserved punishment. Sirwan silently stood before the long line of students, his gaze serious. Sirwan gasped in exhaustion, his face still bearing wounds. After a moment of silence, he responded with a soft breath, "All right." Sirwan turned around, his eyes cold but resolute. He said to the whole class, "I hope you will do better." The simple words were enough to silence all the students. A cold wind swept through, making the whole class shiver. Everyone responded seriously, "Yes, we will do it." The atmosphere was filled with a sense of both remorse and determination. The group of students chatted excitedly. They sighed in relief for apologizing just in time, while marveling at how terrifying Sirwan had suddenly become. Meanwhile, exhausted Sirwan just wanted to faint. In the distance, the red-haired girl said, "Let's go, Serial." The orange-haired girl turned back, surprised, asking, "Huh? But today you should be with Sirwan." Amy sighed softly, her eyes softening. She silently admitted to herself, "He has proven himself." No longer hesitating, Amy told herself, "There's no more time to delay." Looking towards Sirwan surrounded by students, Amy turned away with a determined gaze. "Now it's my turn," she thought silently, ready to step forward. A sudden call rang out from behind. "Amy." Serial appeared, her face full of worry making Amy freeze, both surprised. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired male student raised his finger pointing forward. The decisive gesture signaled an action about to be taken. With a confident smile and burning eyes, he looked straight ahead. "I told you," he declared strongly. "I will come find you." The crowd behind was stunned, thinking he had lost his mind. The crowd of students erupted when Sirwan suddenly shouted loudly in the schoolyard. Amy and Serial were amazed by that boldness. The surrounding students cheered admiringly. Everyone thought Amy was really lucky. Amy gasped, tears streaming down from shock and embarrassment. But after a good sleep, Sirwan remembered nothing about that earth-shattering event. Elsewhere, a brown-haired girl with braided hair, calm and sharp-looking, quietly walked in the wind. She frowned, sensing something strange. "How odd. I was tracking him through synesthesia." The woman standing amid the snowy wind, a mage with special sensing abilities, tightly clenched her cloak sleeve. "But inside the dragon maze, it's like I lost his trail." Dawn descends upon the academy, light filtering through the towering spire where important decisions are about to be made. In the disciplinary council meeting room, the atmosphere grows serious as the nameplate is revealed. A hearing is about to begin. The official hearing commences. The blonde chairperson stands to read the indictment, while the purple-pink-haired council member silently observes from the bench. Maria stands before the entire council. She proactively admits her fault and requests punishment, showing remorse and courage to face the consequences. However, Mark Slider and Brad, the machine room operator and victim of the sleep spell, stand together to defend Maria. Both earnestly plead with the council for leniency, hoping she will not be punished. A brown-haired male student in a formal suit suddenly stands up, sweat dripping from his face and eyes full of regret. He is the first to confess to the plot to obstruct Sirwan during the exam. His confession spreads through the air, prompting many other students to voluntarily admit their faults. The plan to block Sirwan is finally exposed, shocking the entire hall. The situation quickly becomes tense. A blonde male student from Class 7 quietly observes and wonders if the other truly wants to take responsibility. On the table, a declaration is dropped with a heavy drop sound. The principal, an old man with white hair, presiding over the meeting, acknowledges that Maria had no ill intent in her actions in the machine room, but still declares she will receive disciplinary punishment to uphold principles. Immediately after, the blonde male student steps forward, places his hand on his chest, and solemnly requests to receive disciplinary punishment alongside Maria, demonstrating responsibility and integrity. Principal Alpheus Murray admits before the council that he ignored the stop signal and entered the maze, inadvertently dragging Mark into danger. He sighs, showing concern over his actions. A blonde teacher is surprised by the unprecedented scene at the school. He realizes everything is unfolding exactly as Principal Alpheus intended. The Class 7 students, once blinded by envy, pride, and competition, now bow their heads in admission of guilt. They begin to awaken and turn toward the path of becoming righteous mages. The blonde teacher smiles softly. He silently thinks that even this incident has become a valuable lesson for everyone. Sir stands before Principal Alpheus with emotional eyes. He realizes that the teacher has never stopped guiding him, whether through actions or words. On the judgment bench, Professor Murray, with long silver hair and a kind face, strikes the wooden gavel firmly, loudly calling the next witness. The atmosphere in the room becomes solemn. The clunk echoes throughout the auditorium, resonating in every student's mind. All fall silent, bowing their heads, feeling the weight of the impending verdict. Under the stands, students in red and black uniforms hang their heads low. Some are startled, others shocked. Some whisper among themselves, but no one dares speak loudly. The tension is palpable. In the center of the room, a male student bows his head apologizing to Maria Erlang, a female student with pale purple braided hair. Tears stream down his cheeks while Maria clasps her hands tightly, moved yet composed. Maria now sits taking notes, her gaze thoughtful. She thinks to herself, this is the first time since the school was founded that something like this has happened. In the end, all present students are punished. The disciplinary record of the council is presented in the Parliament Room at 3 p.m. under the chairmanship of Principal Alpheus. A total of 32 7th-grade students are listed, including Maria, Mark, and Sir for interfering with the exam using magic, misusing school property, or ignoring stop signals. Maria Erlang, 7th-grade student, is suspended for 2 months. She is the first named on the disciplinary list for deliberately disrupting the exam. Mark Slider, 7th-grade student, is also suspended for 2 months. He admitted to dangerous efforts to sabotage the exam, along with 3 other students. In summary, Mark and Maria are suspended for 2 months. The remaining students in the group of 32 are suspended for only 1 month. Sir Arian receives a different punishment. Sir Arian, a 17-year-old 7th-grade student, is not suspended but only required to write a self-reflective essay. When asked why he continued into the maze despite the stop signal, he replied that at that moment, he only thought about not wanting to lose. Professor Sienna Oliver flips through Sir Arian's file in her quiet office. She ponders while rereading the event report, thinking to herself, so he has an aggressive side, something you wouldn't guess from that gentle face. In the student record, Sir Arian's portrait is clearly noted. 17 years old, 7th-grade student, homeroom teacher Sienna Oliver. Under the warm sunlight streaming through the window, Sir is sound asleep in the dormitory, unconsciously letting out soft snores. In the darkness of night, whispering sounds echo in his subconscious. Sir Maze of the Dragon. Like a distant call, the dream turns into a vivid illusion, pulling him into a mysterious world full of light and chaotic energy. The voice in his mind continues urging, just focus a little more. Siron's body bursts with light, his eyes emitting a brilliant blue glow. He dashes forward with fierce explosive power, piercing through swirling space like a celestial body. Sir stretches forward, his whole body radiating dazzling golden light, carried by a massive energy vortex spiraling deep into the infinite maze. He does not retreat, only moves forward with all his will. Siron's pupils blaze brightly, radiating an unusual determination. Sweat drips down his face, but his gaze remains unwavering. This is the moment he breaks through his own limits. A whisper echoes in Siron's mind. I will erase myself. A series of shadows appear, former selves that once existed, now only memories. I have erased myself. The voice repeats, like a declaration of transcendence. Siron's eyes are now as clear and radiant as the sky. His split teleportation spell is complete, transforming into a blue bird flying through space, leaving shimmering traces across overlapping dimensions. Raising one hand, Sir controls the teleportation energy. The sensation of his body being torn into pieces, scattered across the world, filling the space, alone yet infinite. And then, as his whole body floats midair, Sir suddenly realizes he is not just dissolving into the world. He himself has become that world. Sir rushes into the brilliant light, his body enveloped in golden radiance. In that moment, he feels he has surpassed human limits. A sharp cracking sound rings out. Before Siron's eyes, space shatters like a giant mirror. He has broken through the spatial layer. Sir continues rushing through the shattered giant glass, torn fragments of space swirling around him. He is falling into a world never before touched. Infinite, the voice in his mind echoes. Sir is sucked into a deep darkness. Fierce swirling winds pull his body forward, filling him with terror. Siron's eyes shine intensely, his chest tight with shock and fear. Before him is something completely inexplicable by ordinary logic. In a pitch-black space, a powerful beam of light pierces through the void, forming a straight streak accompanied by a resounding swoosh. Something is being pierced, a dream, or perhaps a dimension. Liam suddenly sits up from bed, sweat lightly clinging to his forehead. In the gentle morning light, he hears a piano melody playing in his head, hauntingly. A piano, he thinks silently, eyes still fixed on the ceiling. Liam looks out the window, sunlight filtering through the curtains signaling the arrival of morning. He realizes 3 days have passed since the last exam. All memories of it are fading, leaving only a feeling as if he just stepped out of a nightmare. While packing, Liam suddenly notices a familiar notebook. Ah, right, Amy's notebook, he recalls. It was what helped him remember a series of magical formulas during the recent exam. Without it, he surely wouldn't have passed. Liam flips through a few pages of the notebook, his gaze lingering for a long moment. I should return it to her today, he silently vows. But then he thinks maybe he should prepare a small gift to thank her. Amy, who has always quietly supported him from behind, deserves more than just thanks. Liam flips through the notebook Amy lent him, suddenly pausing with a surprised expression. Something confuses him. At training area number 2, the morning sunlight shines brightly. Liam calls out loudly, Amy, as if there is something urgent he wants to say. Amy turns around with a radiant smile upon seeing Liam, while Sir One, the red-haired girl, startles slightly when asked about her health. It seems they are in a classroom or auditorium. Liam happily hands Amy a basket of ripe red apples, saying it is a thank you gift for her help. Amy is surprised, while Sir One looks confused upon seeing the basket of apples. Sir One holds the basket of apples with a puzzled look. Liam explains that he accidentally saw in the notebook that Amy likes apples, but Sir One awkwardly objects. But I like cherries. She wonders why Liam thought she liked apples. When Sir One flips through the notebook Amy lent him, he accidentally opens the pages with personal notes. Confused and panicked, he suddenly exclaims. On the page, among the tangled magical formulas, are scribbled words and drawings of apples that surprise Sir One. The blurry writing says, maybe I should AP, causing a misunderstanding. Amy panics after realizing Sir One has seen the private part of her notebook. Embarrassed, she hurriedly runs out of the auditorium, leaving everyone behind. Liam watches Amy run away, both surprised and confused about what is happening. Meanwhile, his classmate can only cover her blushing face in embarrassment. Although Amy is an excellent student who passed the exam to enter the advanced class, there is one problem no matter how smart she is, her first romantic feelings. 1 month later, the 7th grade students return to school after their suspension. They cheer joyfully upon seeing Sir One, who has a seat reserved for him. Sir One enters the classroom shyly, reminding them not to make a fuss. However, he secretly thinks that having 7th grade always reserve a seat for him makes him seem like a scary senior in their eyes. As Sir One walks to his seat, the 7th grade students quickly make way. He smiles gently and asks if there are any empty seats left. Amy happily welcomes Sir One to sit beside her, teasing that he looks less lively without his girlfriend nearby. Sir One laughs in response, saying that Amy is the one who misses her more. Amy confesses that thanks to Amy, Siron's girlfriend, as motivation, she has decided to take the advanced class exam to enjoy a more meaningful school life. Sir One looks surprised and says he feels Amy is trying to become a soldier. This worries him about her future. Serial suddenly asks back, as if doubting that the two are dating. Worried about Amy's safety, Sir One wonders if becoming a soldier is too dangerous, especially since Tormia is currently peaceful. However, Serial explains that if war breaks out, all mages will be mobilized, so being prepared early is reasonable. Serial continues to say that Amy specializes in long-range magic and is aiming for a reconnaissance role. She even jokes that Amy will be a hot spy. Sir One only quietly responds, still harboring vague concerns about his close friend. From 5th grade onward, students must choose a major to guide their career path. Sir One and Serial enter a new phase with different choices, each nurturing their own ambitions. The Academy's education system encourages students to develop their strengths rather than criticize low grades. Sir One continues to practice diligently alone, and at this moment, Nade, a blonde-haired classmate, calls out to him warmly, showing his concern for Sir One. Nade, a friendly and outgoing student, is always ready to help others. He is the only one who takes the initiative to talk to Sir One, a rather shy person, which Sir One deeply appreciates. Although not a top-performing student, Nade possesses a rare ability related to electricity. Sir One realizes that everyone in 5th grade has their own strengths, quite different from the 7th grade he once attended. Sir One thinks that 5th grade is not only closer in age, but also more mature. Suddenly, 2 other male students unexpectedly call his name loudly and approach him. The 2 classmates invite Sir One to join a discussion and ask for his opinion. Sir One is confused when he hears himself called Soren by mistake, but still responds politely. One of the 2 students sighs, showing clear disagreement with the other. Sir One realizes they are debating something that seems very serious. Anxiety rises within Sirwan. He fears being left out again if he can't keep up with the conversation and feels pressured standing among new friends. While trying to guess the topic, chemistry, biology, or literature, he suddenly hears a simple question. Who do you prefer, Professor Romy or Professor Oliver? Sirwan breathes a sigh of relief. The stands erupted in cheers as the scoreboard displayed the number 701. Amazing! The crowd couldn't hide their admiration. Standing in the middle of the field was Iruki, who had just set an unprecedented record. Light shone on Iruki's confident face. A voice rang out amid the cheers. Could Iruki possibly go even further? In the crowd, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed male student stared intently at Iruki. His heart was heavy. Now I know. I can't win. He turned his back, his bag falling to the ground. His mind was blank, weighed down by the feeling of defeat. He sat silently on the bed in the dorm room. As dusk fell, the faint light could not dispel the gloom inside him. He looked out the window. The distant city was bathed in twilight. Before the test, we get a short break. I only have 3 days left. 3 days? Not enough to figure out how to surpass that score. He sighed. Maybe I should give up? After all, it's just a test. A thought suddenly echoed in his mind. That's the boring excuse that every weak person uses. His face hardened. Iruki's voice echoed in his mind. Don't preach about the value of life if you don't have the skills to prove it. Your theory means nothing if you have nothing to show. He fell silent. His eyes gleamed with new determination. There was no room for excuses or weakness anymore. In a gloomy space, Sirwan knelt in the grand hall, his eyes vacant. Earlier, his mother had also knelt in despair, begging for something amid a cold crowd. A series of painful memories resurfaced. The flashback took Sirwan back to his childhood. The small boy stood alone in a ruined alley, surrounded by corpses and debris. They will never believe me, Sirwan thought. The light at the end of the street could not save the truth. Sirwan returned to reality, blowing out the match he had just used to light a candle. The weak flame was the only thing driving away the darkness in the simple rented room where he pondered through the night. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Sirwan reflected, have I lost my sense of reality since entering this noble school? He questioned himself and admitted, Iruki was right. Siron's eyes shone with an intense blue. He knew the truth of this world. No one listens to the weak. Bitter as it was, he resolved not to give up. If he wanted to surpass Iruki, Sirwan had to find a way to achieve a higher number. He entered a focused state, activating an energy field around himself, preparing to meditate. In the realm of consciousness, Sirwan floated among numbers and symbols. Numbers danced around him. He wondered, what are these sequences? A light suddenly flashed in his hand. Sirwan sensed the core of power, the essence hidden behind every number sequence and magic. He was getting closer to the truth. The light hovered in midair. Sirwan reached out and grasped it. An inner voice told him, don't think anymore. Thinking only clouds your vision. Sirwan stretched his hand toward the light shining amid the darkness. As if touching something beyond reason, a breakthrough in perception was near. Sirwan sank into a deep dark space where stars glittered endlessly. He floated, seemingly entering another dimension. In his glowing blue eyes, Sirwan wondered, how far can I count? As his body was swept along by the stream of light, Sirwan continued thinking, how far can I go? The swirling light pulled Sirwan closer to a large vortex. He was surprised. What is this? Touching the surface of the swirling light, Sirwan was confused. This can't be the end of numbers. They are infinite. So what is this? The surface cracked with a breaking sound. Sirwan was horrified as everything began to fracture beneath his hand. A blinding explosion of light. Sirwan screamed as the space around him shattered and broke like glass. Still panicked, Sirwan tried to keep his balance among the cracks. But then the ground beneath his feet also fractured. The final touch caused the spatial layer to completely break apart. Sirwan fell through the darkness, his expression full of horror. Sirwan woke up, gasping on his bed. I was just counting numbers. Could I be hallucinating? Sirwan stared at the strange phenomenon before him, a magical whirlpool stirring the floor. He wondered if all of this was just due to stress. Sirwan sat down in the dark, confused by his inexplicable feelings. He couldn't clearly explain it, only knowing that a powerful force was pulling him. Moonlight shone through the window pane. Sirwan pondered that perhaps numbers exist for more than just counting. He realized he had kept his eyes closed for 40 hours straight. The next day, morning light covered Integrated Training Ground Number 1, where the special test for the 5th grade was about to take place. It was the 5th grade's speed gun speed test day. The atmosphere in the auditorium was gradually becoming lively. The screen displayed scores and a countdown timer. Students anxiously awaited their turn, one whispering, "My hands are shaking." 2 upperclassmen whispered as they saw many lower grade students coming to watch. One asked, and the other replied, to make an impression. We used to do the same. In the auditorium, students began to murmur as they noticed the unexpected arrival of another group. The entire 5th grade group turned around. Someone exclaimed, "What is the 4th grade doing here?" Leading the 4th grade group was a long-haired, orange-haired female student with confident eyes. Her appearance made the atmosphere tenser than ever. Serial smiled brightly, thanking her classmate for the good wishes. She sat between 2 4th grade male students in the stands, the mood cheerful before the test. A large scoreboard appeared, displaying the list of competing groups. The focus was on the last group, Group 20, where the most anticipated match was about to take place. The scoreboard announced the final two contestants, Iruki Mercadine and Sirwan. This was considered the main event of the day. A red-haired student asked whose group would win. The platinum-haired friend judged that Iruki was superior, but Serial cautiously reminded not to jump to conclusions. Serial explained that the test usually disadvantages two people attacking one. She emphasized that determination and competitive spirit could turn the tide. She continued to comment that Sirwan was naturally stronger when entering real battles, which would be a surprising advantage for him. The results appeared. Iruki scored 427 points and won. He raised two fingers in celebration, while his opponent looked frustrated despite passing the test. In the stands, Serial felt her heart pounding. Though she appeared confident, she was trembling with nervousness as her turn approached. A blonde male student from Group V was delighted to have done better than expected. The judging teacher praised Group 19 for completing their part well. The female supervising teacher announced that it was Group 20's turn to enter the arena. Sirwan and Iruki stood facing each other, tense eyes. Both called out their opponent's name, the atmosphere boiling. The teacher loudly called out Iruki and Sirwan's names. Sirwan quietly stepped forward, his eyes sorrowful, preparing to enter the high-pressure test. An optimistic blonde male student encouraged Sirwan to keep his spirit up, but was immediately reminded by a nearby friend to keep quiet. In the grand hall, two students took their positions for the match, while the audience whispered among themselves. 1 minute of preparation was announced. The female proctor reminded both to compete fairly, as many eyes were watching them. Sirwan nodded lightly, maintaining calm. His opponent, a long reddish-brown-haired male student, stood opposite him, eyes sharp. The referee announced the start. Both stepped into a ready state to face off in a tense atmosphere. The large screen displayed images of the two contestants from Group 20. The start signal sounded, a beep indicating the official beginning of the match. Sirwan's eyes glowed bright blue, a sign that he was harnessing his special magical power. Immediately after the second beep, Sirwan and his opponent exploded into speed, rushing at each other with dazzling energy bursts. The match reached its climax. Both sides launched continuous attacks amid flashes and magical explosions, shaking the entire arena. Students excitedly gasped in amazement as they witnessed the two contestants' performance. All targets exploded within the first instant. The scoreboard showed Iruki Mercadine and Sirwan Ariadne both achieving perfect scores of 12 out of 12 in under a minute. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes at the equal excellence of both. Sirwan leaned forward, eyes blazing, unleashing an attack with full power. His momentum left the audience breathless. Iruki was no less impressive. With flashing eyes and cold precision, he cast powerful magic that made everything around tremble. Iruki's magic formed a straight, extremely fast strike, causing multiple targets to explode. His spirit zone shrank even further, showing refined control. A white-haired 4th-grade student and an orange-haired girl, name unknown, watched in astonishment. They admitted Iruki's schism technique was truly beyond imagination and worried for Sirwan in this match. The orange-haired girl was stunned as she looked at the updated scoreboard. Sirwan had taken the lead over Iruki. The scoreboard showed Sirwan with 121 points, surpassing Iruki's 119. Other students guessed that Iruki was just pretending to lose and would soon turn the tide. Iruki heard the whispers, silently turned his head, and smirked. In his mind, he thought, "You've misunderstood." Iruki unleashed his final magic with all his strength. This time, it was no longer a game. He was fighting with all his might. A look of shock and anger appeared in Iruki Mercadine's eyes. He hissed in his mind, "Sirwan, you sly fox." Sirwan surged forward like a whirlwind of light, his momentum exploding to astonish everyone. Iruki silently shouted, "What have you been doing these past 3 days?" In the auditorium, a brown-haired female lecturer with braided hair and glasses observed the student with a serious gaze. One word escaped her lips, "Understood." She analyzed sharply in her mind. A new path is long, but if it's an old path, you can go faster, like counting. Then she was briefly startled. But how far has Sirwan really gone? Iruki gritted his teeth, sweat beading, as a mix of panic and excitement. Before him, Sirwan was no longer an ordinary student, but a true monster. The professor with light brown hair, wearing glasses, thoughtfully observed the exam. Through her sharp gaze, she began to understand something. The teacher realized, if you have walked a path before, you will move faster. Like counting numbers, speed is the result of memory and repetition. A male student with light brown hair and sharp eyes looked at Sirwan fighting in shock. He was amazed by his friend's superior ability, thinking to himself, "Sirwan is a monster." Sirwan raised his hand, swinging strongly in an attack motion. The decisive gesture was like the start of a fierce magical sequence. A stream of magic shot from Siron's hand, a series of brilliant attacks streaking through space like shooting stars, burning the air at lightning speed. Siron's eyes shone brightly with focus. In his mind appeared the concept, modularity in action, a concept that helps optimize counting and casting magic. The professor continued observing, her mind analyzing precisely. Sir-One was grouping numbers into clusters, a smart strategy to maintain accuracy and maximize limits. Sir-One stepped onto the arena floor. The teacher realized, to do this, he had maintained absolute focus from the very beginning. Sir-One lunged forward. Each step had to be perfect. He clearly understood, if I miss a beat, the entire magic sequence will collapse. Siron's gaze was extremely tense. In his mind, he reminded himself, I must not lose focus even for a second. A bolt of golden lightning cut across the sky, tearing space with a piercing flash sound, signaling a powerful spell had just been cast. The scoreboard appeared clearly. Sir-One Arian was leading Iruki Mercadine with a score of 469 to 432. Only a few dozen seconds remained in the match. The stands erupted. Students jumped up shouting excitedly. The gap is widening. They chanted Siron's name, cheering wildly. A blonde female student on both sides shouted loudly, faster, faster. Cheers echoed throughout the hall. All eyes were on the battle. The two contestants, Sir-One and Iruki, moved swiftly among glowing magic rings. Their continuous attacks created streaks of light across the auditorium. Iruki faced a series of magical explosions, fiery lights bursting around him. He gritted his teeth enduring it. It's like using a psychological stimulant. He breathed heavily, smiled, his blue eyes shining wild. I underestimated you, Sir-One. You're as crazy as I am. Iruki clenched his hand on the arena floor. But my gamble, power began to build from that small gesture, is beyond your reach. A storm of energy erupted around Iruki, blue light enveloping his body, creating a terrifying magical field. Students were confused, looking at each other and whispering, what just happened? A female student covered her eyes from the glare, while her friend only managed to say, Iruki's score. The scoreboard suddenly jumped. Iruki Mercadine surged ahead with 558 points, temporarily leading Sir-One Ariadne in the Group 20 duel test. The hall exploded at the unbelievable development. Students were amazed. Someone recognized the sound as Iruki's magical rhythm intensifying, while Sir-One showed no sign of slowing down. Meanwhile, fourth-grade students also watched the match. One student noticed Iruki's spirit zone becoming faint, leaving them confused about what was happening. Serial shouted in panic, affirming it was not due to blurriness, but because Iruki was possessing two spirit zones simultaneously. Iruki stood in the battle, unleashing fierce attacks with brightly glowing energy spheres that enveloped the battlefield. The brown-haired teacher with braided hair watched the match with undeniable astonishment. She exclaimed, how is this possible? A double spirit zone. The visual image showed Iruki splitting his thoughts using the schism technique, creating two independent streams of thinking, something no student had ever done before. Not only splitting his thoughts, Iruki also performed two complex calculations in each spirit zone, all based on logarithmic algorithms. The teacher wearing glasses could not believe what she was witnessing. She thought silently, that is an extremely rare ability, even for a savant. I never expected he had been hiding it all along. The fourth-grade students were stunned. One exclaimed, another new phenomenon for our magic academy. He looked at Serial and quietly said, Amy was right. Iruki Mercadine cast an extremely fierce spell. The swirling blue energy amidst bright explosions amazed everyone. The scoreboard appeared. Iruki scored 845 points in 15 seconds, far surpassing Sir-One, who only reached 692 points in the same time. The match was decided. Three male students stood outside watching. One stated what everyone knew. Iruki was the overwhelming winner. A blonde student bowed his head, his eyes gloomy. He told himself that Sir-One did very well, just unlucky. But inside, he silently sighed, I can't win. He, Sir-One, was deep in thought. Despite pouring all his energy, he still felt he could not surpass Iruki. Sir-One tried to convince himself that he had done his best. But then his eyes dropped, his hands trembled, and his heart was full of disappointment. He clenched his hands into fists. The question echoed in his mind, is that really my best? Sweat rolled down Siron's face. He admitted fear was still binding him. Sir-One did not yet know if he could continue on this path, but his hands clenched tighter, stronger than before. He shouted silently, throwing a strong punch into the energy matrix. The strike was not aimed at anyone else, but at the fear inside himself. Within the blue space of the spirit zone, Siron's determined punch cracked the invisible limit layer. He shouted, pouring all his strength, will surpass all numbers. The strike broke through a barrier once thought impossible. A blinding light poured out from the crack, radiating throughout the space, like the release of long-suppressed energy. Siron's face showed astonishment as he faced the light bursting forth from his own power. Siron's body was lifted, floating amid the brilliant light, as if crossing into another layer of reality. The brown-haired teacher with braided hair and glasses was startled when the energy wave reached her. Her first reaction was shock. Her eyes shone brightly, filled with amazement and doubt as she recognized Sir One. In the combat zone, numerous target circles were quickly pierced by Cyrone's energy, producing a resounding sound. The entire hall buzzed with whispers. Students pointed toward the center of the battlefield. "Look, it's Sir One, that light." Amy and two other fourth-grade students had to shield their eyes as the light grew stronger. She exclaimed in amazement, "The light is getting brighter." Sir One Arian bowed his head, eyes hidden behind his hair, focusing all his spirit before unleashing the final strike. A beam of magical light shot out at a terrifying speed, creating brilliant streaks in midair. An explosion of light spread from Cyrone's position, engulfing the entire arena in a shockwave. The scoreboard displayed. Iruki Mercadine scored 995 points. Sir One Arian closely followed with 892 points. Only 7 seconds remained. Iruki screamed, his eyes shining brightly. He was confident his calculating power would surpass all. In a state of extreme focus, Iruki affirmed he could calculate every number in the world, as if entering a trance with numerical magic. As numbers flew through space, Iruki felt victory was in his hands. He shouted excitedly, "Only 1 second left." But time seemed to stop flowing. Iruki roared in despair, "Why is time moving so slowly?" Cheers echoed throughout the stands. Sir One stood firm within the magic circle, while Iruki was exhausted on the opposite side. Iruki fell to the ground, panting. He looked up, his mind blank. "It's over." Iruki saw his score of 1,247 and confidently thought he had won. However, when he realized Sir One had not reacted, Iruki turned back to look at him with worry, wondering what Sir One was doing. Iruki panicked and shouted Cyrone's name when he saw him unconscious, rushing to shake him awake. Sir One woke up in a panic. In front of him was Serial, anxiously asking about his condition amid the crowd's noise. Serial happily announced that Sir One had won and broken a new record. Sir One was stunned, unable to believe it yet. Students around rushed to congratulate Sir One. In his astonishment, he had not yet fully accepted the truth. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Hey, you there." A male student criticized that wide-area magic was against the rules in the speed gun test. Sir One nervously swallowed, realizing he had made the whole room light up at the end. He muttered self-reproach about his reaction. Iruki approached, smiling and joked that he was just kidding because shooting photons is not wide-area magic. He raised his hand to congratulate Sir One, acknowledging his victory. The crowd around erupted in amazement. They could not believe Iruki, always proud, would admit defeat. Some were shocked, likening it to the sun rising in the west. Sir One stood up abruptly, serious eyes, asking Iruki if he agreed that human life is more important than research. Iruki looked sideways, silent for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I will admit that." Sir One was stunned, surprised he heard correctly. "You will admit it?" Iruki turned to the other students and began explaining. He said Sir One misunderstood one thing. An explosion is not necessarily violent. It is just a large amount of energy and only becomes violent if there is intent to harm. Sir One immediately rebutted. He pointed out that even if energy has no intent, the person controlling it is dangerous. Therefore, what Iruki said does not change the fact that the energy is still very dangerous. Iruki agreed, saying for that reason, the person responsible for the energy must be trustworthy. He paused, then began to say something more important. Sunlight shone on Iruki's serious face as he clearly said, "From now on, I need you to take responsibility for me. An explosion is a violent burst of energy." Iruki Mercadine watched the flames consuming the forest, repeating the concept, uncontrollable energy. He wondered, what if that energy could be controlled? An explosion could provide enough power for 10,000 people. That would be the beginning of a new era, where humans no longer compete for resources. Iruki admitted he didn't care about the world, but still considered that vision possible. Sir One Arian, facing Iruki, wondered why he hadn't said that from the start. If he had, all misunderstandings could have been avoided. Iruki replied coldly. He wanted to see how Sir One would react, to find out if Sir One was an abuser of power, or someone who truly understood its terror. Iruki looked straight ahead, his gaze serious and calm. Sir One was shocked to realize Iruki wasn't trying to prove himself. He was afraid of his own power. Iruki confessed, if no one stopped him, he would become that uncontrollable power itself. But Sir One, with his strong will, had proven himself. Therefore, Iruki declared, the only one who can stop him from now on is Sir One. The atmosphere became chaotic. Sir One was confused, not sure if Iruki was accusing or praising him. Amid the whispers, he only knew one thing, Iruki truly trusted him. Iruki noticed the fear in Cyrone's eyes. That fear was not fake, it was real fear. Without hesitation, Sir One grasped Iruki's hand tightly. He uttered a promise, sincere and resolute. When the time comes, I will stop you. Sir One looked Iruki straight in the eye and declared clearly. The whole class was stunned by the oath between the two. A blue-haired student reacted fiercely. What, you too? The cheerful blonde student happily hugged them both. Awesome. I'm proud to be friends with you guys. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom. A brown-haired female lecturer with braided hair, wearing round glasses, gently called Sir One to step outside. Sir One hesitated, looked back at Iruki, then nodded. Okay. He walked after the teacher, the sound of footsteps echoing in the soft light of the corridor. Suddenly, the teacher turned back, holding Cyrone's shoulder tightly. Her voice was full of emotion. Sir One, do you know what you've done? Are you really planning to leave everything behind? She shouted, tears shimmering on her glasses. Sir One was shocked to realize the person stopping him was Professor Romy, the strict but caring professor. Professor Romy's voice was full of worry as she warned, once you enter that realm, you will lose yourself. Sir One was stunned and apologized. He didn't know that place was so dangerous, still confused by the seriousness of the warning. Professor Romy gently explained. The realm Sir One had entered was a space beyond all numbers, called the Realm of Infinity. Among mages, it was known as the Immortal Function, but to ascetics, that place had another name, Nirvana. Cyrone's face gradually paled as he realized the terrifying truth. Humans can reach infinity, but whoever steps into it will become nothingness. Sir One recalled what he had seen in that space, beyond all limits, beyond numbers. A bottomless abyss, the great void. It was that endless abyss that pulled Sir One down. He couldn't resist the feeling of being sucked into an invisible darkness. Sir One suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, gasping. A familiar nightmare that always made his heart race. He quietly walked to the window. In the dim light, Sir One thought to himself, since entering that place, every night he dreamed of that terrifying vision. Sir One suddenly felt his body lose control, dropping the glass in his hand. The discomfort came unexpectedly. A strange sensation ran down Cyrone's spine. He breathed heavily, his heart racing, his hands limp and hanging down. Sir One had visited Professor Romy, but she confirmed he was completely healthy. He didn't understand what was happening. Under the sky bright with dawn, Sir One was thoughtful. Lately, he always felt something was wrong. Sitting on a chair, Sir One confessed to his friends that he felt possessed by a ghost. His body was always tired and exhausted. Nade and the brown-haired student sitting opposite reacted with surprise at Cyrone's confession. Nade burst out laughing, but Sir One replied seriously. He believed what he was experiencing was real and not to be taken lightly. Sir One tried to laugh it off, thinking he might be overthinking, but his friends still wondered about the strange dream Sir One had told them about. Sir One confirmed. In that dream, he saw a pitch-black space where stars were sucked into an indefinite point. At the end of the dream, Sir One saw a sparkling streak of light, pulsing rhythmically. He described it as like a living heartbeat. Iruki Mercadine, vice president of the Supernatural Science Club, quietly listened to the description of this strange place. He asserted that the scale, speed, and form of that place could not exist on this land. Iruki continued, concluding, it can only be outer space. Two students sitting opposite, one with light green hair and the other blonde, were stunned and exclaimed, outer space? The blonde student wondered how a place never seen before could appear in his dream. The friend beside him calmly replied, it can't. The light green-haired student, Nade West, president and investigator of the Supernatural Science Club, slowly raised his hand and declared he had heard of a similar phenomenon in an ancient document. Nade recounted an experiment called soul electrolysis conducted 200 years ago. A death row prisoner was subjected to the experiment with the belief that if the soul existed, it could be separated by electric current. The prisoner was placed in a sealed conductive box where electricity continuously flowed. Due to its inhumanity, the experiment was soon stopped. However, the man survived and woke up after a month. Upon waking, the man began to describe countries he had never heard of or visited. Strangely, everything he said was accurate and real. They lay beyond the borders of the world he once knew. The blonde friend couldn't help but doubt. Did this really happen? Nade confirmed all information from the man was verified as true. Nade continued to argue, if the soul is decomposed and ionized, it becomes a form of electromagnetic force. That force attracted all the world's information into his soul, a metaphysical hypothesis. The strange tingling sensation the man experienced was called supersight. The blonde student shuddered and exclaimed, that feeling is exactly what I'm seeing right now. Nade West suddenly jumped up, excited to realize a hypothesis that could explain Cyrone's vision of outer space. He continued explaining that if the soul is electrically ionized, it would trigger a quantum phenomenon allowing it to transcend time and space. Sir One was amazed, exclaiming upon hearing Nade mention the ability to transcend time and space, something beyond imagination. Iruki Mercadine, with a sharp tone, clarified that the phenomenon occurs at the subatomic level, beyond ordinary human understanding. Assuming the soul is lighter than an electron, Iruki believed the link between time and space would collapse, allowing the soul to perceive the universe. Nade cheered, saying this hypothesis perfectly matched Cyrone's experience, leaving Sir One stunned as he felt truly understood. Sir-Won was astonished and moved hearing these arguments, believing the group had truly explained his experience correctly. He was surprised by Nade and Iruki's knowledge, admitting that although they didn't look like science club members, they were truly outstanding. Iruki modestly said it was just a hypothesis, needing more data to verify. Iruki spoke seriously, shifting the conversation, asking Sir-Won to honestly share what really happened after the speed gun test. Sir-Won hesitated, then began to reveal the truth. It was what Professor Romy had told him. Hearing the name Immortal Function, Nade shouted in alarm. He turned to Iruki, clearly having never heard of the concept before, hoping his eccentric friend had an explanation. Iruki didn't answer immediately but laughed mysteriously. He seemed to have just realized something, his eyes lighting up for a moment. Then Iruki burst out laughing loudly. He stood up, excitedly shouting that he understood. Immortal Function. Of course. Iruki explained that he had heard about it from his father. It was the holy grail of mathematicians, a function opening the door to everything. Although Sir-Won repeated Professor Romy's warning that it was very dangerous, Iruki nodded in agreement, believing everything and nothingness are essentially the same. Iruki concluded that the immortal function was the reason Sir-Won could defeat him. Though still confused, Sir-Won did not object, only silently observed. Though not fully understanding everything, Iruki's calmness made Sir-Won feel reassured. He declared he would join the Supernatural Science Club, a decision that stunned the whole group. Nade almost burst with joy. Sir-Won explained that he didn't want to be afraid forever, but wanted to face and study it to understand it thoroughly. Nade excitedly shouted that the group would explore the truth together. He was also happy because thanks to Sir-Won, the club now had 3 members and would be officially recognized again, meaning funding. Iruki wondered if the professors would allow Sir-Won to join since this was the most notorious club in school. But Nade didn't hesitate to raise the registration form, with Cyron's name already on it. He would secretly submit it without anyone knowing. Though hesitant, Sir-Won and Iruki were pulled along by Nade, who enthusiastically suggested celebrating Cyron's joining the club at the cafeteria. The atmosphere became unusually cheerful and warm. Iruki declared he would treat them to a meal, despite previously complaining he was out of money. Sir-Won tilted his head and glanced at him, seemingly guessing something. He entered an old room covered with carpets and armchairs, the soft yellow light creating a cozy feeling. Sir-Won thought silently, "This is my club." However, the current reality made Sir-Won uneasy. The room was too messy. First, they needed to clean up before doing anything else. Ignoring Nade West's objections, Iruki boldly submitted an application to establish the Supernatural Science Club with 3 members, Nade West President, Iruki Mercadine, and Sir-Won Arian. The reapplication form landed in the hands of the person Sir-Won most wanted to avoid, Professor Sienna Oliver. She smiled enigmatically upon seeing the name Sir-Won on the list. A lecturer asked Professor Thad about the towering stack of papers he was carrying. Thad replied that it was the application file for a new club, a common sight before the holidays. Thad explained that students often form clubs, conduct performance evaluations, and then disband afterward. While moving, he dropped a form. The purple-haired lecturer bent down to pick up the fallen paper and was surprised to recognize its contents. Thad leaned in, curious. She exclaimed that this was an application to establish a notorious club, the Supernatural Science Club. The applicants were Nade West, along with 2 members, Iruki Mercadine and Sir-Won Arian. She pointed directly at the name Sir-Won Arian, confirming that he was a familiar student. Thad looked worried. The purple-haired lecturer's expression changed noticeably. She smiled suspiciously and then crumpled the form in her hand, showing her intention to intervene strongly. The scene shifted to a quiet mountainous area. The sound of the wind blowing whoosh echoed, signaling a change of setting. A wooden house appeared deep in the forest. A voice apologized for disturbing Professor Romy while she was training. Professor Romy sat drinking tea, smiling gently. She thought that if someone came all the way here to find her, the matter must not be simple. 2 lecturers sat facing each other on the porch, enjoying tea in a peaceful setting, preparing to engage in an important discussion. In the quiet scene, a female teacher, the purple-haired lecturer, put down her teacup and shared that Sir-Won had joined a club. The purple-haired lecturer revealed that the club Sir-Won joined was the Supernatural Science Club. The bright brown-haired teacher, initially cheerful, was so surprised she spilled her glass of water. The purple-haired teacher's voice became tense. She recalled a serious incident in the past related to that club, which happened before they became lecturers. She continued trembling as she thought about the numerous complaints from parents after the incident years ago. The image of that club remained a dark spot in her mind. The brown-haired teacher, though also worried, tried to reassure that the current situation was surely different from before. She hoped the club was no longer like it used to be. She explained that currently Nade West was the club president. Nade was a harmless student with good friends and not the troublemaking type. The troublesome students from before had all graduated. She also emphasized that jailed Mai He, the current president of the Tormia Mage Council, had once been a member of that club. This showed that not everyone who joined the club was bad. With an optimistic tone, she believed that Sirwan and Nade would complement each other and help steer the club in the right direction. Meanwhile, a wavy blonde male student, Sirwan, appeared in a cloud of dust. Sirwan entered the dusty room, covered his face, and was disappointed to see two friends, a green-haired and a reddish-brown-haired, being lazy. He was surprised they had no intention of going to class. The reddish-brown-haired student, having just won a chess game, happily suggested playing another round. Sirwan was annoyed to see the room messy again and angry that no one wanted to study or research. The sly green-haired student responded that once you join the club, you can't back out. Sirwan was frustrated but determined to study. He took off his cloak and told himself he had to at least try to study. Sirwan sat at the desk, focused on reading, while Nade lay stretched out on the sofa, looking at him and whispering, "Show off." A red-haired male student sitting next to Nade asked, "Have you finished that invention yet, Nade?" Nade immediately replied proudly, "Definitely." Sirwan became curious when reading about the invisibility cloak. His ears perked up as he overheard the nearby conversation. He exclaimed in amazement upon hearing more details about the cloak. It only works for 1 hour, but can extend its duration by supplying power properly. Sirwan was so excited that he jumped up from his chair, pushed his books aside, and shouted loudly, "I want to see it too." Switching to another scene, the pink-purple-haired female lecturer, identified as the purple-haired lecturer, was drinking tea, deep in thought. She said she was not worried about Nade, but about Iruki. She continued to comment that Iruki only pretended to be clumsy to stay in year 5, but in fact had incredible abilities, something everyone had witnessed. She mentioned that Sirwan had defeated Iruki in the speed gun test, showing that both students possessed outstanding potential. If the upperclassmen graduated, the school could be swept up by the wave of these two. However, she worried that if Sirwan befriended a troublemaker like Iruki, he might be negatively influenced and become a troublemaker himself. A serious brown-haired female professor wearing round glasses warned that the school could become a ticking time bomb if the situation continued as it was. She believed that everything was being underestimated, while there was a whole stockpile of magical grenades created by Nade, which amazed others. Inside a large chest, numerous magical spheres and shiny cylindrical devices appeared. Sirwan and his friends discovered that these were magic grenades. A blonde male student showed concern about their level of danger. Meanwhile, Nade, with an excited expression, said he had saved them for one last big play. Cyron's friend revealed that Nade once wanted to become a magical engineer, passionate about crafting rather than studying theory. That was why his academic results declined. Sirwan was excited by the concept of a magical engineer and curiously asked Nade if these devices used electromagnetic energy. Sirwan accidentally found a red notebook in the pile, its distinctive cover prompting him to open it immediately. As Sirwan flipped through the pages, another student horrifiedly recognized it as the Human Form Club notebook. Sirwan was still confused and did not fully understand. Inside the notebook were detailed drawings of female students and mysterious handwritten notes. Sirwan was stunned. What the hell is this? A student realized this was a record of school factoids, from rumors to private images, passed around in shady clubs. Sirwan was shocked. Does the school do nothing about this? In a secret notebook, a page about Amy Karmas appeared. She was called Lady Karmas, a beautiful young woman standing out in the crowd. The notes showed she liked to flaunt her beauty, was only close to serial portraits, and seemed uninterested in anyone else. A close-up drawing of Amy smiling brightly on the notebook page. A student noticed and exclaimed, "There's no information about you in here, Sirwan." Sirwan panicked, immediately tore up and threw the notebook away, shouting in confusion, "We can't look at this. Are you kidding?" Another student was about to ask if he and Amy were dating, but was cut off. Sirwan, panting and blushing, asked bewilderedly, "Who came up with this stuff?" A calm brown-haired student answered, "No one knows. It's a secret, but since most records are about upperclassmen, it's probably made by one of them." Sirwan whispered in shock, "An upperclassman is behind this." The thought made him even more confused and suspicious. In the quiet afternoon by the wooden porch, the purple-haired lecturer nodded slightly, as if confirming something obvious. She coldly declared, "The Supernatural Science Club is an unethical organization, no different from a bunch of dark wizards." Her decisive tone showed clear contempt. She continued, painting a dark picture. When the most outstanding and intelligent students fall into the wrong path, the consequences exceed all imagination. They evade all supervision, leaving the school completely powerless. The purple-haired lecturer sat solemnly, further explaining, "The reason the club has not been disbanded is because it lost its official operating rights. But now, the most elite students are trying to restore it." She tilted her head, her eyes resolute, whispering with calculation, "I want to take this opportunity to disband the club once and for all." The purple-haired lecturer was silent, her face thoughtful as she listened to the other party's presentation. Meanwhile, Professor Romy smiled gently, softly placing the teapot lid down, showing understanding. As the tea was poured, Romy slowly said she understood the worries about the path the students were taking but emphasized that the school had reasons not to interfere with the clubs. Romy explained, "Clubs help students develop autonomy and responsibility. They are places where students sow and reap their own results. If adults take away their right to choose, students will live in fear of every decision." With sharp and firm eyes, Romy proposed, "Instead of imposing, let them have the chance to choose. That is how to truly nurture mature individuals." Hearing this, the purple-haired lecturer bowed her head silently. She admitted that although worried, she understood Romy was right. The purple-haired lecturer, the new lecturer, expressed the view that their responsibility was to support talented students, helping them develop properly and not lose their way. The brown-haired lecturer thought silently, realizing that the purple-haired lecturer truly cared about Sir One as a precious student. She had intended to let Sir One choose his own path over time. The brown-haired girl continued thinking, admitting she could not easily judge Oliver's enthusiasm. Then she began sharing important information about the speed gun test. The brown-haired lecturer revealed that during the speed gun test, Sir One had reached the nirvana state, which astonished the purple-haired lecturer immensely. The shout, "What?" echoed throughout the mountains, causing birds to scatter wildly, showing the stunned reaction to the news that Sir One had reached the ultimate level. The ceiling shook violently, the lamp swung strongly emitting flickering light. A sudden tremor struck. Nate panicked, ducking low. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Meanwhile, a rookie immediately rushed to snatch the notebook, and Sir One confusedly asked, "Why? What's happening?" No one answered him, only hearing Nate shout, "This is bad. Hide everything." Amid the continuing rumbling, Nate quickly pulled a table to hide items underneath. Iruki hurriedly helped, while Sir One was bewildered. Meaning, Nate replied urgently, "A professor's operating the warehouse. Just sit down and wait." From outside, a stern hand knocked on the control panel. A loud voice shouted, "Surprise inspection." An official unannounced inspection began. The pink-purple-haired lecturer, wearing glasses, appeared with a cold expression. Her serious cloak and sharp eyes showed the situation had become grave. No student group dared to underestimate her presence. The purple-haired lecturer appeared with a serious face. She thought silently. It took 3 minutes to find the room, more than enough time for someone to destroy evidence. Meanwhile, 3 male students were worried. The blonde student panicked, asking why he had to sit down instead of greeting the teacher. The other 2 tried to keep him calm, urging silence and pretending nothing happened, warning that consequences would be worse than suspension. The green-haired student sat in an old armchair, speaking decisively that this was their territory, and if they showed fear, they would lose from the start. The blonde student timidly responded with worry. The door burst open violently. The purple-haired lecturer entered, her cloak fluttering in a smoky haze. Her appearance made the whole room hold its breath. From above, she coldly observed the entire room. The 3 students sat silently, none daring to move, waiting for a reaction from the woman radiating overwhelming presence. The green-haired student bowed his head thoughtfully, while the brown-haired student raised his head defiantly. Both maintained their postures as if prepared for confrontation. The blonde male student also tried to stay calm, sitting up straight with a serious look. Although he had panicked before, he now understood that any sign of weakness could cause everything to collapse. The purple-haired lecturer looked directly at the students, her heart filled with determination. She thought silently, "Before it's too late, I must disband this club." Her eyes clearly showed resolve. In the tense atmosphere, Iruki sat with crossed arms, deep in thought on the chair, his eyes cold and sharp. Next to him, a brown-haired male student leaned back comfortably but remained vigilant. Opposite them, Rayburn sat upright, his gaze sharp as a knife, attentively observing the situation unfolding in the gloomy room. The door swung open. A cold footstep echoed. The purple-pink-haired lecturer, wearing glasses, appeared with a stern and angry look, staring intently at the group of students before her. She stepped into the room, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Her lofty gaze silenced the entire room, leaving only the flickering yellow light and the night wind outside the window. She sat down at the head of the table, her sarcastic voice ringing out, "No one greets your professor?" Then bluntly reminded them of the rule. All clubs are student-run, and even professors must follow procedures to give opinions. Iruki sat with his legs crossed, his eyes cold but calm. In his mind, he told himself that the teacher's harsh reaction was understandable. However, Iruki could not hide his discomfort. He smiled slightly and sarcastically remarked that if the teacher had given prior notice, they could have prepared a more proper reception. The purple-pink-haired lecturer frowned in annoyance. What worried her most was that this indifferent attitude was beginning to affect Sir One. Sir1 felt the pressure upon realizing that the person who had just arrived was Professor Oliver. Inside, he felt confused. Should he remain silent forever like this? Professor Oliver smiled subtly, reproaching them for not offering tea despite having guests. The remark made Sir1 tense while Iruki joked that no one would believe their group could brew decent tea. Professor Oliver adjusted her glasses and seriously addressed the group of students. I will get straight to the point. She requested the 3 club members to return the activity room to the school, surprising the entire group. Iruki, Liam, and Nate all exclaimed in shock at the unexpected demand. Nate slammed his hand on the table, reacting fiercely. Professor Oliver presented documents proving that the club had no legitimate reason to continue existing. She continued to point out a series of violations: no activities for 4 years, lack of members, and funding cut long ago. The strict purple-haired lecturer emphasized that if the club did not produce results within a month, they would be disbanded. As soon as she finished speaking, Nate and his friends immediately bowed deeply to beg for mercy. Nate sweated, bowing his head to the table, justifying that proving mystical science was almost impossible. He pleaded, if disbanded, it would mean erasing the only club daring to challenge rationalist ideology in the magical society. We'll do anything, just don't make us present, Nate desperately begged. The purple-haired lecturer tapped the board in her hand and calmly said, in that case, there is still one way. The whole group immediately responded in unison. Yes, please tell us. Her voice deepened, eyes cold as steel. Expel Sir1 from the club. The 3 students, Nade, the blonde student, and a brown-haired boy, were stunned, mouths agape in shock. They exclaimed in panic. Why? Nate and the reddish-brown-haired student sat with bowed heads, looking confused when questioned intensely. The questioner, Sir1 himself, was angry upon discovering that both seemed to have known something important beforehand. The purple-pink-haired lecturer, Professor Oliver, stood solemnly and issued a warning. She believed that the immortal function was a serious issue beyond the school's scope and could cause them to lose Sir1 permanently. Sir1 sat silently beside her, clearly under pressure from those words. Sir1 hurriedly rebutted, saying he was aware of the danger and would not repeat it. However, Professor Oliver interrupted. What was more concerning was the overflow phenomenon that appeared afterward. Nate asked blankly about the overflow. He casually said he had experienced a similar symptom when he was young, calling it genius disease. The reddish-brown-haired student added humorously, quoting his father who said, if you're already crazy, just live with it. Professor Oliver held her head helplessly. She lamented that the biggest problem they faced was the underestimation of this dangerous phenomenon. Sir1 encountered a dangerous phenomenon called overflow, when the mind cannot withstand the sudden and overwhelming awakening of power. It was like a dam bursting, putting the mind at risk of complete collapse. Because this phenomenon was often euphemistically called genius disease, those affected often missed the proper treatment window and had to live in lifelong suffering. A blonde student, Amy, realized that if the overflow phenomenon was caused by the immortal function, the level of danger could be unimaginable. She feared that Sir1 would completely break down mentally. Sir1 had experienced consecutive nightmares, feeling as if he was going insane. The chaotic images and hallucinations made him think he could not keep his sanity. A female purple-haired lecturer wearing glasses, a psychology expert, suggested that Sir1 should only attend the minimum number of classes while undergoing intensive psychological treatment. She assured she would personally supervise to avoid any after-effects during the process. Professor Oliver was startled upon hearing the news, reacting immediately with worry. She exclaimed, no, while her eyes showed clear panic. The student council president, a blonde male student, stood up and loudly opposed. I, as president, do not agree. Professor Oliver became angry, stood up, and shouted that this was not the time to act like a child. She emphasized that the decision must be made by Sir1 himself. The calm brown-haired male student intervened, trying to ease the situation. He thought Professor Oliver was overreacting. At that moment, the lively blonde president interrupted, implying something secretly. Unable to contain his emotions, the president shouted that the professor likes Sir1 or something, leaving the room stunned. A female purple-pink-haired lecturer wearing glasses suddenly spoke up, affirming, I like him, shocking everyone. She smiled challengingly. Is there a problem? The whole class erupted. A student shouted, how can a teacher like her own student? The teacher calmly replied, statistically, it's entirely possible. He is an excellent student. The student angrily retorted, don't bring probability into this. A blonde green-haired male student, blushing and panting, questioned, so, it's possible you like him, right? The teacher immediately responded coldly, no, the probability is 0%. Her face turned icy, leaving the student speechless. The male student lay sprawled on the table, pretending to die from love shock. A classmate shouted, "The president is dead." The teacher remained calm, turned her back, and said, "That black and white thinking doesn't affect me. Stop being unreasonable. Accept reality." The purple-haired professor worried about the overflow condition Sir-Won was facing. She suggested that if he could not endure it, he must accept the consequences. She emphasized that Sir-Won would not die and believed that someone who had experienced overflow like the person opposite her would understand. That person was a blonde young man, apparently a student or someone who had undergone a similar ordeal. A brown-haired male professor with sharp eyes spoke up. He thought Siron's approach to the immortal function, a concept far beyond ordinary understanding, was worth the risk. Although no one truly knew it well, given Siron's level, he believed they should trust him. The male professor continued, stating that the female professor's worries were excessive, even implying it was an obsession. Those words stunned the female professor. The word obsession caused her to fall into deep thought, questioning herself amid confusion and pressure. Amid the space filled with sharp ice crystals, Sienna knelt, clutching her head in despair. Someone shouted her name, urging her to leave the dangerous place. Back in the present, Sienna faced Sir-Won. She hesitated, saying this was a decision she had to make herself. Sir-Won, worried, called her name. Sienna confessed the fear surrounding her. She had felt as if she was going insane, but strangely, that feeling made her feel comfortable. Sienna was confused by Siron's confession. He said this was something not everyone experienced, but he had. Sir-Won shared that what worried him most was that the nightmares might disappear, because then he might lose the chance to uncover the secrets hidden within himself. Sir-Won placed his hand on his chest, eyes resolute, declaring that he was ready to face this challenge. He did not want to run away, but would overcome it with all his willpower. The purple-haired professor stood still, her eyes filled with sadness. She silently thought that Sir-Won strangely resembled someone from her past. A memory surfaced. A blonde young man once reached out desperately, trying to stop someone from leaving. "Don't run, Sienna." The words echoed, shaking her heart. Sir-Won reminded her too clearly of that person. Finally, the professor sighed softly and made a decision. She accepted and would respect Siron's viewpoint. The three students, Sir-Won, Nade, and the brown-haired student, name unknown, burst out in surprise and joy. Sir-Won was not expelled. Nade exclaimed happily, confirming it with bright eyes. The purple-pink-haired lecturer wearing glasses, the club supervisor, appeared radiant, announcing a sudden change. The group would return to Plan A and was required to deliver results within 1 month. Blonde student Nade gaped, shocked to the point of a nosebleed upon hearing the unexpected demand from the teacher. Nade was completely exhausted. His eyes were dull, lips trembling, and his face showed utter helplessness. On the bench near the fountain, Nade was motionless, his soul seemingly detached and floating. Two friends sitting nearby couldn't help but laugh. The blonde student on the left anxiously asked, "We have to present in a month. Are there any old materials?" Nade, still in a disembodied state, despairingly replied, "This club has never had a presentation. If it did, supernatural science would already be an official subject." Nade collapsed in despair, lamenting the impossibility of proving the existence of the soul. He complained that the club would perish under their hands as tears streamed down. A teammate panicked and shook him. "Nade, snap out of it." To distract them, Iruki pointed and shouted, "Look, a beautiful girl." However, the blonde friend seriously responded that now was not the time for distractions. The group needed to focus. Stimulated by the words, "beautiful girl," Nade immediately sobered up, eyes wide with curiosity, repeatedly asking, "Where? Where?" From afar, a beautiful purple-haired girl walked gracefully, attracting all eyes. A student exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, who is that? A senior?" Iruki immediately confirmed there was no such person among current seniors and guessed the girl might be an alumna. Another friend skeptically asked, "Iruki, do you remember all the seniors' faces?" Sir-Won suddenly turned upon hearing a call. Before him stood a beautiful purple-haired woman, looking very different from usual. He recognized her as Professor Oliver, stunned by her drastically changed appearance. Other students were also shocked upon realizing the true identity of the mysterious woman. "It's Professor Oliver," they shouted. Everyone was confused by her rare, gentle, and feminine look. Someone teased Sir-Won that he had good taste, making him blush and protest. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver quietly left the school grounds in a gentle outfit. Sir-Won and his friends wondered where she was going on her day off. One student guessed she was on a date, while another was shocked by this discovery. As Sir-Won looked up, he saw Nade intently watching Oliver. He was surprised to see Nade's serious expression. Nade thought to himself, "This is my chance." Nade came up with a bold plan to follow Oliver to find her weakness in order to prevent her from disbanding the Supernatural Science Club. Sir-Won panicked upon hearing this and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Iruki frowned and warned that tailing a level 6 mage was extremely risky, especially since they didn't have an invisibility cloak. This made Sir-Won angrily shout, feeling everyone was ganging up against him. The plan was quickly set in motion. Sir took on the task of watching the target, while Iruki went to get the invisibility cloak. Nade, always willing to help, joined in. The three united in action for the Supernatural Science Club. Nade stood before the fountain, asserting that this was the only way to save the club from disbandment. His eyes were full of determination, regardless of the consequences. From afar, Cyrone's voice rang out reproachfully. He didn't understand why Nade could devote so much passion to the club while never showing the same enthusiasm for studying. The level 6 female mage, the one the group was following, stopped, turned slightly, and glanced back. Her expression was calm, but her eyes sharp. It seemed she had sensed something. The three boys hid behind a fruit stall. Iruki whispered that she was very alert, and they had nearly been discovered several times. Sir sighed wearily, while Nade laughed gleefully, convinced that something shady was going on. Sir began to suspect. His gaze grew serious as he questioned whether there was something stranger about all this than they had thought. He observed from above, speculating. If she was a noble on a date, then coming to a commoner's district made no sense at all. Cyrone's suspicion grew stronger. Liam frowned slightly, whispering, "But don't you find it strange?" Suspicion clear in his eyes. He looked down at the noisy market below, where chatter, clamor, hustle, and bustle never ceased. Liam wondered, if she is a noble on a date, why come to the commoner's area? Amid the bustling crowd, the purple-haired sorceress strode forward. She turned her head, her eyes scanning around warily. Under the sunlight filtering through the awning, she glanced back, a drop of sweat running down her cheek, clearly worried. Without hesitation, she stepped into the meat-selling section of the market, blending into the crowd. From behind the wooden stall, Nade, Reyna, and Liam lurked, observing. Reyna whispered, "There's definitely something shady." "She's too cautious," Nade shouted. "Is she selling something on the black market?" Liam sighed. "She's not like you, Nade." The woman continued into a row of old houses, her eyes still glancing back before she turned away. She gently pushed the wooden door, a smile blooming on her lips, as if waiting for someone familiar. A blond man appeared behind the door. They embraced each other affectionately. Nade yelled, "A man! Is he her secret commoner boyfriend?" What a huge shock. He kept speculating. A forbidden love affair despite family opposition. Reyna sighed. "She's inside now. Let's go." Nade shouted excitedly. "Go back? No way. We need to dig up more hot news." Then dashed off like an arrow, leaving Sir and Reyna stunned. Nade shouted loudly. For the survival of the club, Sir and Reyna looked at each other in disbelief, helpless before their friend's sacrifice for ideals' spirit. The scene shifted elsewhere. Iruki Mercadine focused, his eyes glowing. Reyna whispered, "Iruki, now." Iruki responded with a confident humph. From a complex device, blue magical light flashed, running along metal tubes. Pow! The lock exploded, releasing smoke. Reyna cheered, "Success." The three, Iruki, Sir Nade, excitedly broke into the underground chamber. Nade enthusiastically said, "I knew the basement lock was easy to break." Sir quickly commanded, "First floor is safe. Move to the second floor. Use schism to check the corridor ahead." But inwardly he wondered, why do they always use brains and cleverness for everything except studying? Under their invisibility cloaks, the three sneaked along the dark wooden corridor. Nade quietly ordered, "Stop." The group stopped before a closed wooden door. Sir whispered, "I hear a female voice coming from that room." Reyna whispered anxiously, "Can we leave now?" Nade shook his head. "She started this fight, Sir Sir sighed. "Now there's no other choice." Inside the room behind the door, the purple-haired sorceress and the blonde man sat close together, her voice whispering, "I won't be able to bear it if this is discovered." He gently replied, "It's okay. I have carefully covered it." They held hands tightly in the quiet candlelight. Outside, Sir tilted his ear. "I hear a man's voice. They're talking very intimately." Nade jumped. "That's the commoner lover I told you about." Reyna shivered slightly. "I feel something's wrong." She gripped Cyrone's cloak tightly, whispering, "We shouldn't be eavesdropping like this." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Nade quickly stepped back, whispering, "Retreat, retreat." The group crouched into the shadows. Sir muttered softly, "We should really retreat." But Nade grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "No, you have to see this." Through the wider open door crack, the student's eyes froze. On the table lay a red parchment scroll, emitting a strange dim light. Iruki stepped forward, his gaze sharp. He whispered, "That's not ordinary paper. It seems to be the human form record." Reyna exclaimed in horror, "That has been banned for a long time." Sir squinted to observe. "Inside there are illustrations?" Nade whispered, They secretly record students in there?" Iruki spoke gravely. "If that exists, it's proof that underground clubs are operating beyond control." Sir clenched his fist. "We can't ignore this." Iruki cautiously looked around, then gently pushed the door open and led the group inside. Reyna's voice trembled. What are you going to do?" Sir1 bit his lip hesitantly but finally followed. Nade whispered, if we get caught, it's over for us. On the table, the human form record was open. Inside were exquisite drawings of students at school, accompanied by private notes. Sir1 was amazed. Is this Amy? A vivid illustration depicted Amy Karmas reading a book, with notes describing her habits, preferences, and very private details about her. Reina choked up. How could someone have been watching her every detail? Iruki nodded. It might have been drawn by members of the Human Form Club. Nade quickly flipped through several other pages, including students from lower and upper classes, with notes on unverified rumors. Sir1 frowned. This thing is a kind of espionage. Suddenly, Reina grabbed Cyrone's hand. Listen. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. The group panicked. Iruki immediately acted. He waved his hand, creating a smoky veil covering the room. Invisibility now, Nade hurriedly said. Don't let anyone see our faces. The door swung open. A female teacher with long brown hair and round glasses entered. She looked around suspiciously. Sir1 thought, she can sense magic. Her eyes shone brightly. Clearly she had detected an intruder, though she couldn't see them. Sir1 broke out in sweat. Damn, we've been discovered? The long brown-haired teacher with round glasses stopped in the middle of the room, her eyes scanning the smoky veil. Her eyes glowed. A magic detection spell was being cast. Sir1 held his breath, heart pounding. The magic around him trembled slightly. The teacher softly called out, "Who's there?" The group remained silent in tension. Fortunately, the smoke gradually dispersed, and she turned away, leaving only a suspicious glance. Reina sighed in relief. We got away, but that was close. The group quickly retreated from the room, leaving the human form record on the table. Iruki whispered, "Don't leave any traces." The scene shifted to the faculty area. A pink-purple-haired teacher wearing glasses was reading club files. She frowned. The Supernatural Science Club. This name is Sir1 Arian. She immediately left the room, holding the file folder. Clearly, she intended to investigate. Sir1 had been noticed. In the council room, the pink-purple-haired teacher was reporting to another female professor, dressed formally and seemingly higher-ranking. This club must be dealt with. They have violated regulations multiple times. Meanwhile, Sir1, Iruki, Nade, and Reina returned to the club base, their faces still shocked. Sir1 muttered, "We're stepping into something bigger than we imagined." In the classroom, fourth-year students buzzed as they saw bright light emanating from the training yard. A girl with orange hair and purple eyes, Amy, looked back worriedly. "Is that Sir1?" The light covered the entire yard, stunning all the students. Two classmates beside Amy were shocked. "What kind of strong magic is that?" Amy was silent, her eyes flashing with worry. Sienna, in anger and despair, shouted, "I don't care," then ran off into the rain. But due to the slippery road, she slipped. Losing her balance, Sienna only managed to utter a startled "huh" with a face full of fear. She fell into the rushing river. A blond male student shouted in panic, "Sienna," as he witnessed her fall into the water. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped into the river to save her, despite the strong current and heavy rain. In the icy water, he tried to help Sienna hold onto a floating log. "Hold on to this," he shouted, reassuring her that they would be safe if they drifted with the current. Sienna was still panicked and crying in her friend's arms. He looked at her with worry but determination. At that moment, a large tree trunk crashed down into the river ahead of them. Both could only watch in horror as the roaring water swept the wood away. "We have to dive down, Sienna. Are you ready?" he said. But Sienna was still trembling. "I can't." Hold your breath," he shouted. Using both hands, he pushed Sienna underwater. "We will survive if we just drift with the river." Gripping the log tightly, the boy reassured himself. "Yes, we can survive." The water surged violently, but his eyes shone with unwavering faith. After the big wave, the blond boy and Sienna were found unconscious on the riverbank by a group of students. Both were soaking wet and exhausted. A red-haired female student rushed over, shouting, "Call the nurse immediately. Someone fell into the river." The crowd of upperclassmen quickly surrounded them. Waking up in the infirmary, Sienna looked up at the empty ceiling, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She whispered, "I am still alive." She tilted her head to the side, her eyes vacant as she saw the blond boy sleeping beside her bed. He was resting his head on the hospital bed, still holding Sienna's hand tightly. His face showed fatigue but relief. Sienna smiled softly. Her eyes were still wet, but shone with deep gratitude. The scene shifted to the classroom. A brown-haired student whispered to a friend, "I heard someone was swept away while running away from the club meeting." The other replied, "Which club?" "Don't tell me, the Supernatural Science Club?" In the hallway, Sir1, Reina, and Nade walked silently. All eyes were fixed on them. A group of students whispered behind them, their eyes full of suspicion. "Are they involved in that incident?" Sir1 clenched his fists, feeling the heavy pressure. He quietly said, "We're being watched." "They know." Reina whispered, "So now, what do we do?" Amid the noisy exam scene, 3 students sat watching with amazed expressions. One exclaimed, "Amazing. How does he do it?" Another quickly affirmed, "He's obviously using his spirit zone." The blue-haired student added, definitely a zoner, a term for mages possessing superior spirit zone. The blonde, blue-eyed boy remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The blonde, blue-eyed student, Sir One, softly spoke. Forgive me, Armin. His serious gaze showed he had noticed something unusual. On the paper, a hand was sketching a human figure. Sir One continued, his voice tense. But you actually can see, can't you? The person drawing suddenly paused. Armin, the long blonde-haired student, still smiled calmly despite his eyes being covered by a blindfold. Without denying it, he seemed to have been waiting for this moment. With slow movements, Armin lifted his blindfold, whispering, I've been waiting for this. Sir One sat in front, watching intently, sensing something great was about to happen. Cyrone's eyes widened, light reflecting making his pupils glow brightly. He breathed heavily, having seen something beyond imagination. Light burst forth, enveloping Armin. His eyes shone brightly, magic pouring out like a waterfall. He whispered, you wouldn't notice, Sir One. The cloth bandage fell from his hand, revealing the long-hidden truth. In the dazzling light, a young man with long blonde hair appeared before Sir One. He smiled, his eyes shining with magical power, saying he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sir One was astonished to realize this person was Armin, someone he almost did not recognize until it was too late. Sir One immediately shouted loudly, calling Nade into Rookie's attention. He pointed forward, urgently warning Armin's eyes. Those seemingly blind eyes were glowing, bursting with strange power. Nade and a Rookie, sitting next to each other, instantly turned to look following Cyrone's reaction. Both were stunned, realizing something extraordinary was happening. The atmosphere in the room seemed to drop. While the group was still confused, a purple-haired female student sat quietly on the bed, smiling calmly. She seemed unsurprised by this strange situation, as if she had foreseen everything that would happen. Sir One exclaimed in shock, this can't be, when Armin, now glowing brightly from behind, confirmed the unimaginable. This was magic. Surrounded by light, Armin coldly stated the name of the spell. Pause, a type of time magic. Sir One could hardly believe his eyes. He trembled, realizing before him was a time mage, someone who had reached the speed of light, something thought to exist only in legends. Armin invited Sir One to sit down. His tone was calm, as if this were just an ordinary conversation. Those around seemed motionless, held in a time stop. The whole scene revealed. The entire room, and thousands of identical rooms, seemed infinitely copied in magical space. Armin gently said, we have all the time in the world, after all. Sir One forced a smile, sweat beading on his forehead. He tried to stay calm amid an unimaginable situation, forced to face a completely different Armin, a time mage possessing power far beyond normal limits. Armin sat opposite Cyrone's group, frankly admitting he had always felt anxious, knowing that Sir One would soon realize his true identity. He explained about his special eyes, not seeing the world in the usual way, but perceiving light itself, something that made Armin completely different from ordinary people. When he first saw Sir One, Armin immediately recognized that they had both shared the same experience, a sensation beyond the limits of perception. He called that experience the immortal function. The name stunned Sir One, his heart pounding upon hearing it. Sir One trembled and asked again, almost begging to know more about the immortal function. He was scared but drawn to the concept as if pulled by an invisible force. Armin responded with a slight smile. He called it the door to infinity. Those who open that door are called unlockers. Armin's eyes grew serious behind the ice mask, reflecting the magical light blazing up. A sacred truth was about to be revealed. Armin firmly affirmed Sir One had also opened that door. A glowing lock symbol appeared on Cyrone's abdomen, symbolizing the opening of his inner self to infinity. The image depicted the mind of the unlocker being drawn into infinity, spreading like light throughout space. A feeling of absolute power and freedom enveloped the entire body. Sir One was silent. His expression was both stunned and uneasy. A part of him seemed to have known this for a long time, but now it truly awakened. Sir One held his breath. Under the magical light, he saw the glowing lock symbol right in the center of his chest. It was clear proof that he truly was an unlocker. Armin tilted his head, voice soft as the wind. From the moment you stepped through that door, you became part of another world. The glowing lock symbol on Cyrone's chest continued to blaze. Sir One clenched his fists, no longer retreating. He had seen it, felt it, and now could not turn back. A glorious light exploded in his mind, like dawn after a long night. Armin stood up, his figure reflected in the silvery white light spreading throughout the space. He stepped towards Sir One, his eyes behind the bandage no longer hiding anything. He asked, "Can you hear its call?" A question not for reason, but for the spirit, a place only those who have touched immortality can understand. Sir One was silent. In his mind, strange sounds began to echo, not voices, but a form of magical resonance, reverberating from the depths of the soul. The surrounding space began to oscillate. Sir One nodded slightly. He wasn't sure he fully understood, but he knew one thing. He had changed forever. Armin smiled. "Welcome to the world of those who have crossed over." The greeting was not for a student, but for a companion, an equal. At that moment, time returned. The surroundings shook violently, as if space had just folded and unfolded simultaneously. Everything exploded in light. Iruki, Nade, and the other students returned to normal, horrified as they looked around, not understanding what had just happened. Someone stood silently, arms hanging loosely, eyes still following Armin's fading figure into the space. Sir One sat motionless in the room. The students around began moving again, seemingly unaware they had just been frozen in time. Cold sweat still dotted Cyrone's forehead. Nade patted Cyrone's shoulder, asking if he was okay. Sir One nodded lightly, but his eyes remained dazed, as if his soul was still trapped in that temporary space. A group of students nearby whispered, their eyes fixed on Iruki, who had just performed an astonishing test with a score exceeding 700. The atmosphere became intense. Iruki stepped toward the center of the testing area, eyes sharp as a blade. He confidently declared, "I bet I can surpass Sir One." The words made the whole class hold their breath. Sir One slightly frowned, turning to look at Iruki. Their eyes met tensely. Another showdown, this time a real battle, was about to begin. In the teacher's area, two instructors were exchanging thoughts. A brown-haired woman with braided hair and round glasses remarked that Sir One had made unusual progress in just 3 days, something impossible without a major breakthrough in theory or mental state. The other teacher agreed. They hypothesized that Sir One had learned to shorten training cycles through familiarity, like counting numbers, a sign of the immortal function they themselves had not yet recognized. The training area was reset. Iruki stood ready in the arena, radiating fierce energy. The judge began the countdown for the new test. Sir One entered the opposite area. This time he was no longer afraid, his eyes shining with an indomitable will. Despite just experiencing a spiritual upheaval, he knew he could not back down. The whole class held their breath watching. Some fourth-year students also came to watch, curious about the confrontation between two geniuses, Sir One, who had just returned from the realm of light, and Iruki, a physics prodigy with unwavering faith and reason. An overwhelming scene, a flash explosion of light, dust billowing thickly. Sir One stood at the center of the arena, magical light bursting fiercely from his body. The entire audience was stunned. The supervising teacher, a long-haired woman with round glasses, was so shocked she was speechless. She stammered Cyrone's name as she sensed his magic power increasing exponentially. The scene shifted to the stands. Some fourth-year students were also drawn by Cyrone's energy burst. Among them, Amy, with orange hair and purple eyes, clung to the railing, eyes wide open, not taking her gaze off him for a second. In the arena, Sir One raised his right arm, pointing straight ahead. A sphere of light emitted from his palm, photon magic cast with unprecedented power. A white energy beam tore through space toward the target, forcing all witnessing students to step back, shielding their eyes from the dazzling brightness. Shouts of amazement and fear echoed. At that moment, Iruki stood opposite, not backing down. He wore an inscrutable smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Two geniuses, two schools of thought, clashing with pure strength. On the display board, Cyrone's score appeared, an astonishing 692. Although not reaching the 700 mark, it was still an outstanding level, demonstrating absolute power and reflex speed. A red-orange-haired male student, a rival who once set a 700 record, nodded, acknowledging this achievement as truly impressive. He no longer smiled contemptuously, but looked serious and full of respect. The fourth-year students chatted excitedly. Amy covered her mouth, eyes sparkling with emotion. A long-haired female student beside her smiled gently, seemingly understanding why Sir One revealed such a sudden potential breakthrough. In the fading light, Sir One withdrew his hand. He said nothing, but his eyes shone brightly, full of determination. He was no longer the struggling student, but a true contender, ready to enter the whirlpool of fate. A group of students stepped back, eyes wide in astonishment. A blonde male student exclaimed, "He is really glowing." Cyrone's power far exceeded expectations, as if he had completely transformed. The fourth-year students discussed excitedly. A red-haired female student with green eyes commented admiringly, "He's completely different from when he first took the test." She realized Sir One had now reached a whole new level. Amy, her orange hair standing out in the crowd, silently watched Sir One. Though silent, her eyes held pride, surprise, and an indescribable emotion. In the arena, Iruki stepped onto the floor. His eyes shone with rare seriousness. This was no longer a joke or experiment. This was the response of a true genius. In the stands, the long brown-haired teacher with round glasses immediately sensed the magic power radiating from Iruki increasing with his breath. She exclaimed to her colleague, "He is entering a state of absolute focus." Iruki slightly closed his eyes, left hand extended forward, right hand pressed against his side. A swirling aura surrounded him, creating a shockwave energy field, a sign of casting spirit zone. The scene silenced the entire audience. Another teacher gasped, "Double Spirit Zone." This technique was extremely rare and almost only theoretical. Iruki opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and utterly focused. On the arena floor, 2 soul zones emanated from his hands, oscillating like particle waves, interlacing and resonating. An unprecedented sight. Someone stood opposite, face serious. He knew he was facing someone not only a genius in strength, but also capable of breaking the usual boundaries of magic. The light from both sides of the arena began to tremble. Space seemed bent by the magic radiating from the 2 geniuses. A battle not just to decide victory, but to determine who truly deserved to step into the future of magic. Sir One stepped into the opponent's soul zone. The atmosphere immediately thickened, each step hindered by layers of overlapping magic from Iruki's double spirit zone. Iruki watched every movement of Sir One, a faint smile crossing his lips. He had calculated every possible counterattack and was waiting for the right moment to deliver the finishing blow. Sir One tensed his body, sweat pouring like a shower. He shouted loudly, activating the magic within. The light emitted from his body gradually tore through the invisible layers of resistance around him. The judges gaped. One of them muttered, "He's trying to break through the spirit zone? Something impossible for an ordinary mage." Iruki raised an eyebrow, showing surprise for the first time. He realized Sir One was not using a direct approach, but employing a detour method, like retracing a well-known path, a unique psychological tactic. A female teacher whispered, "This is the resonance effect of muscle memory and mental laws." Sir One didn't crash straight into the wall. He slid past it using mental inertia. Facing Iruki, Sir One shouted again. A sharp beam shot out. Photon lance magic aimed directly at the weak point between the 2 overlapping soul zones of his opponent. Iruki swung his right hand, forming a barrier to block the attack. However, the shockwave from Cyrone's magic penetrated the defense layer, forcing him to step back. The entire arena exploded with light. Dust scattered wildly. Students screamed and ducked to shield their faces. The match had just entered its most intense phase, and no one dared predict the outcome. In the moment the light settled, both Sir One and Iruki stood upright. They were panting, their clothes slightly torn from the magical collision, but their eyes still steely, determined, and showing no sign of retreat. If the situation continued, the consequences would be clear. Professor Oliver in a bad mood, punishment for spying on the professor, and trespassing club disbanded. The 3 male students could only hold their heads helplessly, while the system still detected no weaknesses in the professor. Upon seeing Professor Oliver, one of the 3 students hurriedly shouted to attract attention, as if trying to avoid the impending wrath. The students took the opportunity to suggest eating something before returning. Professor Oliver agreed sarcastically, saying they must be very hungry after a day of causing trouble. Nevertheless, she still agreed to eat with them. Professor Oliver accepted the invitation in a frightening tone. Eat until you can't swallow anymore." The 3 students were excited but cautious. Each began to think. They'd hoped to improve the professor's mood to avoid punishment. Iruki just wanted to order expensive dishes, and Sir One thought the professor was sad because Armin left and wanted to comfort her. 2 hours later, inside a brightly lit building, Professor Oliver's shouts rang out, "More! Bring more!" The students panicked, apologizing and begging her to stop. Professor Oliver was now drunk, holding a bottle of liquor, loudly calling for another bottle of cognac. The 3 students tried in vain to stop her. The question popped into their minds: what has happened to Professor Oliver? Lena Ogent, drunk, demanded more wine while her horrified students tried to stop her. 2 hours earlier, a lavish banquet had been prepared. A student was surprised to see his professor, Lena Ogent, pouring wine. Lena Ogent casually replied, saying she had the right to have a little drink. Iruki tried to pour wine for Lena Ogent, but she snatched the bottle from him and scolded him. Iruki secretly poured himself a glass, thinking he needed to get on her good side. He was determined to take advantage of this opportunity, while Aaron innocently invited him to eat. An hour later, Iruki was still determined to find Lena Ogent's weakness. Suddenly, a hand pinched Iruki's cheek, making him cry out in pain. It turned out Lena Ogent was drunk and was enjoying pinching Iruki's cheek because it was so soft. Aaron and his friend were startled when someone pointed at them and mentioned a test. Lena Ogent was angry because the 2 boys had talent but were neglecting their studies. Lena Ogent, with tears in her eyes, spoke of talented people who couldn't achieve their dreams. Aaron quickly denied it, saying they never thought she was a bad teacher. Aaron's words moved and stunned Lena Ogent. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the dining table. The 2 boys were stunned to see Lena Ogent passed out face down on the banquet table. Aaron's friend calmly remarked that they had finished their meal. The boys were stuffed, but Lena Ogent still showed no signs of waking up. Aaron frantically tried to wake Lena Ogent up because they hadn't paid for the expensive meal. Aaron grew worried when a gentleman remarked that Lena Ogent was completely drunk. A gentleman cheerfully offered to take Lena Ogent home in his carriage. Rail suddenly stood up, firmly refusing the man's offer. The man ignored him, saying this was adults' business and moved to support Lena Ogent. A man reached out to touch Lena Ogent, thinking to himself how beautiful she was. The man's eye twitched as his action was abruptly stopped. Aaron gripped the man's wrist tightly, his eyes full of defiance. With a cold glare, Aaron warned them not to touch their professor. The two men angrily scolded Aaron for being an insolent brat. The arrogant man threatened that he could get the boys expelled. Official Douglas Silver screamed as he was attacked by a stream of electric magic. The blue-haired friend used magic to threaten, forcing Douglas to make a choice. Douglas realized with horror that this magical power was beyond his authority. Aaron appeared, reading Douglas's information aloud from the wallet he was holding. Aaron threw the wallet back and challenged Douglas to see Iruki Mercadine if he wanted to expel them. The wallet hit Douglas squarely in the face, to his astonishment. Douglas's nose bled, stunned as he recognized the name Mercadine. He suddenly remembered that Mercadine was a powerful noble family, advisors to the king. Terrified by the power of the Mercadine family, the two officials hastily fled. Aaron explained to Rael and his friend that he broke his rule and used his family name. Lena Ogent, dead drunk, was passed out next to a wine bottle. Someone held up a photo, capturing the moment of a drunk Lena Ogent, and laughed with delight. Two friends excitedly took pictures of Lena Ogent, hoping to use them to save their club. Aaron appeared worried and confused by his friend's actions. Ignored by his friends, Aaron had to carry the unconscious, drunk Lena Ogent on his own. The other friends all failed miserably when they tried to carry Lena Ogent. A friend suggested that Aaron try using his schema. His friends believed that Aaron had the talent of a magic knight. Aaron was eager to learn and was instructed to close his eyes and concentrate. The friend promised to guide Aaron with his voice. Sir One swallowed nervously as he participated in a mental experiment. A voice echoed in his mind, instructing Sir One to breathe deeply and listen. Another voice whispered, asking Sir One about his first kiss to distract him. Sir One realized he had been tricked and was annoyed by his friend's prank. Standing on a bridge under the moonlight, Aaron suggested they should stop the blackmail plan. The green-haired friend objected, as they had worked so hard to get that photo. Aaron reiterated that Professor Oliver must have had a difficult and tiring day. The green-haired friend explained that the teacher just didn't want them to go through the same pain she did. He ran his hands through his hair, agonizing because the club was entrusted to him by its founder. He worried that if the club ended with his generation, he would. Aaron and his friends were swept away in a whirlpool, surrendering to fate. Aaron and his friends were determined to get out of this difficult situation on their own. Suddenly, Professor Lena Ogent appeared and questioned them about their plan. Aaron asked with concern when he saw Professor Lena Ogent staggering, seemingly drunk. Lena Ogent reassured the group that she would not report their actions to the school. She affirmed that she would not let them be punished, which greatly surprised all three boys. Furthermore, Lena Ogent gave them another month to achieve their goal. She set a condition that they must find a ghost to prove the club's worth. Aaron was moved and inspired by Professor Lena Ogent's words. Aaron's friend smiled, accepting the deal on behalf of the group. The two club members were determined to prove their group's value. Aaron smiled, seeing his two friends still full of enthusiasm. He gave a satisfied smile, feeling a great sense of relief. A few days later, the scene shifts to a bridge near the magic school at night. A club introduction session was taking place in a large school building. The crowd of students buzzed when they learned that Aaron was also a member of the Occult Science Club. The poster advertised that the club would reveal the school's horrifying truth. The Occult Science Club's poster caused a stir at the school. The scene at Althea's academy appeared peaceful, contrary to the rumors. It all started 10 days ago. The setting shifts to Istis, a mysterious space made of cubes. Rael screamed in despair, unable to think of any ideas for the presentation. Aaron sat in contemplation, while Rael and another member were exhausted from thinking. The group had spent the entire night discussing and searching for ideas. The table was flooded with ideas about supernatural topics, but none were feasible. Rael pointed out that they couldn't replicate these phenomena for the presentation. 3 days after the deal with the professor, Aaron was still struggling to find a breakthrough topic. Aaron's group was happy for the chance to give a presentation to save their club. Lena Ogent demanded they find her a ghost to prove occult science. The blue-haired friend started to go crazy, regretting throwing away a photo. As for Aaron, he felt exhausted and couldn't continue any longer. Aaron suddenly had an idea as he glanced at his friend beside him. Suddenly, a holographic image of the blue-haired friend appeared, making Aaron scream. Aaron fell backward, startled by his two friends' ghost praying. After the scare, Aaron thought this trick couldn't fool mages. Aaron admitted he was fooled, but only for about 2 seconds. Aaron suddenly shot up and declared that they didn't need to prove it. The blue-haired friend proposed a plan, but the brown-haired friend believed Aaron already had an idea. Aaron explained that he was surprised to realize a hidden fear within himself. He argued that the issue wasn't about proving, but about evoking what others already have. The brown-haired friend understood. Make them believe first, then prove it later. The blue-haired friend joyfully hugged Aaron, praising his genius strategy. The brown-haired friend worried that the blue-haired friend's magic was too poor and would make everyone lose faith. Being criticized, the blue-haired friend confidently asserted he could make it look creepier. He decided to use the lightning shadow technique consecutively with a determined look. The blue-haired friend began to cast his magic, creating an illusion of himself gliding away. The magical illusion moved smoothly, separating from his real body. The blonde-haired boy experimented with creating moving images, causing Nade, who was exhausted from 3 days without sleep, to stop him. The green-haired boy said he had thought about using a machine, but there was a problem. Although they could create a moving hologram to scare people, it still had a weakness. People would easily realize it was fake if the hologram didn't react interactively. The blonde-haired boy agreed, stating that it was the eye contact that revealed the truth. He slowly raised his hand, seemingly having a question or an idea. Nade suddenly declared he knew how to solve it, surprising his 2 friends. He explained that they could predict human reactions using complex systems theory. Nade used the example of analyzing Cyrone's habits to predict he would look over his right shoulder. Thanks to that, they placed a ghost in the opposite direction to create eye contact and scare Sir One into running away. Aaron believed he could execute the plan, though it would require a huge amount of information. The brown-haired friend worried his electrical energy wouldn't be enough for the plan. The green-haired friend suddenly remembered that Aaron could shoot photons. His friend excitedly explained that photons could be used to transmit information. The brown-haired friend argued that the goal wasn't just to scare a few people. Aaron confirmed he had a bigger idea and started writing it on paper. He proposed trying a type of mind trick on everyone. Aaron quickly jotted down the details of his plan on countless pieces of paper. Aaron's 2 friends leaned down to look and appeared extremely confused. Aaron collapsed onto the table after explaining, his 2 friends protesting vehemently. The green-haired friend praised Cyrone's idea as genius, saying he had never thought of this method. He promised that if this plan succeeded, it would shake the entire school. Sir One and the green-haired friend enthusiastically agreed, deciding to carry out the plan. The plan was laid out. Iruki would program, while Sir One would be in charge of shooting the photons. The 3 celebrated that the club would be saved, but the blue-haired friend suddenly had a question. Iruki, after calculating, announced the amount of photons needed to transmit the data. Iruki required Sir One to maintain a projection 3 times stronger than the current one for 10 minutes. Sir One and the blue-haired friend were stunned. Sir One could only utter 10. Sir One was in deep shock, repeating, minutes, his heart pounding at the overwhelming challenge. 10 days later at Istis, a structure made of large cubes had been erected. A green-haired friend ran in breathlessly to report after putting up posters. Aaron, exhausted from training, was surprised by the commotion. The friend reported that the poster had attracted the attention of the entire school. He excitedly predicted that more than half of the school's students would come. There were 17 days left until the Occult Science Club's presentation. Meanwhile, a female student was walking down the academy's hallway. The surrounding students were buzzing with talk about the upcoming presentation. Lena Ogent listened to the curious chatter as she passed by. She walked alone on a deserted path on the school grounds. A mysterious figure blocked Lena Ogent and asked about the presentation. Lena Ogent overheard that the club would be shut down if the presentation failed. Although their glory was lost, they still had to be wary of Iruki, Sir One, and Nade. The hidden figure sneered, thinking they were just underclassmen. The war for ownership of Istis among the dark clubs was about to begin. In the dark room, a dazzling beam of light suddenly flashed. Aaron screamed in pain as he tried to cast a spell. He was thrown backward by an extremely powerful surge of energy. Despite his exhaustion, Aaron still tried to reach for the source of light. Finally, Aaron collapsed onto the floor from mental exhaustion. This was a harsh training method to increase magic output. Aaron knew this was a reckless and dangerous method. Despite his best efforts, he could only maintain the photon for just over 5 minutes. With only 7 days left, Aaron was determined to push himself to the limit. Suddenly, a friend opened the door, startling Aaron. Nade was worried because this task was beyond the capabilities of a level 5 student. Sir One reassured Nade and said that his device was ready for testing. Both were astonished as they peeked into Iruki's room. Iruki looked exhausted, lying amidst a messy pile of research materials. Sir One worriedly asked if Iruki was sleeping, but he insisted he would finish in time. Sir One thought Iruki's dedication was insane, while Iruki called him back. Sir One was stunned and amazed by the complex machine before him. Nade explained that this was a prototype and needed Sir One to shoot a photon to test it. Nade asked Sir One to take the orb and try using magic. Sir One closed his eyes, focusing his energy into the orb in his hand. Aaron focused his energy, creating a brilliant sphere of light in his hand. A powerful pillar of light shot straight up from the ground. The blue-haired friend proudly showed off the result while Aaron was amazed by the crystal. Aaron and his friend created the magical projection just as they had imagined. Outside, a heavy rain poured down on the strangely architectured building. The blue-haired friend hurried inside to escape the downpour. He called out to Aaron, asking if he was ready for the upcoming presentation. There was no answer. He worriedly called Aaron's name again, but there was only silence. Suddenly, an object resembling a pocket watch rolled across the floor. He was shocked when he recognized the object and quickly bent down to pick it up. Sir One smiled with satisfaction upon being praised for completing the mission excellently. He confidently gave a thumbs up, determined to show everyone the group's results. The day of the Paranormal Science Club's presentation had arrived, attracting a large crowd. The crowd of students chatted animatedly, eagerly awaiting the upcoming event. Club members were enthusiastically handing out flyers and drinks to everyone. A stranger walked by, curious about the event being held. That person was Mark Slider, who had just returned after a 2-month suspension and was very surprised. Mark Slider took a flyer and criticized that the poster looked like a child's drawing. However, he paused when he read the headline about the school's horrifying truth. Mark Slider was stunned to see the name Sir One Aryan on the member list. Mark was skeptical, but Maria Erlang was excited to learn that Sir One would be presenting. Back from her suspension, Maria Erlang urged and pulled Mark along with her. Maria Erlang enthusiastically pulled Mark, running quickly to the presentation venue. Their appearance caused a stir among the junior students, who were surprised. Meanwhile, Amy revealed that Serial was here because her boyfriend, Sir One, was presenting. Serial grumbled about having to watch a junior's presentation despite Amy's reminder. Serial shyly covered her face, not used to being teased about her boyfriend. The crowd was amazed that someone from Class 1 was also attending, a rare occurrence. The golden Class 1 badge sparkled on a student's lapel. Fermi, a Class 1 student, suddenly appeared, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The crowd of students was astonished to see the appearance of a group of people. They were Sonar, Riken the Electric Monster, the Alchemist Richard, and even Caden. The first-year students wondered why these upperclassmen were here. A red-haired female student knew the common thread connecting these people. She revealed that they were all members of the dark club, the Golden Circle. Inside the auditorium, the air was noisy with buzzing conversations. A female judge was surprised by the appearance of a special guest. The headmaster explained that he came out of curiosity about the 3 students. The flustered female judge invited the headmaster to sit at the judge's table. The headmaster became serious, ready to see what the students had prepared. The auditorium grew lively and noisy before the presentation began. A red-haired girl felt there was something special about this presentation. While some audience members seemed indifferent, others were extremely excited. Students and teachers were all present in the large auditorium. The headmaster also sat in the front row, observing intently. The red-haired girl tried to figure out what she seemed to be missing. The stage lights suddenly turned on, drawing everyone's attention. A young man introduced the presentation of the Occult Science Club. He loudly declared the presentation officially open. The audience below cheered enthusiastically. The Paranormal Science Club's presentation began amidst anticipation. 30 minutes later, the audience angrily booed and threw popcorn onto the stage. A red-haired female student was shocked, feeling deceived, and silently called Amy's name. Under the stage lights, the Paranormal Science Club's presentation was about to begin. The young man confidently announced the official start of the presentation. The audience below cheered enthusiastically for it. On the lighting rig, a backstage crew member was adjusting the lights. Standing on the large stage, he thanked everyone who had come to attend. He introduced himself as the club president, who would be leading the presentation. The topic of today's discussion was announced. It was about spirits. This topic surprised and intrigued the audience, who wondered if it meant ghosts. He warned the audience that what they were about to see might be very shocking. Suddenly, the stage lighting system changed in unison, creating a powerful effect. The principal and another person appeared impressed with the presentation using virtual images. A blonde-haired student began to tell the story of this land before the school was built. He snapped his fingers, beginning the story of the past 520 years ago. Initially, this place was just a small farming town, but then a notorious war of conquest broke out fiercely. To escape the war, civilians and soldiers fled into the mountains and forests. The audience was startled when the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out. Among the refugees were other things, non-human things. 2 frightened audience members hoped that nothing truly scary would appear. A figure in muddy armor slowly emerged from the darkness. The opening scene was of a person possessed by hungry spirits. An audience member burst out laughing, mocking and calling the actor on stage a rookie. Despite the mockery, the actor continued to stagger across the stage. The female audience members continued to gossip, ridiculing the pathetic performance. Suddenly, the setting changed, and the lights shone on a backdrop of a town. Another actor appeared, sorrowfully calling the name of his lost love, Alia. Lena Ogent and her companion began to be drawn into the play. The actor on stage was stunned when he heard the name Noah being called. The actress playing Alia appeared, calling Noah's name in astonishment. Aaron appeared as the male lead, Noah, reuniting with his lover Alia. The principal smiled calmly next to a purple-haired man who looked amazed. An orange-haired girl was stunned when she realized a male actor was cross-dressing. A red-haired person clung to the girl, both horrified by the scene on stage. The cross-dressing actor pulled Aaron closer, expressing a wish for him to never leave. Aaron and his co-star looked at each other affectionately on stage. The audience whispered, not believing the actors would actually kiss. A male audience member nervously ate snacks while intently watching the play. A close-up shot showed Aaron and his co-star about to share a kiss. Two red-haired and orange-haired audience members were horrified, wondering if it was a real kiss. When Aaron and his co-star kissed, one audience member was so shocked he coughed up blood. A horrifying scene unfolded as a student suddenly bit another person's head. The victim screamed in excruciating pain in front of everyone. The students in the auditorium were terrified, some screaming for help. The gruesome sound of the attack echoed throughout the vast auditorium. The stage suddenly went dark, ending the horrifying performance. In the crowd, a frightened Lena Ogent whispered to the man sitting next to her. The stage lights shone on an old diary, the source of the story just told. The presenter explained that his club had reached a shocking conclusion. He spoke of hungry spirits that devour other spirits whole. With a mysterious smile, he concluded that those spirits still exist today. Under the stage lights, the presenter began his talk as a bell chimed. The students murmured, surprised that the school bell was ringing at 7 p.m. The presenter explained that midnight is the time when hungry spirits roam. He said that spirits only appear to those who truly want to see them. With a mysterious smile, he declared that the spirit frequency had been set. He spread fear, suggesting that they might encounter a wandering spirit. He playfully winked and ended the presentation, wishing everyone good luck. The talk ended, leaving the students with looks of confusion and anxiety. The lights in the auditorium suddenly turned back on, startling everyone. The entire auditorium was filled with identical figures with eerie smiles. The presentation was met with boos and thrown objects from the audience. The students were angry that the presentation had no proof, feeling they had mistakenly trusted Sir One. Feeling ashamed, Amy angrily left despite her friend calling after her. Many people began to leave the auditorium amidst whispers and discussions. A professor bowed to apologize to the principal and promised to punish those responsible. The professor held his head in stress, unable to understand their thinking. He wondered if he had made a mistake in trusting them. The principal believed that if they had intended to end it here, they wouldn't have started in the first place. He smiled, affirming his faith in Sir One. Sir One and a person in blood-soaked armor emerged from the darkness, laughing. The blue-haired man wiped the blood off his comrade, both satisfied at having seen the others' faces. The nobles and other students showed horror and disgust at what had just happened. The bell rang, signaling that the seed of the plan had been successfully sown. Aaron and his comrades confirmed that the first step of their plan had been a success. Aaron resolutely declared that it was time to show everyone the power of the spirits. The seed has been sown, signaling the start of a grand plan. Aaron declared the first step a success, ready to demonstrate his spiritual power. Night gradually fell upon the vast academy grounds. The quiet night scene viewed from a corner of the building. The clock struck, signaling that the crucial moment had arrived. A man came to ask if Aaron had finished his meditation. Aaron silently nodded in response. He stood up and left the dark room with the man. The night before, someone had prepared a plan in the rain. Hundreds of hologram projectors had been installed throughout the school. Outside a large building, strange devices were densely installed on the walls. Complex cables ran through everything, leading down to an underground system. Energy was being transmitted at high speed through the tangled network of cables. This was a rookie's behavior prediction program. One person reminded his teammates to be careful. A man was anxiously watching the time. Their plan depended on it. The blue-haired man gave a signal and told Sir One it was his turn. Sir One nodded, ready to display his abilities with the crystal in his hand. Cyron's two teammates got into position, ready to coordinate. On command, Sir One released a powerful stream of energy from the crystal. The energy exploded violently, stunning the other two with its extraordinary power. The green-haired friend was excited by Aaron's progress, not believing he could improve so much in just a month. Aaron closed his eyes to concentrate, feeling that something strange was happening. Aaron felt like he was pouring water into a bottomless bowl, startling his green-haired friend. The green-haired friend panicked when he saw the device malfunction, not understanding what the problem was. He looked desperately at the machine's power output. The needle on the gauge vibrated violently, but could not move any higher. The green-haired friend didn't know that a strange creature had bitten through the conduit. The brown-haired boy looked sadly at the pocket watch, knowing it was too late. The watch had stopped, signaling the failure of the entire group. The green-haired friend blamed himself, while Aaron still maintained the orb of light. Nate blamed himself for being incompetent and unable to build the machine correctly. He burst into tears, apologizing for dragging his two friends into this failure. Nate sobbed, saying he would try to take all the responsibility. His friend tried to convince Sirwan to stop, but he resolutely refused. Sirwan reminded them that all three had stayed up all night and given their all. With his eyes burning with determination, he asserted that it couldn't end like this. His friend shouted in panic, telling Nate to stop Sirwan. Nate realized with horror that Sirwan intended to use the immortality function. A massive blue energy burst suddenly erupted. Sirwan's eyes glowed as he unleashed his power. Sirwan was pulled into a giant magical vortex despite his friend's attempts to stop him. His two friends tried to pull Sirwan back, but the magic was out of control. In desperation, the blue-haired friend clung tightly to Sirwan, afraid of losing him. Sirwan smiled serenely, saying he was no longer afraid. The magical space around them suddenly shattered like a mirror. Immediately after, Sirwan was thrown into a blinding light. He screamed in pain as his body was submerged in the stream of energy. Remembering Aaron's words, Sirwan released a giant energy sphere. His body gradually disintegrated as he tried to remember who he was. A series of memories of his family and friends flooded Sirwan's mind. Aaron confronted his painful memories and his sealed power. Aaron's power exploded, shattering the energy sphere enveloping him. Shards of blue energy dissolved and swirled around Aaron. With a determined gaze, Aaron declared he would no longer run away. A brilliant light emanated from Aaron, pushing his two friends away. The green-haired friend worried for Aaron, who was screaming from the power overload. The brown-haired boy shouted in panic, pointing at the control panel. The green-haired boy quickly turned around and was astonished by the sight. The control panel beeped loudly, displaying an unbelievably high power output. In desperation, the green-haired friend shouted, urging the other to act. A young man looked anxiously at the strange device in his hand. He decisively flipped the switch, activating the device remotely. In the girls' dormitory, the clock chimed, signaling midnight. Maria Erlang was about to go to sleep to prepare for class the next morning. The chiming made Maria shudder, reminding her of a ghost story about spirits. She reassured herself that it was just Sirwan's prank and there were no ghosts. Just then, a horrifying ghost suddenly appeared outside the window. The ghost's gruesome face pressed against the glass right in front of her. Maria Erlang turned around, her face contorted with absolute terror. Terrified, she screamed and dropped a flower vase, shattering it on the floor. A red-haired girl panicked as a giant figure appeared in her room. The intruder was revealed to be an undead skeleton with a smile and a ghostly glow. The girl backed away in horror, recognizing the gruesome smile on the skeleton's face. Terrified, she fell to the floor and screamed hysterically, trying to crawl away to escape. She ran outside and screamed to Amy that she had seen a ghost, and Amy had too. They looked at each other in horror, realizing a terrible truth was unfolding. A crowd of ghosts suddenly appeared, causing everyone to flee in panic. The lights throughout the entire mansion began to flicker erratically. Throughout the mansion, screams echoed as everyone saw ghosts. The terrifying demons growled, lunging forward with ferocious expressions. People screamed in panic, scattering and fleeing through the streets. The demons shattered glass windows, attacking people from both outside and the sky. The demons relentlessly continued their pursuit across the city. Screams and shrieks of fear echoed throughout the grand mansion. Outside, a crowd of citizens was also panicking and fleeing in all directions. Amidst the desperate crowd, people cried out for help and helplessness. The magic students gathered their courage, preparing to fight against the demons. But the demons, overwhelming in number, continued to advance. A massive army of demons roared, surging forward like a flood. The crowd of students screamed in panic. Suddenly, the entire crowd vanished in a mysterious blue flash of light. The remaining people looked up to find someone standing on the roof. Aaron and his two friends stood on the roof, clapping to thank the audience. The blue-haired boy was happily expressing his thanks when he was interrupted by an angry voice. A purple-haired female professor ran over angrily, demanding they come down immediately. It turned out their performance had interrupted her relaxing bath time. Despite her anger, the boys casually greeted the professor. The crowd reappeared, realizing everything was just an illusion from a hologram projector. The headmaster suddenly appeared and said the show wasn't over yet. A presenter declared that their research had proven the existence of demons. A blonde-haired male student angrily objected, claiming the performance was completely fake. Other students curiously discussed how the illusion show was performed. Even though they thought it was hologram magic, they couldn't understand how each image moved independently. The crowd buzzed with discussion about the immense amount of information and energy required for the performance. The creator of the prank proudly showed off a small hologram ghost in his palm. The headmaster asked a professor about the prank, and she reluctantly admitted it was quite clever. Aaron smiled as the presenter revealed what mages value most. It is wisdom, the very thing that drives them to constantly seek and explore the unknown. The blonde-haired male student trembled with anger, both for being tricked and for being unable to understand the trick. A hand cast a spell, but the purple-haired girl still refused to recognize the club. The headmaster appeared and said that the performance itself was not the important thing. A student in the crowd shouted that the demons were fake, confusing the purple-haired girl. Reup pointed an angry finger, questioning what fake demons had to do with occult science. The green-haired boy admitted it was just an act and began to ask questions. He asked why everyone had gathered there, leaving Reup and the crowd bewildered. He continued to question why they were afraid even though they didn't believe in demons. Two female students in the crowd silently observed the unfolding events. He asserted that the feeling they were experiencing was the essence of occult science. He explained that they were afraid because, deep down, there was always a suspicion that demons might be real. Aaron explained that they had used these invisible doubts as clues. He defined research as asking questions and exploring doubt. Much of today's knowledge was once considered erroneous in the past. Aaron declared that the doubt performance had proven their club's value. The three of them bowed, concluding their presentation and thanking the audience. The crowd of spectators was initially completely silent and seemed stunned. Then, one student began to smirk in admiration. Immediately after, the entire hall burst into laughter and applauded the brilliant performance. As the crowd dispersed, the teachers remained, pondering the philosophical questions. A purple-haired teacher smiled, impressed that the presentation had touched upon everyone's doubts. The headmaster seemed pleased with the presentation, but Lena Ogent was not. Lena Ogent announced that the professors had officially recognized the Occult Science Club's research. Reup and the club members waited anxiously. However, Lena Ogent was still seething with anger. She yelled that the group was still suspended for 3 days for their behavior. Despite the punishment, Reup and his friends burst with joy at their success. The other professors congratulated them, even as Lena continued to shout about the suspension. From a window, Olena marveled at Cyron's talent. The man beside her, also astonished, acknowledged Sir One as a genius. At another window, 2 girls also watched, one pensive, the other amused. Lena Ogent smiled, thinking Aaron was mysterious for not focusing on his studies to graduate. Meanwhile, Aaron spent his time hugging and comforting his sobbing friend. The boy's actions made Lena Ogent pause and think. Later, Lena Ogent stood restlessly in a crowd, looking towards a large building. She silently admitted to herself that she was just feeling a little jealous. Other club members discussed the withdrawal of the Ant Language Club. They argued about being afraid of the 5th graders, who would soon be in the upper classes. The sarcastic remark angered a member of the Doll Collection Club, who retorted sharply. A dapper man appeared, demanding the quarreling clubs to stop. He warned that they must wait for the right moment to act. Lena Ogent confronted the members of the Dark Club. She sighed, feeling utterly tired and disgusted with these people. Her frustration reaching its peak, she just wished they would grow up. The headmaster was in awe of the impressive magic performance. Despite specializing in light, he was still amazed by this application. The headmaster acknowledged that Aaron had done something extraordinary. He secretly believed that this boy would be able to achieve his ambitions, his hand clenched with determination. Aaron lay on the grass, laughing heartily, thinking the experience was great fun. His 2 friends were worried, calling him a madman for risking his life. Aaron rested his head on his friend, admitting it was the best experience. The blue-haired friend shouted that if Aaron hadn't used the immortality function, everything would have failed. The other friend still couldn't believe Aaron had withstood that function. Aaron used a spell and lay exhausted, then quickly praised both of his friends. Aaron praised a rookie for calculating the entire school's behavior and Nade for creating countless machines. Aaron compared them to big fish in a small pond, making his friends embarrassed. Aaron looked up at the starry sky, expressing his desire to rise even higher. He was determined to reach a position as high as the brightest star in the sky. Nade suggested the group try a higher class to start new adventures. Iruki jumped up excitedly, and Aaron agreed they should break this seal together. Nade held out his hand and declared it a promise between the 3 of them. The 3 of them placed their hands on top of each other, promising to become the best together. They shouted their slogan and promised to graduate together. Sir One and his friends discussed their ambitions, determined not to be fish in a small pond. Sir One smiled emotionally, believing in the future of the 3 of them. Together, they set a goal to become the greatest mages. The next day, his 2 friends came to find and wake Sir One up. His 2 friends invited Sir One to hang out, but he was still sound asleep. Despite his friends shaking and calling him, Sir One woke up in a state of total paralysis. He realized he was trapped in the familiar nightmare again. Cyron's soul continued to fall to the farthest reaches of the stars. There, a giant, key-shaped source of light was always waiting for it. Sirwan was surprised because this time, he didn't wake up at the usual moment. Aaron sensed a familiar energy, but this time something was different. Suddenly, a crack appeared and shattered within that energy space. A light flashed, reflecting in Aaron's astonished blue eyes. He was engulfed in a blinding flash of light and a chaos of colors. Aaron woke with a start, realizing his dream had completely changed. He wondered if yesterday's experience was the cause of this change. Aaron was still confused and couldn't explain what had just happened. He was amazed to see golden energy particles from the dream floating in his room. Aaron found a note saying they were going to the casino with a rookie. He worried they would lose everything and wondered what to do during his suspension. Aaron was suspended from school. He decided to keep it a secret from his parents. Aaron smugly admired himself in an elegant suit in front of the mirror. He smiled brightly as an idea of what he really wanted to do came to him. His heart pounded with excitement as he prepared to carry out his plan. Aaron used a special ability, causing his reflection in the mirror to glow. After a blinding flash of light, Aaron's reflection completely disappeared. Aaron successfully teleported in front of John Sant's bookstore and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he deserved to read a novel as a reward after many years of studying. He suddenly remembered being stopped by a woman from touching the books. With a bit of anxiety, Aaron swallowed and cautiously opened the door to the bookstore. The woman at the bookstore cheerfully welcomed a distinguished guest. Sirwan was confused when the woman didn't recognize him after 5 years. He wondered if he had changed so much that no one recognized him. Sirwan generously paid for the book he had chosen. He joyfully held up the first novel he had ever bought. Overjoyed, Sirwan danced in the street with the book in his hand. As Sirwan was happily enjoying his book, someone suddenly called his name. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Sirwan's arm from behind. A strange girl insisted it was Sirwan, but he was startled and didn't recognize her. The girl joyfully shouted to everyone around that she had found Sirwan. Sirwan was startled as the familiar call brought back the image of his bookworm self from the old days. Memories flooded back of a young Sirwan always surrounded by his childhood friends. Back in the present, his old friends cheered joyfully upon recognizing Sirwan. Sirwan was stunned to recognize his old friends Altair and Rumina after so many years apart. Rumina pretended to be upset when Sirwan complimented her on being more beautiful, making him flustered. His friends gathered around, marveling at Sirwan's luxurious outfit. Altair, the leader of their childhood group, asked Sirwan where he had been all these years. Sirwan hesitated on how to answer because his father had hidden his whereabouts. He decided to tell the truth, as they would find out sooner or later. Sirwan confessed to his friends that he had been attending a magic school. The man and the people around him were astonished to hear about the magic school. His expression turned serious when he learned this was meant for Altair. Sirwan confessed to his friends that he had gone to a magic school. He was especially worried about Altair's reaction. Recalling the past, the 10-year-old Altair was already a natural-born leader. Meanwhile, the 10-year-old Sirwan was only engrossed in reading books. He mumbled, overwhelmed by the amount of knowledge in the books. His friends admired Sirwan for being able to read difficult books. Altair suddenly snatched the book, questioning why Sirwan was reading. Altair believed their duty was to become stronger. Sirwan smiled and agreed with Altair's words. It was the group's unwritten rule, always follow the leader's words. Aaron sighed as he recalled the old story. His big friend reminded Aaron of the leader's role in the town. Then, he invited Aaron to play soccer with his group. Suddenly, the friend shouted loudly, calling someone in the distance. Rumina, 10 years old, angrily rushed over to protect Aaron. She hit the children with a broom for daring to bother Aaron when he had just recovered from the flu. Meeting Aaron again after many years, his old friends were very curious about his magic. Aaron humbly refused, saying the school forbade using magic outside. His old friend teased that Aaron hadn't changed, always carrying a book. He curiously reached for the book, causing Aaron to panic and stop him. Sirwan panicked when he realized something. He shyly hid the novel he had just bought, thinking it was embarrassing. In his haste, Sirwan bumped into a passerby and dropped the precious book. He frantically lunged forward, trying to grab the book before it hit the ground. Sirwan unconsciously reached out, trying to use his thoughts to hold the book. The image of the book reflected in Sirwan's eyes, and a strange power began to awaken. Sirwan's senses suddenly changed, the world around him becoming distorted. A golden vortex of energy appeared in his perceptual space. Just before hitting the ground, the book suddenly stopped in midair. Sirwan collapsed to the ground, causing everyone around to ask worriedly. Sirwan scolded Altair for bullying Aaron, but Altair denied everything. Aaron reassured Sirwan that he was fine, but he was worried about his unusual symptoms. Altair fell silent, his expression turning serious after the argument. Altair changed the atmosphere, cheerfully inviting Aaron and Sirwan to eat with him. He explained that they would have a celebration party at Rumina's shop and invited Aaron to join. With everyone's support, Aaron happily agreed as he had nowhere else to go. A horse-drawn carriage arrived, ready to carry the group. Altair surprisingly lifted Aaron onto the carriage and was amazed at how light he was. Aaron thought to himself that Altair was not only stronger, but also knew how to do business. Aaron believed that with this ability, Altair could become the next leader of the town. Sirwan, with a pensive look, was on his way back. The carriage took Sirwan back to his hometown, where Reup and his mother welcomed him. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Sirwan's return. A lavish feast had been prepared to welcome him. Everyone cheerfully invited Sirwan to eat and drink sparkling barley water. A quiet man sat drinking at the party. His friends eagerly asked Sirwan about school, causing him to choke on his drink. They curiously asked him about becoming a mage and studying with nobles. Sirwan became flustered and quickly denied it when asked about dating a noble. Although Sirwan tried to laugh it off, the man's hand trembled. A friend put down his beer mug, asking Aaron about his future plans besides studying. Aaron appeared confused and surprised by the question about his intentions. The friend reminded Aaron of his responsibility to support his family and get married later. Aaron worriedly confessed that he wasn't even sure if he could graduate. The friend advised Aaron to think realistically, causing him to sink into thought. Aaron thought about how his friends were already helping their families, while his father still struggled. He sadly wondered when he would be able to help his father, dampening the mood. To liven things up, the friend challenged Aaron to an arm wrestling match, praising how good he used to be. Aaron and the girl next to him were surprised to hear they were once evenly matched rivals. Everyone enthusiastically agreed, while Aaron shyly admitted it was true. Recalling the past, Sirwan and his friend had arm wrestled many times. This time, Sirwan decided to have a rematch to save face for Altair. Everyone excitedly watched the arm wrestling match between Altair the warrior and Sirwan the mage. Sirwan planned to hold on for a while and then deliberately lose at the last minute. Contrary to his plan, Sirwan's hand suddenly moved with extreme speed. The unexpected force created a powerful impact that knocked everything off the table. Sirwan fell backward onto the floor, bewildered and not understanding what had just happened. A girl in the group angrily questioned Altair, but he denied using force. Altair remained silent, looking confused and awkward about the unusual event. Altair felt guilty and offered to pay, but Sirwan insisted he was the one who lost. Aaron clumsily took money out of his pouch, accidentally dropping a coin. He was stunned when he realized his mistake. Aaron's entire pouch of gold coins spilled onto the floor, to everyone's astonishment. The crowd gathered around, amazed and cheering as they picked up 5 gold coins. The pink-haired girl questioned Aaron for carrying such a large amount of money. A man looked angry and confused as he held a gold coin. Aaron broke out in a cold sweat, desperately realizing he had ruined everything. Suddenly, Sirwan sent the gold coins in his hat scattering. Everyone gathered in astonishment to pick up the 5 sparkling gold coins from the floor. The girl asked Sirwan in surprise where the money came from, and he replied that it was sponsorship money. Sirwan frantically denied it when someone misunderstood that he no longer had to worry about money. Altair placed a hand on Sirwan's shoulder with an embarrassed, flustered expression. He sighed, his face flushed with shame at the situation. Altair shouted loudly, asking why everyone was making a fuss over a few gold coins. The girl suddenly remembered that Altair had reacted this way even before. It turned out Altair always acted awkward and tense whenever he was near Sirwan. Sirwan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Martin frantically reported that a monster had been spotted on the mountain. Sirwan speculated about the origin of the bull bear and the reason for its appearance here. Altair came up with the idea that they themselves should go capture the monster. Altair proposed that the group would help the town and solve the problem themselves. He confidently asserted that the group could handle the bull bear without adults. Martin boasted that Altair had once hunted a red bear alone, which astonished Sirwan. Altair smiled and decided the group would set off early the next morning. Altair turned to ask if Sirwan would join them. Sirwan was surprised by the invitation, while his other friends were also astonished. Sirwan happily agreed, and Altair raised his cup to announce the meeting spot. The hunters raised their glasses, excited for the bull bear hunt. Aaron quietly drank his water, thinking to himself that this trip would be very interesting. Even though the plan had changed, Aaron still found this trip fascinating. A cheerful girl woke Aaron up, announcing that they were about to depart. Aaron sheathed his dagger, affirming that he was ready to go. Aaron and the girl left the town together, beginning their journey. A hunter reminded Aaron not to fall behind since it had been a while since he joined them. Aaron replied confidently as the group advanced into the treacherous mountains. In the forest, 2 hunters were carefully setting a large net trap. The hunter pulled the rope taut, completing the camouflage for the trap. The hunters skillfully strung ropes and set traps high in the trees. Aaron couldn't help but admire the hunter's lightning-fast trap-setting skills. His companion explained that they were just preparing. Altair was the one doing the hardest work. Altair, the lead hunter, appeared and confirmed he had found the target's tracks. Altio led the group into the forest, warning everyone not to act on their own. Aaron continued walking, silently admiring Altier's impressive professionalism. As if sensing the gaze, Altier glanced back with a confident expression. Meanwhile, the girl accompanying them continued to hum cheerfully, not at all tense. Aaron suddenly had the idea to use his spirit zone to aid the search. Aaron decided to assist Altier, closing his eyes to focus on activating his ability. A monstrous heart beat powerfully, red blood gushing in the darkness. Aaron was startled by a strange sensation, his eyes glowing with a magical blue hue. Aaron sensed the presence of two suspicious individuals in the forest. He felt a strange flow of magic as a masked figure approached a girl. The masked figure walked, each of his steps emitting magical energy. Through his sensory ability, Aaron witnessed the scene and his heart pounded. He hurriedly ran through the bushes towards the source of the unusual feeling. A companion suddenly grabbed Aaron, shouting his name loudly. The brown-haired boy angrily questioned Aaron for leaving on his own without saying anything. He warned that Aaron's actions could have put them all in danger. The brown-haired boy was stunned when he discovered a horrific scene. He stepped past a corpse, not understanding what was happening. Aaron and his friend were horrified by a battlefield littered with monster corpses. Another group arrived and screamed in horror upon seeing the scene of carnage. The brown-haired boy warned Aaron that this was not the work of a single bull bear. Aaron was stunned by his friend's worried assessment. His friend urged that they needed to inform the adults and call the army to seal off the mountain. Aaron appeared hesitant, which made his friend question him angrily. Aaron was well aware that this situation was far beyond their capabilities. Despite that, Aaron's friend dismissed it and yelled in anger. The pink-haired girl tried to intervene as Altio was asserting his leadership. Altio angrily questioned Aaron, believing he had never acknowledged his role. He shouted, demanding that everyone stop treating him like a fool. Aaron looked worried and confused by Altier's rage. Suddenly, Aaron froze as he heard a rustling sound in the forest. Altier also noticed something unusual and asked the group if they saw anything. Their gazes fell upon a dark figure hiding in the bushes. A member of the group broke out in a sweat, his hand gripping his bow tightly. Altier quickly drew his bow, tensely aiming at the potential threat. Another member also drew his bow in response, ready to fight. The brown-haired boy drew his bow, a worried expression on his face as he glanced at something. He was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force, screaming in fear. A giant werewolf-like monster with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared. Aaron realized this was a monster, a mysterious creature that defied the laws of nature. Aaron recalled reading about this species in a book as it faced the hunters. A brave hunter charged forward, attacking the monster with a spear. It easily dodged the spear with extraordinary speed. Aaron was amazed when it dodged an arrow as well and realized it was a wook. He realized with horror that this was a species of monster that possessed intelligence. The group of people was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. The monster with blood-red eyes had easily dodged the arrow. It charged forward aggressively, smashing through the obstacle with terrifying strength. One man realized the disparity in power with horror. He screamed in despair, urging everyone to run for their lives. With the monster blocking the way down, the group was forced to run back up to the mountain peak. In the midst of the chaos, Sirwan calmly drew his bow and aimed at the enemy. The boy faced the giant monster alone to buy time. His horrified teammate shouted Siron's name upon realizing his intention. Sirwan was determined to use himself as bait to create an opportunity for the group. The giant wolf was hit by the arrow, but remained unharmed. One person dodged its attack with extreme speed. The monster growled in anger, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Aaron realized there was only one way left to save everyone. He decided he had to lure the ferocious monster away. The wolf threw a devastating punch, but it only hit a substitute. Aaron used a movement skill, successfully attracting its attention. The monster turned its hate-filled gaze towards Aaron. It discovered Aaron, exhausted, in the distance. Aaron was horrified when he realized he had led the wolf towards his friends. Aaron faced a shadow monster rushing towards him. To escape, they had to abandon all the heavy items they were carrying. As everyone was hastily fleeing, Altier suddenly stopped. His companion frantically asked Altier why he had stopped alone. Altio cried out in anguish. He couldn't leave Aaron behind. Desperate, the girl called Altier's name with tears in her eyes. A giant monster with glowing red eyes appeared right behind Altier. Altier looked around desperately, fearing the monster had already caught Aaron. He was tormented by regret, as he was the one who had told Aaron to come with him. Tears streamed down his face. He regretted ignoring Aaron when he wanted to turn back. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted. The beam of light shot through a roaring giant monster. Everyone wondered in amazement if it was Siron's magic. Aaron was startled, panting as he tried to escape. He screamed in despair, urging everyone to run. The monster calmly wiped the burn mark from its face. It bared its fangs in a menacing grin, its red eyes full of threat. A girl despaired upon realizing the monster was unharmed. Instantly, the monster leaped forward. It charged straight towards Aaron and the fleeing townspeople. The man realized with horror that he couldn't move. His legs trembled uncontrollably, completely frozen in fear. Sirwan watched in horror as the giant claws were about to grab him. In desperation, she reached out her hand to try and defend herself. A strong force suddenly pushed her aside, out of the attack's path. Aaron had pushed Sirwan away and was trying to hold off the giant monster. Witnessing the scene, the man screamed Sirwan's name in despair. The monster immediately swung its claws to attack Aaron. Aaron faced the monster's deadly attack. At the critical moment, Aaron used teleportation magic. Reup, on the monster's back, turned them both into a streak of light that shot away. The streak of light crashed into the ground, creating a huge explosion right near the red-haired girl. Thrown to the ground, Sirwan screamed in horror as the explosion occurred. Immediately after, another giant pillar of light erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. Reup and the monster were thrown into the air, suspended in the sky. Time seemed to stand still as Reup wondered what to do next. Reup wanted to dispel the magic, but the monster's claws would pierce through him instantly. He also couldn't throw the monster away while they were in this state. Since inertia had no effect, Reup looked for a way to make only the monster fall. In a flash, Reup seemed to have come up with a solution. Aaron contemplated the necessary conditions to create inertia. He realized it was an object capable of generating gravity, and something was needed to break the symmetry. Aaron resolutely reached his hand forward, trying to touch it. His hand was about to touch the reflected hand, creating ripples in space. Aaron had touched the barrier, where another version of himself was floating. Upon grasping the other hand, Aaron accessed the nameless knowledge. Having received the knowledge, the space around Aaron began to shatter. Everything dissolved into particles of light, revealing the core. And its core was mass, now manifested as a terrifying beast. Aaron was astonished as he was flung into the air with a giant creature. The monster let out a piercing roar, lunging towards the falling Aaron. The two collided violently with the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Aaron contemplated the existence of the world and the meaning of mass. In a dream, Aaron faced the void and a strange energy source. He realized it was the universe before its birth, a broken symmetrical world. Aaron reached out, determined to break the symmetry of the primordial universe. Aaron had found a way to give photons mass. Aaron's magic created a powerful impact on the ground. A beam of energy shot straight into the cliff face, causing an explosion. The beam of light curved and landed right where Aaron was kneeling. Exhausted after casting the spell, Aaron panted in the middle of the forest. He stared in amazement at his creation, his heart pounding. Aaron wasn't sure if the monster had truly been destroyed. He suddenly gained a cosmic understanding of broken symmetry. It was a kind of nameless knowledge, a fundamental principle. This knowledge was the core mechanism that gave matter its mass. Aaron was thrilled to realize he could use it to grant mass to light. He wondered why such a dangerous creature was in a remote town like this. Aaron pondered, identifying it as a Wook. A sudden thought flashed through Aaron's mind, startling him. Looking up at the cliff, Aaron suddenly understood the truth about the Wook species. Meanwhile, the other townspeople were sinking into despair and fear. A group of people were walking together through a desolate area. Suddenly, they were surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolves with glowing red eyes. Driven to the edge of a cliff, their escape route became extremely treacherous. The group fell into utter despair and panic in the face of the dangerous situation. A man decided to sacrifice himself, running in the opposite direction to lure the wolves away. Despite protests, he insisted it was their only chance of survival. He shouted, hoping everyone would survive and not let his and Sirwan's sacrifices be in vain. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky, signaling an unexpected intervention. A rainbow-colored beam of light descended from the sky right in front of the group. From within the light, a blonde-haired boy suddenly appeared and landed before them. Sirwan apologized to the crying woman, while everyone called his name. Altair couldn't hold back his tears as he looked at Sirwan with worried eyes. Sirwan patted Altair's shoulder, reassuring him that he could handle things on his own. Despite Altair's pleas, Sirwan resolutely advanced alone. Now, Sirwan could act without being bound by the school's rules. A pack of ferocious demon wolves with glowing red eyes snarled as they emerged from the shadows. The bloodthirsty pack charged in unison towards the lone Sirwan on the slope. The alpha wolf lunged forward, quickly closing in on its target, Sirwan. Sirwan faced the danger, a brilliant orb of light gathering in his hand. The people behind were stunned as they realized Sirwan was using light magic. Aaron focused his energy, his eyes and forehead glowing. He channeled energy into his palm to create a sphere of light. Aaron unleashed a powerful light magic attack. A massive beam of light was fired, creating a terrifying explosion. The beam of light shot straight towards the astonished monster. The attack struck the red-eyed monster directly in the face. The force of the light beam sent the monster flying. Everyone around was terrified and stunned by the sight. Aaron confidently declared that this was his own magic. With teary but determined eyes, Aaron believed he had done it. A giant werewolf with glowing red eyes snarled fiercely. Aaron was surrounded by a pack of aggressive werewolves, which attacked him all at once. Sharp claws rained down on Aaron, but his eyes suddenly glowed with light. Aaron unleashed his power, a golden aura of energy enveloping his body. He nimbly leaped into the air, dodging the wolves' attack. From above, Aaron focused energy into his hand, creating a sphere of light. His blue eyes locked onto the target, the pack of werewolves below. He launched a series of powerful light attacks, striking the monsters directly. The pack of werewolves was quickly defeated by Aaron's overwhelming power. The witnesses were stunned and amazed at the scene that had just unfolded. A man screamed in terror when he realized their opponent was a mage. Aaron quickly jumped back, feeling that this spell was draining his mental energy, leaving him exhausted. Suddenly, a giant demon wolf charged straight at Aaron. Aaron immediately counterattacked with a powerful blast of energy. The attack injured the wolf, causing it to growl in pain. The wolf seemed confused as it sensed something unusual. It realized Aaron's magical power had weakened and smirked sinisterly. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf let out a menacing roar. Immediately after, an entire pack of demon wolves charged to attack. The people screamed in panic, telling Sir One to run away. Despite the warnings, Sir One stood alone, facing the pack of monsters. Exhausted and injured, Sir One panted, one of his eyes glowing. He decided to resort to his last remaining option. Sir One released a powerful blast of energy, though still hesitant. Exhausted and in pain, Sir One gasped for breath, one of his eyes glowing. He realized he still had one last option. He wondered if he could control this chaotic flow of energy. A horde of giant monsters was charging forward, the ground shaking violently. Everyone screamed in panic, urging Sir One to flee from the danger. Despite the warnings, Sir One stood alone, facing the horde of monsters. Energy began to pour from Cyrone's body, his eyes glowing brightly. With a determined gaze, he focused all his strength. The power converged into his blue eyes, emitting a blinding light. A massive vortex of energy was unleashed. A blue energy vortex appeared out of thin air. The vortex suddenly exploded, emitting a brilliant flash of light. Aaron was engulfed in the energy stream, screaming in agony. He desperately reached out, trying to escape the magical force. Aaron's eyes flashed as he struggled to endure. Aaron unleashed a terrifying blast of energy forward. From within the light, a pack of ferocious werewolf-like monsters emerged. The pack of werewolves charged into attack, confronting the magical stream head-on. One werewolf was sent flying by Aaron's attack. The stream of light pierced through another monster in the pack. Aaron and a girl were thrown back by an extremely powerful force. A man witnessed the scene with a stunned expression. From a distance, a huge explosion of energy erupted, astonishing the group. The pack of demonic wolves with glowing red eyes charged aggressively. Aaron gasped for breath, trying to fend off the surrounding wolves with energy orbs. Aaron realized he couldn't control the immense surging energy. Inside his mind, his spirit zone began to show cracks. If this continued, he feared his mind would completely collapse. Aaron steeled his resolve, recalling a similar event that had happened in the past. He remembered the moment he received the energy and decided he had to release it. Aaron placed his hand on the crystal ball to begin the power assessment test. He strained and shouted, releasing an intense stream of magical energy. From Aaron's hand, a brilliant flash of light erupted violently. The explosion formed a beam of energy that tore through the ground. In his mind, the image of a solitary tree appeared. Instantly, that peaceful scene was shaken and shattered. The targets of the attack were two ferocious werewolves. The powerful energy stream made the monsters vanish in an instant. The destructive beam continued to shoot forward, unstoppable. When it was all over, only a single leaf gently floated down. A terrifying surge of power tore through the ground, creating a deep trench. The pack of werewolves trembled and staggered before a terrifying, invisible pressure. The pack leader bared its fangs and growled, but its whole body trembled with fear. From within the thick dust, a mysterious figure gradually appeared. Aaron stood firm amidst the desolate landscape, his blue eyes glowing. With a cold expression, Aaron commanded them, "Be gone." His glowing eyes glinted with menace as he warned, "And never come back." The werewolf was utterly terrified by Aaron's threat. Not daring to resist, the entire pack of werewolves turned and fled in panic. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief after single-handedly repelling the entire monster horde. Aaron, exhausted, gasped for breath, his face grimy after the harsh ordeal. He passed out and fell backward in a state of exhaustion. A red-haired man anxiously caught Aaron as he fainted. Worried friends surrounded the motionless Aaron, one girl bursting into tears. Everyone decided to stop the hunt and carry the sleeping Aaron back. A peaceful night enveloped the manor under the sparkling Milky Way. Aaron sat alone on a hill, quietly gazing at the starry night sky. A friend approached from behind, asking when he had come out. Aaron smiled and replied that it was the first time he had slept so well and wanted to come out to see the stars. He recalled waking up in bed to the emotional relief of his friends. Aaron asked about the others, and his friend replied that everyone was in the kitchen. Everyone ate dinner, feeling lucky that no one was seriously injured. The friend discussed with Aaron the plan to collect monster spoils the next day. The two sat and talked about the monster species called wooks and the value of their parts. The friend suddenly apologized, startling Aaron with surprise. The friend confessed that he had actually always been jealous of Aaron. Aaron was utterly stunned by his friend's unexpected confession. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a snowy mountain region. Aaron continued to study diligently alone amidst the cold winter. From a distance, other friends observed and had to admit Aaron was truly amazing. A brown-haired boy walked through the snow, his mind full of questions. Meanwhile, Aaron was also lost in deep thought. The friend suddenly asked about the dream Aaron was pursuing. He was shy, but still encouraged Aaron to achieve his dream. Aaron smiled happily at his friend's support. Under the starry sky, Aaron resolutely promised that he would definitely do it. Everyone tried to persuade Aaron to stay, but he still had to leave. Aaron shook hands to say goodbye. He needed to return to school. His friends encouraged Aaron, insisting he must become a mage. Aaron smiled and promised to come back to visit them one day. Rumina suddenly ran quickly towards Aaron. She threw her arms around Aaron and told him not to forget them after he became successful. Aaron smiled warmly, gently agreeing with Rumina. He turned away, waving goodbye and wishing everyone to take care of their health. Aaron set off while his friends still stood waving farewell from a distance. A friend comforted Rumina as she was still feeling reluctant to part. Her friends consoled the pink-haired girl, but she believed this was not a permanent farewell. Through her tears, she smiled with pride thinking about the one she held dear. She believed he was at his best when striving with all his might to pursue his dream. The blonde-haired boy, Aaron, began his new journey. Aaron headed towards a huge building with a strange architecture named Istis. Inside, Aaron looked at his notebook and began searching according to the instructions. Another student guided Aaron on how to find the club room among the 89 building blocks. The clues to find the way were the numbers on the ceiling and the color of the doors. Aaron cross-referenced the yellow door in room 19, took notes, and deduced it was the number 5. He continued walking and faced a choice between 3 paths ahead. Aaron stood on the stairs, surprised to realize something while holding the notebook. It was a complex equation, known as the master key of Istis. Aaron was astonished to learn this formula was created by a genius founding member. The blue-haired boy smiled, asking about Iruki's reaction upon seeing the equation. Afterward, Aaron found a room and cautiously pushed the door ajar. Inside was a dark corridor leading to a single door at the end. On the door was a sign that read Supernatural Science Club. Aaron stepped forward, hearing the sound of an argument over a card game from within. The members were fiercely debating about probability and luck. Aaron decided to enter, his hand gripping the doorknob. Sir One reviewed his notebook, determined to find clues to the club at Istis. He realized he needed to recollect everything that had made him who he was. He reminisced about his roots and his warm childhood with his family. He recalled the precious encounters with friends and teachers he had met, and every moment, every magical experience he had ever had. All of these things helped Sir One find his own path. Sir One appeared, making his 2 friends angry and worried about his decision. Despite his friends' worries, Sir One smiled brightly with deep gratitude. He happily announced his return, his heart filled with gratitude for everyone. At Training Ground 48, Sir One faced a new challenge alone. Aaron focused a brilliant sphere of light energy in his hand. Aaron's 2 friends watched curiously, noticing something was different. Instead of releasing it, Aaron compressed and drew the photon energy inward. He suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful stream of energy into the ground. His 2 friends were stunned into silence by the terrifying destructive power. One friend ran to the large crater, shouting in amazement that it was real magic. Aaron explained that this was a type of magic he had developed himself. He confidently called his recent move the photon cannon. Aaron suggested going somewhere else to explain this combined magic. Aaron said he had another important thing he wanted to tell his friend. Rael and his friends were at a restaurant outside the school. Rael's friends were astonished by the revelation that he had created mass for photons. Assigning mass to a massless particle like a photon was an incredible feat. Rael confirmed he had used unknown knowledge, losing his supervision but understanding his dream. His friend, amazed, suggested the whole world would be indebted to Rael if he published this theory. Realizing the issue was bigger than he had imagined, Rael decided to ask his friends for help. Rael asked his 2 friends to take him to the noble's library for further research. Rael hesitated, wondering if his friends would treat him the same after knowing the truth. He realized that if he didn't tell the truth, they would never be true friends. Rail decided to face it and confess to his friends that he was not a noble. Nade was stunned when Sirwan told him he was just a commoner. Sirwan revealed he was an orphan adopted by a hunter in the countryside. At the dining hall, Sirwan, Nade, and Iruki sat at the same table in silence. Nade asked if that was why Sirwan was gloomy, but Sirwan snapped back. Nade got angry at Iruki's attitude and turned to speak to Sirwan. Nade excitedly recounted that Sirwan had only started learning magic this year. Nade shouted that Sirwan had reached the 5th class in 3 months and had even defeated him. Sirwan quickly covered Nade's mouth as he was about to reveal a dating secret. Nade made a heart shape and called Sirwan his precious darling. Sirwan smiled quietly at his friend's expression of affection. Rail shed tears of emotion, sending his thanks to his friends. Rail's friends were curious about his past and his true identity. The scene shifts to the desolate capital city of Bashuka in the kingdom of Tormia. 5 years ago in the Reup slum, a boy was clutching food and running away. The boy was being chased by 2 large thugs for stealing their food. He panted, exhausted, as he was cornered in a dark alley. He reached a hiding place and called for Aaron, boasting that he had gotten food. The boy was horrified to see Aaron lying motionless on the cold ground. Aaron had a high fever, breathing with difficulty as her illness worsened. The boy desperately offered a piece of bread to Aaron and begged her not to die. The boy desperately pleaded for help in the darkness, but he was caught by a group of thugs while protecting Aaron. The boy suddenly received a powerful punch to the face. He was sent flying and fell hard onto the cold ground. The thugs relentlessly kicked and stomped on him mercilessly. The leader wiped his mouth after snatching the piece of food from him. He chewed greedily and mocked the boy for hiding the food. Held down, the boy screamed that he would kill them if they dared to touch Aaron. In a fit of extreme rage, the tear-soaked boy swore to kill them all. His threat was met only with mocking laughter from them. A blonde-haired man grabbed a boy's hair, urging his accomplices to act. The boy had a knife held to his face, completely helpless and terrified. In desperation, the boy wished he had the strength to fight back. The man grinned sinisterly, preparing to finish the boy off with the knife. Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy began to rise. The energy stream attacked the 2 men, terrifying them. The brutal power crushed the attackers amidst their screams. The boy was stunned, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. A purple light flashed in his astonished eyes. He looked up at a body being swallowed by a giant mass of darkness. A little girl lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a dark energy source. A boy ran over in a panic and hugged the unconscious girl tightly. The dark energy stream slithered across the ground, looking menacing. A mysterious figure holding a staff approached, stepping through the pool of black energy. The hooded figure stood before the boy and asked, "What do you think?" His demonic face with blood-red eyes was revealed as he asked, "Wasn't magic fun?" The boy was utterly shocked, his eyes wide with horror at the sight. Corrupted, the boy broke into a crazed smile, his eyes glowing with a magical light. Night fell over Bashuka, the capital of the kingdom of Tormia. A mysterious figure observed the city from a rooftop. The person noticed that the target building was heavily guarded. Inside the building, soldiers guarded numerous holy relics. A voice rang out, asking about their main objective for this mission. Their target was the holy relic, Dragon's Heart, the core of the mana control system. It was guarded by 15 soldiers in a steel room on the 3rd floor. However, they could not use their spirit zone inside this building. Unable to use magic, the person decided to infiltrate personally. Told to be careful, the young man named Kanish just smirked confidently. A shadow darted across the rooftops in the dark night. The mysterious intruder with glowing blue eyes descended from above. He channeled dark power, creating fearsome energy tentacles. The dark tentacles slammed down, shattering the reinforced glass. The dark magic continued to break through the barrier, clearing a path for the intruder. He suddenly broke through the ceiling, startling the guards below. The squad of guards shouted in alarm as they faced the murderous intruder. Just then, the gem on his neck glowed, releasing dark power. Dark tentacles extended from his body, attacking the guards. The force of the attack was overwhelming, easily taking down the guards. One guard was astonished to realize the intruder was a mage. The alarm blared as the mage easily defeated a series of guards. He descended, surrounded by dark magic, rushing towards his target. A wide-area magical attack swept away the guards blocking his path. His target lay behind a heavily reinforced steel door. Without hesitation, the mage used his magic to shatter the door. He looked into the newly opened room with a determined gaze. Inside was the core of the mana control system he sought. He quickly reached out and seized the glowing mana core. The triumphant mage held the now deactivated mana core in his hand. Guards spotted the intruder and charged in pursuit. they realized the enemy's target was the mana control system core. A sudden blast of dark energy struck down a guard. Canis easily defeated the entire squad of guards with his power. Canis turned as another person appeared, praising his perfect timing. Aaron appeared and worriedly asked Canis if he had killed anyone. Canis calmly reassured Aaron that she didn't need to worry. He explained that he had only knocked them out. Suddenly, a large magical explosion occurred right in front of Canis. Canis blocked the powerful magic attack with his bare hands. A commander launched a magic spell, determined not to let the enemy take anything. The magical explosion created a giant crater in the ground. Amidst the smoke, two mysterious figures emerged from the rubble. Aaron, one of the two, was revealed with cold, blue eyes. Aaron and her companion calmly faced the enemy. The commander cried out in horror, recognizing it as dark magic. A massive stream of dark magic was unleashed, hurtling towards the commander. The commander hastily erected a magical shield for defense. The commander was stunned as the two mysterious figures vanished without a trace. A soldier reported that the mana control core had been stolen, and the commander ordered a search. A man wondered how such young people could bypass the system and steal the core. He was confused as to how they could use dark magic. He suddenly realized that only one mage could control this type of magic. It was a rare being that carried a darkness that swallowed light and sowed chaos. That mage was the archmage Victor Arcane. But he remembered that Victor Arcane was said to have died in an accident 40 years ago. So how could someone be using his magic? The scene shifts to the underground capital city, Bashuka. Two mysterious figures strode down a corridor. They entered a laboratory and approached a large containment chamber. A young man brought the final ingredient for his master. Inside the tank, a gaunt old man was kept alive artificially. The vial containing the energy was placed into a complex machine. A girl standing nearby swallowed nervously, looking anxious. The young man believed this would help his master reclaim his honor as an archmage. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted violently. Amidst the storm of energy, the young man wore a crazed, satisfied smile. Suddenly, a bony hand reached out from the tank and grabbed him. The old mage had escaped, bitterly exclaiming that it had been 40 years. He stared at his disciple, the one who had stolen his power. A mysterious figure gave a sinister smile, pleased to have finally achieved his goal. The ghastly creature roared the name Milchalpheus, whom it called a traitor.
40 years ago, a horrific fire broke out, burning everything to the ground. A desperate old scholar screamed, claiming the research was his life's work. The pained old scholar questioned the blond man standing amidst the sea of fire. The blond man remained silent, seemingly just as shocked by the event. Suddenly, he turned back with a crazed and triumphant smile. His eyes revealed an obsession as he thought about the research. The desperate old scholar reached out, screaming the blond man's name as he disappeared. His hand reached out helplessly amidst the ferocious flames. He screamed in utter fury as the flames engulfed him. The fire consumed him in a scream of pain and resentment. After 40 years, he had finally recovered. The enraged master clenched his fists, thinking of the time he had lost. He seethed with hatred and vowed to make Milchalpheus pay. Two disciples knelt, pledging their loyalty and asking to be used by their master. The master quietly looked at his loyal disciples. The male disciple affirmed his absolute faith in his master. The female disciple was emotional, her body trembling slightly. He smiled, calling them his beloved disciples. He warned them to be careful, as Ulfias was very dangerous. Ulfias was revealed to be a crazed murderer driven by greed. A storm raged outside the window on a rainy night. Rael stood pensively, watching the heavy rain through the window frame. He quietly walked towards the bookshelf in his study. His hand pulled an old book from the shelf. The bookshelf suddenly opened, revealing a secret passage. Rael stepped into the dark corridor hidden behind the bookshelf. He picked up a lantern, next to which was a face-down picture frame. Rael pondered, noticing the thunder rumbling fiercely. This scene reminded him of a fateful day in the past. Standing before a portrait, he whispered a belated confession. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Bashuka, a heavy rain was pouring down. The academic conference organized by the kingdom's Teachers Association was underway. Thad felt tired as the conference had lasted for 3 days without a break. Thad, representing the Ulfias Magic Academy, just wanted to go home quickly. He was surprised that people were still discussing animatedly, even though the conference had ended. However, there was only one reason Thad decided to stay for the party. He stayed for a chance to talk to Lena Ogent, who was capturing everyone's attention. She was the royal pianist and a member of the Elite Artists Association. Thad was lost in admiration when he suddenly met Lena's gaze looking his way. Startled, Thad spat out his water and panicked when someone greeted him. The blue-haired woman recognized the professor from the Ilphia's Magic Academy, leaving him stunned. The professor was flustered, but happy that she had initiated a conversation, thinking how lucky he was. He began to daydream about a happy future, even getting married to the blue-haired girl. In his fantasy, he and she were happy with their first child. His fantasy shattered when the woman suddenly asked about Aaron's situation. The professor snapped out of his daydream, flustered and unsure how to answer. He was shocked to realize she was the guardian of a student named Aaron. He quickly regained his professional demeanor, praising Aaron as a talented student. The professor proudly boasted that Aaron was very popular and liked by both male and female students. He even revealed that Aaron had the most beautiful girlfriend in the academy, which made her smile with satisfaction. Lena Ogent smiled, saying she was just happy to know that person was doing well. The professor reassured her that the Ilphia's Magic Academy was a prestigious school. Lena Ogent listened to the professor's promise to take good care of the boy. Lena Ogent expressed her thanks and formally entrusted Cheyenne to the professor. The professor was dazed, his heart pounding at Lena Ogent's grace. Lena Ogent suggested going to Crea's with the professor tomorrow and offered to treat him to lunch. The professor was overjoyed when Lena Ogent agreed to let him watch her concert. The professor expressed concern that the incident in the Capitol would affect the audience size. Lena Ogent revealed that Inferno had been ambushed and a dark magician had escaped. The professor was horrified to learn that the Capitol was under curfew due to dark magic. Aaron was shocked and shed tears upon hearing mention of a mage. A lady stated that the mage mentioned was an old man with white hair. Aaron immediately realized something terrible. Aaron hastily apologized and ran off, saying he had something urgent to do. Despite the woman's call of professor, Aaron kept running. As he ran, he thought of a dark mage and an escaped criminal. Aaron asserted with certainty that this was that person's style. Aaron was angry that this had happened right when he was on a business trip. The night before, an attack had occurred at the Inferno criminal prison. Inside the prison, bodies lay scattered in pools of blood and remnants of dark magic. A hand reached out desperately as it was torn apart by a dark force. A long shadow stretched out, grabbing a victim and throwing the person into the air. Countless dark tentacles shot out, simultaneously piercing through many people. Dark magic is defined by two fundamental characteristics. Those are absorption and assimilation. Aaron contemplated how darkness absorbs and assimilates energy. Darkness from Aaron's will begin to spread across the ground. This energy could create small physical attacks. However, Aaron quickly realized the limits of this power. His darkness could not defeat the light. The master appeared and praised Aaron's performance. Archmage Arcane noticed the great potential of his student. He believed that if Aaron tried just a little harder, the dark power swept through, tearing apart everything in its path. The boy with bewitching purple eyes flashed a wicked smile, whispering about light. Now he had grown up, becoming a purveyor of terror. A scene of bloody massacre unfolded, with screams for help echoing. A desperate victim screamed for help as they were swallowed by the darkness. The darkness converged into a monster, crushing all the victims. Aaron turned to Cannies, suggesting this place was unrelated to the master's revenge plan. Cannies assured Aaron that all they needed to do was trust the master. Aaron replied to Cannies, affirming that he himself already knew that well. Aaron asserted that the master never did anything meaningless. The girl's purple eyes flashed as she agreed. The image of Cannies submerged in magical energy appeared in her eyes. The purple energy erupted violently, shattering the stone floor below. A figure was thrown towards the archway by the surge of power. The person slammed hard into the bars of the prison cell. The entire metal cage was completely destroyed by the impact. After the shackles were broken, A voice praised the rescuers' skills. The freed prisoners expressed their gratitude and asked about their savior's identity as a mage. The two rescuers appeared, only to be mockingly called children by another. The man leading the group of prisoners introduced himself as Nightcat Kraken. The headmaster showed contempt when facing the crowd. He called them small fry, not worth his time. The headmaster's mockery infuriated the thugs. They decided to use their numbers to overwhelm the old mage. The entire group aggressively charged at the headmaster at once. Suddenly, a thick darkness enveloped them. They panicked as they were squeezed by the darkness, unable to escape. In desperation, they were all mercilessly crushed. A young man and a girl appeared, silently observing the scene. After it was all over, only gruesome bloodstains remained in the room. Heavily injured, the man lay on the floor and suspected it was a conspiracy. He tensed up upon discovering someone had silently approached him. His cuffed hands tightened, the chains clanking. A distinctive parrot tattoo was revealed on the man's arm. He stood up straight, bitterly admitting that he had been caught. Facing him were a young man and a girl with cold, mysterious eyes. The headmaster appeared, questioning the intention to rebel against the kingdom. The man looked annoyed, thinking the headmaster was a chatterbox. The young man and girl in hooded cloaks rushed forward. The man summoned his strength to break the chains, confronting the headmaster directly. A fiery attack shot straight at the headmaster's face. The man, being chained, could only maintain a weak connection with him. The headmaster easily absorbed the entire shockwave with an orb of darkness. The headmaster coldly declared that the man had passed the test. The man was confused, but still shattered the stone orb holding his chains. He asserted that he had never participated in any selection. Seemingly unconcerned, the headmaster turned his back on the man. Suddenly, a giant hand of darkness from the headmaster reached out to attack. Completely restrained, the man realized in horror that he could not resist. The headmaster broke the chains, saying that money was what would motivate him. A mysterious man offered a lucrative job to the bearded fellow. The bearded fellow immediately showed interest at the offer of money. The dark-haired man observed silently, revealing no emotion. His eyes flashed with a cold and decisive look. Meanwhile, Aaron was rushing in a carriage through the rainy night. He was annoyed to learn he could only reach Krea's the next morning. Aaron was worried about the news that Arcane had ambushed Inferno last night. He feared that his old enemy would soon seek revenge for what happened 40 years ago. He had to quickly deliver the news to his master at the Ulfia's Magic Academy. A cold raindrop fell on the tattoo on the hired man's shoulder. Despite the heavy rain, the leader dismissed the complaints and urged his comrades to continue. Lucas was reminded to follow the contract, but he still grumbled for a bigger bonus. A white-haired mage swooped down, beginning a frantic raid on a magic academy. He revealed himself with an angry expression, radiating an intense lightning mana under the moonlight. The headmaster descended from above on a stormy, rainy night. The headmaster appeared majestically amidst thunder, lightning, and moonlight. A stormy, rainy night enveloped a vast mansion. The swordsman regretted accepting this dangerous mission. He realized this mission was tantamount to treason and questioned his companion. The cold young man in the black cloak assigned him the task of guarding the hostage. The young man in the black cloak sternly demanded he adhere to the contract. When asked about the hostages, he only replied mysteriously, "It will be clear tomorrow morning." The swordsman was annoyed, not understanding why the master had brought this person along. The young man in the black cloak told himself to have faith, as everything was going according to the headmaster's plan. A giant magical barrier enveloped a building on a stormy, rainy night. The formation of the first mass broke the symmetry of the universe. That rupture created an event, like shattering pieces of glass. Countless interacting events created our current world. Weast-Need cried out in alarm. If there were no mass, would the world disappear? Weast-Need, a fifth-year student, continued to wonder about the origin of mass. Mercadane Aruki indifferently suggested that perhaps mass just appeared by chance. Wisnid was angered by Mercadane Aruki's casual reply. Mercadane recounted that he had read every study on mass in the library. He realized he had been trying to approach mass from an omniscient perspective. A friend found Aaron lying amidst countless books. He asked Aaron how he perceived mass with his omnipotence. Aaron was flustered, finding it difficult to put his feelings into words. Instead, Aaron showed a vast, universe-like space that was shattering. He reached out towards the glowing, floating fragments. Aaron defined that feeling with a single word: existence. He explained that he could feel an incredibly strong will to exist. That will was as if trying to make everyone aware of its existence. The friend was amazed by the profound definition of proof of existence. The other friend also wanted to try touching Aaron's omnipotence, but was hesitant. A friend suggested calling the new energy particle the God particle, leaving Aaron utterly astonished. Aaron jumped up in excitement, completely agreeing with the name God particle. With burning determination, Aaron clenched his fist and promised to do his best with the God particle. A panoramic view of the Ilfia's Magic Academy, where Aaron resolved to train hard. The vacation ended, and Aaron and his two friends returned to school, reminding each other of yesterday's promise. Aaron's two friends suddenly panicked when they remembered their promise was to advance to the fourth year together. While his two friends panicked about being held back, Aaron pointed out that his academic performance was even worse. Aaron told his two friends to go ahead to the research room, as he needed to stop by somewhere. Aaron recalled that 6 months ago he was still a freshman, but now he had been enlightened by the God particle. Looking ahead, Aaron realized he had not only matured, but also gained precious friends. Someone brought 2 cups of hot coffee. In a flashback, Siriel had introduced Aaron as her boyfriend. Aaron and Amy gave Siriel a basket of apples to show their gratitude. Siriel and Amy stood together before a crowd, hands clasped behind their backs. Siriel stood on the balcony, determined not to let anyone call her senior anymore. The steel doors of the graduating class building opened to the astonishment of the students. Siriel and Amy were walking together in the academy's hallway. Siriel and Amy screamed in surprise when someone suddenly held out coffee in front of them. Aaron appeared cheerfully, apologizing for scaring them and saying he wanted to surprise them. Aaron looked at Amy sincerely and thanked her. Siriel coldly questioned Aaron why he was speaking so informally to her. Aaron was bewildered, while Amy asked if he knew where he was. Amy scolded Aaron, saying he had gone too far by coming to the senior class and should focus on his studies. As Siriel and Amy turned to leave, Aaron called their names in confusion. Aaron angrily grabbed the 2 girls' arms and asked if they were teasing him. He was pushed to the floor, the 2 cups of coffee spilling everywhere. Amy pointed straight at Aaron's face, called him a stalker, and told him to leave. Aaron was stunned, not understanding why they were suddenly treating him this way. Siriel pulled Amy away, despite Aaron's desperate screams that it was a lie. Aaron collapsed, screaming in denial and pain. Cheyenne ran off angrily through the main hall. 2 female students gossiped, saying that Cheyenne looked innocent but was very strange and stubborn. The orange-haired friend comforted her friend, but the red-haired girl didn't seem to be paying attention. The red-haired girl was dazed, trying to remember who the boy from just now was. Cheyenne accidentally bumped into another student while running frantically. The person who was bumped into was getting angry when Cheyenne was surprised to realize it was Mark. Cheyenne suddenly realized something upon looking at the V-shaped badge on his clothes. Mark suddenly bowed, apologized, and called Cheyenne senior, leaving him stunned. Cheyenne reminded him that he was the one who took the teleportation test with Mark. Mark was flustered, saying he wasn't sure but still apologized for not recognizing Cheyenne. Aaron was shocked when the female professor didn't recognize him and asked what was happening. Aaron tried to explain to the professor, but another man looked at him with suspicion. Another student approached and questioned Aaron, asking who he was. The people around began to whisper, suspecting Aaron was a stranger, perhaps even a thief. The situation became chaotic, with people screaming in fear and chasing after Aaron. Cornered, Aaron desperately thought that none of this was real. He ran away while his mind repeatedly screamed that everything was fake. Aaron frantically ran through a door, calling out for his friends. The scene changed. Aaron was sitting in a room with two other friends. Aaron screamed Need's and Aruki's names, begging them to remember him. Aaron screamed Shiren's name in horror. A blue-haired boy angrily questioned Shiren on how he got in here. However, he then asked in bewilderment who Shiren was. Aaron was bewildered, wondering if his own existence was just a dream. Aaron frantically ran over, calling his two friends' names and asking if they recognized him. He desperately shouted his own name, trying to make his two friends remember. In response, Aaron was met with unfamiliar gazes. The other two coldly asked who he was. They continued to pretend, leaving Aaron stunned and wondering if he was dreaming. The prank went too far as they cornered Aaron and questioned him aggressively. Completely convinced, Aaron was so scared that he burst into tears at his friend's unfamiliarity. Seeing Aaron's reaction, his two friends couldn't hold it in any longer and started to snicker. It turned out to be just a prank. They burst out laughing at Aaron's terrified expression. The truth was revealed. They had heard Aaron from outside and conspired to tease him. Aaron collapsed to the floor, completely devastated by his friend's prank. Shiren suddenly shot up, while his blue-haired friend worriedly asked why he was crying. Shiren sobbed uncontrollably on the floor as his two friends hurriedly apologized for joking around. The blue-haired friend confusedly asked Shiren about no one else remembering him. Shiren said in despair that Professor Sienna didn't recognize him, and his brown-haired friend comforted him. The blue-haired friend suggested they go confirm it, but Shiren was terrified that they would forget him too. The brown-haired friend calmly suggested they come up with a sign so they wouldn't forget each other. He wrote a message on his friend's hand so they could recognize each other in case they lost their memories. With the symbol of the North Star on his hand, the blue-haired friend was confident that everything would be fine. The three friends discussed, wondering if this had ever happened within the Superbody group before. After making a decision, the group set off together towards the large building to confirm the situation. Aaron and his two friends were walking on a stone path. They headed towards a massive, magnificent academy building. Suddenly, all three boys were stunned by the scene before them. A huge crowd of students was gathering strangely. Seeing that the crowd seemed unusual, they decided to get closer. Aaron was worried about being affected, but his friend reassured him. The blue-haired friend suddenly recognized an acquaintance and called out Gabe's name loudly. Gabe turned around with a bewildered expression, asking who they were as if he didn't know them. Shocked, the blue-haired friend ran over and demanded to know where Gabe was going. With a panicked look in his eyes, Gabe seemed to be pleading with them for something. A panicked student screamed that he didn't know who he was and kept hearing strange sounds. He screamed and then collapsed, stunning those around him, including Aaron. Aaron realized it seemed the student had forgotten the sound of his own voice. Unable to speak, he just growled, and Aaron was horrified to learn that his friend had forgotten language itself. In extreme agony, the student was losing his memories in real time. Suddenly, he stopped screaming and stood still, much to the surprise of Aaron and the others. Aaron felt that something was wrong. A strange and terrifying feeling was enveloping him. Meanwhile, another crowd of students walked past on the stairs, completely ignoring the incident. These students had soulless, empty expressions, showing no emotion whatsoever. The entire crowd walked in unison, as if controlled by some invisible force. The students were marching towards the academy. The headmaster was leading a group of students, which included Aaron. Strange shadows suddenly rose from the ground around them. The shadows spread everywhere and seized a student. A mysterious woman appeared, confirming that everyone was present. She gave an order and led the controlled students away. A mysterious hooded man watched the scene with amusement. The muscular man explained that all the students had turned into zombies. Lucas made an inappropriate comment to a red-haired female student. The hooded man warned Lucas not to act vulgarly. The swordsman thought Rael was too strict and wanted to have a little fun. With eyes flashing with magic, Rael coldly threatened to kill anyone who defied him. The swordsman glared at Rael, silently thinking he was an arrogant kid. Although he wanted to act, Rael knew it would be foolish to fight within a mage's soul zone. The swordsman suppressed his anger, vowing to take Rael down at the first opportunity. In the end, the swordsman turned away, worried about suffering losses without being compensated. After the crowd stepped back, Rael also quietly turned and left. From the bushes, the three boys watched in astonishment as a procession of adults was being led away. While his friend panicked and wanted to intervene, Aaron calmly stopped him. Aaron explained that the enemy had used a complex memory wiping spell on over 500 people. Aaron and his friends hid, stunned by the information about the 500 people. Among them were elite students and experts like Professor Sienna. Aaron realized there was a mage far more powerful than they had imagined. The brown-haired friend suggested following them to provide aid if someone was in danger. However, Aaron looked in another direction, saying they weren't there. He was shocked to realize the headmaster was absent. He discovered that Professor Athela wasn't there either, but in a secluded place. Meanwhile, a girl was meditating alone in a room. The girl was sweating, her face showing clear signs of strain and intense concentration. Beads of sweat trickled down, showing she was exerting all her strength. A loud noise shook an entire wooden building. The shaking caused a flock of crows to scatter in panic. Athela snapped awake, her eyes wide with horror at the event. She panted, realizing an extremely powerful mind demon had appeared. It was past class time, but no one had come to find her. Suddenly, a huge pillar of light descended from the sky in the distance. Sensing that something was wrong, Athela hurried off. She was horrified to discover the entire academy was deserted. A brilliant glow in the sky caught Athela's attention. Professor Thad suddenly appeared and ran towards the astonished Athela. Aaron ran, shouting in panic that the school had been ambushed. A mage frantically informed Professor Athela that this was a black magic ambush. He suspected the culprit was the demon from last night and said the entire school had been attacked. He identified the mastermind as Victor Arcane, an archmage who had once thrown the world into chaos. Athela repeated in shock, confirming that the culprit was an archmage. Victor Arcane was level 3, the rank at which mages are granted the title Archmage. A mage's rank is determined by two factors, achievements and reputation. For example, defeating an A-rank monster earns 500 achievement points, while having an audience with the king earns 100 reputation points. To advance from level 10 to level 9, a mage needs to accumulate 1,000 points. Meanwhile, the point gap from level 4, like Milchel Fias, to level 3, like Victor Arcane, is a staggering 280 million points. Thad worried if his decision was the right one. He hesitated whether to tell Professor Athela the truth. Years ago, records revealed that Athela was once a bishop of the Karsus order. Headmaster Ulfias wondered why such a powerful bishop would want to be a professor. Athela replied that she wanted to live a life of light and salt, as taught. She explained that Headmaster Ulfias taught students about the responsibility of power. It was out of respect for the headmaster that she applied to the school. The memory of her interview ended, leaving an impression on Thad. Returning to the present, Thad seemed to have made up his mind and called the professor's name. Thad begged her to listen about Victor Arcane without any prejudice. The female professor learned that the person had once been the headmaster's advisor. She fell silent, closing her eyes to contemplate the information she had just heard. She opened her eyes, seemingly having understood something. She affirmed that harming students was evil, and the top priority was to rescue them. A blonde professor frantically reported that the students were heading towards the mountains. From a distance, a large group of students was moving through the forest, seemingly being led by someone. The female professor used her ability and detected 3 people walking at the very back. Tense, she said she couldn't see clearly but could distinguish their genders. She focused all her concentration into her glowing eyes. She saw Aaron and 2 other male students, suddenly wondering if one of them was Siren. The blue-haired friend wondered why they were bringing everyone here. They were leading the crowd to the uncrossable bridge. The crowd was herded before a steep cliff. The group thought in horror that the crowd would be pushed off the cliff. But the brown-haired friend realized they were just hostages. Aaron stopped his friend, suggesting that the high-ranking professors had gone to call for reinforcements. However, Aaron decided they might have to fight before reinforcements arrived. His two friends looked worried by this decision. Aaron judged that they didn't intend to push anyone off the cliff, so the group decided to observe further. It seemed the kidnappers were waiting for someone to appear. A young man in a black hood was called out too, his face cold. The large man urged the crowd on, threatening execution if their leader didn't appear. He silently asked Canis why the master hadn't arrived, when the plan was to lure Ulfias out first. Canis replied that it was past the appointed time, which the young man found hard to accept, though he didn't doubt his master. While he was pondering, the man lost his patience and demanded to have some fun. The hooded young man looked up at the sky and sighed, annoyed by the other's presence. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he called the other man a piece of trash. The man was stunned, then his eyes turned a fiery red as his anger flared. He roared furiously, believing he was being looked down upon by the hooded young man. Canis sensed a strong killing intent, recognizing it as the man's eyes of death. Aaron explained about the ocular art that could only be learned after committing countless evil deeds in Ladum. Aaron asserted that Rael was the same kind of trash he had seen in Ladum. Rael smirked, saying he now understood why Aaron disliked him. Rael provoked him, suggesting Aaron was no different despite being a high-ranking believer. Rael explained these people were like zombies, with memories but no physical sensation. He said they couldn't eat or sleep, and would slowly die even if not pushed off the cliff. Rael suddenly grabbed Lena Ogent by the throat, accusing her of also intending to kill them. He tightened his grip, insisting Lena Ogent also planned to kill these people. Aaron protested, but Rael dismissed it, saying they should reduce the number of prisoners. Rael lifted Lena Ogent, intending to throw her off the cliff after everything was over. The mercenary threatened Lena Ogent that they would all become murderers. His accomplice, a girl with purple eyes, was also stunned by the situation. The leader with glowing blue eyes coldly questioned him about defying orders. The mercenary suddenly changed his mind, saying killing Lena Ogent would be a waste. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared under someone's feet. Immediately, a large explosion erupted, breaking up the confrontation. The two attackers in cloaks were surprised by the recent magic spell. The one who had just acted clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied with the result. Aaron regretted that he had almost blown off the enemy's legs to prevent them from escaping. The mercenary fell to the ground, screaming in terror as he asked for Aaron's identity. A man swung his sword, deflecting a blinding flash of light that was rushing towards him. Aaron knelt, holding the unconscious purple-haired girl in his arms. Aaron gritted his teeth, his face showing extreme anger. With his eyes blazing, Aaron roared that he would never forgive them. The hooded stranger asked in amazement how Aaron had escaped the mind control spell. The scene shifts to a peaceful and beautiful mountainous region. A figure in a black cloak quietly entered a hidden cave in the forest. The headmaster, a white-haired old man, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Seeing a girl on guard, the headmaster stepped out of the cave and asked if she was alone. Aaron carried the injured Lena Ogent, who was enveloped in a pillar of magical light. With faith in Aaron, the hostage rescue was entrusted to his group. Rael explained to his partner that Aaron's group was smart enough to buy time. She agreed, and Rael said he would go find the headmaster for support. Rael asserted that the headmaster's presence was necessary to resolve the situation. The woman had also decided on her own mission. Rael entrusted everything to her before leaving. The headmaster appeared with sharp, authoritative eyes. Meanwhile, the woman sought out a mysterious figure and asked him to find Arcane. Her face showed determination as she entrusted this important task. On the trail, a woman recognized the white-haired old man as a monk. She introduced herself as Athela, a bishop of the Karsus order, and expressed her honor. The monk was surprised that she was a bishop, even though he could sense her power. He noticed something unusual, as the bishops he had met were all elderly. He concluded that Athela was a genius who had reached an extraordinary level. With a mysterious smile, he found this world truly interesting. His eyes turned red as he sternly asked about the whereabouts of the Ulfia's child. He stated bluntly that stalling for time was pointless, leaving Athela stunned. He exposed that Athela was exhausted after using powerful magic the previous night. Athela offered to arrange a match with the headmaster if he would release the students from his magic. The headmaster smirked sinisterly. He burst into maniacal laughter, reveling in the chaos. A young girl with glasses fled in panic through the forest. Magical branches erupted from the ground, attacking the girl. The girl fell to the ground, horrified by the enemy's words. With glowing eyes, the headmaster ordered her to die. A massive magical explosion devastated the entire forest. A crowd of panicked people fled from the forest. A muscular man mocked someone whose plan had been exposed. Aaron and his two friends supported Lena Ogent, who appeared exhausted. Rael offered to deal with the enemy for a price, while chanting cannies. When his companion wanted to help, Rael assigned her the task of controlling the hostages. Rael confidently asserted that he alone was enough to handle everything. A large mercenary blocked their path, contemptuously calling them brats. With blazing red eyes, the mercenary challenged them to fight to their heart's content. Rael was astonished to see the students had broken free from his mind control spell. A student smugly boasted that they had broken the dark magic with their own power. Rael scoffed at the boast, calling it ridiculous and impossible. Declaring there was no more time, Rael began to cast a spell with a purple circle at his feet. Rael unleashed a powerful stream of magic, challenging all the students to attack him at once. Need sensed the killing intent and told Shiren to support the exhausted Professor Sienna. Need believed his dark magic would have a compatibility advantage in this battle. Shiren decided to face the main enemy alone, leaving his friends to deal with the swordsman. The swordsman sat on a rock, looking nonchalant and advising them not to be foolish. Shiren immediately warned his friends not to trust him, as he had just pushed someone off a cliff. Furthermore, Shiren judged this swordsman to be an incredibly strong opponent. The swordsman watched in silence, his eyes flashing with a threatening red light. The swordsman thought to himself that Shiren was perceptive and troublesome for having seen through his nature. The friends agreed with Shiren, realizing the danger of the situation. They knew that while Shiren was normally gentle, he became a different person in a real fight. Aaron and his opponent simultaneously entered their own energy zones. The two streams of energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Aaron was stunned by the power of the explosion. He shuddered at his opponent's frighteningly empty eyes. Aaron was completely unable to grasp this person's thoughts. The hooded figure advanced, his shadow stretching out menacingly. He lunged towards Aaron, trailing a massive stream of dark energy. Aaron immediately countered with a powerful beam of light energy. His attack hit empty space as the opponent suddenly vanished. Aaron was stunned to realize his light had been blocked by another light. Aaron's light magic clashed violently with dark magic. Aaron was pushed back by the aftershock, but managed to stand firm. With great determination, Aaron prepared to launch another attack. Countless rays of light rained down, attacking the hidden dark mage. The light attack seemed to have hit the target directly. The spectators were amazed that the opponent could still maintain his darkness despite being hit by the light. The dark mage emerged from the shadows, completely unharmed. Aaron was stunned, realizing the vast power gap between them. The opponent mocked Aaron for challenging him with such weak skills. Not giving up, Aaron focused all his magic into his hand for a final blow. Cannies appeared confused by an unexpected turn of events. Aaron unleashed a massive beam of light energy towards his opponent. Sensing something was wrong, Cannies created a dark shield for defense. Cannies realized he needed to reinforce his defense. Cannes put all his strength into using dark magic to block the attack. But Aaron's attack was too powerful, forcing Cannes to struggle to defend himself. The beam of light shattered the defense, sending Cannes flying back with a terrified scream. A horrified girl watched as Cannes was sent flying backward by the beam of light. The other spectators also screamed in astonishment and fear. A red glint flashed in Aaron's eyes, signaling a fearsome power. Aaron's unexpected power left everyone stunned, wondering who he was. An extremely powerful beam of magical light shot out, shattering the darkness. Aaron suddenly appeared, his eyes resolute, ready to intervene. From underground, thorny, dark roots violently surged upwards. A young girl was seized by the demonic roots and lifted into the air. The girl's face showed utter terror in the face of the perilous situation. A timely attack of light shattered the roots that bound her. In a strange dimension, a voice echoed, mocking the young girl. A shadowy entity with a sinister smile extended a giant hand towards her. Despite the deadly command, the girl stood firm, facing her enemy. The giant shadow hand lunged forward, determined to crush the girl. Aaron found himself lost in a dark space, surrounded by red ripples. But suddenly, Aaron's eyes emitted a strange blue light. Aaron realized he could use his synesthesia ability to escape this darkness. The boy unleashed a brilliant golden energy, hurtling through space. With a glowing fist, Aaron shattered the shadow entities blocking his path. A mysterious voice spoke, acknowledging that Aaron was very skilled. Immediately after, new shadow entities appeared from the void. The voice concluded as a shadow in Aaron's own form attacked him. Aaron was assaulted by countless fists and realized he couldn't teleport at that moment. Cornered, Aaron decided to confront the fists head-on. The female professor expertly used teleportation magic. She gracefully spun, dodging a powerful attack. Her strength was recognized, worthy of a Karsus bishop. If not for this school, she could have achieved even greater things. But her eyes still shone with unwavering determination. She confronted Ulfias, who had remained silent and exploited her talents. Ulfias just smiled calmly at the accusation. The female professor was stunned as magical flames suddenly erupted. Ulfias revealed his true nature, wanting to claim all the credit for himself. She was seized by a dark force and screamed in despair. A character was sent flying by a terrifying explosion of dark energy. That character fell unconscious, free-falling amidst the chaotic energy. The character fell towards a mysterious figure at the center of the energy vortex. The mysterious figure's eyes flashed with terrifying dark power. At the same time, in a large building, a voice called out, "Master!" Reup burst into the headmaster's office, believing his master was nearby. Reup remembered a rumor about a secret space and began to search. He noticed a book with the title, "I See the Dark" on its spine. Pulling the book, Reup discovered a secret passage hidden behind the bookshelf. He set down his lantern, illuminating the dark entrance. Aaron entered a dark, vast room and called out, "Master." He was startled when he sensed something unusual in the room. Aaron looked up at a portrait of a young woman hanging on the wall. Lost in thought, Aaron suddenly heard a noise and turned to ask who was there. Aaron was relieved to see the headmaster was safe and holding a cup of tea. The headmaster acted strangely, asking Aaron in return how he knew so much about him. Aaron was shocked to realize the headmaster had lost his memories. The headmaster wondered in confusion if he had traveled to the future. The headmaster panicked, thinking he was still a handsome 18-year-old boy. Aaron was horrified to realize his master had lost 40 years of memories. A mysterious man sat down, calling out to the person in front of him. That person was Reup, a notorious headmaster, bewildered about what had happened to him. The young man frantically explained that Reup had been attacked by dark magic and lost his memory. Reup interrupted, saying he didn't care about that and just wanted to know what his job was. The young man replied that Reup was the headmaster of the prestigious Ulfias Magic Academy. Hearing this, Reup burst into hearty laughter, unable to believe he was a professor. He continued to laugh loudly, seeming extremely amused to learn he was also a respected figure. Suddenly, Rael lunged forward and grabbed the astonished young man by the collar. With a frightening gaze, Rael growled, asking about the class he was in charge of. The young man, terrified and teary-eyed, replied that it was Class 4. Rael screamed in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe he was merely a level 4 mage. In a fit of rage, he punched the bookshelf, refusing to accept the truth. The self-proclaimed continental genius despaired at his current status as a headmaster. He contemptuously threw a portrait of a woman from Rael's room. The painting fell, revealing the image of a beautiful woman. Rael was startled when the headmaster suddenly called out to him. The headmaster appeared sternly, demanding his memories back and questioning Rael. Rael looked terrified and confused by the headmaster's presence. Rael desperately asked the headmaster if he couldn't see his own memories. The headmaster stood in the room, facing Aaron, and began to issue a challenge. He threatened to expel Aaron immediately because he didn't need a weak student. The headmaster confidently declared that the past could not break him. Aaron looked distressed, but still accepted his master's words. Aaron feared the headmaster wouldn't be able to return to his old self after facing his memories. Aaron decided to use light magic to break the dark seal on his master's memories. The magic was activated, beginning the process of reliving the most horrifying 40 years of his life. The memory took him back to the past, when he was young and admired by many girls. The ladies surrounded him, praising his wisdom and wanting to hear more of his stories. The young headmaster drank wine, appearing indifferent to the girls' admiration. Aaron raised his glass, declaring that tonight would be an endless night. The battlefield is a place where one can lose their life in the blink of an eye. For their entire lives, the two children had to survive on that cruel battlefield. To survive, they had to sharpen themselves like a sword's blade. Therefore, ordinary students could never be their opponents. The girl was stunned as she recalled what her master had said. Her master, a blonde-haired young man, had affirmed their superior strength. In the forest, the young man instinctively activated the defensive magic, black skin. He was shocked, realizing he would have lost his life if he had reacted 0.5 seconds slower. A mysterious voice rang out, warning Canis that his recent action was very dangerous. Collapsing to the ground, Canis wondered what massive object had attacked him. The hooded figure was hit in the stomach by a blow of light that contained mass. He was confused because light shouldn't have mass, but then realized it was possible. He scoffed, saying it was a law of physics he had never heard of. But Aaron appeared, proving he was the one who held that principle. Aaron calmly said he was just statting the truth, angering his opponent. He admitted that Aaron was very strong and special for a magic student. He asked an entity within, and was reassured that they could win if they joined forces. Immediately, a powerful stream of dark energy enveloped his body. A girl wearing a bell collar cried out in excitement. Two other students witnessed the scene with looks of astonishment and horror. Rael smirked, appearing unharmed after taking the attack. Rael unleashed a powerful magic attack, knocking Aaron backward. Aaron stood his ground, disappointed that the fight was too easy and demanded Rael be more serious. Rael responded to Aaron's challenge, and dark energy began to envelop him. Aaron was enraged by Rael's attitude, his eyes glowing as energy gathered in his hand. Aaron condensed a brilliant sphere of light energy in his palm. Rael coldly declared that Aaron's magic no longer worked on him. Undeterred, Aaron decisively launched the energy sphere towards Rael. Rael gathered his strength, punching the ground to create a shield of dark energy. Rael's energy wall successfully blocked Aaron's beam of light, causing a massive explosion. Aaron roared, realizing his opponent was using a similar approach. He unleashed an extremely powerful light magic attack onto the ground. The other two students could only stare, stunned by the terrifying, destructive power. A mysterious girl observed, concluding that there are two types of magic. A swordsman also pondered about the types of magic that can and cannot be dodged. The flash from Aaron's attack forced him to be on high alert. Aaron was certain he was right to decide to take down this enemy first. At his feet, a stone creature had been completely obliterated. Just then, Aaron sensed a strange magical energy from the shadows. Shadow magic from the hidden enemy suddenly emerged to attack him. Rael screamed in terror upon realizing the sudden danger. Aaron suddenly appeared from the shadows right behind Rael. With glowing eyes, Aaron stared directly at Rael, preparing to attack. Aaron moved through the shadows and fired energy beams at Rael. Rael couldn't dodge and was hit by a powerful attack from Aaron. An observer screamed in horror upon realizing Aaron's ability. He was astonished to realize Aaron was using shadows to move. Aaron glided effortlessly through a dimension made of shadows. The two onlookers thought Aaron's teleportation ability was too overpowered. One person analyzed that Aaron could only move to places where shadows were connected. Someone recalled explaining that Cheyenne was the only one who had successfully calculated the dragon's labyrinth. Countless wrong paths were mapped out and eliminated in that calculation. Finally, Aaron managed to grab the sphere of light amidst the shadow tentacles. "Got it," Aaron shouted as the sphere transformed into a sword of light. The attack seemed to have struck the black-cloaked figure. The two observers cheered, believing Aaron had succeeded. But the enemy just laughed loudly, easily absorbing the entire attack. Aaron's two friends were stunned by the unbelievable sight. The mysterious figure was revealed, with glowing blue eyes full of malice. A sphere of dark energy was forming and becoming unstable. The energy exploded, spreading violently outwards. Aaron walked on a dirt path, sparkling mana particles surrounding him. A mysterious voice rang out, startling Aaron, his eyes glowing. A shadow creature with a gruesome red tongue appeared before him. The monster stared covetously at Aaron's energy. In another scene, a worried Sharaff was patted on the shoulder by a friend. Ophias cheerfully greeted Sharaff and praised his recent thesis. He praised Sharaff for brilliantly defining the properties of light. However, Ophias suddenly pointed out that the theory he cited was wrong. Sharaff indignantly defended the wave theory, a theory proven by many experiments. Ophias, calling himself an expert, asserted that light is actually closer to a particle. Ophias bluntly declared Sharaff's thesis useless, leaving him speechless. Sharaff slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Sharaff demanded that Ophias never speak to him again and turned to leave. Ophias acted innocently, wondering why Sharaff was angry when he was just telling the truth. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, asking if Ophias was a Chihuahua. Ogent Clump appeared, confronting Ophias about his nickname, Arrogant Ophias. A violent magical explosion echoed through the space. Aaron watched in horror as the magical light was being devoured. The dark entity licked its lips, finding the light delicious. Rael smirked, smug about his ultimate dark magic. He introduced it as the magical creature, Harvest, and mocked his opponent. The other students were horrified to realize this magical creature possessed intelligence. Aaron was stunned to hear the concept of a magical creature. Neither alchemy nor magical engineering could solve the mystery of creating life. The field of study that could do it was magical biology. Aaron realized its difficulty was beyond imagination, and it was now manifesting before his eyes. The dark creature was smug about its intelligence and its appearance. Two other students were astonished by its smugness. A black-haired man confirmed that the creature was indeed very intelligent. It was a magical entity that inherited the wisdom of the great mage. The dark creature gave a chilling smile. Aaron was suddenly attacked by an invisible force and cried out in pain. He was thrown back by a massive surge of dark energy. But Aaron stood firm, his body radiating a golden aura. Even so, he was still knocked to the ground, being just a student. Despite his injuries, Aaron focused magic into his hands to prepare a counterattack. The attacker, using dark magic, declared his opponent's spells useless. His dark magic spread powerfully, suffocating the space. The golden-haired boy fell to the ground, helpless against the power of the dark magic. A blue-haired friend rushed forward worriedly, shouting the name Cheyenne. Trapped in the darkness, a panicked Cheyenne wondered what he should do. Cheyenne thought he wasn't afraid of death, but a cut appeared on his cheek. He realized that if he lost here, everyone else would lose too. Images of his classmates flashed through Shiren's mind. He also remembered a purple-haired girl lying unconscious. Finally, there was the sinister smile of the enemy, the source of it all. Shiren was terrified by the overwhelming power of the mysterious attacker. He had to use all his strength just to keep up with his opponent's speed. Even the photon cannon technique was useless against this magical entity. Shiren's eyes glinted as he tried to analyze the nature of his opponent. He tensed up and screamed in pain as dark slashes cut into him. Shiren immediately counterattacked with a brilliant, multicolored light technique. The attacker was utterly astonished that Shiren could bend light. The ultimate technique, Rainbow Drop, was unleashed, creating a pillar of rainbow light. Despite this, the enemy refused to let go, reaching out to grab the two of them. Shiren suddenly realized the weakness. The magical creature was immobile without a power source. Eren questioned if the dark monster was draining the opponent's willpower. The enemy confirmed that he and the monster were one and the same. Hearing this, Eren thought it was a good sign. He deduced the monster also had a limit, but his opponent mocked that his will was infinite. Eren was determined to find that limit and launched a brilliant sphere of light. The enemy was amazed to see Eren's light growing stronger. With glowing eyes, Eren challenged to see who would fall first. The dark monster panicked at the overwhelming power of the light. Eren launched a light kick, attacking the monster head-on. Wounded, the enemy ordered Canis to retreat into the forest and mocked Eren's naivety. The black-haired man laughed sinisterly, thinking Eren's plan was futile. Harvey suggested luring Eren into the forest to destroy him, rather than confronting him directly. The black-haired man agreed with the plan, believing Eren was in a hurry and would fall into the trap. The attacker was confident in his invincibility with Harvey's support. Without hesitation, Eren charged straight into the dark forest to pursue the enemy. With extraordinary speed, Eren flew through the forest, radiating a brilliant golden energy. Eren's two friends shouted in alarm, warning him that the forest was dangerous. Eren gathered all his strength into his hands, preparing to unleash a light attack. A barrage of powerful light beams from Eren fiercely bombarded a spot in the forest. His friends could only watch, believing that dealing with the enemy should be left to Eren. The young man's eyes glinted as he made his resolve. A burly swordsman drew his twin swords, preparing to face the two. He turned back with an eager expression, seeing the battle as a warm-up. The scene changes to a ball, where a blue-haired man asks someone to dance. Ogent Clump suddenly grabbed a young lady, causing her to scream in fear. 10 years ago, at the Bastard family's ball, Ogent Clump repeatedly shooed away girls. Milchel Fiaz, a dashing blonde-haired young man, was the center of attention at the party. Milchel Fiaz approached Ogent Clump and introduced himself with the feminine name, Erina. Milchel Fiaz wondered why a gentleman would hastily refuse a beautiful girl. Ogent Clump explained that she was the eldest daughter of the Bastard house and had her own issues. He remarked that she didn't seem very bright. He explained to Eren that she had an accident as a child, leaving her with the intellect of a 10-year-old. The head of the family was furious that she had come out, calling her a disgrace to the family. Eren seemed unimpressed with the noble's behavior. Eren declared that he would raise her reputation, despite the astonishment of his companion. Despite the warning, Eren casually said he had never been fake with any lady. Eren approached Lady Erina to talk, complimenting that the night was as beautiful as she was. Erina shyly introduced herself, but inwardly she was confused because this reaction was not what she expected. While everyone around whispered, Eren kept smiling and prepared to ask her something. When Eren asked her to be his companion, Erina suddenly burst into tears, calling for her mother. 3 years ago, on a night of torrential rain, a brown-haired young man angrily questioned the person opposite him. He asked Need why he wouldn't fight. A bolt of lightning flashed, splitting the night sky. He pleaded, hoping Need would agree. Need stood silently alone in the rain, his head bowed low. Need said in anguish that he didn't want to fight at all. He looked up with a determined and complex gaze. Returning to the present, his friend called Need's name, and he replied that he knew. With gleaming eyes, Need asked if he was being told to be careful. Aaron was silent, his eyes glowing with a mysterious blue light. The fearsome man with a red aura called the students brats. An attack created a shockwave, emphasizing that caution was useless. Aaron and his blue-haired friend were stunned as they were attacked from above. Aaron and his blue-haired friend fought in coordination, their bodies glowing brightly. They moved at high speed, dodging deadly red sword slashes. The instructor laughed maniacally, calling them rats. Schema is a body-enhancing technique that can cause imbalance. To avoid imbalance, schema users follow pathways called builds. The mitochondria build is a path that enhances cellular energy. A common attack caused a violent explosion from beneath the ground. A burly warrior charged forward at extreme speed, described as the fastest. The green-haired boy unleashed a bolt of lightning and shouted a warning to Iruki. The lightning bolt shot straight towards the warrior, witnessed by the brown-haired friend. The brown-haired boy also cast a fire spell, shouting, "Ignite." The warrior was engulfed in the fiery explosion and seemed surprised. Defeated, the warrior gritted his teeth as he looked at the kids. He realized they were just rookies who had never faced a schema user. But he had to admit their coordination was excellent, as he was overwhelmed by their combination attack. The two boys were stunned and frustrated that things weren't going as planned. The one in black attacked with terrifying speed, realizing the skill was very draining. Two powerful energy streams clashed violently. He doubled his energy exchange rate, charging into attack with blazing red eyes. The attacker suddenly appeared right behind the brown-haired young man. The young man was shocked to realize the enemy was right behind him, his eyes flashing. A large explosion occurred in the forest, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, a pool of blood was gradually forming on the floor elsewhere. A brown-haired girl was heavily injured, panting but still standing strong. However, a large, dark figure with green energy grabbed her. The mysterious figure created a green energy vortex, pulling the girl inside. With fiery eyes, the headmaster roared a deadly command. The headmaster unleashed a deadly green energy stream at Aaron. Aaron realized in horror that the energy stream attacking him was poison. Aaron thought in despair that he was about to die as the poison seeped into his body. Aaron screamed in excruciating pain as the poison ravaged his body. Suddenly, a mysterious purple energy vortex appeared out of nowhere. The headmaster was stunned as he felt a vibration that could shake the entire soul region. The headmaster recognized it as the demon-slaying roar and launched an energy sphere. A brilliant golden light enveloped Aaron, sending him flying high into the air. The powerful impact sent Aaron flying far away, crashing into a dense forest. Realizing he couldn't win with magic, Aaron decided to change his strategy. Aaron focused intently, preparing for a completely new stance. He declared he would switch to fighting with schema. Aaron plummeted straight to the ground at terrifying speed. His landing created a powerful shockwave. Immediately, a giant shadowy entity appeared before Aaron. This entity recognized that Aaron was using schema. From the shadows, the headmaster emerged and accepted the challenge. The headmaster also summoned his own schema to confront Aaron. The headmaster's entity threw a giant punch towards Aaron. A magical punch blocked the blazing red energy spear. The collision created a massive shockwave, sending a figure flying. 40 years ago at the Bastiad family's banquet, a little girl named Irina was crying for her mother. A blonde young man approached, but Irina was scared because her mother had told her strangers were bad people. The people around, including Sheriff, misunderstood and criticized the blonde young man. Irina was terrified, worried she would be punished by her mother if she didn't listen. The young man realized Irina wasn't afraid of him, but of making her mother angry. The little girl was only afraid of getting into trouble, seemingly from her own parents. Clump thought the blonde young man was foolish for meddling in another family's affairs. The young man suddenly grabbed Irina's shoulders and shouted her name to calm her down. Aaron asked why the girl was afraid when she finally looked at him. Aaron reassured her that wanting to dance was not wrong. He asked if she simply wanted to dance. Aaron suggested they dance freely together. He smiled confidently, offering to dance with her. The girl was stunned and moved as she accepted Aaron's invitation. Her face showed a look of surprise mixed with a hint of happiness. The two of them held hands tightly, preparing for the dance. Aaron launched a powerful kick into a massive region of dark energy. Aaron's attack collided with the magic, creating a huge explosion. From the darkness, a golem and countless dark creatures arose. Aaron stared in astonishment at the creature created from dark magic. He wondered if this was the kind of dark sorcery he once knew. Aaron focused power into his hands, ready for a direct confrontation. The headmaster floated in the air, observing the dark golem. The headmaster smirked meaningfully as he witnessed the battle. He acknowledged the power in Aaron's punches and kicks. Aaron charged into the middle of the monster horde, continuously unleashing powerful close combat strikes. A colossal stream of purple energy shattered the ground, creating a violent explosion. The headmaster clenched his fist, concentrating a powerful stream of dark energy. The headmaster swooped down, unleashing a beast-shaped energy blast at his opponent. Reup looked up with a determined expression, deciding not to overthink the attack. He decided to just destroy it and unleashed a series of fiery, consecutive punches. Reup's punch created ripples of yellow energy that spread across the ground. The headmaster was astonished as he felt an unexpected shockwave. This attack had the ability to destroy an opponent's internal organs from the inside. The successive shockwaves amplified the damage 100-fold. The headmaster's entire body trembled. He laughed maniacally at this terrifying power. The headmaster roared in anger, claiming Aaron could have stood at the top of the world. He scolded Aaron for letting his talent wither away in a foolish search for truth. A giant hand made of purple dark energy began to form. The giant energy hand was about to crush Aaron, deeming all efforts futile. The headmaster showed contempt, considering Aaron's resistance to be meaningless. Aaron looked up at the giant descending hand with an unflinching gaze. Suddenly, another powerful stream of energy shot out, destroying the surrounding landscape. The headmaster was stunned by the unexpected attack that had just occurred. As a shadowy entity appeared, the headmaster feared the danger if Aaron entered the city. Aaron was determined to stop the headmaster at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his life. The female warrior unleashed a stream of red energy, attacking her opponent. She gathered her strength, creating a swirling golden aura at her feet. The golden energy swirled, accumulating for an ultimate attack. Her attack caused an explosion that sent herself flying back. The white-haired old man roared. He had realized her intention. She had poured everything into this single ultimate attack. The attack was successful, inflicting a wound on the old man. He felt an excruciating pain, a sensation he hadn't felt in a very long time. But instead of anger, he roared with pleasure at this sensation. He remembered the glorious era when he competed with geniuses. A man roared, releasing a stream of purple magical energy. The force of the attack sent a girl flying backward. She wondered if the effect of the shockwave was strong enough. Thinking of her master, she was disappointed that she couldn't have done better. A terrifying explosion of purple energy destroyed an entire forest. The black-haired boy screamed Iruki's name in horror. Need, the blue-haired boy, focused energy into his palm to counterattack. Need asked with concern, but the black-haired boy dismissed the injury as just a scratch. Despite the situation, the black-haired boy wore a confident smile. He praised Need for doing a great job. The man screamed in rage, hatting the green-haired boy. He realized the boy had only pretended to attack to set a magnetic field trap. Using magic, the green-haired boy had bound the enemy's feet in midair. At the same time, the brown-haired boy also launched a lightning-fast attack. The enemy was hit, but couldn't believe he would lose to children. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy tightly bound the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy was stunned, not understanding what was happening. His hands also lost control and emitted strange sparks of electricity. He was shocked to realize this power came from a girl. A girl with glowing purple eyes was controlling the dark power. The brown-haired boy, angered, unleashed a strange energy from his hand. The muscular man attacked fiercely, causing Need to scream in terror. In a panic, Need screamed, blaming his companion. The brown-haired boy frantically yelled Need's name when he saw him in danger. The muscular man showed a tense expression during the fierce battle. Need was trapped by sharp ice spikes, choking with fear. Wounded in the chest, the brown-haired boy realized in astonishment that it was ice magic. The muscular man looked up, stunned by the sudden appearance of power. A mysterious person walked on the path of ice, easily shattering it. Lena Ogent stepped forward with an overwhelming presence, her purple hair flowing in the wind. In the middle of the party, a nobleman panicked while others whispered and gossiped. The young artist couple was engrossed in performing a violin and piano duet. Ulfias, the blue-haired man, smiled proudly at the compliments. A blonde gentleman danced, silently wondering what to do with the flustered girl. Havi felt a powerful vibration emanating from the mountain. A dark entity named Arcane used dark power. The robed mage recognized the powerful attack and guessed that Ulfias had appeared. A strong beam of light energy suddenly struck the dark entity. Called a persistent bastard, Aaron rushed forward in a brilliant aura. Dark traps sprang up, completely blocking Aaron's path. The dark mages agreed they needed to create a variable to break the stalemate. One of the enemies decided to approach Aaron directly. Aaron looked up, creating a brilliant sphere of light energy in his hand. The scene abruptly shifted to a snow-covered cliff, signaling an unexpected development. The man shouted in astonishment, unable to believe the old man's magic had been broken. The girl thought only a grand mage could break her master's memory-sealing spell, Abyss Nova. Lena Ogent unleashed her magical power, astonished by the strength of a mere academy professor. Seeing Lena Ogent awake, a student ran to where Aaron lay injured on the ground. The blue-haired student tried to use magic, but was surprised by the cold air on his hand. Aaron felt something was wrong as his friend shivered from the magic's cold. The other students realized that Lena Ogent was not actually fully awake. An extremely powerful surge of ice magic was suddenly released from Lena Ogent. The man braced himself, launching a fire-based magic attack to counter. He stabbed his own hand and shouted, asking if his opponent intended to kill the students as well. Cornered, the man gripped his sword tightly, preparing for a fight to the death. His opponent was Lena Ogent, a mage radiating a deadly aura. Lena Ogent's eyes glowed blue as she prepared to act. He was stunned as Lena Ogent seemed to be casting a spell on herself. But his body was the one affected, enveloped in a red energy. The magical energy permeated every cell, amplifying his strength. Losing control, he charged forward to attack, cursing his bad luck. His powerful punch only hit an invisible space. His entire body was thrown into the air in utter shock. Lena Ogent, a 6-tier ice mage, had completely dominated the fight. Lena Ogent cast Absolute Zero, creating a massive ice vortex. Sharp ice quickly enveloped and completely froze the enemy's feet. Immobilized, the man screamed for having underestimated the school's power. Lena Ogent's image was reflected in the man's terrified eyes. Many giant ice spheres were created and hovered in the air. Lena Ogent unleashed glacial bombardment, and a barrage of ice fists rained down on the ground. A black-haired girl watched in horror as the deadly ice chunks were about to fall on her. A green-haired boy rushed forward, hugging the girl to shield her. The boy shouted, demanding she dispel the mind control spell. The boy desperately screamed that they would all die if she didn't stop. The black-haired girl cried out in despair that she was out of time. The brown-haired man stood in front, declaring he would handle it himself. He realized the weight of the ice chunk. No, it was an entire glacier. He fired a beam of energy, needing to predict its trajectory. The magic had to shatter the glacier into tens of thousands of fragments. He could not allow himself to make any mistakes at this moment. Although the glacier shattered, large pieces still fell, panicking the two. Instead of crashing, the ice fragments exploded into beautiful fireworks. The green-haired boy and the girl fell into an embarrassing embrace. The girl angrily questioned the man, why he saved them when they were enemies. Aaron angrily demanded the girl dispel the mind control spell. He replied decisively that he didn't care, stunning the girl. The girl's expression became hard and determined. She recalled her past because of her companion named Cannies. With tears in her eyes, she affirmed she would do anything for Cannies. Aaron was completely confused, unable to understand her thoughts. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred right beside them. The force of the explosion threw them both far away. A stranger approached, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. Lying on the ground, the girl looked up in horror at the scene before her. A heavily injured man in black desperately screamed a name. Under the starry night sky, a hearty laugh echoed. Aaron and Lena Ogent sat on a hill of flowers, laughing cheerfully about what had just happened. The two continued their lively conversation in a joyful atmosphere. Aaron began to passionately discuss complex scientific theories. He suddenly realized he had said too much and quickly apologized to Lena Ogent. Lena Ogent unexpectedly praised Aaron as a good person, which stunned even herself. She looked at Aaron with a gentle and somewhat surprised gaze. Flustered by the compliment, Aaron blushed and wondered what he was doing here. To hide his embarrassment, Aaron quickly changed the subject to his thesis. Lena Ogent wondered about the nature of light, whether it was a wave or a particle. She smiled under the moonlight and thought that light was truly beautiful. Aaron's eyes lit up in amazement, seemingly feeling the same way. Aaron was reading a book when he suddenly discovered something. He called over his friends, who were lying scattered on the library floor, to take a look. Aaron explained the equivalence of mass and energy. Aaron came up with an idea that could improve the photon cannon. They were astonished to see that this formula was invented by their professor. Scene change, a powerful energy beam hits the target. The opponent realized that Aaron's attacks had become heavier. Aaron was sent flying backward by an attack. Undaunted, Aaron focused energy into his hand. He launched a counterattack at the dark monster. The dark entity mocked its opponent, saying he was still naive. Aaron replied that it was just practice, his eyes filled with determination. Aaron's declaration left the dark entity looking astonished. Cannies panicked at the attack, but its controller refused to back down. The boy urged Cannies to absorb his will to become stronger. Two immense streams of magical power collided, creating a violent shockwave. The terrifying explosion spread, devastating a large area of the surrounding forest. The black-haired boy was stunned by the explosion's horrific destructive power. From a distance, two other students watched the entire event in amazement. An injured person staggered away from the scene, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A woman burst into tears in horror and despair. Severely injured, Cannies clutched its wound and roared in anger. Shiren's friends were stunned when they saw the photon cannon. A powerful stream of magic was fired into the night sky. Shiren suddenly appeared, descending like a streak of golden light. The blue-haired friend was bewildered by Shiren's sudden appearance. Shiren landed on the ground, exhausted, and apologized to his friends. With a wound on his shoulder, Shiren admitted he didn't think he could win. Shiren said seriously that this opponent was a difficult challenge. His friend realized the burden Shiren was facing. A man and a purple-haired woman lay unconscious after being defeated. Shiren looked exhausted and in pain, but he had done well. The three students gathered, the injured friend leading the way to face the enemy. Two new enemies in black cloaks appeared, standing before a giant shadow. Despite his injuries, the friend declared the fight was not over. The enemy grew angry, threatening that his master would punish them all. The enemy declared the students would have to ask Ophias in hell about their sins. The students were shocked when the enemy revealed that Ophias, the headmaster himself, had committed a sin. The enemy angrily revealed that this school was originally stolen from his master. Cheyenne was completely stunned by the shocking revelations he had just heard. One of Aaron's friends angrily denied the accusations, calling them baseless. The stranger with sharp eyes declared that such thoughts were meaningless. The stranger unleashed dark magic, declaring he acted according to his own faith. Realizing all attacks were useless, the blue-haired boy screamed in despair. The brown-haired boy resolutely asked if they should end things here. Aaron stepped forward, ready to face the enemy alone. Aaron gathered his power, creating a dazzling sphere of light magic in his hand. Aaron attacked, but the stranger just burst out laughing, saying that force was also useless. With a crazed smile, the stranger prepared his dark magic and asserted the outcome would be the same. Suddenly, his confident expression vanished, replaced by incomprehensible astonishment. A massive surge of dark magic enveloped Aaron's opponent. He began to panic as he realized Aaron had a way to stop him. Realizing his own powerlessness, a tear of despair rolled down his cheek. Meanwhile, Aaron focused his energy to create a sphere of light. Aaron raised the sphere of light, issuing an ultimatum for him to release the students. The two students held hostage stared in shock at the confrontation. His female accomplice was also astonished by Aaron's power. He roared that he was the disciple of the great archmage and would never submit. Aaron said he didn't want to kill him, but his beliefs were causing danger. Therefore, Aaron resolved that he had no choice but to take him down. Under the mystical night sky, Reup began to contemplate the nature of light. Lena Ogent smiled, confidently asserting that light is beautiful. Reup seemed to disagree with such a simple definition. Reup argued that while the scenery was beautiful, what Lena Ogent said was not. With a different expression, Reup asked why she found light beautiful. Lena Ogent explained that light allows one to see the darkness. Her answer astonished Reup. He had never thought of it that way. The idea of seeing the darkness suddenly illuminated a new source of energy for Reup. He realized this was not a contradiction, but a profound truth. Now that Reup understood, he acknowledged that Lena Ogent was truly beautiful. Aaron witnessed a memory of the young headmaster calling a girl's name Irina. Under the moonlight, he had asked Irina to be the light of his life. Irina's radiant smile was an unforgettable image in his mind. In the present, the headmaster smiled, lost in a memory he didn't want to wake from. Aaron gasped for breath, straining with all his might to pull him out of the world of memories. Aaron was amazed by the headmaster's formidable magical defense. He desperately realized the headmaster had cast a dangerous spell on himself. Aaron screamed in despair, begging him to come back. Suddenly, Aaron was shocked as mysterious phantoms appeared in the memory. Aaron and another person were stunned at the same time, both their eyes glowing with a strange blue light. Responding to the call master, the headmaster appeared with a surge of dark magic. A student screamed in terror as his master was cornered on the cliffside. The headmaster watched coldly, his single eye flashing with a purple light. He remained silent, his gaze etched with deep anger and disappointment. A man had fallen, severely injured and partially frozen by magic. Another student bowed his head, trembling as he apologized to the headmaster for his failure. The headmaster berated his student, calling him an idiot before turning away. His attention shifted to Aaron, who was gathering a sphere of energy. Aaron confronted the headmaster, his eyes blazing with determination and fury. He growled, asking if the headmaster was the one behind all of this. In response, the headmaster simply smirked, a knowing and sinister smile. The headmaster, enraged, demanded the insolent boy state his name. Aaron resentfully refused, calling the headmaster a murderer. He demanded the headmaster undo the spell and leave, but was refused. The headmaster declared that all students of Ulfias must be punished. He looked at Aaron with glowing red eyes, asserting that he was no exception. A wave of red murderous intent shot from the headmaster towards the students. Aaron was horrified as he felt the terrifying power bearing down on him. The boy mustered his strength and fired a beam of golden light to counter the attack. Aaron screamed in pain as he was overwhelmed by his opponent's power. The magical confrontation created a massive explosion, leaving a deep crater. The headmaster realized Aaron's spirit zone was 52.7 meters wide. Two other students were astonished that Aaron had dodged the attack. Aaron, enraged, prepared to unleash a sphere of energy. A mysterious woman observed Aaron and the students from a distance. Aaron suddenly panicked and screamed. The woman stepped out, revealing herself to be an injured Professor Ethella. A strange old man appeared and mocked Ethella as a failure. Professor Ethella declared she was only protecting her students. When Aaron pressed her, Ethella revealed the man's identity as Victor Arcane. Ethella stated that Victor Arcane was a level 3 archmage, leaving Aaron stunned. The headmaster showed contempt, thinking his opponent pathetic for whining to a student. A blue-eyed young man warned that this was not the time for their opponent to relax. The headmaster's eyes flashed with a threatening magical light as he prepared to act. Canis realized with concern that his master's willpower was down to 10%. Even at 10%, an archmage's power was enough to destroy them. Canis's comrades were alarmed when they saw him about to act alone. Canis stepped forward resolutely, calling out to his master. He offered to face this powerful enemy himself. The headmaster turned to look at the one who had just challenged him. He smirked contemptuously, doubting the challenger's abilities. The black-haired girl looked worriedly at her comrade, her eyes glowing purple. The young man, enveloped in dark energy, had cornered himself. Suddenly, an old man with a malicious gaze appeared, observing. He smirked slyly and spoke, provoking Aaron. Aaron stood protectively in front of his friends, angered by the enemy's mention of the headmaster's name. He shouted that the man could never compare to the headmaster. Aaron recalled the first time the headmaster had extended a helping hand to him. The enemy burst out laughing, insulting Aaron for not being a true mage. The old man screamed maniacally, questioning the headmaster's feigned respectability. The other students looked on in horror as the enemy continued to insult the headmaster. The white-haired man accepted the confrontation. The black-haired man was excited to be given permission by his master to fight. Aaron's friends were horrified to see him decide to fight. Aaron and the black-haired enemy stood facing each other, preparing for a battle. With glowing eyes, the black-haired enemy was determined to win at all costs. Aaron also activated his power, his eyes shining brightly with defiance. The enemy was astonished when he recognized the power Aaron was using. He stood stunned, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. As the shock wore off, he gritted his teeth, showing anger and annoyance. He unleashed his full dark power and charged forward to attack. Aaron, with glowing eyes, lunged forward with terrifying power. The enemy was amazed as Aaron leaped off the cliff to fight in midair. He scoffed, thinking Aaron didn't know he could use shadows in the sky. Taking advantage of the night, he summoned giant shadows to attack. However, the enemy suddenly showed terror at an unforeseen development. Aaron's friends were horrified, stunned as they witnessed the battle. Another girl could only scream in despair at the sight. Aaron found himself lost in a space filled with orbs of light. Aaron realized he couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. He decided to attack the enemy's entire spirit zone directly. Aaron unleashed a dazzling explosion of magical energy. With glowing eyes, Aaron roared and poured all his strength into the attack. A giant dark magic claw struck, sending Aaron flying. Defeated, Aaron fell freely from the sky like a shooting star. From above, Cheyenne unleashed a rain of light magic upon the ground. The magical energy swirled violently, heralding a destructive attack. A barrage of magical light beams fired simultaneously, sweeping away everything in their path. The enemy screamed in despair, completely overwhelmed by Cheyenne's magic. Cheyenne, with glowing eyes, confirmed that this was not a feint attack. He looked up in astonishment, unable to believe that the hundreds of magic orbs were all real. He was utterly terrified, unable to believe a child could possess such extraordinary power. Amidst the rain of magic, Cheyenne charged straight toward the opponent. A stunned friend witnessed this, wondering when Cheyenne had learned this move. Her fellow students were stunned to realize Cheyenne had once again entered the infinite domain. Rael and his friend were startled by Lena Ogent's sudden question. Lena Ogent grabbed the two of them, panicked and disbelieving what she had just heard. The three of them suddenly sensed a dangerous surge of energy. Countless beams of energy rained down from the sky onto their position. A terrifying explosion of power engulfed everything in light. Rael screamed in despair, thinking they were about to die from this attack. A powerful surge of energy sent Rael flying backward. Rael was astonished when he checked his body and found he was unharmed. He realized the attacker's target was not him. It turned out all the attacks were aimed directly at Aaron. Aaron realized the enemy was erasing the shadows he used for movement. He was amazed by the infinite willpower of this insane enemy. The enemy radiated a blinding light, expressing anger and bitterness. Aaron recalled his desire not to fall before the headmaster. Aaron's eyes glinted with steely determination. Sensing death, the enemy unleashed a terrifying, mysterious spell. A massive surge of energy descended, striking Aaron. Aaron screamed in pain as he was engulfed by the attack. Aaron tried to focus and use his willpower to fight back. The two energy streams clashed violently, pushing the enemy back. Aaron was surprised by a strange presence, his eyes glowing brightly. Golden streams of light shot out, piercing through the dark attacks. Confident in his upper hand, Aaron nimbly dodged the blows. The situation suddenly reversed when Aaron was struck by a vicious blow to the shoulder. The powerful strike knocked Aaron backward, causing him to lose the initiative. The extremely powerful dark attack slammed into the ground, shattering it. Aaron clutched his wound, realizing that maintaining his immortality function would be very dangerous. Aaron realized the opponent possessed superior stamina, intellect, speed, and close combat strength. He wondered in shock why the opponent hadn't fought like this from the beginning. Aaron suddenly remembered that demonic thing, an orb of light in his hand. Cannies confirmed the shadow monster was draining his willpower. The brown-haired girl called Arcane a cruel man in horror. Arcane, a white-haired old man, coldly observed the battle. The black-haired girl screamed in horror as Cannies suddenly collapsed. She rushed to support Cannies, wondering if he was the fuel source for that thing. Cannies panted heavily, his eyes showing clear exhaustion and pain. A spear of golden light suddenly plunged into the ground, creating an explosion. Aaron, radiating a brilliant golden light, charged straight at the shadow monster. Noticing the opponent had changed, Aaron decided not to use physical attacks anymore. Aaron focused his energy, his eyes glowing as he prepared to unleash photon output. Aaron struggled to control a massive explosion of light energy. He braced himself as the energy flow became chaotic. The magical power caused the surrounding ground to crumble. Aaron braced himself against the massive energy explosion erupting before him. He realized that infinite will could not help him overcome his personal limits in ability. Therefore, Aaron decided to change course, reinforcing his omniscience ability. In his eyes, the formula E equals MC2 appeared, deciding to convert all mass. Aaron would convert all mass into pure energy. A more violent explosion erupted, stunning a witness. The observer couldn't understand what was happening before the destructive energy flow. A demonic and terrifying energy suddenly appeared. Its presence made the witnesses scream in terror. The other students wondered in shock what the hell that was. A boy realized with a start that it was a laser attack. Aaron roared, unleashing a brilliant red laser beam from his arm. The laser struck the entity, causing it to shriek in pain. Hit by the blow, the shadow entity began to crack and disintegrate. As the entity was incinerated, Cannies also writhed in agony. Javi's pain was transferred to Cannies, pushing him to his limit. Aaron realized that if he continued, both Javi and Cannies would die. A massive, brilliant red energy stream was fired. The spell detonated violently, creating a terrifying explosion. The woman and the headmaster watched the scene before them in horror. She screamed desperately, demanding a stop to that dangerous magic. Wounded in the shoulder, Aaron turned back with a look of shock and pain. From the hideous mass of matter, a sinister voice echoed with laughter. The voice asserted it was too late as the magic exploded. The explosion destroyed everything, engulfing the cliff in a sea of fire. In the darkness, a mysterious entity with glowing purple eyes introduced itself as Harvest. Before Canys and Aaron, a voice rang out, wanting Harvest to become a familiar. Harvest appeared in a giant form, and a bewildered Canys asked why. The conversation shifted to Arcane, who asked Harvest why it didn't want to go to Canys. Arcane believed that Harvest going to Aaron would be more effective. He revealed that Aaron has high spiritual sensitivity and can see extraordinary things. Arcane confirmed Aaron's ability is initial clairvoyance, the power to see the true nature of things. Arcane said Harvest had sought out Aaron, but Harvest asserted that it could not have her. Arcane deemed Aaron too fragile and ordered Harvest to go to Canys. Harvest suddenly realized that Arcane had calculated everything from the very beginning. A minute ago, a giant explosion hovered over the mountaintop. The summoner informed his spirit beast that he was about to self-destruct. The young man screamed in pain as he unilaterally broke the contract. The dark energy orb began to contract, preparing for destruction. The spirit beast realized in shock that its master intended to sacrifice himself alone. He remembered that the reason he needed power was because Aaron was his only light. He was determined to protect Aaron from this cruel world. A dark entity burst out laughing, mocking his actions. The spirit beast roared in despair as its master was engulfed by the power. A mysterious, silver-haired old man witnessed the entire event. A terrifying explosion destroyed everything in an instant. After the explosion, the scene was nothing but desolate ruins. A shocked Aaron discovered a figure standing on the clifftop. With eyes blazing with anger, Aaron questioned the stranger. He shouted, asking if the man intended to kill everyone. Nearby, a woman was holding her severely injured comrade. A red-eyed old man appeared, commenting on Aaron's expression. The old man said that Aaron looked like the Alpheas of 40 years ago, causing him to scream. The old man laughed maniacally, claiming he now understood why Alpheas had taken him in. The old man mocked Aaron's light-manipulating powers and his appearance. The mysterious old man asserted that he knew Headmaster Alpheas well. Aaron was stunned to learn that Alpheas had once been this old man's student. The old man recounted that Alpheas had been a brilliant student, and teaching him was his joy. But the old man said that Alpheas was later blinded by greed. He resentfully accused Alpheas of pushing him into a fire, burning all of his research. Aaron and his friends were horrified to hear that Alpheas had also caused his wife's tragic death. The children pressed the old man about the truth of what happened 40 years ago. With heavy eyes, the old man began to recount the story of the past. The flashback began, taking everyone back 40 years. The old man began his story with records from the past. Alpheas relived his life in his final moments. Alpheas Mir was honored with the prestigious Golden Circle Award of the Year. It was the prestigious Golden Circle Award. People surrounded the genius Alpheas to congratulate him on his great achievement. A friend's over-the-top admiration made Alpheas extremely flustered. Despite the awkwardness, Alpheas agreed to hold a celebratory party later. But first, he wanted to return home in the waiting carriage. Arriving home, Alpheas joyfully called out Irina's name. Irina, his wife who was cooking, happily turned to welcome him. He excitedly gave Irina the prestigious Golden Circle medal. With tears in her eyes, Irina congratulated Alpheas on his resounding success. Alpheas lifted Irina into his arms, suddenly announcing he had to go to a party. He ignored her reminder about the burning bread, enthusiastically carrying her away. At the age of 23, Alpheas became the most famous mage on the continent. Thanks to his wise choices, Alpheas's value had skyrocketed. However, both of their families still vehemently opposed their marriage. Alpheas was determined to soon achieve the highest position to be with Irina. Then neither the Mir nor the Bastet family could refuse. He smiled confidently, certain of his plans for the future. But then Alpheas bitterly wondered why things had turned out this way. Sarov seemed annoyed by the trouble that could have been avoided. The group didn't expect Alpheus to live in such a simple place. Sarov knocked on Alpheus's door while his friends were still talking. The door suddenly opened, and a female voice rang out, mistaking them for her husband. Before them was Irina Bastet, who was stunned and didn't know who they were. They quickly introduced themselves as Alpheus's friends and asked if he was home. Irina awkwardly said that Alpheus was out, and she didn't know when he would be back. Sarov then suggested they wait inside, as it was difficult to wait outside. Though still suspicious, Irina agreed to let her husband's friends in. Night fell and Alpheus returned, apologizing to Irina for being late. Aaron entered, calling Irina's name in the dark room. In the tavern, a man remarked that the fellow Alpheus was really lucky. Hearing those words, Aaron's face showed clear anger. The drunkard continued to mumble about Alpheus's playboy past. He claimed Alpheus's success was due to marrying a wife from a prestigious family. He turned to ask Irina, but she awkwardly avoided the question. Sarov became aggressive and demanded that Irina sing. Suddenly, a fist landed squarely on Sarov's face. Aaron rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the one who had just insulted someone. To Irina's astonishment, Aaron looked at Sarov with a crazed expression. An injured man was kneeling and apologizing, being helped up by his friend. Aaron's two friends left, while Aaron stood watching with an angry look. Aaron angrily questioned Alina for letting the people who insulted her into the house. Aaron painfully asked Alina why she couldn't recognize his friends' faces. In a fit of rage, Aaron shouted and called Alina a fool. He collapsed, covering his emotional face with his hands. Aaron burst into tears of regret, witnessed by Alina, who was standing behind him. Alina silently shed tears, her eyes filled with sadness and hurt. Aaron screamed in despair, wondering if he was a fool. He covered his face, unable to suppress the surging pain and regret. Aaron burst into sobs, while Alina stood quietly watching from behind. Alina looked back with sad and deeply hurt eyes. Aaron apologized, realizing he had underestimated her. He promised never to do it again, his heart filled with remorse and misery. Aaron said he needed to go out for some air, leaving Alina alone in the room. Alina bowed her head in thought, recalling the advice to be empathetic to others. At the tavern, Aaron angrily slammed his beer mug on the table and cursed himself. He tormented himself for having said hurtful words to the person who had always trusted him. The blue-haired man suggested Reup take the opportunity to have a child. He emphasized that a child was necessary for the stability of the Ogent family. Reup was worried because the doctor wasn't sure if she could endure the pain of childbirth. Reup was frustrated, not understanding why such an intelligent person would act this way. Rael's eyes flashed as she asserted that she was not without options. Meanwhile, an intruder had entered the dungeon of the arcane archmage. After 48 hours, Vilthar noted that the intruder had reached a safe place. The intruder's footsteps grew closer. A heavily injured Rael appeared, confirming the identity of arcane Vilthar. Vilthar was astonished that Rael had overcome all the traps and monsters alone. In his injured state, Aaron introduced himself as Alpheus Mir. The man with the monocle was stunned by the blood-stained document Aaron presented. Aaron revealed he had read the man's thesis, a study on memory storage. He found it interesting that a genius of light magic was interested in dark magic. Aaron staggered, revealing that he wanted to give his wife. What he wanted to give was his own memory. After speaking his last words, Aaron collapsed from exhaustion onto the cold floor. Aaron was placed in a tank filled with a green solution for treatment. Waking up in the tank, Aaron heard the man remark that his notes were very interesting. He had understood. Aaron wanted to use the absorptive properties of dark magic to store memories. Aaron presented his plan to use light magic to transplant memories. The headmaster realized Aaron was utilizing light's ability to transmit information. The headmaster showed interest, considering it a novel and brilliant idea. Despite the headmaster's warning, Aaron earnestly begged to be taken as a disciple. Aaron showed his iron will, affirming he would do anything to protect his wife. The headmaster became serious and said he had a question before deciding. He looked straight at Aaron and asked if his wife would agree to this experiment. Aaron silently faced the headmaster's question, his gaze unwavering. A blue-haired man suddenly appeared and shouted in opposition to the plan. He argued that Aaron was obsessed and that transplanting memories was impossible. The blue-haired man grew angry, calling himself a fool in the argument. He shouted that the other man was trying to kick away the good fortune that had just come to them. Despite being warned he would lose everything, the blonde-haired man remained calm. He declared that as long as Irina was happy, that was enough for him. These words left Irina utterly stunned, unable to believe her ears. Irina pondered her husband's happiness after hearing the proposal. She decided to agree, shocking her husband who tried to stop her. Despite the opposition, Irina firmly stated that she would trust her husband. Alpheus happily hugged Irina, promising to use high-level magic to heal her. He was confident that Irina would no longer have to endure contemptuous gazes. Alpheus and his wife sold their assets and moved into Arcane's laboratory. At the laboratory, Irina could live comfortably without any inconvenience. Once a week, Clump would visit and bring them food. Aaron, Clump, and Arcane were all present to care for Irina on her sickbed. Arcane observed the situation with a determined expression. Aaron wore a somewhat crazed but hopeful smile. Aaron smiled and talked to Irina, and she responded gently. Clump stood with his arms crossed, his face showing clear worry. And so 2 years passed. Clump told Irina that after today, she would have Aaron's memories. Alina lay in the machine, joking that they should check her husband's memories too. Aaron gently reassured Alina that the experiment was about to begin. Aaron expressed his desire to have a child and live happily with her. This experiment combined various types of magic and advanced technology. Aaron watched Alina with confidence, as all previous tests had been successful. With absolute faith, Aaron decisively pulled the lever to start the experiment. Immediately, Aaron screamed in pain as the energy flowed into him. A stream of dazzling yellow energy flowed through the transplant device. The energy reached Alina, and pure emotions flooded into her. She felt Aaron's true, unfeigned emotions. The love between Aaron and Lena Ogent began innocently and without prejudice. They exchanged rings, a testament to a pure love. Their feelings were completely pure, without any calculation. The memory of the night they sat together on the starry Daisy Hill. Happy memories of Aaron and Lena Ogent came flooding back one by one. Their love story blossomed on the hill of flowers under the night sky. Aaron looked at Lena Ogent with eyes full of love and adoration. Lena Ogent smiled happily for having met the one she loved. Suddenly, the memory was cut short by an emergency alarm. A young man asked about the experiment. The master confirmed it had been a success. The man screamed in despair upon seeing Irina's critical condition. Although the physical transfer was successful, Irina's nervous system began to show signs of rejection. Irina shed tears, realizing there was another existence in the body they hadn't known about. She encouraged her crying colleague, saying he had achieved something incredible. Her husband begged Irina to stop talking, that he would do anything to save her. An elderly researcher blamed himself, but Irina's husband dismissed it in confusion. Irina weakly apologized, admitting that she herself had been too foolish. Hearing this, her husband cried out in tears, insisting that he was the fool. Irina thanked him for showing her the world he lived in, even for just a brief moment. Irina's final thanks were drowned out by her husband's desperate screams. Irina's funeral was held quietly with only family in attendance. Everyone gathered in the pouring rain at the cemetery. Alpheus was prevented from attending, as he had no legal ties to Irina. On the day Irina died, Alpheus knelt in despair in the rain. In a fit of madness, Alpheus repeatedly slammed his head against the wall. He was in extreme pain, unable to accept the harsh reality. Irina had taught him to see things as they were, like a light illuminating the darkness. Alpheus tormented himself, wondering why he had tried to change who she was. He saw himself as just an arrogant Alpheus who had dared to step into the domain of the gods. An acquaintance opened the door, greeted Alpheus, and offered condolences for Irina's death. The headmaster was giving instructions when he was surprised to see a yellow liquid spilling from a container. Glistening golden drops of liquid slowly fell onto the dark floor. The headmaster stared in astonishment at the puddle of liquid on the floor, unable to believe what was happening. Aaron rose from the puddle of liquid, causing the terrified headmaster to scream. With glowing eyes, Aaron desperately said that they should not have conducted this research. The headmaster tried to reassure Aaron, insisting that their experiment had been a success. He asserted that they could cure people with mental illnesses like Irina's. When the headmaster mentioned sacrifice, Aaron gave a sinister smile. Aaron mocked the word sacrifice and summoned a blazing flame in his palm. Without hesitation, Aaron launched the flame straight at the headmaster. A radiant yet eerie smile suddenly flashed. He roared that this was not just the other's research. It was also the fruit of his own lifelong, dedicated research. He helplessly reached out towards the back of the traitor, disappearing into the flames. "How dare you do this to me?" he roared in absolute fury. A massive explosion incinerated the entire mountain, lighting up the night sky. The headmaster recounted how Alpheus, the man he had once helped, pushed him into a sea of fire. Alpheus also left his wife to die and discarded research that could have saved countless lives. Aaron and his friends were stunned into silence upon hearing the horrifying truth. Aaron turned to his friend, asking in shock if the headmaster had really done that. The headmaster argued that despite the suffering, that person's actions were unworthy of a mage. With a determined gaze, Aaron declared he had not come here just for revenge. His purpose was to prevent the emergence of mages who would inherit that ideology. The headmaster roared in anger, questioning if they considered that person an admirable master. He continued to accuse that person of being insolent, arrogant, and full of cunning schemes. The girl standing nearby was shocked by the headmaster's accusations. The headmaster shouted that the person was someone who only repaid kindness with malice. To his friend's astonishment, Aaron, with a wound on his chest, admitted the headmaster's words were true. Aaron turned and walked away, agreeing that the person's behavior was not that of a mage. Aaron's friend cried out in alarm upon seeing him leave. Aaron and his friends were horrified by the dangerous situation. The headmaster said he understood the feeling of being betrayed. But he also asserted that Aaron's choice was a mistake, leaving him stunned. Aaron questioned the headmaster about the abilities of a grand mage. The headmaster arrogantly replied that it was because he was strong. He declared that his power allowed him to do so and attacked Aaron's group. The headmaster unleashed a wave of dark energy, declaring it judgment. His dark energy created sharp walls of rock. Aaron was struck across the face by a red energy beam, leaving a wound. Despite being injured, Aaron continued to question the headmaster's power. Aaron shouted in anger, claiming the opponent was all talk. Aaron continued to provoke, saying the headmaster was just clinging to his past. Aaron's words struck the headmaster, leaving him stunned. The headmaster's expression became incredibly stern and intimidating. Scene change. A woman named Irina bowed and asked the headmaster to take care of her husband. Irina curiously asked the headmaster about his life in this vast mansion. She went on to ask directly if he felt lonely. The headmaster was lost in a memory of his first meeting with Irina. He recalled his first impression upon looking into her eyes. An inexplicable fear had risen within him. Those eyes seemed to exist only to illuminate the world's darkness. Aaron felt a familiar sensation once again. The exhausted headmaster gasped for breath, but then burst into a fit of laughter. He laughed maniacally, saying that empathy was a purely human emotion. But when pushed to its limit, it was no longer human but a transcendent gaze. The headmaster looked at Aaron in astonishment, seemingly realizing something about him. Realizing Aaron could see through cause and effect, the headmaster concluded they could not coexist. He asserted that Aaron was an existence that should not be in this world. The headmaster suddenly unleashed a wave of dark energy, attacking everyone. The dark energy spread, even though he seemed to have exhausted his strength. Aaron shouted in amazement, not understanding how his opponent had broken the law of equivalent exchange. A voice emerged from the center of the magical vortex, asking if Aaron was surprised. The headmaster laughed loudly, saying that magic was inherently a mysterious thing. Another student looked up in terror, fearing the giant sphere of energy. The magical sphere hovered above, threatening to blow away the entire cliff face. Two students lay on the ground, helpless and terrified by the magical power. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared, gathering into a new source of energy. The energy concentrated, and then shot out as a powerful beam of light. The beam shot straight into the sky, aimed at the headmaster's magical sphere. Aaron and the other students were thrown back by a violent shockwave. The headmaster appeared with a powerful surge of energy, astonishing the onlookers. The headmaster's face revealed a sinister and powerful expression. A mysterious beam of magical light suddenly shone down from the night sky. Aaron and the other students screamed in pain as they were attacked by a dark force. The headmaster appeared with a powerful magical aura to rescue them. The headmaster revealed an angry face, his eyes cold and full of determination. His power erupted, radiating a brilliant and majestic light. A mysterious voice rang out, mocking the headmaster for growing old. He was stunned to realize he had fallen into a memory-sealing magic trap. The enemy continued to taunt, saying it was good to reminisce about the past. The headmaster's memory returned to a room with a portrait of a woman. He was silently grateful as he recalled the figure of the woman from his past. Cheyenne felt a pang of pain, blaming himself for his unethical actions. The headmaster emotionally thanked Professor Ethella for protecting everyone. Professor Ethella replied humbly, regretting that she couldn't save them all. The headmaster suddenly asked Cheyenne if his willpower had fully recovered. Cheyenne was shocked when the headmaster mentioned abyss magic, the magic that controls memories. The headmaster explained that this magic erases memories to temporarily restore willpower. The headmaster advised Cheyenne that he must possess an ace up his sleeve. He emphasized that without it, he couldn't be called a combat mage. A stranger appeared, demanding the old folks settle this battle themselves. He demanded the children be released, then opened a menacing magic portal. The headmaster declared that freeing the students was simple. The headmaster grew angry when questioned about not being able to continue as headmaster. Hundreds of students were shocked to learn about the headmaster's dark past. The students realized someone had deliberately schemed to reveal the headmaster's past. The headmaster laughed maniacally, suggesting they burn this place down as he had done in the past. The headmaster asserted that his threat was not a joke. A stranger held out his hand, inviting the students to follow him to complete the memory implantation research. A woman revealed she had successfully implanted memories and created the magical creature, Harvest. The enemy declared this achievement was thanks to Irina's sacrifice. The headmaster was suspicious of the so-called sacrifice, his eyes flashing with anger. Aaron's eyes blazed with a fire of rage and frantic determination. Aaron confronted his teacher, questioning him about the secret research. He bitterly realized it was all part of his teacher's plan. Aaron pressed for the purpose of creating a creature from his and Irina's memories. He held up evidence, questioning why he had created hundreds of magical creatures. Aaron shouted, accusing his teacher of harboring a plot to conquer the world. Contrary to expectations, he burst into maniacal laughter and asked what was wrong with that. His true face emerged, filled with madness and evil energy. Aaron and his friends were stunned as they realized the truth behind the burning of the research. The headmaster questioned, suggesting that the magical creature carried his and Irina's memories. Lena Ogent painfully held her severely injured comrade amidst a pool of dark energy. The headmaster realized the energy sphere had exploded in a different location. He was furious that it had defied his orders, thinking it was just like him. Shocked, Lena Ogent realized the headmaster was the mastermind behind it all. The dark energy erupted violently, swallowing those around it. Two men panicked when they learned Lena Ogent had ordered Harvest to self-destruct. Lena Ogent screamed in despair, questioning the headmaster's intention to kill even his comrades. The headmaster sighed, appearing weary of the situation. With his scarred hands, the headmaster declared that everyone here was disobedient. A massive source of dark energy suddenly appeared. Aaron and another person tried to fend it off. A powerful wave of dark energy swept through, destroying the ground. Its power easily sent the uniformed students flying. The headmaster stepped forward to shield the students, including Aaron, from the attack. In desperation, the headmaster shouted, demanding the students flee immediately. He gave one final order, forcing someone to abandon everything and escape alone. In the present, a blue-haired man asked someone about dying here. The person asked was the headmaster, now looking haggard and eating alone. The blue-haired man said he had spent 10 long years searching for the headmaster. He asked why the headmaster was in a place like this and said he had something to give him. Ophias was stunned as he realized a horrifying truth. He found the farewell letter that Milcherina had left for him. Ophias's face changed color as he read the words in the letter. The letter began with words of love, "To my dearest Ophias." His tears began to fall as he read the heartbreaking words. Milcherina told Ophias not to blame himself if something happened to her. Ophias collapsed upon learning she had voluntarily become an experiment for the sake of a wish. A memory of a gentle Milcherina writing a letter suddenly flooded back. He remembered being by her side and agreeing with her decision. She hoped he wouldn't be sad, but would continue his research because he was the light of her life. Aaron shed tears, determined to show the whole world that light. Aaron went to the blue-haired man and asked to borrow money. He decided to build a school so that no one else would have to be like him. Hearing Aaron's vow, the man smiled with understanding. The headmaster remembered the life he was allowed to continue living. He had sworn to live according to that person's will. The headmaster risked his life to protect the school and its students. A surge of power spread throughout the space. Aaron and the other students were all unconscious on the ground. The scene became peaceful with falling leaves and hovering dragonflies. Aaron was stunned to realize that time seemed to be passing very slowly before a dazzling source of light. That source of light suddenly exploded with terrifying power. A blinding flash of light erupted, sweeping away the flying leaves. The students collapsed to the ground in unison, unconscious after the explosion. Amidst the chaotic scene, dragonflies flew about strangely. Aaron realized with horror that time seemed to be slowing down. He reached his hand towards the orb of light, feeling each heavy moment. A colossal burst of energy erupted, destroying the surrounding landscape. Aaron screamed in despair as he witnessed the unfolding tragedy. Another severely injured student looked up in terror at the chaotic sky. Amidst the tragedy, a girl sorrowfully embraced her fallen friend. In the sky, a giant vortex of energy was created by the explosion. Under the full moon, a terrifying magical battle was about to reach its end. The Archmage was astonished by a magic he had never seen before, Big Bang. The former student explained it was just a simple explosion of light. He called it a farewell gift, making his old master realize he had been set up. Enraged, the Archmage stomped his foot on the ground in a fit of fury. He suddenly coughed up blood, realizing his spiritual power had not yet recovered. The student warned that if he tried to continue, he would destroy himself. Admitting defeat, the master bitterly acknowledged his former student's progress. The old master scoffed at fame, but the student simply asked, "Do you still not understand?" The student declared he was no longer the Archmage, a title lost 40 years ago. A mysterious voice mocked Aaron and his friends for their childish ambitions. Reup looked with contempt at his opponent, an arrogant man who couldn't even become an Archmage. Attacked by a dark force, Reup staggered and was taunted by his enemy. Reup grew enraged, his eyes flashing with brilliant purple light, preparing to launch an attack. A massive surge of dark purple magical energy enveloped Rael. The enemy was astonished, as Rael used a life-threatening skill. He was shocked to realize the recklessness of Rael's action. Aaron's friends were pulled into the dark magic zone and floated unconsciously. One by one, they were completely controlled by the dark energy. Rael stood firm, declaring he would defeat the enemy at all costs tonight. The headmaster roared, demanding an end to this meaningless slaughter. He angrily scolded his opponent for being an immature child. A mysterious shadow replied, declaring this would be the final lesson. The headmaster realized a bitter truth: a mage is forever a child. Countless people were sucked into an abyss by a dark energy stream. The headmaster unleashed a golden stream of light, using all his strength to save them. The rescued, including Aaron, were enveloped in light and lifted high. Aaron was propelled straight into the air by a stream of light at immense speed. Aaron spun in midair, releasing a stream of blue energy. Aaron created a safe barrier on the mountaintop, waiting for the others to be brought up. Aaron unleashed his power, charging straight towards the opponent below. Memories flooded back. Aaron was scolded by a professor for an unusual literature exam. He explained the changes in the body when emotions surge. Aaron, though in tears, remained determined to protect his friends. Aaron was once ostracized by his friends and looked at with contempt. His friends were all helplessly falling in a blinding stream of light. Aaron himself was in freefall, engulfed in his own aura. With a pained expression, Aaron desperately tried to reach out. Aaron strained with all his might to reach for his red-haired friend, who was in danger. Tears streaming down, Aaron screamed Amy's name in desperation. Siren fell into an endless darkness, unconscious. In the cold place of rest, her green eyes fluttered open. Suddenly her eyes turned a brilliant red, filled with determination. She heard a familiar voice calling her name in the empty space. A voice rang out, "It's me," and a figure appeared. Aaron desperately screamed her name through his tears, Sirone. Aaron's call echoed, pulling Siren out of the chaos. A mysterious thorny symbol, with a glowing red eye, lit up in the dark night. Aaron dove down, trying to reach for the free-falling Siren. Aaron grabbed her hand, shouting Amy, and then calling Siren. Aaron watched in shock as Lena Ogent sank, wondering why. Lena Ogent realized Aaron was crying even though he was trying to smile at her. Aaron remembered his promise to catch up to Lena Ogent in a fair competition. Aaron painfully apologized, admitting he couldn't keep his promise to Lena Ogent. Aaron screamed in desperation, not understanding what Lena Ogent was trying to do. Aaron yelled through his tears, asking what she was planning. Lena Ogent thanked Aaron for everything, but he refused to let her go. Aaron's body began to fade into nothingness as he said his final goodbye. Aaron and Lena Ogent fell together into a deep abyss filled with brilliant light. An explosion of light erupted from the abyss, flinging countless creatures away. Aaron was pulled up from the blinding light by a mysterious comrade. The explosion threw everyone nearby into the air. The headmaster stared in shock as a strange girl dove down to attack. The headmaster was struck down, lying unconscious and bleeding on the ground. He exhaled weakly, blood still pouring from his mouth. Suddenly, brilliant pillars of magical light rained down from the night sky. This magic seemed to be activated by sacrificing himself. The headmaster smiled, contemplating an interesting world. The headmaster's eyes slowly closed as his life faded away. Finally, the headmaster lay motionless amidst the ruined battlefield. In the skies of the Tormia kingdom, mysterious, brilliant pillars of light appeared. Giant pillars of light pierced through the starry night sky. A destructive wave of energy swept through, felling everyone. A white-haired man lay motionless on the desolate ground. A young man approached, asking in shock if he would die just like that. The young man knelt, crying out in despair and clinging to the fallen man. The young man's gaze shifted to the girl, whose eyes were glowing strangely. The young man blamed himself for failing the deceased and begged for him to return. The girl tried to console him, but a mysterious voice asserted it was all her fault. The voice claimed that if she hadn't failed, their protector would still be alive. Now that he was gone, the mysterious voice declared they would all die. A mysterious voice asked if Blamming would change anything. The voice said that Arcane had lived out his will to the fullest before he passed. Arcane had smiled contentedly in his final moments. Now he was gone. Faced with the question of his own will, Harvey could only cry into the void. Harvey realized his desire for power was to protect Aaron from this world. The mysterious voice told Harvey to stand up, as it needed his strength to protect Aaron. Harvey proposed a master-servant pact with Cannies, so she could not disappear. Cannies screamed in desperation, fearing Harvey would be exhausted, but he adamantly refused. With blazing eyes, Harvey reaffirmed that Cannies was his master. Cannies called Harvey's name in horror, as a black liquid began to ooze from his face. The young man warned he would not forgive another betrayal. Dark tentacles bound the young man, while the girl knelt behind him. The dark power seemed amused by the young man's audacity. Someone's hand was touching the young man's neck, where the darkness was spreading. The girl cried and hugged the young man, wishing they could build a life of their own. A white-haired person looked at the couple lying unconscious on the ground. The girl identified herself as a sinner before the headmaster, thinking of atonement. The girl bowed her head, accepting that atonement begins with confession. The headmaster remarked that she had become less arrogant, but he too would pay a price. The girl and Aaron stood together, searching for tonight's hero. The headmaster was astonished by the ability to teleport 400 people at once. Immediately after, a chaotic scene appeared with students lying scattered everywhere. Two friends ran over, frantically calling out to the endangered Siren. Amy sobbed as she realized Siren had stopped breathing in her arms. It took 8 hours to retrieve Arcane's body and bring the students back to the dormitories. The students' sealed memories would gradually recover over time. Until then, the entire academy would have to suspend its activities. Lena Ogent and other students were being cared for in the infirmary. At the infirmary, only 3 friends remained, Amy, Nade, and Uruki. They stayed to keep watch over the unconscious Siren. The red-haired girl tormented herself with regret, recalling that day with her own foolishness. She hadn't even recognized Aaron, though he walked right past her. She hadn't even done anything to help him. Aaron faced the enemies alone, determined to catch up to them. Now, she and her friend could only watch the building from a distance in silence. The girl thought about how to apologize, but the problem was the timing. She still hadn't had a chance to say sorry to the unconscious Aaron. A friend advised her to rest, worried about her health. She couldn't understand why Aaron would die from using mass teleport. She screamed in desperation, believing something must have happened to him. The blue-haired man suggested that a mage could die from their own magic. The red-haired girl cried, retorting that Siren's case was completely different. Uruki argued that finding the cause of death now was pointless. He asserted that what needed to be done was to accept the fact that Siren was dead. The red-haired girl called Uruki's name in disbelief, not believing his cruelty. She confronted him angrily, asking why Uruki was so quick to conclude that Siren was dead. Uruki coldly stated there was nothing to conclude. Siren was simply dead. Furious, the red-haired girl grabbed Uruki by the collar. She pulled him close and yelled that Siren had sacrificed himself to save them. The atmosphere between the two became extremely tense and heavy. With eyes blazing red, the red-haired girl threw a punch in tears. With a determined expression, she continued to charge at the brown-haired boy. Her punch stopped abruptly, just as the brown-haired boy was grabbed by the collar. He maintained a calm expression, looking straight at the fist just inches from his face. The girl growled, realizing he knew she wouldn't have the heart to strike. In despair, she burst into tears and screamed that he didn't deserve to have friends. A blue-haired boy watched the argument in shock from behind a door. The brown-haired boy suddenly shouted, forcing her to face the truth. He yelled in anguish that the other person was no longer breathing, and his heart had stopped. He asserted that useless words wouldn't help, and magic couldn't resurrect Uruki. A man with a sharp gaze was observing. He sneered, thinking that this was their limit. A young man comforted the girl who was tormented for not being able to strike. The girl explained that the person was Aaron, Sayern's friend. The man walked away, thinking to himself that it was all so pathetic. He frowned upon discovering two people in the hallway. He questioned the two strangers for daring to sneak in here. The man in the black cloak said they came to offer their condolences. Hearing this, he only found the situation disappointing. The stranger agreed that mourning before the deceased was pathetic. The man clenched his fist, uttering a veiled threat to his opponent. He told Canis that she should pray for Sayern to wake up soon. With his eyes flashing, he declared that the only person in the world who could stop him was Sayern, simultaneously releasing a massive torrent of blue mana. Canis received a warning that he had been targeted, and the opponent's calculations were too fast. The attacker began to chant, creating a red orb of energy. Instantly, a terrifying explosion of brilliant red light erupted violently. The destructive force of the explosion spread, engulfing everything in its radius. The explosion threatened to level the entire surrounding area. Canis warned Harvey to pray for Sayern to wake up soon. Canis arrogantly declared the only person who could stop him. That person was Sayern, as Canis unleashed a stream of blue energy. Canis was warned that Harvey possessed extraordinary calculation speed. If Harvey used that magic, the entire surrounding area would be wiped out. From a distance, Canis and his companion watched Harvey standing alone. Canis wondered how fast Harvey's calculation speed must be to destroy the entire area. That speed was equivalent to analyzing an entire city in 3 seconds, leaving Canis stunned. One thing was certain when Harvey began to wield his power. Harvey's brain would not be able to bear that burden for long. Aaron threatened that Reup would be next if anything happened to Sayern. Reup lost control, screaming at Aaron to stay away from his spirit zone. In the midst of his pain, Reup suddenly froze as he realized something. He realized that Aaron didn't believe Sayern was dead either. Aaron raised her hand, beginning to make a threatening offer. Enveloped in lightning, Aaron warned Reup to choose his words carefully. Reup screamed Aaron's name, while Lena Ogent said she couldn't see the form. Lena said she could see through to the inner self, which angered Aaron into a sharp retort. Faced with this situation, Reup again desperately shouted Aaron's name. Reup burst into tears, beginning to question Aaron's belief about Sayern's death. Reup stared at Lena Ogent with a sharp, determined gaze. Affected by Reup's words, Lena Ogent burst into sobs. He harshly said that she wouldn't have cried so miserably if she truly believed. Reup's rage erupted, creating a torrent of crimson energy. After the outburst, Reup stood silently, his expression somewhat complex. Reup drew his weapon, facing two others who had just appeared in the hall. Everything took place in a large mansion under the full moon. In another corner, a blue-haired boy collapsed in despair. In the room, a red-haired person lay motionless on the bed, seemingly deceased. Reup stood by the bed, declaring that a funeral could not be held right now. Aaron was unconscious on the bed, his face covered in wounds. He remembered the promise that one could not move forward without the other. In a memory, Reup had promised to stop Aaron if that day came. Reup stood by the bed, deciding to use his own method to save Aaron. Reup held a scalpel, preparing to cut into Aaron's body. The sharp blade approached, ready to make an incision on the skin. The knife made a cut, and the first drop of blood began to ooze out. The scene shifts to a magic academy, where security is of the utmost importance. However, a serious incident had occurred. 4 attackers had infiltrated the school. Although the leader was eliminated and everyone was rescued, the incident still left consequences. A teacher was shocked by the news that the student Aaron had died. The headmaster worried the school would have to take responsibility if the incident became public. A teacher demanded that a funeral be held for Aaron and that his family be notified. However, another person countered that Aaron's friends wanted to postpone the funeral. Aaron's body was currently still in the infirmary, not the morgue. A student accused the school of delaying, just for fear of damaging its reputation. The meeting descended into chaos as teachers and students began to argue. Many feared public opinion, even the risk of the academy having to close. The student council president requested the headmaster to make a final decision. This student council consisted entirely of heirs from powerful families. The headmaster believed that this incident would soon spiral out of control. He insisted that this was not the time to act, despite the opposition. His declaration plunged the entire hall into stunned silence. The headmaster acknowledged the professor's words that this was disadvantageous for the school. However, he thought of a problem even more serious than the school's survival. It was the image of people being sucked into a brilliant abyss of light. The origin of the tragedy was a land with fantastical pillars of light in the sky. His thoughts turned to Aaron, wondering if the boy was truly dead. The headmaster questioned whether he was thinking differently just because it was Aaron. Meanwhile, another man was also questioning himself. A purple-haired girl felt a subtle sensation she couldn't shake. The headmaster's eyes flashed as he realized the immortality function. A female mage reported that Siren had activated the immortality function during the battle. She explained that this phenomenon was called nirvana, a concept beyond comprehension. A teacher appeared bewildered, not understanding what the headmaster was saying. He worried that even if Siren was alive, there was no guarantee he would wake up. The headmaster calmly asked about the worst-case scenario the teacher feared. The teacher worriedly shouted that the worst-case scenario was the school being shut down. The headmaster angrily corrected him that it was the annihilation of all students and staff. He asserted that if it weren't for Siren, none of them would have survived. The headmaster pondered a possibility, even if it was less than 1%. He was determined to fulfill his responsibility because someone had sacrificed for them. The staff listened, as the headmaster declared he would take responsibility to save the school. For his sake, he asked if they could sacrifice a little more time. A crowd gathered outside the Alphea's Magic Academy in silence. In the infirmary, a red-haired girl and a blue-haired boy watched over Siren. The red-haired girl gently stroked the hair of the motionless Siren. She promised to wait for Siren's return, even if it took years or decades. The blue-haired boy also wanted Siren to promise that he would come back. The red-haired girl burst into tears, begging Siren to make that promise. Aaron was immersed in a peaceful space. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with a deep blue color. Aaron woke up in an endless white space. He was bewildered, wondering where he was. Aaron was slowly regaining consciousness. He woke up with a start, his blue eyes wide with astonishment. Aaron sat up in a vast white space, confused about where he was. Aaron looked up, his face showing extreme bewilderment. As he started to walk, memories suddenly flooded Aaron's mind. Aaron remembered trying to save everyone and unleashing his immortality function to its limit. Aaron wondered if this was the afterlife, since all his memories were still intact. Aaron's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the situation. He walked and walked, but the scenery didn't change, feeling as if he had lost all his senses. An idea struck Aaron, and he tried to lift his foot off the ground. Aaron walked in an endless white space. He moved continuously, but seemed to get nowhere. Aaron began to realize the abnormality of this place. He was astonished to confirm his hunch was correct. The concept of distance did not exist here. Without any reference points, the concept of space also disappeared. Therefore, no matter how he moved, Aaron was actually standing still. A mysterious voice praised Aaron for understanding the meaning of space. Panicked, Aaron wondered who was speaking and whether he was dead. Aaron's eyes widened, focusing on the source of the sound. Siren stood in awe before a massive explosion of energy. He was overwhelmed and pushed back by the blinding light. From within the energy stream, a figure began to emerge. A woman with blue hair appeared amidst bolts of lightning. She said she had been waiting for Siren, leaving him utterly confused. Siren dazedly asked for the strange woman's identity. The woman smiled mysteriously and began to introduce herself. She stood on the water's surface and declared herself a god. 5 days after Siren's death, the scene shifted to the academy. The professors delayed action after the tragedy, but the students disagreed. The student council room was noisy during a tense meeting. The students who once trusted the headmaster were now meeting to discuss his decision. An angry student argued that everything stemmed from the headmaster's mistake. He accused the headmaster of using the excuse that Siren might not be dead to evade responsibility. Student Council President Amira declared that they had no choice but to act. The students responded in unison, demanding the headmaster be held accountable. Amidst the shouting, a voice called out for everyone to stop. Suriel stood up, asserting that everyone was wrong to assume Siren was dead. She explained that although Siren's heart wasn't beating, his body hadn't decomposed at all, causing a stir. Amira angrily questioned Suriel, asking why Siren's heart wasn't beating. Asked to clarify, Lena Ogent sighed and began to explain. Lena Ogent revealed that the person had used the immortality function. She emphasized that this was a concept even the ivory tower was debating. The entire hall fell silent at the mysterious concept Lena Ogent had just mentioned. The students began to whisper, trying to understand this supreme magic. Lena Ogent was stunned, as this was not the reaction she had expected. In contrast, a white-haired student remained indifferent, suggesting caution was needed. Lena Ogent suddenly had an epiphany as she finally understood the problem. She realized they were just inexperienced students, not yet mages. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen had lost their composure out of anger at the headmaster. The headmaster would be arrested and his reputation buried. A frightened girl screamed at the thought of Siren being buried. Suddenly, Mark from Class 7 raised his hand. Mark eloquently declared that the school's honor was the students' honor. He reminded them of the teacher who had helped them become true mages. Mark's words made the other students pause and reflect. He reminisced about the headmaster who had guided them since they were children. The headmaster had always shown his students love and kindness. Everyone agreed, even though Mark wasn't excusing the headmaster's mistakes. Radiating an aura, Mark asserted this was not a reason to rebel against the professors. A female student cheered for the plan to sway everyone with emotion. The meeting's moderator seemed confused by the whispers. A white-haired girl realized that if they voted now, the result would be a 5-5 tie. The blackboard clearly stated the voting topic, against the faculty's decision of inaction. The lower-grade students burst into tears, not daring to accuse their teachers, complicating the plan. The stalemate made the white-haired girl worry they wouldn't be able to accuse the professors. In the midst of this, a student named Fermi Ardino from Class 1 suddenly stood up to speak. Fermi Ardino reminded everyone that Siren had sacrificed his life for them. The other students nodded in agreement, their faces sorrowful upon hearing of the sacrifice. Fermi Ardino declared loudly that what they had to do was not a rebellion. A man declared they would fight to pay their respects to Siren. Suriel burst in, shouting that Siren was not dead yet. The man smirked, revealing that Siren's body was being embalmed. The other students were shocked, disbelieving the information they had just heard. Amidst the whispers, Suriel was questioned whether she knew about this. The students pressed Suriel to confirm the news. Suriel burst into tears, apologizing to Amy and saying she couldn't reveal anything. An angry student stood up, declaring the vote would begin. The vote count showed that the side against the staff's decision had won. Following Fermi's actions, the protesting crowd demanded Alpheus's resignation and investigation. The enraged crowd protested, demanding justice and a funeral for Siren. From above, two people watched the massive stream of protesters in shock. A mage was maintaining a slow spell on Siren's body. The headmaster sorrowfully realized Siren didn't have much time left. In his subconscious, Siren met a woman and asked if she was God. The god revealed that Siren was the creation most like her. The god called Siren's name and reached her hand out to him. She offered Siren an invitation to create a new world with her. The goddess explains to Siren that all things created by God bear his image. The goddess says that of all, Siren is the one who most resembles God. The goddess holds out her hand and calls Shire's name. She invites Shire to create a new world with her. Shire is stunned by the goddess's unexpected offer. He stammers, asking again, not believing his ears. Shire panikedly refuses, misunderstanding her offer. The goddess laughs at Shire's embarrassed reaction. She reassures Shire, saying this is not his real world. She explains that Shire's real body is still in his world. Eren wakes up, shocked by the completely unfamiliar scene. He asks the blue-haired woman if this is the afterlife, but she denies it. She explains that this place is actually just a small point. Although there seems to be no space on the outside, the inside is an infinite condensation. Eren realizes his three-dimensional body exists right within that point. The woman praises Eren's extraordinary understanding of this concept. She affirms that this is the very nature of space and time. A world that is just a small dot from afar becomes infinite when approached. She says God is the one who created that world and asks for Eren's thoughts. Eren worriedly asks if he can return. Eren confusedly denies Lena Ogent's words, insisting he was aware of his actions. Eren asks for permission to ask one more question, and Lena Ogent happily agrees. With a sharp gaze, Eren directly questions Lena Ogent about why she lied. Lena Ogent freezes at Eren's unexpected accusation. Beneath Lena Ogent's feet, the water ripples as she stands firmly on it. Lena Ogent asserts that a god does not lie, nor is there a need to. She confidently declares that once she defines something as non-existent, it will cease to exist. Eren persistently repeats that Lena Ogent is lying again, silencing her. Eren becomes suspicious and directly asks Lena Ogent if she is truly a god. Lena Ogent explains that their definitions of God differ, and she will show Eren. Reup, with a serious expression, contemplates the nature of a god. The scene opens to a peaceful and beautiful rural village. In the village, a masked farmer is harvesting wheat. Two masked women walk by, chatting with each other. All activities, from working in the fields to playing, are taking place. Reup stands in the field, revealing that this world is just a copy. Suddenly, a goddess holding a world orb appears before Reup. A giant hand reaches out, intending to move the farmer inside the orb. The entity's finger touches the orb, creating ripples. Reup realizes in horror that he, too, is under the shadow of that giant hand. A giant blurry hand appears in the sky, reaching towards Eren. That hand gently lifts a farmer off the ground. The farmer suddenly finds himself in another space, having been granted time. The blue-haired woman explains to Eren that space and time are one. She compares this concept to moving a piece on a chessboard. Each move on the chessboard corresponds to a unit of time called a turn. She says that God is not an omnipotent and transcendent being as Eren believes. In reality, they are just designers who create lower-dimensional spaces. But the creations within them mistakenly believe the designers are absolute gods. Because they possess power that the creations cannot comprehend and can manipulate them. This farmer doesn't know how he was moved. Eren also doesn't know this world is just a copy. Lena Ogent smiles, revealing there is only one way for him to know. Eren is stunned silent upon hearing the two words, immortality function. Affirming this, Lena Ogent places her hand on Eren's shoulder. A magic symbol shines brightly on Eren's back. Lena Ogent explains that this is the immortality function, as Eren's body dissolves into light. She explains the immortality function is a sense that can perfect the entire world. Before them is a space sparkling like the Milky Way. A magnificent and overwhelming universe appears before Eren's eyes. The world in human perception is just like a glass orb. An entity from a higher dimension explains that humans cannot perceive her. The girl asks Shire if he has understood the situation yet. She brought Shire, who is nearly torn apart for unlocking the immortality function, to this special place. Shire tensely asks the woman what she wants from him. The girl smiles and releases a powerful stream of energy from her body. Amidst the dazzling light, two hands reach towards a tiny black point. She asks Shire to enter the space-time, she created from that small point. Inside, he must continue to create nested spacetimes. If this process is repeated infinitely, it will create a perfect universe. Aaron is in a place called the spacetime matrix. The blue-haired goddess is surprised when Aaron refuses her offer. Aaron admits that her plan to create a perfect universe is very good. But he knows that if he accepts, someone else like him will have to be sacrificed. The blue-haired goddess's eyes flash upon hearing Aaron's reason. She asserts that this is not a choice for Aaron. Aaron resolutely replies that he will not let himself be torn apart. The goddess then challenges him and unleashes immense energy towards him. She confidently controls her power to attack Aaron. Suddenly, the goddess shows astonishment, as if she has realized something. A mysterious entity appears in Aaron's spiritual space. Aaron realizes this space-time matrix is like a soul zone. The entity explains that this is his soul zone. Grasping the energy orb, Aaron awakens his power. Inside, a beautiful woman with blue hair appears. This means that Aaron is a mage. Aaron faced Cheyenne, who was lying motionless in a crimson space. Aaron realized that Cheyenne, the person he was facing, was a mage. In the Great Hall, Aaron and Cheyenne stood facing each other, separated by a void. Aaron called out Cheyenne's name when he saw her floating on a stream of magical energy. Despite Cheyenne's warning, Aaron still raised the orb of energy. Cheyenne unleashed her power, radiating a divine aura and challenging Aaron. Aaron realized he had no way of winning against her power. He thought to himself that she had reached the realm of a god, even stronger than arcane. Even so, Aaron was determined that this was not a place he should stay. When Aaron activated his immortality function, his body vanished without a trace. Lena Ogent confirmed that Aaron could return to his own world, where his body still existed. However, she warned that Aaron had no chance of success and would only die one more time. Despite the warning, Aaron was determined to try, focusing energy into his hand. Lena Ogent thought that capturing Aaron was not the problem. The problem was the immense and overwhelming energy radiating from his hand. Lena Ogent was concerned that this energy could destroy this space. Aaron was astonished to see a hand reaching out to block his energy orb. The powers of Lena Ogent and Aaron collided, creating an energy explosion. Lena Ogent explained that this domain transcended space-time, allowing him to reverse his journey. Aaron couldn't believe it, but Lena Ogent agreed to let him go if he promised her one thing. The blue-haired woman set a condition. If Aaron failed, he must return and do as she wished. Aaron was shocked as a mysterious black shadow began to swallow the surrounding space. In the midst of the darkness, the girl asserted that Aaron's efforts would not succeed. Aaron still thanked her, but she warned that it was too early to celebrate. She explained that it was not easy for a pure soul to return to a complex physical body. If he couldn't overcome it, Aaron would turn into a grotesque creature instead of a human. Despite being given the chance to give up, Aaron resolutely affirmed that he would not surrender. He said his goodbyes and decisively stepped into the dark space. The blue-haired woman watched him go and wished Aaron a safe journey. Aaron moved deeper into the darkness, his body gradually sinking into the void. Aaron walked slowly in the darkness, contemplating an invisible boundary. He realized that he could still turn back if he wanted to. But Aaron suddenly stopped, realizing that whether he went or stayed, nothing would change. The boy found himself floating, lost in an endless space. Aaron was shocked to realize this place was frighteningly familiar. This was the same white void he had experienced before. Looking down, Aaron saw the image of Lena Ogent lying motionless. Aaron began to realize there were many strange things in his memories. He wondered why Lena Ogent had given up on him so easily with such a cruel verdict. Aaron realized with horror that Lena Ogent was trapped, just like him. Imprisoned in a space-time prison. Alan recalled a memory from 2 months ago about a type of magic called stop magic. Alan was stunned to realize it was the ultimate magic that surpassed the speed of light. The man confirmed they were moving at the speed of light, making time seem to stand still. He remarked that the nature of light was truly strange. Light could help a mage move quickly, and when it reached a certain level, it could transform into a massive and brilliant stream of energy. That stream of light energy could even catch up with time itself. The foundation of stop magic was to create a space trapped at the speed of light. Realizing that, Alan believed he could find a way to escape. Aaron contemplated superluminal speed, a concept that only existed in theory. A mysterious voice explained that the process Aaron had gone through would happen in reverse. Aaron seemed to have an epiphany after the explanation. He realized the key was the immortality function. In his soul state, Aaron understood that this function propagated instantaneously. Although unsure if he could surpass the speed of light, Aaron was determined to try. With an unyielding will, he began to channel all of his power. Aaron's soul body transformed into a streak of energy, darting off at immense speed. Believing he had succeeded, his stream of energy pierced through space. After his utmost effort, Aaron's energy form gradually faded into nothingness. Aaron lay motionless on a bed in a dark room. A massive purple stream of energy poured down, heralding Aaron's return. Aaron awoke with the determination to return to where his friends were waiting. The headmaster placed a hand on Aaron's forehead, seemingly checking his condition. 8 days after Aaron's death, everyone was still holding a vigil by his bedside. Suddenly, a female student frantically pointed out the window when she saw something unusual. The student council representative of Ulfia's academy held up a formal petition. They led the protest, demanding that Headmaster Ulfia's confess. The students demanded the headmaster be interrogated by the Magic Association immediately. Lena Ogent angrily questioned the student council's role in causing the chaos. Amira led the student protesters, demanding the school explain Shire's death 8 days prior. A professor announced from a window that Shire was only in a coma, but the students didn't believe it. Amira argued that the school was deceiving them, possibly using magic to preserve Shire's body. The professor admitted to lying, but asserted it was a responsible decision by the faculty. Amira, enraged, questioned if the professors could truly bear the responsibility for their actions. Amira's words made a male student ponder, wondering if there was something they had missed. After reviewing the report, the leading male student decided to speak up and called out Amira's name. He thought to himself that Amira would ruin his plans and cause trouble for his business. The young man decided to act, demanding to see Shire's condition with his own eyes. The professor panicked, shouting that they couldn't allow that and demanded everyone to wait. The students in the school protested, angrily demanding freedom for Shire. In the chaotic crowd, a purple-haired female student was pushed down from behind. Another male student ran to help her up, angrily questioning the outrageous act. The group of students stood watching, worried for their friend's life, which was under threat. Suddenly, a black object shot down from the sky, shattering something above. The pressure from above forced the male student to his knees, while the others watched. Aaron suddenly appeared in the middle of the courtyard, wreathed in lightning, and agreed to let them in. But Aaron immediately issued a deadly warning to anyone who dared to step forward. An invisible force shatters the barrier, causing 2 students to look up in terror. A student falls in front of a crowd, protesting against Ulfia's. Aaron stands blocking the gate, challenging the group of students to enter if they dare. He threatens that anyone who dares to cross will pay with their life. Aaron's warning stuns the crowd of students, leaving them in disbelief. The upperclassmen are furious, believing Aaron is being insolent and ungrateful. Aaron coldly retorts, his hair obscuring his eyes, but his killing intent still rages. Immediately, a surge of blue plasma magic erupts violently from Aaron. The other students are horrified, unable to believe what is happening. They recognize it as plasma magic, something a 5th-grade student shouldn't possess. The students are terrified as they witness a forbidden, deadly magic. Regardless of the consequences, Aaron unleashes his full power, believing that Shire is still alive. Aaron, in a fit of rage, declares he will kill everyone who harmed Shire. Aaron is on his way back to where everyone is waiting for him. Suddenly, a strange, crimson energy appears, blocking Aaron's path. Aaron realizes in horror that the strange energy is clinging to his soul. The mysterious red energy begins to corrode Aaron's spiritual body. Aaron writhes in agony as a strange voice continuously echoes in his mind. A mysterious entity appears, considering reincarnation the lowest form of existence. This entity recognizes the strong will to live of mortals and finds it amusing. A spiritual entity explains to Aaron the difficulty of returning to his physical body. Aaron's soul screams, determined to return at all costs. The mysterious voice asserts that only death awaits him. Despite the warning, Aaron's soul still rushes towards his motionless body. A dark red energy tries to restrain his soul. Upon waking, Aaron is confronted by a white-haired girl. The girl confidently uses weather magic with absorption capabilities. Another group of students joins forces, challenging the girl, claiming she cannot stand against them. Aaron stands alone, facing the combined attack of all of them. A stranger steps forward, criticizing Aaron for getting into a fight beyond his capabilities. The brown-haired boy is astonished to see a young mage radiating blue energy. With glowing eyes, the mage says that the enemy believes Aaron is dead. The brown-haired boy angrily questions the other mage's loyalty. He asserts that he only wanted to stop them from arbitrarily taking Aaron away. A white-haired entity with glowing eyes roars in anger. Aaron lies motionless on the bed, seemingly at his final limit. The headmaster gravely declares that this is the end, shocking the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl frantically asks if they are going to bury Aaron. The headmaster looks outside and sees two students dueling with deadly magic. The red-haired girl grabs the headmaster, shouting that Aaron is not dead yet. The headmaster affirms a painful truth to the red-haired child. The red-haired person cries out, calling Shire's name in despair. Reup appears amused, wanting everyone to fight and be afraid. With explosive power, Aaron declares he will hunt them all down. A white-haired woman is shocked to see former students using deadly magic. The white-haired girl confronts Aaron, who has savant syndrome. She questions why a rational person like Aaron would make an emotional decision. In front of the crowd, she questions Aaron's belief that Shire is still alive. Aaron firmly declares Shire is not dead. Aaron's declaration stuns a green-haired person. Lena Ogent shows skepticism and contempt at Aaron's claim. She angrily demands a logical explanation, but Aaron calmly responds. Standing before the crowd, Aaron declares he has convincing proof. Lena Ogent questions Aaron about why he believes Shire is still alive. Aaron says it is time and signals for everyone to witness the truth for themselves. A bell suddenly rings out, startling all the students in terror. The students are confused, realizing Aaron had intentionally timed it. In the middle of the rain, Lena Ogent covers her eyes and seems to have understood everything. She screams in anger, determined to confirm Shire's condition herself. Lena Ogent grabs Aaron's shirt, showing her anger and determination. Iruki looks interested and asks if he can join the fight against the graduating class. The white-haired girl is furious upon realizing their arrival. Standing before the crowd, the white-haired girl angrily questions why Iruki's group dared to appear. Iruki ignores the threat, while the brown-haired boy scolds him for being late. Iruki coldly points out that his friend was 27 seconds late for their appointed time. Iruki says he has repaid his debt to Shire, and what he is holding is a note from Dragonbolt. Both friends are astonished when the brown-haired boy reveals he performed a biopsy on Shire. A flashback of the biopsy appears, leaving the green-haired friend utterly amazed. The friend cannot believe this was done in just 5 days, all the way from the capital. As the students are being restrained, the brown-haired boy explains that he used an alias. Reup angrily questions, skeptical that this document cannot resurrect the dead. Aaron flips through the document and begins to read its contents. The title about immortal function and body suspension stuns Reup and everyone else. He explains that the subject's cells are in a state of suspended animation. The samples after 24 hours show no characteristic changes of an organic being. Aaron reads the conclusion that the subject's bodily functions may only be suspended. Everyone wonders in confusion if the person is not dead, while Rael is shocked. Aaron explains Dragon Bolt's 3 forms of cardiac arrest: complete, temporary, and a special form. Rael shouts in disbelief at the 3rd form, where the heart is still beating but appears to have stopped. Aaron emphasizes the importance of the next part and asks everyone to focus. Rael explains Case 1. The body can temporarily cease function due to the expansion of will. He continues with Case 2. The observer's perception of time can be altered. Therefore, outsiders cannot observe this phenomenon due to a space-time barrier. Based on the magical findings, Rael begins to draw a conclusion about the subject. He reveals that the subject in question is Arian Shiren in the infirmary. The eyes of a white-haired student show utter shock. The document concludes that Arian Shiren cannot be considered dead. A friend of Arian Shiren bursts into tears of despair, asking Rael about the outcome. Rael smiles and asserts that he has found a way to resurrect the dead. An official document stated that Arian Shiren, who was in the infirmary, could not be declared dead. A green-haired boy sobbed and asked Iruki about the result, overjoyed to learn that his friend had found a way. Iruki smiled confidently, asserting that he had found a way to resurrect a dead person. Amira was shocked to realize that this meant the student council had been wrong in their decision. A document from the nation's greatest magical organization confirmed that the faculty council's decision was correct. The other students worriedly asked Amira what to do, but she just stood stunned as someone called her name. Amira turned around in horror at the sound of the call, shouting, "Headmaster!" in a panic. Headmaster Ophias approached majestically, his presence silencing all the students. Amira bowed her head, trying to explain that they didn't mean to bother him with this matter. She and the other students just believed that covering things up was not right. Amira continued to explain through tears that she feared the school would come to an end if things went on like this. Headmaster Ophias gently placed a hand on Amira's head, apologizing for letting her have to do these things. A tear rolled down Amira's cheek as she looked up at him with teary eyes. Headmaster Ophias asked if Amira could trust him one more time, even though it might be improper. He promised to take full responsibility for everything after Shiren's situation was resolved. Amira choked up, asking if she could truly believe he was still the headmaster she had always respected. Headmaster Ophias resolutely swore on everything he had, his eyes filled with determination. Hearing his promise, Amira couldn't hold back her tears and burst out sobbing. Headmaster Ophias stood there, comforting the crying Amira in his arms, showing deep empathy. After things were settled, Headmaster Ophias and Fermi stood facing each other in the schoolyard. Fermi remarked that Headmaster Ophias' appearance was truly a cheating move. Headmaster Ophias said that Fermi was 22 years old and should graduate, but he replied that he hadn't found a job that paid as much as this one. Headmaster Ophias sighed at Fermi's pragmatic response. After a brief conversation, Headmaster Ophias and Fermi walked into the building together. In the hallway, Iruki and his green-haired friend were walking together after the event. The green-haired boy angrily questioned Iruki about why he hadn't told him anything about the plan. Iruki casually replied that he couldn't make plans with someone who was drowning in their own sorrow. Iruki further explained that if anything had been leaked, it would have all been for nothing, leaving his friend speechless. Iruki teased his friend, admitting that he was indeed an idiot. The green-haired boy panicked because he had no time to think and didn't know what to do tomorrow, so Iruki zapped him with a spell. Iruki continued to tease his friend, saying that if he got on his knees and begged, he would consider it. Their argument was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a red-haired girl at the end of the hallway. The red-haired girl called Iruki's name and said that, thanks to him, they were able to protect Shiren. The red-haired girl, with tears in her eyes, emotionally thanked Iruki. She hugged Iruki tightly and thanked him profusely, leaving him utterly flustered and confused. Iruki screamed and tried to escape the awkward situation. Suddenly, another orange-haired girl also rushed forward, shouting Iruki's name. The orange-haired girl leaped onto Iruki, causing him to tumble out the window. The green-haired boy cheerfully carried the two celebrating girls on his back, while Iruki was exhausted from being unable to deal with them. Iruki looked at the motionless Shiren, thinking that they had only managed to prevent him from being declared dead, but no miracle had occurred yet. He looked at his friend and silently wished for him to come back. Iruki whispered to the comatose Shiren that everyone would wait for him until he woke up. In his subconscious, Shiren's soul was falling into an endless vortex of contradictions. A mad part of his personality emerged, wondering what would happen if he went crazy after having already lost his mind. Another, saner part of his personality questioned whether that would make him normal. Negative voices echoed, saying he was just a foundling and not their child. They continued to sow doubt, asserting that the people he called parents were not his biological parents. Those voices accused his nature of being that of a despicable predator, always trampling on others with his superior abilities. A demonic figure appeared, declaring that no one in this world needed his existence. Tormented by those words, Shiren's soul felt hopeless and thought he was finished. His soul began to disintegrate in the chaotic space of his subconscious. Amidst his shattering ego, he found the last remaining part of himself. It was the origin, the deepest core of his being. This origin was also known by other names such as the spot, or the yin-yang. A brilliant light flashed from the center of the origin, heralding a change. Shiren realized that only after losing everything could he see his true nature. He understood the terrible voices that tore his heart apart. And also the voices that denied them. Were all a part of him, the contradictions that made him who he was. Those contradictions crystallized, forming a perfect geometric shape. Shiren decided that he must fully accept these contradictions to find himself again. His soul was integrated into the crystal, undergoing a transformation. After the transformation, a new soul form, radiant with golden light, emerged from the light. Shiren's soul gently landed on a pure white plane. He appeared in simple attire, walking in the indefinite space of his consciousness. Shiren's enlightened soul stood before his sleeping body, preparing for his return. Shiren was fully determined to leave this state and return to reality. A blue-haired woman appeared, calling him a transcendent being returning to humanity, a contradictory existence. She called this state Vajrayana, and expressed surprise that Shiren could overcome the event horizon. The woman acknowledged Shiren as worthy, which surprised and confused him. Shiren unexpectedly asked the woman if she felt lonely. The woman smiled at Shiren's unexpected question. She explained that a god cannot feel lonely, though she was a little sad that he was leaving. Shiren sincerely thanked her for giving him the chance to return. The woman smiled, saying she really wanted to hear those words of thanks from him. She warned that because he had reached Vajrayana, Shiren would never receive an invitation from her again. Shiren accepted the warning and began to walk the path of light to return. He was enveloped in a stream of blue energy, beginning the process of returning to his body. Shiren's soul gradually dissolved into the light, preparing to merge with his physical body. Before he left, the woman asked him to send her regards to Headmaster Ophias. Shiren turned around in astonishment, not understanding why this god knew the principal's name. 11 days had passed since Shiren's death. Shiren's 2 roommates were still sound asleep in the room. The red-haired girl had fallen asleep beside Shiren's bed while taking care of him. After waking up, the red-haired girl went to brush her teeth and prepare for the new day. The red-haired girl entered the room, asking Shiren if he had slept well. She smiled and asked about Shiren's condition, even though she knew he was still unconscious. The red-haired girl placed a vase of flowers by the bed and hoped that Shiren would open his eyes today. While arranging the flowers, she started talking and asked if Shiren still remembered the old days. She recalled the day she fell off a cliff, and Shiren was the first one to come find her. The red-haired girl burst into tears, remembering how she had left on her own without saying goodbye. She sobbed with regret for not being able to say a word of apology to Shiren. She cried while saying that so many things had happened, and she had a lot to tell him. In her desperation, the red-haired girl screamed, begging Shiren to come back. Suddenly, a burst of energy emanated from Cheyenne, startling the red-haired girl. Cheyenne's eyes suddenly flew open, causing the red-haired girl to freeze in shock. The red-haired girl began to feel short of breath and choked at the unexpected sight. She coughed violently and staggered, seemingly affected by the energy from Cheyenne. She tried to call out to her other friends, sleeping in the room, but couldn't utter a word. The red-haired girl collapsed to the floor while still trying to reach her hand forward. A piercing scream echoed throughout the academy, signaling that something was wrong. The headmaster and other students gathered around the bed, realizing Cheyenne had had his eyes open all night. Everyone confirmed that Cheyenne was still alive and was under the effect of some kind of slowing magic. The headmaster decided to dispel the slowing magic affecting Cheyenne. Everyone held their breath in anticipation as the headmaster prepared to dispel the magic on Cheyenne. A flash of magical light appeared as the headmaster touched Cheyenne's forehead. As soon as the magic was dispelled, Cheyenne sat up and screamed in terror. Everyone jumped in fright, and the red-haired girl recounted that she had seen a strange vortex of light. Cheyenne looked around in a daze, wondering why everyone, including the headmaster, was there. He recognized the red-haired girl in front of him and hesitantly greeted her. The red-haired girl was angry at Cheyenne's nonchalant reaction after making everyone worry. She lunged forward, grabbing Cheyenne's hair and kicking him, screaming that he was a bastard. The red-haired girl cried as she questioned Cheyenne if he knew how worried she had been. Cheyenne looked confusedly at his angry friend and could only mumble an apology. Cheyenne recalled having crossed the event horizon in another space. He remembered that time there had passed like only half a day. Cheyenne realized that while he was there, a lot had happened in the real world. Cheyenne's two best friends were overjoyed to see that he had truly returned. Both boys rushed to hug Cheyenne in joy and excitement. Cheyenne screamed in panic as he was piled on by his friends and the red-haired girl. The headmaster and the purple-haired woman announced that Cheyenne had been dead for 10 days. His two friends demanded Cheyenne explain what had happened since his heart had stopped beating. Ethella and another friend rushed into the room upon hearing that Cheyenne had woken up. Everyone once again rushed to hug Cheyenne in joy. Ethella hugged Cheyenne tightly, sobbing and thanking him for coming back. The purple-haired woman revealed that Ethella had been very worried and was the one who had entrusted Immortal to him. Ethella sobbed in Cheyenne's arms, expressing her relief and worry. The group of friends sat around Cheyenne, but Ethella suddenly fell forward. Ethella quickly apologized to Cheyenne, while he was still dazed from being hugged so tightly. Cheyenne gasped for air, feeling grateful for it for the first time. He smiled happily, feeling the sensations he thought he had lost. He realized that he had truly returned, but his friends misunderstood his meaning. Cheyenne's friends got angry, demanding he feel their worry and started to teach him a lesson. The headmaster watched the chaotic scene with a calm expression and breathed a sigh of relief. After things settled down, the headmaster thought it was his turn to talk. Cheyenne sought out the headmaster privately to ask a few important questions. The headmaster announced that the school was temporarily closed and advised Cheyenne to rest. Cheyenne explained that he had gone to another dimension through the immortal function. The headmaster showed astonishment upon hearing Cheyenne speak of another dimension. Cheyenne and the headmaster stood facing each other in the deserted hallway. The headmaster listened intently to Cheyenne's story with a thoughtful expression. His expression became serious and wary as he heard the following details. Cheyenne asked if the woman in that dimension knew who he was. He recalled the image of Myro, the woman with blue hair and a mysterious smile. Cheyenne said that although his memory was vague, he was sure the woman had sent her regards to the headmaster. The headmaster replied that he thought he knew that woman, which surprised Cheyenne. The headmaster suggested that Cheyenne meeting that woman might have been fate. He corrected himself, saying that perhaps it wasn't fate but an inevitability. The headmaster revealed the woman's name was Adria's Myro, also known as Myro of Spacetime. He further revealed that Myro was his student, who specialized in schema magic. Cheyenne was extremely shocked to learn that the woman was the headmaster's student. Cheyenne asked in confusion what schema magic was, and the headmaster asked back about the term unlocker. The headmaster explained that Myra was also an unlocker, one who had unlocked the immortal function. Cheyenne was once again astonished by the newly revealed information. The headmaster explained that schema magic was a type of magic, only for those who had awakened to the infinite nature of spacetime. Cheyenne recalled the extraordinary powers Myra had displayed and wondered if it was real magic. The headmaster said that Myra was not interested in reality and had formed a research group with her classmates in Istas. Cheyenne was stunned as he realized the connection between Myra and the research group. The headmaster continued his story about Myra. He said that the upcoming information was top secret. The headmaster revealed that Myra was the first president of the Scientific Research Group for Supernatural Souls. Cheyenne woke up in the infirmary and thought that today would be his last day here. He thanked Amy and Siriel for visiting, and Amy cheerfully said she could be lazy because the school was closed. Siriel complained about her tiring studies, but she couldn't rest because her rivals were still working hard. The brown-haired friend was scolded by Siriel for speaking disrespectfully to her while using honorifics with others. The blue-haired friend suddenly asked worriedly about the headmaster's situation. A prison carriage appeared on the street, suggesting that the headmaster had accepted all responsibility and punishment. Although he could have just been investigated by the local authorities, the carriage continued on its way. Headmaster Ulfias and his associates stepped out of the prison carriage. They were heading to the Magic Association's headquarters in the capital for an investigation. Siriel explained that even at the 3rd Bureau of Investigation, Headmaster Ulfias had been summoned by the Special Prosecution Team, and they would act according to the law. Siriel worried that even Headmaster Ulfias would find it difficult to avoid disciplinary action. Cheyenne was silent, recalling a conversation with the headmaster a few days ago when he had something he wanted to ask. Cheyenne recounted how Myra, whom he had met in another space, had said she was waiting for him. He wondered how Myra, the founder of the Supernatural Research Group decades ago, knew who he was. Headmaster Ulfias listened intently to Cheyenne's story. Ulfias asked Cheyenne if he knew the total number of students in the school, but he didn't. The headmaster explained that this number constantly changed due to students graduating and being expelled. However, Ulfias revealed a shocking truth. The school would always be short one student. Headmaster Ulfias explained that Myra had not yet graduated, and she would forever be enrolled at the school. Cheyenne was astonished to realize this was related to scale magic. Ulfias confirmed this and said that Myra was in Istas, a higher dimension created with scale magic. That place was called the higher floor of Istas, a space made of giant cubes. Ulfias grabbed Cheyenne and said that this truth was a long-kept secret, unknown even to long-serving staff. The headmaster asked Cheyenne to promise not to tell anyone about this secret. He emphasized that revealing the secret of the higher floor would endanger not only Cheyenne but the entire world. Ulfias sternly asked again if Cheyenne would promise to keep the secret. Cheyenne smiled and replied that he would keep it in mind. He admitted that the story was a bit scary and that it was unbelievable that Myra was in Istas. Cheyenne joked that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep in the research group's room anymore, which startled Ulfias. Ulfias thoughtfully considered Cheyenne's reaction. He reassured Cheyenne that as long as he didn't activate the immortality function, Myra wouldn't be able to see through him. Cheyenne wondered why Myra would never leave the space she had created. Ulfias placed a hand on Cheyenne's shoulder and began to explain. He said that for Myra, this world was a place of too much suffering, while outside the window, Cheyenne's friends were still having fun. Cheyenne looked at his friends and felt a warm, comfortable atmosphere. He pondered the ugly truths, the voices that wanted to crush his heart, and the terrifying reality in Istas. Meanwhile, Siriel was trying to stop Amy from showing the boys something in a pink notebook. But the thoughts of scale magic, the key, and the higher floor of Istas lingered in Cheyenne's mind. He wondered why they kept calling his name, as if it were the path he was meant to take. Siriel noticed that Cheyenne was deep in thought about something. Cheyenne looked up with a determined expression seemingly having found his path. The scene shifts to the giant clock tower of the Magic Association. The investigation ended, and the headmaster's testimony could be used against him in court. Headmaster Ulfias walked out of the interrogation room with 2 guards. Ulfias was surprised to hear the names Canis and Aaron being called. He saw Canis and Aaron being escorted down the hallway by guards. Ulfias asked the guards for permission to speak with Canis and Aaron for a moment, and was granted it. Canis was annoyed that the guards treated Ulfias formally, but were casual with them. Ulfias reassured him that he only had a few questions, but Canis dismissed it, telling him not to treat him like a student. Ulfias said that was precisely why he wanted to talk to them. He declared that after everything was over, Canis and Aaron would come to the Magic Academy. Canis was furious and astonished by Ulfias's offer. He shouted that Ulfias was not the victor, and that if it had been a real fight, he would have been taken down by his master long ago. Ulfias calmly admitted that was true. He added that if it weren't for that, he would have had to kneel and beg them first. Canis and Aaron fell silent, realizing that was the nature of evil. Ulfias explained that no matter what just cause they had, they would always face hostility. He believed that Canis and Aaron would be able to rise above all of this. Ulfias said that since they were disciples of the same master, he wanted to offer them a future beyond the darkness. Canis and Aaron were taken into interrogation room B, while Canis silently thought about the future. He thought that the only thing he had learned was how to fight. Canis believed that the only destiny awaiting him was the battlefield. A guard reported to the inspector that Canis and Aaron had been brought in. The inspector invited Canis and Aaron to sit down. The inspector introduced himself as Sakari from the 3rd Bureau of Investigation and confirmed their identities. Canis confirmed, but Aaron suddenly became frightened. Canis worriedly asked Aaron what was wrong, and she tremblingly said she couldn't read Sakari's mind. Aaron frantically told Canis that she couldn't read Sakari's mind, confusing Canis. Sakari noticed Aaron's surprise and asked if she called her ability First Sutra. Sakari explained that although the use of magic was forbidden in the association, there was no way to block innate attributes. He transformed his body into a black liquid form to avoid having his mind read, terrifying Aaron. Sakari completely suppressed his thoughts and told the 2 not to make a fuss. Aaron was overwhelmed by a powerful surge of energy. Sakari told Aaron to focus, as they were in a formal interrogation. He pointed a sharp tentacle at Aaron, reconfirming her name and receiving a trembling reply. Canis recalled someone's words that they wouldn't cause any trouble. He realized that person had been right and was inwardly astonished by Sakari's incredible power. Sakari smiled knowingly after demonstrating his power. 30 minutes later, Sakari handed Canis an envelope and said it was his master's will. Sakari explained that Arcane had prepared this will to be sent to Canis. Canis couldn't believe that his master had left him a will, as it had been notarized by lawyers. He opened the letter with trembling eyes. The first line stated that all assets would be inherited by his disciple, Canis. Canis was shocked to see that the inheritance amounted to 4.8 billion gold. Aldeano Sharaf confirmed to Canis that the will he was holding was indeed his. Aldeano Sharaf smiled and announced that all the assets in the will now belonged to Canis. Canis was stunned and angry, wondering what the deceased was plotting. He remembered his master, Arcane, who had passed away, and felt helpless for not being able to ask him about this will. The will stated that all assets, including over 4.8 billion gold, would be inherited by his disciple Canis, which made him furious. Sitting opposite Canis, Aldeana Sharaf said there was something he wanted to confirm. Sharaf questioned why Arcane, a dark mage who specialized in brainwashing others, would leave a will for Canis as his disciple. Canis and Aaron were stunned when Sharaf asked if they had both been brainwashed since childhood. Sharaf explained that brainwashing children doesn't require magic. Simply saving them from death is enough to become a god in their eyes. He continued that afterward, the savior would tell the child that they needed something from them. Canis angrily refuted, shouting that his master had never demanded anything and that everything he did was of his own free will. With a worried Aaron beside him, Cannies yelled that he had stated as much in his testimony and questioned the purpose of saying they were brainwashed. Aldeano Sheriff calmly said that if they admitted to being brainwashed, they would be found innocent. Cannies and Aaron were both astonished at the unexpected possibility of being declared innocent. Cannies suspected he was being toyed with, but Sheriff began to explain the association's perspective. Sheriff clarified that the association preferred the view that Arcane had brainwashed Cannies and Aaron, as otherwise they would have no reason to commit their crimes. Cannies looked up, beginning to realize the trap being laid before him. He realized that if he wasn't considered Arcane's disciple, he couldn't receive the inheritance. Aldeano Sheriff watched Cannies' reaction with a cunning and meaningful smile. Sheriff confirmed Cannies' fear, stating that if he admitted to being brainwashed, he would not be recognized as Arcane's disciple. He then revealed that the inheritance would be considered an illegal fund and confiscated by the association. Cannies lowered his head, tormented by the grim choice between freedom and his master's legacy. Sheriff presented a waiver of inheritance and told Cannies to sign it to be acquitted. Cannies looked up in despair, realizing he had been cornered with no way out. He reflected that this situation was no different from the hopeless slums of Ladum, where he grew up. Cannies clenched his fists, thinking that this world was even more rotten and decayed than Ludum. Holding the waiver, he concluded that this whole world was just one vast battlefield. Before Aldeano Sheriff could give him time to think, Cannies cut him off and decisively agreed. Sheriff smiled, praising it as a wise choice. With a heavy heart, Cannies put pen to paper and signed the waiver of inheritance. After signing, Cannies asked what they should do next, and Sheriff simply said they were free. Cannies wondered about the lack of discharge procedures, but Sheriff dismissed it and told them to just leave. Cannies angrily realized that from the very beginning, the association's true purpose was only to seize his master's assets. Aaron also clenched her fists, indignant that they were so looked down upon that the association felt no danger in releasing them. Cannies had a sudden realization, finally understanding just how great his master Arcane was. Realizing that no nation could touch his master, Cannies angrily slammed his hand on the table, startling Aaron. Startled by Cannies' action, Aldeano Sheriff reflexively asked him what rank he was. Sheriff smirked and revealed that he was officially a 5th-rank mage. Cannies declared he would withdraw for now, but vowed that one day he would make Sheriff kneel before him. Sheriff seemed unfazed by the threat, merely looking at Cannies with amusement. Aldeano Sheriff adjusted his collar and said with a confident smile that he would look forward to that day. After they left, Urun comforted Cannies, saying he did the right thing by saving them both from imprisonment. Cannies turned to Aaron with a determined gaze and declared that they had to become stronger. Aaron looked at him with a resolute expression and nodded in agreement. In his office, Aldeano Sheriff reported to an inspector that the Arcane case had been resolved smoothly. The inspector didn't turn around, simply asking Sheriff to leave the documents on his desk. Sheriff then brought up the Ulfia's case, asking if the inspector thought it would cause public outrage. The inspector mused that a 6-month license suspension was probably too light a punishment for Ulfas. Sheriff suggested that the 4.8 billion gold could be considered bail money, but was cut off by the inspector. The inspector took a long drag from his cigar, creating a tense silence. He turned around with a threatening gaze, asking if Sheriff was implying he would make an unjust ruling. Sheriff hastily apologized for his slip of the tongue, and the inspector dismissed him. After Sheriff left, the inspector slammed the door and examined the documents on his desk. He crushed the cigar, muttering that the wound from that old battle still ached. A brief flashback showed a violent brawl in which someone was being attacked. The flashback showed a man identified as Sheriff being brutally beaten. The inspector picked up a pen, thinking he should have brought a gift. He said that although it was late, this was a gift to congratulate Aldeano Sheriff on his Golden Circle Award. The official document clearly stated the white-haired man's name as Aldeano Sheriff. The scene shifts to a vast academy, looking like a castle amidst nature. Students in uniform were hurrying along a stone path on the school grounds. A group of 3 students cheerfully greeted the headmaster as they passed by. The headmaster, an old man who was gardening, laughed and said that he was just a regular old man now. The students insisted he would always be their headmaster and offered to help, but he cheerfully declined. When the headmaster asked about their studies, the students groaned that the upcoming exam required a score of 80 in every subject. The headmaster looked at them seriously, confirming that their goal was to be promoted next semester. The students, drawn in a chibai style, were crying over their academic situation. They recalled their promise from a month ago that they would all graduate and advance to the 4th year together. A flashback showed the 3 friends making a pact not to be idiots. However, their study plans were ruined when the Archmage Arcane attacked the school shortly after. As a result, they couldn't study at all, and one student panicked about how to double their score. The students lamented their weaknesses. One was bad at social studies, while Need was the worst at practical subjects. They felt dejected, admitting they couldn't focus on studying because the school was still in chaos after the recent events. Need argued that it was normal not to be able to study right now, and suggested the group just have fun today and worry about it tomorrow. His 2 friends were surprisingly convinced by that logic. Just as they agreed, one of the students suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed. The group followed his gaze and were utterly astonished, wondering why those people were here. Canis and Aaron were casually strolling through the academy grounds, heading towards the 3 students. Canis greeted the students nonchalantly, remarking that their classes seemed to be over. When a student asked why they were here, Canis explained that from now on, he and Aaron would be staying at the academy. The 3 students were utterly bewildered by his announcement and demanded a clear explanation. Canis admitted he wasn't very fond of the idea either, but saw entering the academy as the fastest path to success. Need angrily challenged, asking who had allowed them into the academy, and Canis replied, "A senior." Canis revealed that he was in Class 4, while they were in Class 5, and smugly declared himself their senior. Canis, an upperclassman, was loudly questioning Need for daring to look down on the Magic Academy and the person who had recommended him. Canis then pointed at Cheyenne, asking if he was also in the 5th grade, which stunned the 3 friends. Canis introduced himself as a 4th grade student and their senior, with a smiling Aaron beside him. The 3 students couldn't believe what they had just heard. Cheyenne, Iruki, and Need were shocked to learn that the strict teachers had placed Cheyenne in the 5th grade on his very first day. Canis explained that it was only natural, as he and Aaron had been disciples of a grand mage for 10 years. Need muttered in rebuttal that even so, Canis had still lost to Cheyenne, causing Iruki and Cheyenne to also look annoyed. Canis mocked them, asking if their grades were terrible, which startled the 3 of them. Canis smiled and admitted that he was a little disappointed. Canis continued to mock Iruki as a failure outside of school, and Need for having only average practical skills. Need angrily gritted his teeth at Canis's taunts. Cheyenne was also furious, unable to believe he had struggled against people like Canis and Aaron. Canis waved goodbye, saying he was willing to treat his cute juniors well, then left with Aaron. Cheyenne, Iruki, and Need watched them leave in silence, with only the echo of Canis's laughter remaining. Cheyenne decided that their day off was cancelled. Need and Iruki agreed, saying they would rather give up magic than be juniors to those guys. Cheyenne declared that Canis and Aaron would enroll next semester, and they had to graduate before then, no matter what. The 3 friends resolved to graduate before Canis and Aaron officially entered the school. Cheyenne questioned if they could double their scores in the remaining month and proposed a plan to make the most of their time. Cheyenne suggested dividing each hour into 10-minute segments to reduce wasted time and maintain high concentration. Their next plan was to form a study group to improve together. Fortunately, the subjects the 3 of them excelled at did not overlap, so they could complement each other's weaknesses. However, Cheyenne soon realized a problem when Iruki excitedly announced he had finished his assignment and wanted him to check it. Shiren's eyes widened in astonishment when he looked at Iruki's work. Shiren angrily questioned Iruki about the nonsensical answer in his work, while Iruki argued that it was perfectly logical. Shiren held his head in frustration, realizing the reason they were bad at certain subjects wasn't laziness, but a lack of aptitude for them. An argument broke out as Iruki claimed that language wasn't math, while Need insisted that math was the best. Shiren seriously asked Iruki if he didn't intend to graduate, which made Iruki turn pale. After a while of arguing, the three buried themselves in their studies again, determined to set aside academic achievements and focus on graduating. Shiren was determined that they would focus solely on studying to graduate. Need and Iruki were also fired up, vowing that they absolutely could not stand becoming Kanis's juniors. Need was worried about the practical exam the next day, as it was his weakest point. Shiren and Iruki were still studying hard, while Need was preoccupied with worry. Need reassured himself that he would be fine as long as he made it into the top 10. In the practical exam room, a device was measuring the beat frequency, displaying the number 87. The other students were amazed by someone's performance. Everyone was stunned to see Need, demonstrating his superior ability. The students gossiped that after hanging out with Shiren and Iruki, Need had improved dramatically and would surely achieve a high rank. While trying to concentrate, Need overheard someone say that Iruki hadn't been coming to class lately, which distracted him. The ranking board appeared with Need at the top with 173 beats, followed by Claire with 158 beats and Brody with 144 beats. Need breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his success, while a friend praised him. Iruki watched silently from a distance. When it was Iruki's turn, he stepped onto the platform and emitted a powerful aura that astonished everyone. The ranking board updated, with Iruki taking the top spot with 210 beats, pushing Need down to second place, an insane result. The other students clamored, claiming Iruki must have used some kind of cheat formula to achieve such an unbelievable score. Another student argued that the score was nothing to get excited about. Kanis and Aaron appeared, mocking that the 5th grade was pathetic. A female student asked Kanis and Aaron to tour the school quietly, but they continued to cause trouble. Kanis boasted that they were tired of this beat training exercise and that their master had forced them to practice it at all costs. Aaron explained they had practiced contraction and expansion repeatedly to enter the spirit zone quickly, then challenged if anyone could break Iruki's record of 210. Aaron asked contemptuously if anyone dared to try. The other students looked annoyed at Kanis and Aaron's boasting. A student declared that they also had their own secret weapon. Shiren confidently stepped onto the platform, ready to face the challenge. Shiren's friends cheered, hoping he would crush his opponent once again. Shiren took a deep breath, preparing to start his test. Kanis and Aaron sat on the steps, watching with expectant faces. Shiren concentrated intensely as the signal light turned yellow. The signal light turned green, signaling the start of the test. Shiren held his breath, mustering all his strength. A huge burst of energy erupted from Shiren, spreading throughout the exam room. The other students were pushed back by the pressure of Shiren's energy, all of them astonished. Everyone was stunned by his unbelievable power. The electronic board displayed the number 120 beats in just 10 seconds. Shiren had achieved a rate of 12 beats per second, a phenomenal number. Kanis and Aaron sat in the stands, witnessing Shiren's performance. Aaron couldn't believe her eyes, thinking it was impossible because it would cause Shiren's mind to self-destruct. A female teacher realized that someone who was already strong seemed to have become even stronger. The female teacher identified it as Vedriana, the diamond body, a trait Shiren acquired after returning from his immortal function. The teacher recalled that previously everyone thought Shiren, a convergence-type mage, would develop into a defensive-type mage. However, Shiren's superior endurance had become a solid foundation that allowed him to withstand the immortal function. The female teacher wondered just how great this student's potential was. The signal light turned red, signaling the end of the test. The students looked up with astonished faces, waiting for the result. The final ranking appeared, with Cheyenne at the top with 410 beats, far surpassing Iruki in second place. Everyone was amazed, not expecting Cheyenne to be that strong. Cheyenne looked towards Cannies and Aaron, who were sitting on the distant steps. Cannies looked back at Cheyenne with a serious and somewhat annoyed expression. Cannies admitted Cheyenne was incredible, while Aaron claimed he had to be that good to be worthy of her, and then they both left. The other fifth-grade students now confidently mocked those who had looked down on them, asking what was so great about being a grand mage's disciple. Cannies left, thinking to himself that he was wrong to assume he had lost the match due to a disadvantage in his innate traits. Cannies admitted that if they were to compete in pure strength now, he wasn't sure he would win, and he resolved to defeat Cheyenne first to become the best. Cannies suddenly asks a group of upperclassmen if they know Cheyenne, making them uncomfortable. The students panic when they realize the person asking is Cannies, and he demands they answer his question. Cannies recalls that the first thing he did upon entering the school was to investigate Cheyenne, whom he wanted to know more about. Specifically, Cannies investigated the grades and personal relationships of the trio he had once faced. He opens a drawer and begins to review the information he has gathered on his rivals. Cannies secretly examines their records and finds their grades are terrible, not at all what he imagined. He had thought the ones who defeated him would be at the top of their class, but their scores were just barely above average. However, when Cannies investigated their personal relationships, he was very surprised. No one took the trio lightly. They were seen as competitors who could surpass anyone at any time. Cannies reflects on Cheyenne's traits like the opener, giant light, and great durability. Cannies tells himself he won't lose next time, and is determined to defeat Cheyenne to become as strong as his master. The girl with Cannies agrees, encouraging him that they should become stronger together. The two sit on a stone bench, the girl eating a pastry while Cannies is lost in thought about his plans. Cannies gently tells the girl to eat slowly, as his shadow emits a dark energy. The scene shifts to a church bell tower during the day, signaling a new setting. The church bell tower appears under a starry night sky, showing that time has passed. Inside a large lecture hall, students are sitting under the lights, studying for their exams. The students are focused on their studies. The atmosphere in the room is extremely quiet and serious. Two students are discussing something, one pointing at the other's shoulder with a worried expression. There is a legend that if you place a cherry pie in front of the owl statue, you will pass the exam. A mysterious cube-like structure appears under the night sky, symbolizing the upcoming challenge. Cheyenne, Iruki, and their green-haired friend are studying together at a large round table. Iruki scratches his head in frustration, struggling with literature, especially verbs and expressive intent. Cheyenne is diligently taking notes, while the green-haired friend looks at Iruki with a surprised expression. A month passes quickly, and the final exams have arrived for all students at the academy. In the academy's great hall, a friend calls out Cheyenne's name upon seeing him enter. Cheyenne and his friends greet their seniors, but they joke that the three of them will also be in the fourth year next year. A senior says he heard the trio has been studying very hard and has high expectations for them. Cheyenne and the green-haired friend thank the seniors and express their desire to be in the same class as them. Both feel immense pressure, fearing that failing just one subject will mean the end of everything. Iruki reminds his friends that even in a tiger's den one must stay calm, or they will mess everything up. Iruki announces that the three of them are in different exam rooms, and the test papers might also be different. Cheyenne and the green-haired friend feel that Iruki is somewhat different today, not his usual self. When the bell signaling the start of the exam rings, Cheyenne and the green-haired friend jump in alarm. The three friends cheer each other on, promising to meet again in 12 hours, determined to pass the exam. They shout in unison, showing their determination before entering their respective exam rooms. The mysterious cube appears again, this time under the sunset, marking the end of the exam. After the exam, Iruki mutters and recites all the questions from the test paper that he had memorized. Thanks to Iruki reciting the questions, Cheyenne and the green-haired friend wrote them down and created an answer key from their textbooks. The cube appears in daylight, signaling that the process of checking the answers is complete. Cheyenne and the green-haired friend slump over the table, lamenting their terrible results after grading their papers. Iruki reassures his friends that it's no use crying over spilled milk and advises them to finish grading first. The green-haired friend shouts with joy upon seeing he has achieved his goal. He happily shows off his report card with an average of 82, with all subjects above 80 points. The green-haired friend jumps for joy, confirming he has secured his spot in the fourth year. He turns to check on Iruki, worried to see him uncharacteristically slumped over the table. Iruki suddenly springs up, shouting with joy for having scored 87 points in all subjects. He explains that by memorizing and copying the language teacher's writing style, his score in that subject skyrocketed. Iruki is thrilled to have passed the exam, even though getting just one question wrong would have meant failure, surprising the green-haired friend. The green-haired friend suddenly remembers and worriedly asks about Cheyenne's results. He frantically asks Cheyenne what score he got, seeing him still silently grading his paper. Cheyenne announces his average score is 86, stunning his two friends. Iruki remarks that it's incredible for a commoner like Cheyenne to score above 80 in just one semester. Cheyenne looks unhappy, muttering, "I don't know," when asked about the issue. He looks at a math problem on the paper, a multiple-choice question he is unsure about. Cheyenne tries to recall the answer to that tricky math question, but can't. The green-haired friend urges Cheyenne to remember, as the correct answer is 1/2, and if he got it wrong, his math score would be affected. Cheyenne calculates that if he got that question wrong, his math score would be only 79, below the required level. He panics, trying to remember that he chose answer 3, but isn't sure if 1/2 was answer 2 or 3. Iruki and the green-haired friend also become worried, realizing Cheyenne's future depends on this single question. Worse, it was a question worth only 2 points, yet it would decide whether Cheyenne could advance to the next year. Cheyenne screams in despair, unable to bear the stress any longer. The three decide to run and ask a teacher for the correct answer to that question. They call out to a teacher when they see the purple-haired female teacher walking in the hallway. The female teacher asks in surprise why they are there, and the three hurriedly ask about the answer to the last multiple-choice question on the Math A exam. Despite her surprise, the female teacher listens to the question from the three very hurried students. The purple-haired female teacher thinks for a moment, and then replies that she thinks the correct answer is number 2. Hearing the answer, Cheyenne freezes, his whole body turning pale from shock. Iruki and the green-haired friend frantically shake Cheyenne, trying to calm him down. Cheyenne mutters in despair, "Why is it number 2?" as his friends drag him away. The female teacher watches the three students hurry away and remarks that they are always full of energy. The scene shifts to the teacher's office, where the purple-haired female teacher is sitting. She is sitting and grading papers, lamenting that the number of exams to grade doesn't seem to be decreasing. She suddenly remembers the group of students who asked about the last multiple-choice question on the exam. She picks up a paper to carefully recheck the answer to that question. After reviewing it, she smiles and realizes something. The female teacher confirms that the correct answer is actually number 3, and Cheyenne, to his great astonishment, has passed. An official announcement confirms that Aryan Cheyenne has been promoted to the 4th year. The scene shifts to the bustling capital city of Bashuka in the Kingdom of Thormia. At the Hazen Swordsmanship Academy, a new setting is introduced. A blonde female instructor is tying her hair, preparing for a class on street fighting techniques. The female instructor praises a student named Ryan for performing well in the practical exercises, despite being absent for the entire semester. Ryan, a blue-haired young man, looks confidently at the female instructor, ready for the next challenge. Elzine Tess walked down the stairs, complaining about the instructor including things they had never learned in the practical exam. She asked a blue-haired student named Ryan about his test results. Another student teased Ryan as Elzine urged him to sit down, suggesting that even the great Ryan was afraid of the instructor. Ryan explained he didn't want any more stress before the exam and asked why Elzine had moved to sit next to him. Elzine replied sarcastically that maybe she wanted to calm a friend down. She continued to taunt Ryan, saying he couldn't drop any lower in rank, so there was nothing to worry about. It was revealed that Ojent Ryan was a first-year student at the Kaizen Sword Academy, ranked 30th out of 30. Ryan puffed out his cheeks in pride, boasting that he had unlocked his schema a month ago, which only made Elzine chuckle to herself. Elzine thought to herself that Ryan was different. He never showed fear no matter the circumstances. She recalled the image of Ryan constantly striving, pushing himself forward in exercises. Even though he was a first-year student undergoing the harshest training, Elzine still wondered why he was ranked last. Elzine suddenly asked Ryan if he still remembered the past. She reminded him that Ryan used to be at the top of their class when they first entered the academy as first-years. 6 months ago at the Kaizen Sword Academy, which had a 200-year history and had produced 10 official first-class swordsmen. Among them was one known as the Greatest Swordsman, a prestigious knight with an iron will and courage. Countless knights aspired to make their mark in history, with over 300 applicants each semester. However, the majority of candidates failed the 1-month trial and were eliminated, leaving only 30. A student was struggling through a grueling crawling exercise. Richard Figer, a Group 1 student, was pressuring another student to crawl faster. Figer yelled, demanding everyone crawl faster and not to mess things up for him. A group of students was placing bets, with those who used schema placed in Group 1. Those who hadn't learned schema, but had superior physical abilities were placed in Group 2. Finally, those who entered the school reluctantly due to their parents' arrangements were placed in Group 3, and they were looked down upon after training. Elzine Tess, a member of Group 1, remarked that unfortunately, this was the world they lived in. Those who couldn't be trusted to have your back on the battlefield were not comrades, but just sacrifices. Figer continued to torment the Group 3 student, cheering that he had come in first again this time. Suddenly, Figer was knocked down by a punch. Ryan had intervened, delivering a kick that took down both Figer and the student being bullied. All the surrounding students were stunned by Ryan's sudden action. Ryan stood up and coldly told Figer to stop. Ojent Ryan was identified as belonging to Group 2, those with good physical abilities but no schema. Figer angrily got up after being sucker punched. He threatened to kill Ryan for daring to interfere. Elzine and a friend observed. Her friend was surprised that Elzine knew Ryan's name and assumed he must be very strong. Elzine explained that Figer was collecting birthday money from the Group 2 students and Ryan was the only one who refused. The friend realized Ryan had been targeted by Group 1, but Elzine hadn't expected him to be the one to strike first. Ryan suggested Figer settle their dispute outside. Figer smirked and agreed, as he also didn't want to be caught by the instructor and have it affect his grades. He called his cronies to come with him to deal with Ryan. The Group 3 students, who had been bullied by Figer, looked terrified. Figer led the group outside, declaring he would show Ryan the consequences of messing with him. When they got to the backyard, Figer called those who had run away grunts. Ryan gave the bullied students a chance, telling them to run to him or they would be beaten. They all fearfully ran towards Figer, causing the crowd to laugh at their cowardice. Figer mocked Ryan for having no one on his side, but Ryan just calmly asked back. Ryan questioned Figer if he only fought when he had the advantage. He declared that he fought because it was the right thing to do, and that was the true nature of a knight. Ryan asserted that someone like Figer had no right to become a knight. Figer sneered and accepted Ryan's challenge. He agreed to face Ryan one-on-one like a knight. Figer acted confident, saying he would give Ryan a one-hand handicap and let him have the first hit. Ryan didn't hesitate, rushing forward and throwing a punch straight at Figer's face. However, Figer easily blocked Ryan's punch with his hand. Immediately after, Figer countered with an extremely powerful punch to Ryan's stomach. Figer mocked Ryan, calling him a fool for believing he would let him land a hit. Ryan staggered back after taking the blow. He collapsed, realizing in shock that this was the power of schema. Fajr was surprised that Ryan hadn't gone down and continued to rush forward to attack. He threw another powerful punch, aimed straight at Ryan. Ryan was sent flying, but still managed to struggle to his feet. Ryan used his head to block Fajr's next punch, surprising his opponent. Fajr was stunned by Ryan's extraordinary endurance. He was furious that he couldn't take down Ryan, someone who couldn't even use schema. Fajr roared in fury, determined not to give Ryan a chance. He unleashed a full power punch, determined to end the fight. Ryan coughed up blood after the fierce attack. Fajr didn't stop, continuously landing devastating blows on Ryan. Ryan was beaten to a pulp, no longer able to resist. Ryan's blood splattered all over the ground after the brutal beating. Fajr's friends cried out in alarm, telling him to stop. They feared Fajr would actually kill Ryan and screamed that he would be killed. Blood slowly dripped from the unconscious Ryan's face. After the fight, Ryan was tied upside down to a tree, and the crowd laughed at him, saying he looked like a worm on a fishing rod. People mocked Ryan, wondering why someone as weak as him dared to act so tough. They burst out laughing, not understanding what Ryan was thinking when he acted that way. Elzine watched with her arms crossed, thinking that humiliating a defeated opponent in a duel was going too far. Suddenly, Ryan spoke up, apologizing while still hanging upside down. He said he didn't expect to let a lady like Elzine see him in this state. The crowd was once again surprised and jeered, thinking Ryan was trying to act cool. They concluded that Ryan was just a fool, thinking that pretending to be tough when he was weak would make others respect him. Ryan calmly replied that he didn't care and would soon forget about it. The crowd continued to laugh at him. Ryan declared that he had fought his best for what he believed was right, so there was nothing to be ashamed of, and he would not remember this humiliation. Then he turned to ask the crowd watching the spectacle. He pointed out that all of them, who had entered the school as aspiring knights, had run away without a fight. Ryan said that the memory of their cowardly period during their school years would forever haunt them. He emphasized that they would never be able to reclaim the past, when they were too scared to even speak up. Ryan shouted that it was fine if he lost 100 times, because he had fought for his beliefs. Meanwhile, the obsession with their own cowardice would forever remain with those who only stood and watched. Elzine looked at Ryan with different eyes, realizing that for a knight, their creed was their life. Ryan roared, challenging the crowd to fight if they ever wanted to be proud of themselves one day. Ryan, though fallen, screamed that if they wanted to be proud, they should fight, not let things end here. He roared, calling the others fools, and urging them to fight so they could one day be proud. Everyone here, no matter who they were, shared the same feeling and desire to become stronger. They all wished that one day their names would be renowned on the battlefield as great swordsmen. The desire to fight and become stronger burned in everyone's eyes. Fajr the bully showed contempt for the others' determination. He challenged the crowd with angry eyes, asking if they wanted to fight. Fajr threatened that anyone who dared to try would end up like Ryan. Suddenly, Elzine Tess swooped down from above, startling Fajr and his cronies. Elzine Tess quickly drew a knife, preparing to act to rescue the person hanging upside down. She used the knife to cut the rope holding Ryan upside down, causing him to scream in pain. Elzine Tess landed safely after freeing Ryan and declared that she had made her decision. She approached Ryan, who was lying on the ground, and confirmed his name. Elzine Tess introduced herself and invited Ryan to fight alongside her. Ryan looked confusedly at the offered hand, then pointed out that his hands were still tied. The others were astonished when they realized Elzine Tess's strength and felt inspired. Encouraged, they decided they would no longer run away and stood up against Fajr. Fajr feigned concession, saying that if that's what they wanted, he would oblige. However, he suddenly threw a punch, mocking them for being naive enough to think he would back down. Fajr provoked them all, declaring that this was a war and that knowledge of schema wasn't everything. One person ran to call for an instructor, while Elzine Tess apologized to Ryan for causing this mess. Elzine Tess explained that she didn't want to be a hero and had intentionally brought Ryan to a place with no instructors. She further explained that the instructors would never let them off so easily. Elzine tests revealed that all their actions, even at this moment, were being graded, stunning Ryan. As a result, Fijer and his cronies were denied admission, while Ogent Ryan was admitted with the highest rank. In the present, Elzine Tess teased Ryan that the one who was once at the top was now at the bottom. Ryan complained that he never wanted to be at the top, but Elzine Tess still praised his persistent training. Elzine Tess worried that if Ryan continued to be last in this exam, he would be held back and unable to graduate. Ryan ignored her words, making Elzine Tess even more worried and insistent. Ryan replied that there were things more important than graduation or fame, and that was the goal of becoming stronger. He revealed his goal was to serve his lord, which greatly surprised Elzine Tess. Elzine Tess was curious about the person to whom Ryan had sworn loyalty, as a knight's oath could only be made once in a lifetime. Ryan revealed that the person to whom he had entrusted his entire life was named Shiren. Elzine Tess wondered about Shiren's identity, and Ryan replied that it was his friend. Ryan further explained that Shiren was attending a magic school in their hometown, leaving Elzine Tess shocked. Elzine Tess couldn't believe that Ryan had sworn loyalty to an unknown student with no future. In her mind, an image appeared of Ryan kneeling and swearing an oath to a young girl. Elzine Tess was stunned to realize that the friend Ryan mentioned might be a girl. She was about to ask more about Shiren, but was pulled away by Ryan because the exam was about to start. The two of them rushed to the examination hall, Elzine Tess telling herself she would ask Ryan about it later. They arrived at the CQB training hall, a large area designed like a small town. The students gathered in front of a stage where an instructor was waiting. The instructor began today's practical lesson on the topic of movement. Instructor Parkakuan announced that they would be graded on how they shifted their body's center of gravity. Parkakuan pointed to a student and asked where a swordsman's center of gravity was located. The panicked student answered that it was in the navel, but Parkakuan said that answer was wrong. Another student answered that it was the soles of the feet, and was also scolded by Parkakuan for being wrong. When another student was about to answer navel, Parkakuan angrily punished him with 200 push-ups. Parkakuan explained that the answer lay outside the body, a concept called peripheral gravity. The students were forced to shout the term peripheral gravity, even though they had never heard of it. Parkakuan admitted it was natural, they didn't know since he had never explained it before. He declared he would demonstrate it only once and test them immediately after, leaving the students bewildered. Parkakuan began his demonstration by stepping forward with his sword in hand. He executed a powerful slash as he stepped forward, creating a sharp gust of wind. Then he stepped back and executed another slash, demonstrating flexibility in movement. The students were terrified by the energy emanating from the simple sword swings. The students recognized it as a basic swordsmanship movement, but didn't understand why it was so powerful. Parkakuan explained that the technique was based on leaning to shift the center of mass. He added that using that momentum would increase the sword's destructive power, especially when applying schema. Parkakuan pointed out that with their current simple mindset, they would die in 3 seconds in a real fight. He emphasized that in a real battle, movement is more important than strength. Parkakuan explained that depending on the situation, a swordsman would move their center of gravity outside their body. He began his demonstration by stomping his foot firmly on the ground to create a pivot point. Parkakuan declared that at that moment, his center of gravity was behind his back. The students watched intently, trying to understand the abstract concept he was talking about. He leaned backward, demonstrating the concept of peripheral gravity he had mentioned. Parkakuan used his back foot as a pivot, preparing for an explosive movement. He suddenly launched himself into the air, astonishing the students. Parkakuan used the momentum from the launch to perform a mid-air spin. He shot upwards at an incredible speed, causing everyone to scream. The students couldn't believe their eyes as they saw him launch into the air from a static position. Parkakuan landed his feet on the ceiling, beginning to walk upside down on it with ease. The students were utterly amazed as they witnessed this extraordinary sight. Park Akuan continued to move on the ceiling, preparing for his next attack. He dove down from above, spinning and swinging his sword to create a whirlwind of attacks. The powerful whirlwind of sword energy engulfed the entire area, stunning the students. The students wondered in amazement if a human could really spin that fast. The extremely fast spinning motion created a terrifying, blazing red energy. Park Akuan's eyes flashed as he focused his energy into his attack. He ended the demonstration in a steady stance, the powerful aura still radiating around him. Ryan and Elzine Tess realized that the attack was insane, and there was no way to block it. Elzine Tess recognized this as the swordsmanship of the one formerly known as the Death Sorcerer. Park Akuan explained that this was an application of peripheral gravity, not that he was actually controlling gravity. He said that he simply enhanced his strength with schema to create maximum inertia. Park Akuan announced that this was the content of today's test and asked if the students understood. Immediately after, he punished everyone who had exclaimed, "Whoa!" in amazement during his demonstration with 200 push-ups. Ryan was panting from exhaustion while being told to continue listening to the instructions. The instructor explained that the Center of Mass Control test was about overcoming horizontal obstacles. He explained that the trainees had to overcome various obstacles, and the final stage had almost no space. The instructor emphasized that it was impossible to pass the final stage without using external gravitational force to reach the finish line. He warned that all the obstacles were made of real, sharp blades. The instructor said that if there were any mistakes, the trainees could die, causing Ryan and another person to panic. He sarcastically reassured them that if they were injured, Instructor Kaina would perform surgery and stitch them up, which frightened the trainees even more. After finishing the physical fitness portion, the trainees were called in order by their registration numbers to begin the test. Davis Aiden, number 1, was ready, while Ryan and Elzine Tess complained about having to do 200 push-ups. The other trainees were jealous seeing Elzine next to Ryan, who was preoccupied with the test. Elzine looked at Ryan with a mischievous glint in her eye, as he was being gossiped about by the other trainees. Elzine curiously asked Ryan if his friend named Cheyenne was a girl. Ryan shouted in astonishment, asserting that no matter how incompetent he would not make such a knightly vow. Elzine appeared indifferent but said that one day Cheyenne would be at the top, which surprised Ryan. Ryan explained that was why he entrusted his life to Cheyenne, causing Elzine to remark that he changed his attitude quickly when talking about his friend. Ryan asked Elzine not to judge Cheyenne like that, but she said she might get jealous hearing him talk about his friend. Elzine seemed interested and came up with an idea. Elzine suddenly suggested that Ryan introduce her to Cheyenne, leaving him utterly stunned. Elzine explained that since Ryan had boasted so much about Cheyenne, she couldn't help but be curious. Ryan, flustered, said that Cheyenne was in Krias, very far from here, but Elzine suggested they could go there during the upcoming vacation. Elzine excitedly proposed going to a small, famous island in the south to travel together. Ryan was shocked and blushed as he realized Elzine would be going with Cheyenne. Ryan recalled the moment he parted with Cheyenne, when he was sent to the Swordsmanship Academy half a year ago. Ryan burst into tears and shouted that he also wanted to go out and have fun. Ryan shyly asked if it would be okay for the three of them to go together, as Cheyenne was quite shy. Elzine smiled slyly, realizing that Ryan had reacted to her suggestion. Elzine suggested Ryan just tell Cheyenne to bring a girl along, as he must know many people at the Magic Academy. Ryan was completely stunned by the suggestion of a double date. Ryan awkwardly agreed to think about it, while Elzine cheered with delight. Elzine confidently said she would show off a little before the vacation in the final exam. Elzine Tess, number 17, was called, and she declared she had completed her preparations for the test. The instructor silently took notes as Elzine stepped forward. As soon as the instructor signaled the start, Elzine immediately dashed forward with incredible speed. She quickly approached the first obstacle. Elzine glided past the obstacles with grace and agility. She leaped over a large obstacle block with ease. Elzine realized she wouldn't be able to continue using her agility anymore. She faced the final obstacle, a large block with only a small gap underneath, and knew she had to use external force. Elzine created the first impact by stomping her foot hard on the ground. She shifted her body's center of gravity to prepare for the next step. Elzine slid out of her initial position, gliding across the ground. She slid through the narrow gap under the obstacle block with precision. After passing through, she sprang up and continued moving. The instructor announced that number 17, Elzine Tess, had passed the test. Elzine was panting but happy to have completed it perfectly, even though it was her first time trying. She thought to herself that despite the instructor's problematic personality, he was a good guide. The instructor recorded the results. Elzine Tess was at the top with 12 seconds and called for Agent Ryan, number 28, to prepare. The instructor silently observed Ryan as he stepped up. Ryan confidently said he would give it a try. Ryan began his test, dashing forward. He moved quickly through the initial obstacles. Elzine and the other trainees were surprised by Ryan's speed. Ryan continued to move, skillfully dodging the obstacles. He made precise movements to maintain his momentum. Ryan realized this was when he needed to use external gravitational force. He focused on using schema to pull his body's center of gravity outward. Ryan stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a massive impact that shattered the stone floor. He lunged forward, preparing to slide under the final obstacle. The instructor looked astonished by Ryan's power. Ryan slid forward, but it seemed he had miscalculated. He was stunned to see himself about to crash straight into the sharp blades. Ryan punched the obstacle hard with his hand, creating a huge shock. His punch caused the entire obstacle block to be destroyed, sending fragments flying everywhere. The instructor rushed over angrily, yelling at Ryan for running headfirst into the blades. He questioned Ryan about where he had left his schema, but Ryan, confused, insisted that he had used it. The instructor berated Ryan, saying that those who didn't know how to use schema should just excuse themselves from the test, but Ryan still insisted he knew how. Ryan explained that he had passed the muscle enhancement test a month ago, but the instructor didn't believe him. The instructor ordered 2 other trainees to bring a large rock. He said that test required lifting twice one's body weight, and Ryan remembered he had just barely managed to pass. Ryan strained with all his might to try and lift the rock. He yelled and finally managed to lift the huge rock over his head. Ryan panted and asked for the instructor's opinion, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression. The instructor was completely shocked and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ryan worriedly asked if something was wrong, while the instructor was still stunned. The instructor bowed his head and apologized to Ryan. He told Ryan that he hadn't used schema at all, which astonished everyone. Ryan, confused, asked how he could have lifted the rock without using schema, and the instructor replied that he was just absurdly strong. The instructor explained that Ryan was using pure physical strength. Ryan threw the rock away to everyone's amazement, and the final result was confirmed. Agent Ryan ranked last for the first semester of the first year. Outside the Kaizen Sword Arts Academy, an exasperated voice rang out. Cheyenne was furious to find himself ranked 30th out of 30, just because he couldn't use schema. An angry, red-eyed man decided to go out, while a blonde girl called to Ryan from a carriage. Ryan responded confusedly to the girl's reminder that he had to bring his friend, Cheyenne, along for the vacation. The vast landscape of the academy appeared, a massive architectural structure nestled in nature. Cheyenne stood alone on the empty training ground, preparing to practice his magic. Cheyenne's eyes flashed with blue light as he focused his magical energy. He began to move at extreme speed, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Cheyenne cast the blink skill, creating a powerful streak of light that shot forward. Next, he used the patrol skill, moving horizontally at a dizzying speed. Cheyenne continued to glide within the golden energy stream, showcasing his extraordinary mobility. His face showed intense concentration, as he executed the complex sequence of skills. His speed was so fast that only a faint, blurry streak of light remained on the training ground. He unleashed the rainbow drop technique, a magical attack with multicolored energy. After landing on the ground, his hands transformed into sharp claws, ready for the next attack. Cheyenne channeled energy into the ground, casting the powerful photon cannon's skill. He stood up straight, observing the results of his recent magic sequence with a confident look. Then Cheyenne raised his hand, concentrating a stream of brilliant red energy. He fired a powerful laser beam from the palm of his hand. The laser beam struck a boulder, creating a shockwave and explaining that all matter is affected by it. This powerful spell continued to destroy the boulder, demonstrating its terrifying destructive power. Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that the photon cannon had a stronger impact. He realized his signature magic had become much stronger, as the laser could now deal nearly infinite continuous damage. Cheyenne continued to practice, casting a wind element spell called Wind Blade. The sharp blade of wind flew out, severing the stem of an apple on a tree. Watching the apple fall, he realized that knowing only powerful spells wasn't everything. Cheyenne caught the apple, telling himself he still had a long way to go. He recalled a time when his magic was unknown, and he could attack by surprise. He also remembered using his immortality function to compensate for his lack of precision against truly strong opponents. The memory of a powerful enemy with white hair and blazing red eyes returned. He and his friends had once been terrified and helpless before that enemy. Returning to the present, Cheyenne held the apple and thought about his past powerlessness. He remembered the helpless moment of watching people die right before his eyes. He thought of the prospect of the most important people to him being in danger. Cheyenne squeezed the apple, determined never to be a weak mage again. As he was lost in thought, two friends suddenly called his name from a distance. It was Iruki and Need, happily waving at Cheyenne. Cheyenne joyfully called back the names of his two best friends, Iruki and Need. Cheyenne's eyes flashed blue again as he prepared to show them something. He used a teleportation spell, creating a cross of light right under his two friends' feet. Iruki and Need stared in amazement as Cheyenne appeared from the stream of light above. Cheyenne suddenly appeared between his two friends in a streak of light, causing them to scream in astonishment. Iruki and Need were completely shocked. Cheyenne explained that he had successfully moved at near light speed, though it made him a bit dizzy. Need praised Cheyenne, saying that even the senior class struggled with spatial magic, and that he had at least surprised Iruki. Iruki also boasted that he had something to surprise everyone with, which was plasma magic. Need teased Cheyenne, asking if he was being smug all by himself on the empty training ground, which Cheyenne quickly denied. Cheyenne awkwardly repeated that he still had a long way to go. Need placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, reassuring him that everything was fine. Need praised Cheyenne's laser magic, saying it usually required 10 years of pure mental training. Need explained that Cheyenne had done it instantly by applying the principles of the photon cannon, and that he should be proud of it. Need smiled and affirmed that Cheyenne was the one who had grown the most during the past semester. Recognized by his friends, Cheyenne smiled happily and agreed. The scene shifted to a tower at the academy at the end of the semester. The teachers, including Miss Sienna and Miss Athela, received thanks from the students. The teachers talked with the students, joking about how the school's biggest troublemakers were greeting them so politely. A teacher teased Iruki, saying the most surprising thing was that he had been promoted to the next grade. Mr. Thad, a teacher, called out to Miss Athela, getting her attention. Mr. Thad gallantly invited Miss Athela to have dinner with him during the vacation. The other teachers and students were all stunned by his bold invitation. Miss Athela declined because she had to manage the night's order, leading Mr. Thad to express his admiration and desire to join the training. Miss Sienna curiously asked if Mr. Thad was really planning to join the Knight's Order. Miss Sienna teased that he would lose his popularity if he shaved his head, but Mr. Thad retorted that she didn't understand love and called her by name. Mr. Thad bluntly asked Miss Sienna if she had ever been on a date, shocking the entire class. Miss Sienna calmly pushed up her glasses, said "excuse me" before making a statement. She revealed she was currently dadding, leaving Mr. Thad and the students speechless with shock. Mr. Thad didn't believe it, asking about Armin and assuming Miss Sienna was joking. He challenged Miss Sienna to say the name of the person she was dadding. Miss Sienna confidently declared that she was dadding Magic. Iruki looked utterly bewildered by his teacher's strange answer. Cheyenne and the other students were all dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Everyone quietly backed away from Miss Sienna after her answer. The headmaster suddenly appeared and asked what everyone was doing, surprising the students that he was still alive. The headmaster announced there would be a temporary headmaster next semester, causing the students to protest. Before everyone left, the headmaster called Cheyenne to stay and talk privately, while Iruki and Need waited at the gate. In the empty classroom, Cheyenne faced the headmaster. The headmaster asked Cheyenne directly if he was planning to investigate something. He specified that he was referring to Myro. Cheyenne was stunned that the headmaster knew his intentions. The headmaster explained that with 40 years of experience, he could see through Cheyenne's thoughts by looking into his eyes. When Cheyenne was about to apologize, the headmaster suggested he try investigating the Kurgo ruins. Cheyenne was completely surprised by the headmaster's instructions. The headmaster said that there, Cheyenne would get a glimpse of the world Myro lived in. Cheyenne dazedly repeated the name Kurgo Ruins, a completely unfamiliar place. In another carriage, the blonde girl called out to Ryan and asked if he remembered where they were going. Ryan stepped out confidently, affirming that he remembered, but the girl teased him, calling him an idiot. Another blonde boy in the carriage loudly declared their destination was Galliant Island. Ryan grinned widely, excitedly reconfirming the destination. The headmaster told Cheyenne that he was allowing him to investigate the Kurgo ruins because he trusted his judgment. The headmaster warned Cheyenne not to let his guard down, and he thanked him, promising to be careful. Cheyenne turned back and asked the headmaster why he was investigating Myro. The headmaster listened to Cheyenne's question with a thoughtful and somewhat sad expression. Cheyenne explained that he had heard a voice while traversing dimensions, which intrigued the headmaster. Cheyenne clarified that the voice he heard was actually his own. The voice spoke of things he had hidden deep in his mind, that he was not his parents' child and had been abandoned. Cheyenne continued that the voice mentioned things even he had forgotten, while the headmaster recalled hearing all about Cheyenne from Clump. Cheyenne explained that only by accepting all of that could he achieve the diamond body, but he still wanted to become stronger. To do that, Cheyenne asserted that he needed to understand himself better. Cheyenne believed he needed to know about his own internal conflicts to be able to progress. He began to think that, although it was just a feeling, there might be some kind of connection. Cheyenne believed that if he learned more about Myro, a person who had created countless dimensions and chose self-isolation, he might find an answer. He concluded that investigating Myro could help him find the answer he desperately needed. The scene shifts to a sunlit window, marking a pause in the conversation. The headmaster stood silently by the window, contemplating Cheyenne's words. He watched Cheyenne walk away, thinking to himself that children of that age often become lost. The headmaster pondered the nature of life and journeys. He mused that, in truth, every person on this vast earth is a lonely traveler. The image of Cheyenne walking alone symbolized his solitary journey of self-discovery. The headmaster silently wished for Cheyenne to soon find what he was looking for, the path to himself and the path to protecting his loved ones. The headmaster looked at a pocket watch containing a picture of his younger self and found it all very interesting. A colleague had remarked that Cheyenne resembled the young headmaster, but he hoped the boy would not walk the same cruel path he did. He recalled his younger self, arrogantly presenting the wave theory to others. He reminisced about a time when he became complacent with his talent, hurting others. He also remembered finding good friends, but also getting into brawls. He recalled a confrontation with another man. He remembered a moment of loss and sorrow. Unlike his past self, Cheyenne had chosen understanding over anger. The headmaster felt as if Cheyenne was doing all the things he himself had failed to do. He looked at the picture of himself and Myro, regretting that he couldn't protect her but believing that Cheyenne could. The headmaster felt he had no right to hope, but he couldn't help but look forward once more. A happy memory of Myro's smile brought a glimmer of hope to the headmaster's thoughts. Outside, Cheyenne's friends asked if he had spoken to the headmaster. Iruki specifically asked if Cheyenne had mentioned the person named Myro. Cheyenne told his friends that the headmaster had given him permission to investigate the famous Kurgo ruins, much to their surprise. Cheyenne confirmed he would be going on vacation, while Iruki expressed his desire to go with him. Iruki explained that he couldn't go because of his father, just as a huge, luxurious carriage arrived to pick him up. Cheyenne and his green-haired friend were stunned by the entourage, realizing Iruki came from a prestigious family. The two friends said their goodbyes as Iruki was whisked away in the grand carriage. The scene shifts to Agent Riene's villa in the capital city of Bashuka, with musical notes floating in the air. Clothes were strewn across the stairs inside the villa, leading to a large room. The camera pans up, revealing a grand piano in the center of the room. A young blue-haired woman, Agent Riene, was playing the piano with a tense and frustrated expression. A young blue-haired man, Ryan, peeked into the room, annoyed by the noise and thinking she was at it again. Ryan muttered that the old hag had evolved into a witch upon seeing the chaotic room. He noticed Riene's glowing red eyes, realizing she was in a trance and that breaking her concentration wouldn't be easy. Ryan decided to sneak in quietly to retrieve his things. However, Riene immediately detected him and threw her shoe with incredible speed. The shoe flew straight into Ryan's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Riene stood up, commenting that she was wondering what stray cat had wandered in. She turned to face Ryan, confirming that she knew it was him all along. Riene held out her hand and sternly demanded Ryan hand something over. She demanded his report card, causing Ryan to shout in protest, asking why he had to show her. Riene stood menacingly over the bruised Ryan, saying it would be better if he listened while she was still being nice. Riene calmly examined the report card she had taken from Ryan. Her expression quickly turned to shock and anger as she read its contents. She was horrified to see Ryan ranked last, 30 out of 30, and asked if he was out of his mind. Ryan, still on the floor, argued back about the schema confusion mentioned in the report, while Riene berated him for his poor performance. He yelled that using schema was difficult for him, and he couldn't do it. Ryan declared he was going anyway, but Riene grabbed his shirt, insisting he had to stay home. Riene said they were going to see their grandfather, which panicked Ryan as he had plans to travel. Riene grabbed his face, aggressively asking who he was traveling with. Ryan struggled, realizing he had to choose his words carefully as she reminded him that he had no friends. He feared that if he said he was going on a double date with Cheyenne, his sister might actually kill him. Ryan thought that Cheyenne should also know this side of his sister, then cautiously mentioned the Elzine family. Riene flew into a rage, accusing him of lying and questioning why the daughter of a famous family like Elzine would travel with him. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan dodged her and ran. Riene screamed for him to stop as he bolted out of the villa. Ryan ran at full speed, trying to escape his sister. Riene sighed in frustration, muttering Ryan's name and wondering when he would ever grow up. Holding Ryan's crumpled report card, she smirked, vowing that he would never get one over on her, and decided to take a carriage to see who would get there first. On a country road, someone was wondering if young Master Rai had been officially certified yet. In the carriage, Timurin confirmed that young Master Rai had received his level 10 certification and was busy working on the front lines. Timurin continued to update that Lady Riene had become the conductor of the 7th Orchestra, while the head of the family was as busy as usual. Timurin, the vice butler of the Ogent family, also announced that the elder had retired and returned to Kriya's. Cheyenne curiously asked about his brother Ryan, but Timurin only revealed that he was a certified level 6 swordsman. Timurin advised against mentioning the eldest son at the main house, leaving Cheyenne confused and speculating whether Ryan had been disowned. Cheyenne realized there might be political issues involved and felt that he would meet Ryan again soon. Timurin said they hadn't been in contact with Ryan for half a year, which made Cheyenne laugh, thinking it was just his brother's personality. As he stepped out of the carriage and looked at the house, Cheyenne was completely stunned by the scene inside. Inside the house, someone's voice was praising how delicious the pork was. The father replied that pork was best with beer and invited the other person to have another glass. Cheyenne was astonished to see Ryan cheerfully clinking glasses with his father right in his own home. Cheyenne burst in and shouted, asking what was going on, while his father happily recognized his son's return. Cheyenne's father hugged him joyfully, but Cheyenne complained about the strong smell of alcohol on him. Cheyenne was still stunned, not understanding what had happened in the 6 months he was away. He had been expecting a warm reunion with his parents, but the reality was completely different. Cheyenne questioned his father about why Ryan was at their house and learned that Ryan had been waiting for him there for 2 days. Ryan proudly boasted that during that time, he had helped Cheyenne's family chop wood and hunt. Hearing the noise, Cheyenne's mother ran out and joyfully called his name upon seeing her son had returned. Cheyenne emotionally ran to hug his mother after half a year apart. His mother comforted her son and said that the Ogent family had helped them a lot during his absence. Cheyenne thought to himself that this was the reunion he had wanted, while his mother glared at her husband for drinking when their son came home. Cheyenne turned to ask Ryan why he hadn't contacted his family, but Ryan casually replied that his master's home was his home too. Cheyenne didn't believe it and thought Ryan must have caused some trouble, and that's why he didn't dare go home. Ryan tried to change the subject by inviting Cheyenne's father to go chop wood, because the reality was that he couldn't go home. Cheyenne's father enthusiastically agreed, suggesting the two men spend some quality time together despite his wife's frantic attempts to stop them. Cheyenne felt helpless against his father's and Ryan's enthusiasm, thinking there was nothing else he could do. Cheyenne's mother worried that going up the mountain after drinking was dangerous, but he reassured her that everything would be fine. Cheyenne tightened his belt, confidently telling his mother not to worry because he was here. He confidently declared that since he was here, everything would be all right. Cheyenne's mother was surprised by her son's change and confidence. She realized that even though she had only been apart from her son for half a year, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Cheyenne seemed to have matured and changed a lot in just a short time. On the way, Ryan proposed a bet to Cheyenne. Whoever chopped down a tree with fewer swings would win and get to order the loser around. Cheyenne was surprised by the offer, while his father excitedly prepared an axe for the competition. Cheyenne had a vague feeling that he had had a similar bet with his father when he was a child. Suddenly, a loud noise came from Ryan's direction, causing Cheyenne and his father to turn around in surprise. Cheyenne asked in astonishment if that was schema, but Ryan denied it, saying it wasn't necessary to use it for chopping a tree. Ryan gripped the axe, declaring that he was just getting started. He swung the axe with a confident and challenging smile on his face. Ryan shouted that he was just warming up and put all his strength into the swing. Cheyenne and his father stood stunned by Ryan's incredible power. Cheyenne exclaimed in amazement the name of a powerful skill, Thunder Strike. A powerful bolt of lightning energy enveloped Ryan's axe as it struck the tree trunk. Ryan's powerful swing created a vortex of energy, shattering the tree trunk into pieces. Cheyenne screamed in utter astonishment at the skill Ryan had just demonstrated. Ryan proudly declared that he had learned sword slaughter and was no longer the person he used to be. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had successfully executed the skill without failing. Ryan recalled learning this skill based on the Thunder Strike that Cheyenne had used on him. He realized it was sword slaughter, his father's secret technique, which he had successfully learned. Cheyenne's father explained that Ryan had asked him how to succeed with Thunder Strike, and he had guided him. Ryan cheerfully confirmed that a day of special training was worth it, leading Cheyenne's father to praise him as a good friend. Cheyenne's father told his son that he had warned Ryan it wouldn't be easy, then asked Cheyenne if he still thought he would win. Cheyenne told himself that to win, he would have to take down the tree in a single blow. Ryan offered his axe to Cheyenne, but he refused, saying it wasn't necessary. Cheyenne approached another tree, touching its trunk while Ryan and his father watched curiously. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the feeling of the leaves falling around him. Cheyenne opened his eyes, and a green energy began to gather powerfully around him. Ryan and Cheyenne's father were amazed as they felt a strange wind suddenly rise. Cheyenne placed his hand on the tree trunk, and a powerful gust of wind enveloped it. The swirling wind energy around the tree, under Cheyenne's control, formed an invisible blade. Ryan and his father were stunned as the tree trunk began to creak and crack. A razor-sharp cut appeared and rapidly deepened on the tree trunk. In just a moment, the tree was completely severed, and Cheyenne joyfully raised his hand to declare victory. Ryan shouted in amazement, asking what kind of magic that was, and Cheyenne proudly replied it was wind cutter. Cheyenne's father couldn't believe his eyes, realizing it was real magic and not a trick. He happily said that now they wouldn't have to worry about making a living from logging, and Cheyenne confidently accepted the responsibility. Ryan silently admired Cheyenne's incredible progress after only half a year apart. He smiled and thought to himself that he was right to believe in Cheyenne's potential. Cheyenne, as the winner, ordered Ryan to move the wood, causing Ryan to grumble that he was going to do it anyway. That night, the whole family and Ryan gathered for a cozy dinner, chatting happily. Cheyenne cheerfully recounted his stories during the meal. His parents also listened happily and laughed with their son. Ryan ate quietly, observing the happy interaction of Cheyenne's family. In the bedroom, Ryan asked Cheyenne if he was also planning to go to Gallant Island. Cheyenne confirmed, saying he wanted to investigate the Kurgo ruins for his studies. Ryan enthusiastically offered to go along, thinking it was a famous tourist spot, and Cheyenne reluctantly agreed. Ryan suddenly became worried about his own situation and thought he had to bring a girl along for a double-date trip. He teased Cheyenne, asking if he was coming back with a girlfriend from the Swordsmanship Academy. Ryan flusteredly dismissed it, saying the girl wasn't his girlfriend and questioning Cheyenne's purpose for coming here. Ryan urged Cheyenne to say if he could invite anyone, secretly thinking this was the biggest obstacle in the plan. Ryan thought that Cheyenne was a shy fool who didn't dare to look his sister in the eye, so he surely didn't know any girls. Ryan decided that if Cheyenne had no one, he would have to tell Tess the truth. Unexpectedly, Cheyenne looked straight at Ryan and said decisively, "All right." Cheyenne declared he would bring a girlfriend, leaving Ryan and his parents outside the door in complete shock. A stranger asks Cheyenne if he is popular with girls. Ryan, lying nearby, teases that the family's witch would be sad, then evades the question when Cheyenne asks. Cheyenne wonders if his older sister, Renee, is doing well, thinking it's nice to have a kind sister since he grew up alone. Ryan suddenly becomes serious and curiously asks Cheyenne if his companion is beautiful. Cheyenne shyly admits that she is indeed very beautiful, which greatly surprises Ryan. Ryan warns Cheyenne not to get his hopes up as she might refuse, and emphasizes that he must persuade her to agree. A few days later, the scene changes. Ryan has to go home to prepare, after which he and Cheyenne set off together for Kriya's to persuade Cheyenne's companion. Cheyenne's mother gives him a small green object and tells him to keep it with him. She explains it's a lucky charm made from a 4-leaf clover and asks if he remembers. Cheyenne is surprised, recalling a time when his mother had a high fever and fainted. In a flashback, Cheyenne's mother is lying in bed with a high fever. She wakes up to find a young Cheyenne by her bedside. She was utterly astonished to see what her son had done. Cheyenne's mother recalls how he had picked every 4-leaf clover on the mountain, hopping for her speedy recovery. Cheyenne smiles, touched that his mother still remembers how he used his spirit zone to search all over the mountains. His parents hug Cheyenne, telling him to return safely as this is his first time traveling to Kriya's. Ryan explains to Cheyenne's parents that he's just visiting a friend's house, prompting Cheyenne's father to remark that his son's personality is very similar to theirs. Cheyenne's mother also gives Ryan a similar 4-leaf clover charm, and he politely thanks her. Ryan confidently declares that, as Shire's knight, he will definitely protect him. Shire's mother smiles, entrusting her son's safety to Ryan. The image focuses on the four-leaf clover charm, symbolizing the trust placed in him. The story introduces the Karmi's family, the foremost among the noble families of the Thormia kingdom. Their descendants inherit a special memory-related ability called Crimson Eyes, which allows them to learn 10 times faster than others. However, the Karmi's family does not pursue power, choosing freer paths as their family tradition highly values individuality. Therefore, the members of the Karmi's family all excel in their own fields and are known as the stars of the continent. Shire arrives at a large mansion, thinking he came straight here because he didn't have time to make an appointment. He stands before the gate, worried about what to do if Amy isn't home. 2 guards notice Shire and wonder if he plans to wait until the young lady returns. Shire hesitates for a moment, then approaches the gate, drawing the guards' attention. The guards stop him and ask who he is, and Shire introduces himself and asks if Amy is here. He explains he's a classmate from the Magic Academy, which makes one of the guards sneer. The guard thinks to himself that flies like Shire start buzzing around the young lady as soon as the vacation begins, thinking he's too full of himself. The older, annoyed-looking guard tells his younger colleague to go check. The older guard throws a stern look. He yells at the younger guard for just standing there, reminding him to go check. The young guard hastily rides off on a horse, while the commander wonders what's wrong with him. The commander observes Shire, feeling something different about the boy and wondering if he is a disciple of some prestigious family. The young guard returns on horseback and calls out, "Commander." The commander, who is about to find a reason for refusal, is shocked when the guard reports that Amy said to let Shire in. The commander is so astonished that he strikes a comical pose, stammering an apology, "Young master." The young guard confirms it's true, adding that Lady Amy herself ordered him to be escorted in. A magnificent carriage pulled by multiple horses appears. The carriage is pulled by beautiful white horses. The commander is completely stunned by this turn of events, not understanding what is happening. The guards immediately snap to attention as the carriage arrives to pick up Shire. A large man steps out of the carriage and welcomes Shire to the Karmi's estate. The man introduces himself as the head butler, Adele. Shire introduces himself as well, relieved that Amy is home, while the guards wonder about this special treatment. Adele says that before escorting Shire to the mansion, he has one thing he wants to confirm. Shire politely asks what it is, and Adele says he wants to confirm his identity. Adele further explains that he needs to be sure he is truly Master Shire, leaving the boy confused. Adele explains that the young lady said, "If it's Shire, bring him here," and that he has interpreted it in his own way. He says his interpretation is, "Only let him in if it is Shire," prompting Shire to protest that it's just how Amy talks. Shire asks how Adele intends to confirm his identity, but Adele says he cannot let him pass otherwise. Adele asserts that he has the duty and authority to confirm the identity of all who wish to enter. Shire is dumbfounded and bewildered by the head butler's strictness. Suddenly, Shire is enveloped by a powerful blue aura. He feels a terrible pressure, as if being submerged deep underwater. He struggles to breathe, feeling as if every organ in his body is being twisted. Adele's expression darkens as he unleashes his power. Adele recognizes the technique he is using is a type of schema technique that causes neurological disruption. Shire stands firm before Adele in the courtyard, observed by the 2 guards. The guards are shocked, recognizing the technique as suppression, a fearsome method that directly transmits compressed emotions. They wonder if Adele is using the technique used to punish them on this child, thinking it's too harsh. Adele calmly observes Shire's reaction. A bead of sweat rolls down Shire's cheek as he endures the pressure. Adele is surprised that Shire is still resisting the intense mental assault. Adele exhales, seemingly increasing the pressure. The pressure intensifies, and Shire feels like he's sinking deeper into an abyss, while Adele admits he didn't intend to use this much power. Shire's body goes limp as he sinks into the dark waters of the illusion. Submerged in the illusion, Cheyenne tells himself to stay calm, believing he can control these emotions. He relaxes his hand, letting go of the tension. Cheyenne floats peacefully in the illusory water, having seemingly mastered his emotional state. Adele is completely shocked, unable to believe that Cheyenne withstood his strongest suppression. Cheyenne stands before him, drenched in sweat but calm, having overcome the attack. Adele thinks that it's impossible to withstand this technique with mere endurance. The person is either a fool, or a monk who has reached the state of Vajrayana, or a madman. Adele stares, wondering what kind of power or entity resides within this boy. The carriage moves forward, signaling the end of the test. Inside the car, Adele continuously apologized to Cheyenne for his rudeness. Cheyenne, still a bit stunned, asked if the family had suspected him. Adele, with tears welling up, explained that it was entirely his own decision, and the head of the family had not set any conditions. He confessed that because this was the first time Lady Amy had brought a man home, he wanted to see for himself. Cheyenne realized Adele's actions were like those of a grandfather being overprotective of his granddaughter. He felt anxious, realizing how much Amy was loved by her family, including the guards and the head butler. Adele reassured him that he didn't need to worry, but hinted that things might exceed his expectations. In her room, Amy heard that Cheyenne had arrived and sat bolt upright in bed, looking both anxious and hopeful. A luxurious carriage entered a magnificent garden with a fountain, causing someone inside to exclaim in amazement at its beauty. Cheyenne praised the garden, and the butler revealed that the fountain was designed by Lady Amy herself. The butler further explained that everyone had their own area to decorate, and Cheyenne was full of admiration upon seeing Amy Carmi's section. Cheyenne realized the fountain was also designed to take advantage of light refraction and couldn't help but admire Amy's talent. The butler was silent for a moment, then revealed a common trait of the Carmi's family. Everyone possessed red eyes. He explained that due to their outstanding talents, the family members usually did not interfere in each other's affairs, even when the academy was attacked. Cheyenne was stunned to learn that the head of the family had only confirmed the lady's safety before deciding to abide by the academy's decision. The butler said it was a family custom, not a lack of affection, and mentioned that as a child, Lady Amy loved to travel. However, he had noticed that the lady had changed recently. She was enjoying the things she did, just like the other family members. The butler believed this change was thanks to Cheyenne and offered him his sincere gratitude, which greatly surprised him. When the carriage arrived at the mansion, Cheyenne shyly denied his contribution, but the butler remained certain about it. The two of them entered the vast mansion together, their footsteps echoing on the floor. Cheyenne worried he wouldn't be welcomed, while the butler called out to the head of the family, announcing their arrival. A maid hurriedly ran to inform the master that Lady Amy's friend had arrived. Cheyenne and the butler were startled by the sudden and boisterous appearance of a woman. The red-haired woman, Isis Carmes, the matriarch of the family, rushed forward to hug Cheyenne tightly and excitedly shouted that he was a real man. Noticing that Isis looked exactly like Amy, a flustered Cheyenne tried to greet her but was cut off, told there was no need for formalities. Isis excitedly lifted Cheyenne up and spun him around in the air, incessantly calling him honey. Then Isis placed Cheyenne on a chair and cheerfully announced to everyone that Amy's boyfriend had arrived, making him even more flustered. Cheyenne was completely stunned and astonished to hear the two words boyfriend being uttered. In a corner of the room, a man was calmly reading a newspaper, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. That man, Shakura Carmes, the head of the family, lowered his newspaper and coldly asked about Cheyenne being his daughter's boyfriend. Utterly panicked, Cheyenne hastily stammered, trying to explain that he was not Amy's boyfriend. Suddenly, another voice came from above, asking to see the face of the person who was supposedly Amy's boyfriend. Diane Carmes, the eldest son of the family, with blazing red eyes and a frightening smile, leaned down to look at Cheyenne, wanting to see who had stolen his little sister's heart. Aries Carmes, the second son, also appeared right after and eagerly expressed his desire to meet Cheyenne. Cheyenne swallowed hard, sweat pouring down like rain, as he realized he was being surrounded and scrutinized by the entire Carmy's family. The three Carmy's men stared intently at Cheyenne in unison, making him feel that the situation was even worse than he had imagined. He realized they were using a special ability to memorize this moment, and for them, that meant preserving it forever. Cheyenne timidly introduced himself, earning a compliment from Isis on his looks, while Shakura asked if he attended the same academy as Amy. Isis continued to press, wondering if he was in the advanced class, but Cheyenne replied that he was only in Class 5. The family's reaction to his answer, once again, threw Cheyenne into a state of utter astonishment. The entire Carmy's family, from the parents to the brothers, all stared at him in unison with looks of disbelief. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Cheyenne broke out in a cold sweat and stammered in fear. To salvage the situation, he quickly added that he would be moving up to Class 4 next semester. Upon hearing this, the male members of the Carmy's family seemed unable to hold back their laughter at Cheyenne's naivety. Immediately after, the whole family burst into loud laughter, leaving Cheyenne alone with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. They wondered about the concept of Class 4 and Class 5, because magic academies didn't have that system, and Amy had always been in the advanced class. Cheyenne was completely confused by this strange situation, and didn't understand why everyone was acting this way. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, creating a loud noise that drew everyone's attention. Amy appeared with an angry expression, loudly questioning her family why they were teasing her guest. Cheyenne was shocked to realize he had been tricked, while Amy's family commented with amusement that his stiff expression earlier was hilarious. Afterward, Amy led Cheyenne to her room, and he couldn't help but be surprised by the decor inside. He saw the room was decorated very cutely with many stuffed animals, and teased that she was two-faced for always acting tough on the outside. Amy's brothers said it didn't matter because she would always be their adorable little sister, while she was sitting and enjoying tea on the balcony. The family once again surrounded Cheyenne, curiously bombarding him with questions about how he had managed to charm Amy. Exasperated, Amy shouted to confirm they were dating and kicked her entire family out of the room. From the top of the stairs, the Carmy's family members looked down and commented on Amy's reaction. Shakura, the father, sat alone on a chair, quietly wondering if everything was really okay. Cheyenne told Amy she didn't have to lie to her family, but she replied that it was fine because they wouldn't care anyway. She explained she had to do it so they would stop bothering them, and Cheyenne felt guilty for causing her trouble. Amy brushed it off and asked directly about the purpose of Cheyenne's visit, as she didn't believe he came just to hang out. Cheyenne hesitated, while Amy thought to herself that she was actually very curious about why he was here. Cheyenne said he had a proposal, inviting Amy to go with him to Gallant Island for an outing. Amy was stunned by the unexpected invitation, the teacup in her hand stopping midair. She asked why he wanted to go to the island with her, and Cheyenne explained that it was a suggestion from his close friend, Ryan. He added that since Ryan would also be bringing a friend, he needed someone to go with him too. Amy shrewdly guessed that the friend Ryan was bringing might be a girl, surprising Cheyenne that she was correct. Cheyenne was amazed because he hadn't even said it, while Amy realized this was actually a couple's outing. The two words couples made Amy jump, her face starting to turn red and break out in a sweat. She flusteredly shouted, questioning why he would want to take her on such a trip. Cheyenne calmly pointed out that she hadn't flinched when they pretended to be lovers, so why was she reacting so strongly now? Amy, still flustered, asked why he chose her when he had many other friends in the intermediate class. He reminded her that she was in the advanced class, and the others in that class were all busy with special training during the break. Amy retorted that she didn't have free time to go out either, her hand trembling as she set down her teacup. Cheyenne looked straight into her eyes and seriously said her name, Amy. With a sincere expression, he said that among all his friends, he only had her. Cheyenne's words shocked Amy so much that she spat out the mouthful of tea she was drinking. The entire mouthful of tea from Amy's mouth flew straight into Cheyenne's face and onto his clothes. Covered in tea, Cheyenne still smiled and humorously commented on the refraction of light. Amy, both embarrassed and angry, yelled at him, calling him an idiot and not understanding what he was talking about. She threw a handkerchief at him, telling him to clean up the mess even though she was the one who made it. As Cheyenne wiped his face, Amy turned away, her face flushed, and silently admitted that a thought had been lingering in her mind for a while. She recalled the moment during the incident at the academy, when everyone was falling in the chaos. She remembered why he had come to her first with such an expression on his face. She remembered the moment he hugged her tightly in midair, his face full of worry. She wondered if he did it because he felt guilty for not being able to keep his promise. If it wasn't for that reason, she began to consider another possibility. Could it be, this guy likes me? Cheyenne suddenly asked if she remembered what they had talked about before, startling Amy out of her thoughts. He brought up the person named Myro, the founding chairman of SPSRG, whom she had seen in another dimension. He explained that he had a new hypothesis, suggesting that the function of immortality was related to faster-than-light speed. Therefore, he wanted to learn more about that person, and the principal had given him permission to study the historical ruins of Kurgo. He said that was the reason he planned to go there, and Ryan's offer was just a coincidence. Amy finally understood everything, letting out a long, embarrassed ah as she realized her misunderstanding. An advertisement page introduced a novel about Ethan Dora Cherison, a Magic Academy student on the verge of expulsion who summoned the machine god Demi. To gain recognition and survive, Ethan used the dark magic of Terra and summoned a Glock 45 handgun. The advertisement ended with Arthur C. Clarke's famous quote about advanced technology and magic. A voice realized that the Kurgo historical site did not belong to the Thormia Kingdom, but was under the self-governance of Galliant Island. Cheyenne Arian suggested he was the right person for a dangerous situation, but Amy Carmes, flustered, insisted that wasn't her intention. Cheyenne Arian, flustered, admitted Amy Carmes was probably right, while she calmly drank her tea and pondered the real reason he had chosen her. Amy Carmes recalled their initially poor relationship, when she had questioned how a commoner like Cheyenne Arian could learn magic. She remembered how their relationship had progressed, from her declaring him her boyfriend to him asking her not to call him senior. Their friendship grew stronger as they sincerely cheered for each other, like when Cheyenne Arian cried with joy while being hugged by a friend. They had strived to protect each other, and all these pieces of the past had combined to create something solid. The fruit of their shared past was a deep and unshakable trust between Cheyenne Arian and Amy Carmes. Amy Carmes realized that if Cheyenne Arian needed such an assurance, his investigation was not merely out of curiosity. She understood that he might be searching for an answer to some question ever since he crossed through dimensions. Amy Carmes recalled the happy moments with her friends, realizing the burden Cheyenne Arian was carrying. Cheyenne Arian's determined expression revealed the weight of the worries he had been shouldering alone all this time. Amy Carmes watched, acknowledging that at this point she could not pretend to be unaware of the burdens he carried. Cheyenne Arian felt flustered at the thought of Amy Carmes worrying about him, especially after he had rejected her help during the teleportation exam. Suddenly, Cheyenne Arian looked up with a resolute expression and agreed to go with her. Amy Carmes smiled triumphantly, declaring their destination to be Galliant Island. The next day, the scene shifted to the magnificent mansion of the Ogent family. A confident and energetic blonde girl introduced herself as Tess Elzane. Tess Elzane and a blue-haired boy walked towards a man in a suit, who seemed very impressed. The man, Bishop Ogent, head of the Ogent family, greeted Tess Elzane and acknowledged the reputation of her diplomatic family. The blue-haired boy, Ryan Ogent, smirked to himself as Bishop Ogent inquired about Tess Elzane's father, thinking his plan was proceeding smoothly. Ryan Ogent recalled his plan. After hiding at Cheyenne's house and setting up a shield, he had called Tess to ask for permission for the trip. Tess Elzane confidently told Bishop Ogent that her father still practiced swordsmanship daily, even while in occupied territory. In reality, Tess Elzane had no idea where her father was. She simply wanted to go on a trip, a fact that Bishop Ogent found amusing. Ryan Ogent became flustered when Bishop Ogent teased him about dating a young lady from the Swordsmanship Academy, hastily insisting they were just friends. Tess Elzane glared angrily at Ryan Ogent for his denial, while he quickly changed the subject, asking if they were permitted to travel. Ryan Ogent argued that they needed a break after working so hard at the Swordsmanship Academy, and Bishop Ogent seemed to accept the reason. Bishop Ogent was utterly astonished when he saw the certificate showing that Ryan Ogent had awakened his schema and achieved a perfect score on the muscle strengthening test. Ryan Ogent laughed maniacally, thinking to himself about the certificate proving he had passed the muscle strengthening test. He knew the paper was essentially worthless, as it was based on a misunderstanding about his schema, but it was enough to fool his father for a moment. Ryan Ogent's triumphant expression faded when he realized his father's reaction was not what he had expected. Bishop Ogent was silent for a moment, trying to suppress his emotions. With an emotional and tense expression, Bishop Ogent told Ryan Ogent that he had truly worked very hard. Ryan Ogent was completely stunned, realizing this was the first time since his birth that his father had shown genuine happiness for him. When Bishop Ogent asked about the report card, Ryan Ogent lied that big sister, Tess, was holding it to show their grandfather. Ryan Ogent then demanded what his father had promised if he awakened his schema. He confidently declared that he wanted his grandfather's sword. Bishop Ogent agreed, saying that since Ryan Ogent had awakened his schema, it was time to begin training. He led Ryan Ogent to a large door, telling him to start practicing the Ogent family's greatsword techniques. Ryan Ogent pushed open the heavy door of the training room. Bishop Ogent was confused, wondering why Ryan Ogent was just fiddling with the sword instead of starting his training. Ryan Ogent stood stunned before the great straight sword, the sword he had coveted since childhood. The sword was displayed majestically, a symbol of righteousness and a family treasure. It was described as the soul of the Ogent family. Ryan Ogent tried to lift the sword, but it was astonishingly heavy. He realized that without being able to use his schema, this greatsword was just a heavy and useless weapon. Ryan Ogent's hands trembled as he tried to grip the hilt. However, with his enhanced strength, Ryan Ogent managed to lift the massive sword, proving it was not entirely useless to him. He successfully slung the greatsword onto his back, ready for his journey. A few days prior, Shiren Aryan had decided that after the vacation, he would investigate the Kurgo historical site. When Shiren Aryan declared he would go alone because it could be dangerous, Ryan Ogent had immediately objected. Ryan Ogent fervently insisted that a knight's duty was to protect his master, and he would not let Shiren Aryan go alone. Therefore, Ryan Ogent considered this trip his first mission as Shiren Aryan's knight. A servant informed Bishop Ogent that young Master Shiren had arrived. Footsteps echoed down the hallway as the guests entered. Shiren Aryan and Amy Carmes arrived and greeted Bishop Ogent. Shiren Aryan reported that he had been promoted to Class 4 at the Academy, attributing this success to the head's help. Bishop Ogent dismissed the compliment, thinking to himself that Shiren Aryan's talent was incredible to be able to reach Class 4 so quickly. Bishop Ogent then turned his attention to Amy Carmes, asking if she was Shiren Aryan's companion. The young lady smiled gracefully and introduced herself as Amy Carmes. Bishop Ogent and his servant were both utterly astonished upon hearing her name. Tess Elzane was equally surprised, finally understanding why Amy Carmes had looked so familiar. Bishop Ogent was stunned to learn that Shiren Aryan was associated with someone from the Carmes family, the most orthodox and highest-ranking family. He became emotional, realizing the significance of Shiren Aryan's connections. Bishop Ogent reflected that he had once worried Ryan Ogent would hold Shiren Aryan back because of the knight's oath. However, now that Ryan Ogent had awakened his schema and both were connected to major families, his worries had changed. Unable to hide his happiness, Bishop Ogent watched as Ryan Ogent hastily announced they would be away for 10 days. Bishop Ogent suddenly threw a pouch at Ryan Ogent, surprising him. Ryan Ogent was stunned to see the pouch was filled with gold coins for their travel expenses. Overwhelmed and confused by his father's unprecedented kindness, Ryan Ogent felt the need to run away from home immediately. He pulled Tess Elzin along, leaving a chaotic farewell for the bewildered Shiren Aryan, Amy Carmes, and Bishop Ogent. Bishop Ogent calmly ordered his servant, Timurin, to prepare a carriage to the port for young Master Ryan. Clutching his chest, Bishop Ogent thought to himself that 10 minutes was his limit for enduring such intense emotion. Holding a letter addressed to Ogent Ryan, he silently wished his son good luck on his journey. On the way to the port, Ryan Ogent argued with Timurin, insisting they didn't need carriage maintenance. Tess Elzane watched the scene with amusement, surprised by the chaos, which was completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought Shiren Aryan, as Ryan's master, would be a hot-blooded, righteous person, but found him to be more like a young noble. Tess Elzane and Amy Carmes formally introduced themselves to each other and shook hands. Shiren Aryan then introduced himself as Shiren Aryan, which made Tess Elzane curious about his surname. Tess Elzane asked about the Aryan family, but Shiren Aryan explained that he had no main family and was just a commoner. Tess Elzane was completely bewildered by the revelation that Shiren Aryan, Ryan's master, was a commoner. Amy Carmes observed the exchange with a calm but somewhat disapproving expression. Tess Elzane glanced at Ryan Ogent, who was still busy with the carriage wheel. Shiren Aryan and Amy Carmes stood awkwardly while Tess Elzane tried to process the information. A hand gesture indicated a quick and decisive action. Tess Elzane humorously flicked herself on the head, scolding herself for her shameful behavior in front of Ryan's master. She gave a self-deprecating laugh, apologized for her rudeness, and declared that she didn't care much for status. Ryan Ogent shouted that the carriage was ready, urging everyone to get going. Suddenly, a massive explosion of red energy erupted from behind the group. The group turned in horror as the force of the blast threw Ryan Ogent forward. A menacing figure appeared amidst the swirling red energy. Bishop Ogent emerged, furious and radiating a powerful aura, having apparently pursued them. Ryan panicked as a huge surge of energy descended from above, creating a massive explosion. Ryan's father, the man in the suit, roared in anger, unable to believe what was happening. Tess was astonished to see Ryan disappear, unable to believe he was the one who came in last. Ryan hastily fled from the explosion, shouting for everyone to run for their lives. While fleeing, Shiren wondered about the reason, and Ryan confessed that he had been last in his class at school. Ryan went on to confess that he didn't use schema at all, leaving Shiren and Tess utterly amazed. Amy was confused, not understanding why Ryan had to make things so complicated just to go on a trip. Ryan proudly boasted that his father was an official level 4 swordsman, explaining his terrifying power. Ryan's entire group of friends was horrified by his father's power, not knowing what to do next. A giant red energy vortex created by Ryan's father swept through the forest, chasing the group. The vortex's power was so immense that it even sent stone horse statues flying. Tess and Amy were pushed away by the pressure of the vortex, barely managing to keep their balance. Amy was thrown far away, and she quickly shouted for Shiren to use teleportation to save them. Shiren immediately responded, ready to cast the teleportation spell to save the group. Shiren grabbed Ryan's shirt, preparing to teleport the entire group elsewhere. Shiren began to cast the spell, a blue magic circle appearing beneath his feet. The group was enveloped in a golden light as Shiren and Amy activated their powers. Shiren's and Amy's eyes simultaneously glowed with a brilliant blue light, showing their intense concentration. A yellow stream of magical light moved through the forest at extreme speed. The magical light stream continued to move in a zigzag pattern, dodging all obstacles. Shiren's teleportation spell left trails of light on the ground as it carried the group away. Ryan was stunned by the power of the spell Shiren had just cast to save them. A close-up of Shiren's eyes, reflecting a world distorted by spatial magic. Ryan realized this was how a mage perceived the world, a wondrous and chaotic sight. Tess pointed behind them in panic, shouting that Ryan's father was catching up. Ryan's father's red energy vortex was still approaching very closely, threatening to engulf the group. Shiren shouted for Amy, telling her to hold on tight to him in preparation for the next teleport. Amy looked at Cheyenne with a determined gaze, ready to do as he said to escape the danger. Cheyenne announced that he would use spatial movement, greatly surprising Ryan and Tess. Cheyenne explained that if they wanted to escape, they had no other choice but to reach their destination instantly. The group held hands tightly. Cheyenne never expected to have to use this move in the field. Cheyenne began to cast the spatial movement spell, enveloping the group in a stream of light. A blue stream of light shot off at a terrifying speed, leaving the pursuing red vortex far behind. The group reappeared in a brilliant aura after the spell was complete. Cheyenne's spatial movement spell collided with Ryan's father's attack, creating a huge explosion. The explosion from the collision of the two magical streams created a giant pillar of light, destroying the ground. Ryan's father reached out, trying to catch them, but it was too late. The man in the suit stood amidst the desolate scene, muttering that he had just missed them. He realized that Cheyenne was able to use spatial movement, a high-level magic skill. Looking at Ryan's report card, his father reconsidered and decided not to be too harsh. He decided to acknowledge Ryan's effort, thinking that he was judged solely on pure schema power. Standing alone on the destroyed road, Ryan's father believed this would be a fond memory to look back on. Ryan was still dazed after the teleportation, trying to describe the feeling of the ground and sky being squeezed together. Safely in the carriage, Ryan asked Cheyenne in amazement about the incredible magic he had just witnessed. Tess confusedly wondered if he was the only one who didn't understand what was going on. Tess was astonished to realize Cheyenne not only dodged obstacles, but could also use spatial movement despite being just a student. Amy asked Cheyenne when he had learned spatial movement, while Tess was still in shock. Tess turned to ask Cheyenne how he learned magic, showing great curiosity. Cheyenne explained that he was able to enroll in the Magic Academy thanks to Ryan's help. Cheyenne revealed that it was with the help of the Ogent family that he was able to enter the academy. Amy was silent, speculating that Cheyenne must have had to compete with the nobility since he was young. Ryan interjected, telling Tess that Cheyenne had actually only been enrolled for half a year. Tess was deeply shocked to learn that Cheyenne had only been studying magic for half a year and had already reached this level. Tess finally understood why Ryan, a nobleman, had decided to swear an oath of knighthood to Cheyenne. Tess looked at Cheyenne and Amy, realizing that Cheyenne was truly a magical genius. Tess suddenly bowed and apologized to Cheyenne for the things he had said, feeling extremely regretful. Tess also turned to apologize to Amy, saying she would also be angry if someone looked down on her boyfriend. Ryan laughed and explained that Tess's misunderstandings were because he didn't know anything about Cheyenne. Cheyenne reassured Amy that Tess was straightforward but not malicious, and to just speak her mind if she felt uncomfortable. Tess blushed, wondering how someone could possess both a beautiful face and outstanding magical talent. Tess continued to praise Cheyenne and Amy, making them both shy with his somewhat embarrassing words. Cheyenne asked Amy if she had used schema to keep up with him, praising her for being good at everything from magic to schema. In the carriage, the group had shared their stories with each other. Being the same age, they easily empathized with and understood each other's stories. Thanks to the trip, Cheyenne had the opportunity to reveal his secrets to his new friends. A seagull flew in the clear blue sky, signaling that they were approaching the sea. The group had arrived at Kriya's port, a bustling port city with many ships docked. Cheyenne was extremely excited, as this was his first time on a boat. Cheyenne curiously asked how long it would take to get to the island, and was told it would take about 5 hours. Tess remarked that Cheyenne was very careful to have researched everything beforehand. Amy read information from a book, stating that Galliant Island had an area of about 1,500 square kilometers. The island was crescent-shaped, with the northern half being steep cliffs and a port in the south. The southern part of the island was the residential and recreational area, where they would dock. Meanwhile, the ancient ruins they wanted to explore were on the eastern side of the island. Ryan asked Cheyenne if those ruins were the place he was researching. Cheyenne happily confirmed, saying they were the ruins of a fallen civilization. Ryan curiously asked why that civilization had fallen, while Tess seemed excited about the exploration. Tess felt that this trip was like a real adventure because there were mages with them. Tess thought that mages were usually hard to approach, but if they were as cute as Cheyenne and Amy, everything was fine. However, 5 hours later, everyone's mood had completely changed. Tess screamed in fear, realizing that mages were truly terrifying after experiencing the sea-sickening sea voyage. The blonde girl seemed extremely surprised, thinking that theoretically no one was wrong. The gold coins scattered on the ground, marking the beginning of an argument. The only problem was, Cheyenne and Amy were having a small disagreement. Cheyenne suddenly grabbed Amy's hand, leaving her confused about what was happening. Ryan and the blonde girl witnessed the scene, realizing this behavior was unlike the usual Amy. The blonde girl stared at the situation, seemingly having understood something. The blonde girl suddenly concluded that this was a lover's quarrel. To understand this situation, the story goes back 1 hour earlier. An hour ago, on the ship to Gallant Island, Amy showed everyone the drawing of Reup she had prepared. The whole group was amazed and praised Amy's drawing skills as well as her thorough preparation. Amy shyly explained that she was simply investigating the reason for the Kurgo civilization's collapse. Cheyenne explained that the Kurgo people considered a type of root called Reup very sacred and used it in rituals. Amy continued, saying that if one ate this root, they would fall into a state similar to being hypnotized. The natives believed that this trance-like state was the way for them to meet God. Amy said that the collapse of Kurgo was thought to be due to religious conflict, but recent historians have a different hypothesis. The new hypothesis suggests that the collapse was due to internal conflict from the abuse of Reup, a stimulant. Amy pointed on the map and said that their descendants lived in the central region of the island, an autonomous zone. However, she added that they did not allow outsiders into this area. She had asked her second brother, an explorer, but he refused to show her the way in. Amy flipped back through her notebook, trying to remember the exact advice her brother had given. Her brother's words were, "The end of a civilization is not decided by a historian." He also said that if they wanted to know more, they had to pay a price more precious than an entrance fee. Cheyenne wondered about the meaning of something more important than an entrance fee that Amy's brother had mentioned. The whole group was puzzled by the riddle, and Amy was annoyed that her brother didn't just speak plainly. Ryan asked the blonde girl what she was thinking, assuming she was also trying to solve the riddle. The blonde girl unexpectedly replied that she was thinking about Amy, not the riddle. She realized Amy's thorough research was not coincidental, but to help Cheyenne. Amy had prioritized Cheyenne over her own busy schedule, and even asked the brother she hated. The blonde girl's intuition told her that Amy had a crush on someone in the group. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted, signaling they had arrived at the island. Everyone excitedly ran to the side of the boat, marveling at the beautiful clear blue water. The group admired Gallant Island for the first time, all of them extremely impressed. The blonde girl whispered to Ryan, suggesting they help Amy get together with Cheyenne. Ryan gave a sly smile and immediately agreed that it was a good idea. The blonde girl thought to herself that if they acted as love's messengers, things between her and Ryan would also progress well. When they docked, they were greeted by the bustling scene of the town on Gallant Island. A man advertised his Dolphin Inn as the cheapest on the island with delicious food. Others also eagerly touted their services, from traditional seafood dishes to strong porters. Cheyenne's group felt overwhelmed by the chaos of the people soliciting tourism services. Cheyenne politely declined, while Amy warned that not everyone was simply advertising. Amy decided she would keep an eye on Cheyenne since he wasn't used to these things, and would intervene when necessary. From a distance, a group of boys was watching Cheyenne's group and his friends. One boy remarked that they wore expensive clothes and were perfect targets, but another was afraid of Ryan's sword. The friends asked Jis, who seemed to be the leader, what to do next. Jis blushed, seemingly captivated by someone in the group of travelers at first sight. Jis's friends looked at him with confusion at his sudden change in attitude. A friend of Jis sighed, realizing he had once again fallen in love at first sight. Jis reminisced about his dream, that the salty air of the harbor sometimes made him daydream. He remembered once showing off the beautiful night view, his most precious treasure, to a girl. The girl in Jis's memory was Amy, who had marveled at the wonderful scenery. Amy had asked Jis what a person like him was doing in a place like this. In his daydream, Jis imagined Amy earnestly inviting him to the continent with her. Returning to reality, Jis decided to chase after the group of travelers, despite his friends calling him shallow. Jis confidently reassured his frightened friends that they were definitely students, not mercenaries. He proclaimed himself as Jis, the ruler of the harbor, and headed towards Shiren's group with his gang. Jis cheerfully welcomed Shiren's group to Galliant, but they seemed wary. He introduced himself as Jis, a tour guide, and asked if they were students. Jis was stunned when he saw Amy up close, seemingly overwhelmed by her beauty. He thought to himself that up close, Amy looked even more beautiful than in his imagination. Shiren replied that they were from the Ulfia's Magic Academy, which surprised Jis as it was a prestigious school. Jis commented on the blonde girl's physique, but she retorted that they were from the Kaizen Sword Academy. Jis quickly apologized, saying he was just trying to compliment her, but Amy seemed uninterested. Jis and his friends exchanged sly glances, preparing to execute their plan. Jis suddenly snatched the group's luggage, leaving them extremely surprised and alarmed. Shiren asked about the price, and Jis confidently replied that the total cost was 5 gold coins. Shiren looked at Jis with a suspicious gaze at the price he quoted. Shiren shouted because the price was too expensive, but Jis insisted it was an all-inclusive package from guide to lodging. The blonde girl and Shiren both thought the price of 5 gold coins was ridiculously expensive. Jis lost his patience, blaming them for making him lose customers and demanding they take responsibility. Shiren was startled by the aggressive attitude and pressure Jis was creating. Shiren calmly refused, telling Jis directly that they didn't need a guide. Jis's expression darkened as his plan seemed to be failing. The image of a tearful Amy from his dream flashed in Jis's mind, making him desperate. Amy stepped forward, offered 5 gold coins, and coldly told Jis to get lost. Jis and his friends were extremely surprised and delighted to actually receive the money. However, as he held the coins in his hand, Jis's expression turned incredibly sinister. Jis grabbed Shiren, angrily asking if he looked like a beggar. Amy intervened, sarcastically saying it had been a long time since she had encountered Jis's type, so she had forgotten how to deal with them. Amy clenched her fist, declaring that the best way was to beat up people like Jis right from the start. The blonde girl tried to hold Amy back, advising her not to cause trouble since they knew the group's background. Amy shouted back that it was precisely because they knew the group's background that they were intentionally trying to scam them. She explained that they would continue to extort money before disappearing with the luggage, and that there was surely an organization behind it. Amy suspected it was an organization that specialized in gathering homeless, familyless orphans. Shiren was completely shocked by Amy's sharp and frightening deductions. A brief flashback showed a scene of Shiren being beaten as a child. The reflection in Shiren's eyes showed his younger self being bullied. A memory surfaced of a young Shiren, covered in blood but still wearing a defiant smile. Memories of being bullied and overpowered by stronger individuals flooded Shiren's mind. Shiren suddenly grabbed Amy's arm, stopping her before she could act. Amy turned to look at him, surprised and confused by his action. Shiren pulled Amy away, saying to just ignore them and leave. Amy looked at Shiren in disbelief, asking why he stopped her. A hand grabbed Amy's wrist, stopping her. Amy turned around with a look of surprise and confusion at the sudden action. Shiren held Amy's hand tightly, asking her to stop and leave with him. Amy questioned Shiren, not understanding why he was stopping her. She yelled that Shiren must know what kind of people these were. Shiren admitted that Amy was right, his eyes flashing with determination. However, he still expressed his wish that she wouldn't act this way. Shiren pushed away a beggar boy who was trying to approach them. the beggar boy shouted angrily, demanding Cheyenne give something back. Cheyenne placed a few gold coins in the boy's hand, asking if he wanted to live being treated like this. The beggar boy mocked Cheyenne and Amy, being sarcastic about how easily they threw away 5 gold coins. Cheyenne nonchalantly let the gold coins fall over Amy's head. The gold coins clattered to the ground in front of Amy. The beggar boy watched with a bitter expression, muttering, "How wonderful." Amy and Cheyenne stood silently, looking at the gold coins on the ground. Amy decided to let it go and suggested to Cheyenne that they find a carriage. Tess and Ryan watched in confusion, wondering why Cheyenne was acting so strangely. Tess thought that his actions were not like Cheyenne at all, and that Amy had done nothing wrong. She thought it was perfectly reasonable for Amy to be angry with Cheyenne, who didn't take her side. Tess wondered if this was what it felt like to be in the same situation. She painfully realized this was the feeling of unrequited love. In an alley, the beggar boy shouted angrily at his friends. He scolded his friends for trying to pick up the money, saying they had no self-respect. One of his friends wondered what was wrong since it was still money, but the beggar boy argued that was why they were called beggars. Teased by his friends, the beggar boy blushed and vehemently denied having a crush on Amy. A friend advised him to give up because a girl who could easily throw away 5 gold coins must be from a very high noble class. The beggar boy angrily declared that he would become the ruler of the port and that nobles like them were nothing. A frightening voice rang out, asking what the children were doing here. The children were terrified as a large shadow approached them. A fat man with yellow teeth and a sinister smile appeared. Falcoa, the large man, stood before the children and asked if they thought money was everything. The children were terrified, wondering why Falcoa was here. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Bashuka, inside the main building of the Magic Association. Outside interrogation room of Inspection Team 3, a guard stood watch while screams echoed from within. Inside, the room was chaotic with bloodstains, and someone was begging for it to stop. The victim screamed, demanding to know why he was being treated this way. Sakiri, the inspector of Team 3, held a blood-stained club and asked back sarcastically. The victim, Lucas, fell to the floor after a brutal blow. Lucas, the perpetrator of the Magic Academy attack and an escaped prisoner, screamed in pain. Sakiri continued to beat Lucas hard with the club. After finishing his exercise, Sakiri casually watched Lucas writhe. Lucas lay on the floor, his teeth clenched in pain and hatred. Sakiri revealed Lucas's identity as the vice-captain of the Parrot Bandit gang. Sakiri grabbed Lucas by the hair, demanding he reveal his leader's name. Lucas trembled but finally succumbed to the torture. He screamed that the boss's name was. Lucas revealed his leader's name was Falcoa, who had a parrot tattoo on his arm. Back at the port, the beggar boy was bruised and battered, blood trickling from his mouth. Falcoa bent down, asking why the boy didn't take the money they offered. Falcoa slapped the boy hard across the face, saying that because of his stupid pride, he had lost 5 gold coins. Falcoa angrily explained how hard he had to work to maintain this organization. The other children cowered on the ground in fear as Falcoa raged. Falcoa decided they should demand compensation for this incident. With a wicked smile, Falcoa ordered his men to bring Amy to him. He promised to get revenge for the boy, while the boy thought in horror that Falcoa had gone mad to harass a foreign noble. Tess called out to Amy, showing her a beautiful sight. Tess excitedly pointed out the magnificent sunset over the city to Amy. Amy praised the beautiful view and asked Tess how she found such a wonderful villa. Tess explained that she had a relative who worked in a related field. Cheyenne and Ryan sat in a room. Ryan seemed to be deep in thought. Cheyenne looked around the luxurious room with a dazed expression. Ryan was reading a book when a hand offered him something. It was a lucky charm in the shape of a 4-leaf clover, knitted from wool. In a flashback, a brown-haired girl told Ryan that Cheyenne seemed to have something on his mind. Ryan replied that Cheyenne had grown up, but this time he might need a friend's help. Ryan placed the 4-leaf clover charm on his head with a determined look. Ryan suddenly appeared and called out to everyone sitting on the balcony. He shouted excitedly, "Let's go eat." Cheyenne suggested going out to eat since there were many good restaurants, while Amy and Tess listened. Ryan held up a finger, declaring that he had a proposal. He suggested that everyone cook for themselves, surprising Cheyenne and Tess. Tess happily agreed, confidently saying she knew how to cook. Amy hesitated for a moment, then also decided to try her hand at cooking. Cheyenne asked again in surprise, not expecting Amy to know how to cook, and she confidently asserted that all noble ladies were taught. Ryan excitedly proposed a cooking competition between two teams. He announced his team would be Team Tess plus Ryan to face Team Amy plus Cheyenne. The rules were set. The girls would write a list of ingredients and the boys would go buy them. Tess realized Ryan's intention was to help Amy and Cheyenne make up, and she suggested adding a bet. Tess proposed that the losing team would have to do the dishes, and Cheyenne and Amy reluctantly agreed. As Amy wrote the list of ingredients, Cheyenne was amazed at the dish she planned to make. Cheyenne and Ryan took the shopping list and basket, promising to be back in an hour. Tess and Amy waved goodbye to the two boys. Amy tied her hair in a ponytail, ready for the cooking competition. The two girls started preparing in the kitchen, ready for a girls' talk. Tess wore a mischievous smile as she started preparing the ingredients, while Amy maintained a cool expression. On the way, Ryan told Cheyenne it was time for a man-to-man talk. The beggar boy walked alone on a cliff, overlooking the sea at night. The boy stood alone under the starry night sky, his face full of worry and contemplation. Ryan and Cheyenne were heading towards a coastal village, and Ryan asked Cheyenne if this was his first time. Ryan bluntly asked Cheyenne if he had just argued with Amy, which surprised Cheyenne. Ryan continued to press, asking if Cheyenne was hurt by what Amy had said. Cheyenne recalled Amy's angry face when she assumed they were gathering and teaching orphans. He also remembered the scene of his father bowing his head, begging to adopt Cheyenne, and he realized he wasn't his biological son. The memory of his adoptive father yelling that Cheyenne was not his real son flashed through his mind. Cheyenne thought to himself that Ryan could be surprisingly sharp at times. Cheyenne admitted that while it was something he had been worried about lately, he wasn't hurt by Amy's words. He explained that he hadn't argued with her at all, it was just a slightly different issue. Cheyenne just hoped that Amy wouldn't become such a negative person. Ryan interrupted, saying that a difference of opinion was an argument and called Cheyenne an idiot. Being called an idiot, Cheyenne felt inexplicably embarrassed. Ryan said he was going to buy meat and they should split up here, telling Cheyenne to look forward to it. Ryan playfully said he would make sure Cheyenne and Amy had to do the dishes together to make up. Cheyenne could only manage a forced smile at his companion's teasing. In the kitchen, Amy insisted to Tess that she hadn't argued with Cheyenne, and it definitely wasn't a lover's quarrel. Tess teased that denying it so much was the same as admitting it, which annoyed Amy as she washed the dishes. Amy was flustered and annoyed by Tess's teasing about admitting the truth. Tess bluntly asked Amy if she was upset because Cheyenne hadn't taken her side in front of the thugs. Amy was silent, and Tess said that if it were her, she would have been furious and would have argued a lot. Amy spoke pensively about Cheyenne, saying that sometimes she felt like he was slowly fatting away. Tess, surprised, asked what Amy meant by Cheyenne fatting away. Amy explained that she had a feeling as if Cheyenne would disappear right before her eyes at any moment. A flash of lightning lit up the outside as Tess screamed in horror at Amy's words. Amy covered Tess's mouth, reminding her that this was a top secret. Tess was still in shock, saying that having suspicious people invade the academy and everyone nearly dying was shocking enough. Tess was even more shocked to learn that Cheyenne was an unlocker and had sacrificed himself. Amy recounted that Cheyenne had sacrificed himself to save everyone, an act akin to going to the afterlife. She explained that Cheyenne's return was no different from a dead person rising from the grave. Tess exclaimed that it was truly a miracle, while Amy remained lost in thought. Amy asked Tess if she had a lot of friends at school. Amy continued to analyze that among friends, some are close, some are disliked, but the majority are strangers. Amy asked Tess if she could sacrifice herself to save everyone. She emphasized that it wasn't just about saving close friends, but saving everyone. Amy questioned if Tess would dare to throw herself into an endless abyss called infinity. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was at the market, buying a basket of fresh vegetables and fruits. After buying the vegetables, Cheyenne looked at his list to see what to buy next. Cheyenne suddenly smelled a strange odor, and a vendor advised him to cover his nose. The vendor explained that it was the smell of Reup, an addictive substance. Cheyenne was astonished to see people openly using Reup in the middle of the street, and wondered how they dared to do so. The vendor sighed, saying that this island had been a very nice place just 3 years ago, but now the number of troublemakers had increased. He reminisced about the past when the sea and air were still clean. Even the blue dragon used to visit the island about twice a year. The vendor sadly wondered why things had gotten so bad, with casinos popping up. Cheyenne quietly observed a skinny beggar child on the street. The beggar boy was fighting over a piece of moldy bread with another child. Amy explained to Tess that there are 3 perspectives on the world. Tess curiously asked about the 3 perspectives, and Amy began to explain the perspective of a child. Amy said that children often see things in a self-centered way, just like those addicts. However, most people grow up and learn to understand others. People who mature properly, who know how to care for others like the couple who gave the bread, are called people of character. Amy concluded that this was the adult's perspective, and said there was still a third, higher perspective. Tess curiously asked what the third perspective was, and Amy explained it was the ability to see the invisible. These are concepts like justice, love, good and evil, gods, and karma between generations. Cheyenne recalled the moments of his craving for power and his sacrifice. He remembered the scene of saving Amy and the others from the abyss. Amy explained that people with the third perspective can put their entire lives on the line to see if it's worth it. She speculated that from Cheyenne's perspective, everything in this world had equal value. Amy thought that perhaps in Cheyenne's eyes, her existence was no different from a speck of dust. Tess was completely shocked and speechless at Amy's thought. Walking down the street, Cheyenne suddenly heard a woman scream for help. He saw a group of men surrounding a girl, aggressively demanding payment for a debt. They said that since the girl had no money, they would give her the privilege of paying with her body. The terrified girl helplessly begged them to stop. Cheyenne stepped forward, telling them to let the girl go because other people were watching. He said he would go call the guards, but one of the men just sneered. The leader burst out laughing, challenging Cheyenne to go ahead and call the guards. He was confident that the guards wouldn't dare to arrest them, or even the woman. The frightened girl grabbed onto Cheyenne and asked what he had just said. The leader, claiming to be a merchant, falsely accused the girl of trying to steal a silver vase. He claimed that the girl had broken the vase and had no money to pay for it. He justified his actions by saying he was giving her a chance to pay off the debt instead of reporting her to the authorities. The merchant asked Cheyenne if he understood now and advised him not to meddle in other people's business. The panicked girl whispered to Cheyenne that they couldn't report him to the authorities because the man had power here. Cheyenne listened silently to the girl's plea, saying that it would all be useless. Cheyenne took money out of his pocket. He offered to compensate them on the girl's behalf and demanded they let her go. The merchant laughed loudly, saying he understood the situation now. He assumed Cheyenne had his eye on the girl and sarcastically remarked that this was a chance to flirt for just 50 silver. Cheyenne calmly denied it, saying that wasn't the case. He explained that he was just trying to prevent the crime from becoming more severe. Cheyenne said that this girl had committed a crime worth 50 silver, and the merchant just wanted to get that money back. Therefore, he would use this 50 silver to prevent worse things from happening. Cheyenne said that unless the merchant had some ulterior motive with this woman. He held out the money and requested to end everything with this amount. The merchant took the money and thought to himself that an inexperienced brat dared to interfere. He was angry because Cheyenne dared to meddle with his prey. Cheyenne maintained a calm, resolute expression, facing the merchant. In a secluded villa, an argument breaks out over a trivial matter, signaling a restless night. A blonde woman hugs Amy and comforts her, saying she is special, which is why Cheyenne brought her on the couple's trip. In the woman's arms, Amy glances away with a thoughtful and complex look, hiding her true feelings. Cheyenne is mocked by a thug for his noble act of trying to protect a girl they accused of being a petty thief. The leader continues to provoke him, asking who Cheyenne thinks he is, a saint, when he has no intention of taking responsibility for the girl. While the thug thinks Cheyenne is just putting on a righteous act, he silently thinks their actions are bizarre. With a sharp gaze, Cheyenne retorts that acting righteous is still far better than committing crimes like them. Cheyenne's reply enrages the thug to the point that his face contorts, leaving him speechless. The furious leader orders his cronies to charge forward and deal with Cheyenne immediately. One of the thugs draws his sword, preparing to charge and attack on command. The girl and the man Cheyenne was protecting scream in terror as the sharp blade swings toward them. Cheyenne faces the armed thugs alone, while the girl he just saved has run away. Watching the girl flee and the aggressive mob, Cheyenne wonders if this is the true nature of the situation. Another character reflects on those who talk idly of ideals without the skills to back them up, wishing they would stop pretending. This character reveals a terrifying form, declaring that this is why they can carry out judgment. Back at the confrontation, a thug points his sword directly at Cheyenne, ready to strike. Cheyenne clenches his fists, preparing to counterattack those surrounding him. Cheyenne's eyes emit a powerful blue light, showing he is ready to use his powers. A smoke bomb is thrown into the air, about to detonate and create chaos. The bomb explodes violently, creating a thick cloud of smoke that envelops the area. The thugs panic, confused by the sudden smoke, not understanding what is happening. Amidst the smoke, a mysterious person grabs Cheyenne's hand and urges him to follow them. Cheyenne turns in surprise, wondering who is pulling him away in this chaotic situation. A black-gloved hand firmly grips Cheyenne's wrist, pulling him away decisively. The mysterious hooded figure, wearing glasses, urges Cheyenne to flee from there quickly. The leader angrily swats the smoke away, realizing his target is trying to escape. He shouts an order for his cronies to go out immediately and catch them at all costs. The thugs spread out through the streets to search, determined to find Cheyenne's hiding place. In a bar, a man orders his subordinate to find the blonde kid, assuming the place is safe. The older man casually tosses a coin, appearing calm and in control of the situation. Cheyenne's rescuer, now in the bar, asks the man to let her know when it's clear outside. She removes her hood, remarking that Cheyenne doesn't seem like a foolish kid and that it would be a waste to damage a face like his. Cheyenne sits silently at the bar, while the woman asks if he was playing the role of an apostle of justice. She theorizes that the girl Cheyenne saved might have been part of an organization, deliberately acting to set a trap for others. She advises Cheyenne to consider it bad luck, a shock for a pampered young master like him. Cheyenne finally speaks, denying that he wants to be an apostle of justice, which surprises the woman. He hesitates, his gaze lowered as he tries to articulate what he truly wants to do. A brief flashback shows a violent scene, evoking a painful memory. The flashback continues with a scene of Cheyenne kneeling in despair, and he asserts that he just wants to fix things. The woman smirks, remarking that Cheyenne's way of speaking is like a mage's. Cheyenne denies that his thoughts are cold, admitting only that he is trying to become so. Cheyenne's answer piques the woman's interest, and she repeats his words about trying to become colder. She realizes he isn't the arrogant young master she thought he was, which surprises Cheyenne. She slams her glass on the table and says that watching him struggle to become stronger. While hiding his weak side and faking a perfect persona makes him look a lot like her. Cheyenne is stunned by her words, not understanding what she means by saying he is like her. The woman smiles knowingly, confidently asserting that she is a good judge of character. Her eyes reflect an image of her younger self, and she asks if Cheyenne was also abandoned. A phantom of her younger self appears behind Cheyenne, who is utterly astonished by her question. Cheyenne's eyes reflect the image of a red-haired boy, as he asks in shock who she is. The woman introduces herself as Marcia and says she is just like him, while a red-haired boy smirks behind her. Marcia begins to tell her story, talking about how easily a newborn can die if left alone for just a few hours. She reveals she was abandoned as a newborn, resentful that her parents gave birth to her only to throw her away. Marcia remarks that one look is enough to tell Cheyenne found wonderful adoptive parents, which he sadly admits. Cheyenne asks about Marcia's parents, and she begins to talk about her adoptive father, who was a former mercenary. Marcia recounts with a cold smile that her adoptive father would beat her unconscious whenever he got drunk. He blamed her for being left behind after his mercenary work, and Marcia calls him a piece of scum. She recalls a time she was beaten so badly she thought she was going to die, completely unable to think of fighting back. In that moment of despair, she told him it would be fine if he just killed her. Cheyenne is utterly horrified and deeply shocked upon hearing Marcia's story. The bartender also tightens his grip on a glass, seemingly affected by the grim tale. Marcia explains that her father left after hearing that, and those words became a mantra to stop the beatings. Cheyenne asks about the adoptive father's fate, but Marcia deflects by asking his age. Cheyenne replies that he is 17, and Marcia deduces that he was 15 2 years ago. Marcia begins to pose a hypothetical question to Cheyenne, stirring her drink. She asks what he would do if he discovered his adoptive father was not just scum, but a disgusting vermin that wasn't human. Her question causes the glass of water in front of Cheyenne to swirl ominously, signaling a horrifying truth. Cheyenne's eyes widen, reflecting the swirling water as he slowly understands the terrible implication of her question. A flashback appears, showing Marcia holding a bloody dagger, standing over her adoptive father's corpse. She steps on the dagger embedded in his head, ending the life of her tormentor. After her revenge, a young Marcia runs out of the dark room towards the light, leaving her painful past behind. Cheyenne reflects on his own life, wondering if he would still be himself if he had been raised by someone like that. He admits he cannot judge Marcia's life by his own beliefs and values, finding it difficult to answer her question. Marcia stirs her drink and tells Cheyenne that this is just how the world is. She points out that his hope of righting wrongs ultimately stems only from his own perspective. Marcia argues that if you look at things from everyone's perspective, right and wrong are just an illusion. She gives the example that his use of magic in the street was wrong, and Cheyenne admits he didn't think it through. Cheyenne looks troubled, and Marcia asks if he wants her to show him what to do. Marcia leans in with a sly smile, offering to show him how to change the world. Back at the villa, the blue-haired man panics when he realizes Cheyenne has not yet returned. He complained about being hungry and was scolded by the blonde woman, while Amy watched with an annoyed expression. Amy stood irritably by the window watching the couple argue, silently wishing they would be quiet, and continued to wait. The doorbell rang, and the couple joyfully exclaimed that Cheyenne had returned. Immediately, Amy rushed to the door, leaving the other two behind. She eagerly opened the door, expecting to see Cheyenne outside. However, Amy was utterly astonished and stunned by the person at the door. The stranger, the very man Cheyenne had protected earlier, was standing at the door and greeted her awkwardly. A young man kneels and begs a tattooed man to bring the red-haired girl back. The tattooed man silently looks at the young man, his hand holding a hideous-looking creature. He scrutinizes the strange, rooted, and hairy creature on his ring-covered hand. He forces the young man to eat the creature, but the boy is terrified and screams that he doesn't want to. The young man begs for anything but the lup, while the tattooed man eats it himself and says it will help him see God. The tattooed man offers a choice: either bring back his red-haired girlfriend, or bring back his younger sister, while he is still chewing the creature in his mouth. Faced with the grim choice, the desperate young man thinks of his younger sister. He remembers his sister, his only remaining relative and the one who lives only for him, and resolves that he cannot lose her. With a look of determination and fear, the young man stands up, seemingly having made his decision. He stands in front of a large building, clenching his fists, preparing to carry out his plan. The young man tremblingly reaches for the building's doorbell. He musters his courage and presses the doorbell firmly. He appears flustered and swears something as the door opens. His eyes widen in astonishment when he sees the person who opens the door. He is stunned by the red-haired girl's beauty and silently thinks that she is so beautiful. Amy and a blue-haired boy recognize him as the one who tried to trick them in the morning. They question how he knew they were here, and the blue-haired boy suggests chasing him away, causing him to panic and raise his hands in surrender. The young man hastily bows and apologizes for the morning's incident. He offers to show the red-haired girl a wonderful night view as an apology, but asks that she come alone. The blue-haired boy and Amy don't believe him. They tell the red-haired girl to close the door and send him away. The desperate young man tries to hold the closing door open. He screams as the red-haired girl holds his hand on the doorknob. Amy and the blue-haired boy angrily shout, asking what he is touching. The red-haired girl looks at him with an angry expression as her hand is held. The red-haired girl's blue eyes flash with vigilance and anger. The young man grits his teeth in pain, a bruise on his chest. He bursts into tears, begging the red-haired girl to let him take her on the tour. The red-haired girl realizes there is an organization pulling this young man's strings. She begins to understand what Cheyenne was able to see. The young man looks confused and distressed, not understanding what is happening. In a bar, Cheyenne wonders how to change the world. Marcia, a black-haired woman, tells him that to change this cold world, what he needs is family. Cheyenne is about to object, but Marcia interrupts, telling him to try changing his perspective a little. She explains that the concept of family is not limited to blood relatives, but can be expanded further. Marcia says it's a place one can return to after wandering. It's a place where someone always believes in you, and it's important to establish such a place. Marcia recounts that after leaving home, she met children in similar circumstances to her own. She says that perhaps due to the trauma from her adoptive father, she developed the ability to recognize such children. Marcia philosophizes that a person's life begins in the arms of their parents. Therefore, she thinks that even for an abandoned life, if only someone would open their arms and embrace them, then those children would be able to start their lives properly. Marcia concludes that if she keeps focusing on her own misfortune, the world will only become colder. Cheyenne listens and realizes that if this world is a cold place, he just needs to create a warm family. He suddenly understands that he has always received boundless love. Cheyenne recalls the warm moment of being held in his parents' arms. He says emotionally that he also wants to become a person like that. Cheyenne wants to become someone who can spread warmth to his loved ones. He tells Marcia that he wants to be like her, which makes her happy. Marcia then asks Cheyenne if he wants to start a family with her, causing him to choke on his drink and blush. She laughs loudly and explains that she meant they should become siblings, to which Cheyenne awkwardly agrees. Cheyenne admits that he has always been jealous of a close friend who has an older sister. A white-haired man arrives and reports that the coast is clear. He announces that the merchant has given up the chase and found another girl, prompting Cheyenne to hastily take his leave. Cheyenne says that his friends have been waiting for him for a long time. Marcia teases him, asking if he's going to abandon his older sister so soon. Cheyenne turns back, smiles, and thanks Marcia for helping him learn something important. He asks if they can meet again soon. Marcia smiles, saying she will be staying here for a while and he can come find her anytime. Cheyenne smiles happily before leaving. After Cheyenne leaves, the white-haired man silently looks at Marcia. He asks if she is really Marcia Clay. Two men enter the bar, call out to Marcia, and complain that they have been waiting for her. They suggest Marcia forget about Cheyenne and spend the night with them. The white-haired man warns Marcia not to cause trouble, but she reassures him. Marcia says she will leave as soon as she finds her family member. She pulls out a pistol. The other men in the bar also draw their guns. They are all her people. Marcia says she heard a family member was causing trouble after running away from home. The white-haired man is horrified to see a girl enter the bar. The girl apologizes to the owner, while Marcia watches from a distance. That girl thinks that if only Cheyenne hadn't interfered. A man in a white coat tells Marcia that she has spectacularly ruined the job. He asks about Cheyenne and wonders about her expression. Marcia explains that she thought Cheyenne was like them, but he seems to have misunderstood something. She says he seems lucky to have been adopted by a noble family and even attended a magic academy. The man in the white coat suggests that explains why Cheyenne doesn't know the truth that a family is made of people from similar circumstances. He lights a match, saying that Cheyenne doesn't even know his own circumstances, yet dares to play the hero of justice. Marcia lights her pipe and declares that this older sister will teach Cheyenne a life lesson. Meanwhile, Cheyenne is rushing home. He panicked because it was too late, and he couldn't go grocery shopping anymore. Cheyenne hurriedly rang the doorbell. Amy and the blue-haired boy opened the door, scolding Cheyenne for coming back so late. Cheyenne apologized for being caught up in an accident, but they said that wasn't the problem. Amy frantically announced that the red-haired girl was gone. She had gotten into the tout's carriage that morning and left. An image of the red-haired girl sitting in the carriage with the young man appeared. The red-haired girl sat in the carriage with a cold, pensive expression. Tess and the blue-haired boy were horrified to hear the news about Amy from a stranger. This person reported that Amy had gotten into a tout's carriage and left in the morning. In the carriage, Amy sat opposite Zis, who led her away in silence. She had left with a cold and determined expression. Cheyenne was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. The blue-haired boy explained that he and Tess had objected to Amy going, thinking it was a trap. Amy had reassured them not to worry, that if anything happened, she would handle it all and left. She added that if it were that person, he would have done the same thing. The blue-haired boy recounted Amy's words with a serious expression. Cheyenne wondered if, were it him, he would have done the same as Amy said. Tess worriedly told Cheyenne that she thought Amy had been emotionally hurt and very lonely while he was away. Cheyenne denied Tess's speculation, leaving her stunned and in tears. He recalled a past warning about potential dangers. A girl had once warned him that the person he was trying to save might be someone hired by the organization. She explained that from a personal perspective, right and wrong are just illusions. Cheyenne realized that both his sister Marcia and Amy knew about these people. They both knew about the darkness hidden on this island. The fact that Amy still went with them despite knowing the truth, believing Cheyenne would do the same, had a special meaning. Cheyenne decided to go find Amy immediately, surprising Tess and the blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy also decided to go with him, leaving Tess bewildered. Tess also shouted, demanding to follow them as they ran out of the gate. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Amy was traveling along the coastal road at night. Zis introduced it as the largest coastal park on Galliant Island and regretted that they didn't come during the day. Zis secretly thought about traveling and talking with Amy as if it were a dream. He noticed her cold attitude and look of contempt had disappeared. Zis thought Amy looked even more beautiful and was interrupted in his thoughts when she asked when they would arrive. Zis, startled, replied that they were almost there and affirmed it was the most wonderful place on Galliant Island. Amy coldly said that the boss who had beaten Zis to a pulp must also be in this most wonderful place. Zis was astonished to hear Amy say that. He didn't understand how she knew, but Amy pointed out that he looked like someone who had just returned from the dead. Amy said she would pretend to believe him this time and advised him to live a clean life from now on. Zis was stunned by Amy's advice that this line of work didn't suit him. He asked if she was pretending to believe him because she found him pitiful, but Amy denied it. Amy asked Zis again about him throwing away the gold this morning, which astonished him even more. She said that at least she liked his courage for daring to throw away gold in front of a noble. Amy repeated her advice, saying it was a waste for someone like Zis to be a thug. Zis remembered the image of his younger sister, Yuna, happily bringing him freshly ironed clothes. He recalled telling Yuna that she didn't need to do that. Yuna said he needed to look cooler than everyone else because he was going to be the most impressive person in the world. Zis blamed himself, apologized to Yuna, and thought he was the most useless person in the world. He felt that someone like him, without parents, couldn't live a normal life. Zis wondered why Amy was suddenly talking to him and trying to understand his situation like this. He secretly thought Amy didn't know who she was being taken to see, a man named Falcoa who was no ordinary thug. Falcoa was a former Special Forces operative who had fought on many battlefields and returned, completely suppressing this island in just 3 years. Zis debated whether he should tell Amy to run away right now. But then he thought of his sister, Yuna, and the image of her covered in blood appeared. Zis suddenly understood why Cheyenne had tried to stop him. Amy was also thinking about Cheyenne, wondering if he always lived in such complex thoughts. Zis asked Amy if the Cheyenne she mentioned was the blonde-haired kid. He mocked that Amy seemed completely outmatched by Cheyenne and asked how impressive his family was. Amy replied that Cheyenne was just a commoner like Zis. Zis didn't believe it, shouting that anyone could tell Cheyenne was her boyfriend, but Amy didn't care. Amy sadly said that Cheyenne had left her on an island across the sea and disappeared without a trace. Zis was completely stunned by this information and didn't know what to do. At Galliant Port, Zis's henchmen were worried about whether he would be okay, having to take the red-haired girl to Falcoa. One of the henchmen hoped Zis wouldn't come back for throwing away that gold. Suddenly, Cheyenne, Tess, and the blue-haired boy appeared, asking who needed to take whom to whom. The henchmen panicked when they saw Cheyenne's group and tried to flee. Zis and another henchman watched in horror as their comrades were caught. The blue-haired boy grabbed 2 henchmen and asked if they wanted to talk here or outside. Cheyenne, Tess, and the blue-haired boy called out loudly for the coachman. Mr. Coachman appeared and asked where the young guests wanted to go this time. The 3 of them frantically shouted, asking to be taken to the royal palace. Mr. Coachman cheerfully agreed and spurred the horses to go very fast. He shouted that the night in Galliant was short and laughed loudly as the carriage headed towards the palace. In the carriage, Cheyenne and Tess confirmed that, just as he had predicted, the henchmen were at the port. Tess looked ahead with a determined expression, silently telling Amy to wait a little longer. She was determined that they would go there to bring Amy back, as the carriage approached the royal palace. Amy was led to the royal palace, Falcoa's place of business. Falcoa, a fat man with gold teeth, was sitting and waiting. He looked at Amy and thought this was a huge bargain. Falcoa thought Amy was definitely a high-ranking noble, at least second class. Amy sat down, wondering if she really had to sit here and do nothing. Falcoa laughed loudly and reassured her that he wouldn't do anything impolite to her. He said he wanted to apologize for his subordinate's rudeness this morning and invited her to just enjoy herself. Amy looked at the glass of wine, wondering what Falcoa was plotting. She felt that being brought here was a waste of time. She could have used this time for training. Amy picked up the wine glass, skeptical if this would really help her understand Cheyenne better. She looked into the wine glass thoughtfully. As Amy was about to drink, Zis suddenly appeared from behind. Zis shouted that she shouldn't drink because there was lup in the glass. Amy stopped just before drinking, while Falcoa was still sipping his glass. Zis stood there, trembling but determined. Amy still held the wine glass near her lips, seemingly unaffected. Falcoa gave a sinister smile, his plan seemingly successful. Outside, the 2 guards were startled by the noise from inside. Cheyenne's group broke down the door and rushed in, quickly taking down the guards. A mysterious voice gloated about luring Amy here, believing that with a little coercion, they could make the brown-haired boy work for them. The brown-haired boy was worried, wondering about the current situation. Meanwhile, Amy was also questioning whether her decision was the right one. The brown-haired boy suddenly recognized an acquaintance standing at the bar. He was horrified to see that person mixing a drink called lup. The brown-haired boy recalled that Falcoa had many high-ranking nobles in his grasp. He was terrified as he realized the method Falcoa had used to achieve that. Falcoa revealed a wicked expression, pleased with his plan. Amy drank the glass of lup, thinking she would turn someone into a slave who couldn't live without it. Suddenly, 2 guards were startled as the door was kicked open. They warned that this was no place for children. Cheyenne, Tess, and the blue-haired boy quickly took down the guards blocking their way. One guard was kicked away in astonishment. Another guard panicked, shouting about intruders and asking if anyone saw where they went. The group moved through a large, crowded hall, enveloped in music and dim lighting. They were surprised by the vastness and luxury of the place, with a large stage at the front. Cheyenne was shocked to find Amy in a place like this and worried about the enemy's plot. He was determined to find Amy quickly before something bad happened. The blue-haired boy suggested starting the search from the upper floors, and Tess agreed they had to be careful. The three of them rushed up the stairs to search for Amy. They passed through the third floor, a noisy and bustling casino filled with excited shouts. Then the group continued up to the fourth floor, the VIP room area. They broke down a door, barged into a room, and shouted Amy's name, but she was nowhere to be seen. Realizing that searching room by room would be very time-consuming, the group began to worry. Cheyenne decided they had to find a way to make everyone come out to make the search easier. However, a subordinate spotted them and shouted to alert his comrades. A giant foot suddenly stomped down, blocking the group's path. A muscular man appeared, contemptuously calling them a bunch of weak kids. The muscular man mocked Tess's outfit, while the blue-haired boy commented on his large build. He reached out, intending to grab Tess confidently. As swift as lightning, Tess grabbed the muscular man's wrist, her eyes turning cold. She broke his finger and taunted that he should train his fingers to be stronger instead of judging others. The muscular man screamed in pain, unable to believe her strength. Tess easily dodged his furious retaliatory punch. She delivered a devastating punch to the muscular man's face, causing him to spit blood. The subordinate who had pointed them out stood frozen at the sight. Tess looked coldly at the defeated muscular man and remarked that he was nothing special. Cheyenne praised Tess's technique, while the blue-haired boy just muttered that she only had strength. The subordinate backed away in fear, threatening that the entire building was surrounded by their people. The blue-haired boy grabbed him by the collar, growling as he asked where Amy was. The man fearfully denied knowing who Amy was, forcing Cheyenne to intervene. Cheyenne grabbed the subordinate and said they could ask him something he definitely knew. The subordinate was terrified by Cheyenne's cold gaze. Cheyenne sternly asked him for Falcoa's location. Terrified, the subordinate stammered that Falcoa was probably in the sanctuary, in the first basement level. Just then, another group of Falcoa's subordinates appeared, surprised to see Cheyenne's group. They were ordered to stop Cheyenne's group from getting near the boss's room. One subordinate tensed up, preparing to charge and attack. He threw a powerful punch forward. However, the group easily defeated the subordinates blocking their way. Two other subordinates screamed in horror as they witnessed their comrades being taken down. The blue-haired boy and Tess coordinated perfectly to clear the crowd. The subordinates were sent flying, breaking furniture in the hallway. The loud noise from outside startled those in Falcoa's room. Falcoa roared in anger, asking who dared to cause a disturbance in his sanctuary. The brown-haired boy, who had led Amy there, was astonished to see the door broken. He realized the intruders were Cheyenne, Tess, and the blue-haired boy's group. He couldn't understand how they could have found their way here. Cheyenne looked straight into the room, his eyes filled with determination. On the table, the glass of Reup was empty. Amy sat on a chair, her eyes soulless and empty, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Tess angrily shouted, asking Falcoa what he had done to Amy, but he just smirked. Falcoa seemed amused that Amy's friends had arrived. He mocked that Amy didn't even recognize them now. Cheyenne quietly observed the situation, his face expressionless. However, his eyes glinted with extreme anger. Cheyenne stepped forward and called Amy's name calmly. He gently told Amy to come home with them, but she remained motionless. Falcoa jeered that Amy didn't want to go and ordered his subordinates to see the uninvited guests out. He laughed maniacally and said to send them to hell. Falcoa's subordinates began to advance toward Cheyenne's group. The eyes of two subordinates suddenly glowed ominously. The blue-haired boy sensed danger and shouted a warning to Cheyenne. The group was suddenly crushed by an extremely strong, invisible pressure, a skill called pressing. They were astonished by the power of this pressing skill. Cheyenne and the others realized that these men were all schema users. Countless subordinates with glowing eyes appeared, surrounding them. Cheyenne couldn't believe that all the thugs on a small island were schema users. Falcoa stood behind his subordinates, observing with a smug look. Cheyenne wondered about the true identity of these people. He also wondered why Amy was in their den, while the blue-haired boy tried to calm him down. The blue-haired young man warned Cheyenne not to let his emotions get agitated. Despite the advice, Cheyenne could not suppress his anger. A massive, tsunami-like wave of energy began to form in front of the group. The giant energy wave crashed down, engulfing everything in a blinding light. Cheyenne was trying to stay calm, telling himself not to let his emotions overwhelm his reason. He and his friends were astonished as they faced a giant tsunami of magic. Cheyenne was swept away by the violent wave, sinking deep down. He was completely submerged in the chaotic magical current. Sinking in the water, Cheyenne recalled his desire to become stronger. He wanted enough strength to be able to protect his friends. Cheyenne didn't want to be a helpless mage in dangerous situations, like when he saw Amy in trouble. That was why he was determined to find it, the image of an entity appearing in his eyes. He yearned to find his origins, his own roots. And in his subconscious, Cheyenne faced another version of himself. That version wanted to erase the anguish that was making him hesitate. He said that Cheyenne should understand best, as he was a creature without roots. And a tree that has lost its roots will wither and die. Cheyenne pondered the words of his opposite version. He retorted that his roots didn't just come from the past. Cheyenne realized this after talking with Elzine. He realized that there were people who always supported him. They were his companions. The hands of his friends rested on his shoulders, giving Cheyenne strength. Cheyenne realized that all the people he cherished were his roots. Therefore, Cheyenne decided he would no longer hesitate. The image of Amy appeared in his mind, one of the reasons for this determination. Cheyenne decided to trust the faith others had placed in him. He accepted himself, merged with the other version, and rose from the water. Returning to reality, a sudden explosion of light occurred. Elzine and Ogent shielded their eyes from the blinding light. The bearded man screamed in pain as he was attacked by an invisible force. He wondered in terror what that power was. A brilliant sphere of light appeared in a palm. Cheyenne appeared, holding the sphere of light, astonishing the bearded man. Elzine and Ogent were also stunned by Cheyenne's new power. Amy was also dumbfounded to see the change in her friend. Cheyenne declared loudly that he would hesitate no longer. Amy shouted in panic, telling him to wait. But Cheyenne was determined, preparing to unleash the power of light. He launched a powerful light attack onto the floor, causing a massive explosion. Going back 30 minutes, Amy realized the man had put a substance called Reup into her drink. She thought it was too predictable a trick. The bearded man was hugging another girl, making Amy anxious about when to act. Amy decided to fortify her spirit with red eye and drank the glass to see his true intentions. Just then an explosion occurred, sending 2 guards flying. Amy was surprised by this sudden appearance. She was confused, not knowing how they got in or what to do next. Back in the present, Amy realized she had missed the chance to recognize them. The explosion from Cheyenne's attack created a large hole in the floor, causing everyone around to fall over. Elzine and Ogent screamed in terror at Cheyenne's destructive power. The other henchmen were also terrified by the scene. The bearded man roared angrily, asking who Cheyenne was. Cheyenne confidently introduced himself and said he came from a vast network of mages. He specified that he was Cheyenne from the Ulfia's Magic Academy. Cheyenne's friends, including Ogent and Elzine, were shocked when he revealed his identity. The bearded man burst out laughing, mocking Cheyenne for being just a student, not yet a mage, and daring to act so recklessly. Cheyenne was threatened that he would be expelled if this was reported to the academy. He nonchalantly replied, "Whatever." The bearded man was surprised by Shiren's attitude, who declared that Amy was a friend more precious than the academy. Shiren's words made Amy blush, flustered. Shiren warned that if he dared to bring his friend to this place again, he would destroy it. Ogent Rian raised his sword, agreeing with Shiren's actions. He shouted that they wouldn't fail to save their friend just for fear of being expelled. Ogent Rian and Elzine Tess both declared that was not their way of life. Together, they threatened to make the man regret it if he dared to mess with Shiren's group. The bearded man angrily told the group to shut up. He claimed the group was misunderstanding, as Amy had come here completely voluntarily. He said he had no right to tell a noble where to be, and challenged them to beg Amy to leave. Elzine retorted that Amy wasn't in a state to decide for herself, but Shiren called Amy's name. Shiren gently held out his hand and told Amy to come home with them. Elzine was stunned to see Amy take Shiren's hand. The bearded man was also shocked by Amy's action. Amy agreed and took Shiren's hand to stand up, ready to leave. Elzine and Ogent sighed in relief and joy. The bearded man couldn't believe it, as he was certain Amy had drunk the loop. He began to realize a terrifying truth. He realized with horror that Amy might be a Karmis. Amy confirmed that he had heard of her family, which made things easier. She revealed that everyone here was addicted to loop, and that must be his main source of income. Amy threatened that if he dared to send anything to the academy, she would make sure he didn't earn a single cent from this business. The bearded man slumped into his chair, lamenting his bad luck. He knew Amy wasn't joking, and with the power of a noble, he would surely lose his business, which meant he couldn't buy loop. The group left the place, the building silhouetted against the night sky. Elzine thought that Shiren must have known Amy wasn't affected by the loop. She suddenly realized the reason Amy didn't move the first time Shiren called. That's not because of loop's effect. It's because she's still sulking about what happened before. Elzine smiled mischievously at the still confused Ogent. Outside a large building, a crowd is gathering in the courtyard at night. Shiren's group, Amy, Ryan, and Tess, step outside wondering about a tremor they just felt. A sudden call of "wait" rings out, causing the group to stop and turn around. The one who called them was Jis, the young man they had met earlier, now standing before them with a determined expression. Amy smiles and reassures Jis that he is fine now, while Shiren watches in silence. Jis shouts that he will quit his job to ensure nothing bad happens to him and his sister. He informs the group that he will quit this job as they advised, and has something to say. Jis bows and thanks the group for their help, much to Shiren's and Amy's surprise. Immediately after, Jis angrily points at Shiren, who is stunned by the sudden change in attitude. He yells a warning to Shiren not to make Amy cry, and vows to never forgive him. Amy looks confused by the accusation, while Ryan, off-screen, teases Shiren for being told to be careful. Amy calls Jis's name and questions him, while he stands there awkwardly after his outburst. She smiles encouragingly at Jis, telling him he can become anyone he wants, whether a pirate or a harbor lord. Amy wishes Jis good luck, leaving him standing there with a moved and determined expression. Jis clenches his fist, silently resolving to become cooler than Shiren. As Shiren and Amy walk away, Jis watches their retreating figures, filled with a new resolve. The group discusses getting something to eat, with Ryan complaining of hunger while Tess suggests a place near where they are staying. In a dilapidated room, the bandit leader Palkoa laments his gang's defeat at the hands of a bunch of kids. Palkoa, once known as the ghost of the battlefield, feels extremely frustrated by this defeat. He crumples a piece of paper in his hand with a look of anger and helplessness. Palkoa throws his hat in a fit of rage, scolding his subordinates for the shame of their defeat. The subordinates admit they lost because they only know how to use loop all day, but also confess they've never seen such powerful magic. Palkoa clutches his face in anguish, recalling that the attack was nearly impossible to dodge. A subordinate asks if they are just going to let Shiren's group go, but Palkoa says he can't do anything because Amy is a first-class noble. The subordinate brings up the effort they put in, but Palkoa warns that there are things more frightening than losing money. Palkoa reveals they are the Parrot Bandits and are being relentlessly pursued by the Magic Association. He worries about the consequences if the association discovers their hideout. Feeling a headache, Palkoa asks a subordinate to bring him some loop as the ceiling above begins to crack. The scene shifts to a sunny and beautiful beach. Cheyenne, Amy, Ryan, and Tess are having fun, frolicking in the clear blue sea. Tess playfully splashes water at Ryan, startling him. Cheyenne uses magic to create a water slide, much to his and Amy's delight. Ryan is sitting and eating heartily with a piece of meat on his plate and a loaf of bread in his hand. The four of them enjoy a meal together at an outdoor restaurant with a view of the sea. Night falls, leaving a full, bright moon in the sky. Cheyenne, Amy, and Tess stroll through a night market illuminated by sparkling string lights. Cheyenne watches as Tess and Ryan walk and eat ice cream together. Amy suddenly appears and hands Cheyenne 2 giant grilled squid skewers with a mischievous smile. Cheyenne takes the squid skewers from Amy, smiling as he realizes this is what a vacation feels like. The group looks up at the night sky in amazement, Ryan pointing forward. They watch the brilliant fireworks display together, and Cheyenne thinks that one day he will bring his parents here. The sun shines brightly, heralding the start of a new day. The next day, a horse-drawn carriage moves swiftly through a lush tropical forest. Inside the carriage, Ryan and Cheyenne sit opposite each other, with Ryan wondering how long the girls will stay mad. On the opposite side, Amy and Tess sit in silence, with Tess applying makeup, clearly still annoyed. Ryan complains about the girls taking too long to change, while Tess retorts that they do it for the boys. Tess criticizes Ryan's outfit, saying his sword doesn't match, while Cheyenne explains he only intended to take Amy to explore the ruins. Cheyenne adds that the group has become too close to separate, and Tess apologizes to Ryan, admitting she was ready even before Amy. Ryan remarks that you can tell Amy put a lot of effort into getting ready, which engages Tess, who asks if he's implying she isn't pretty. Ryan becomes flustered, unsure how to answer Tess's question. He stammers that Tess is beautiful, causing her to blush and become flustered. Amy observes the exchange, silently teasing Ryan for his reaction. Amy thinks to herself that Ryan seems to have feelings for Tess, but doesn't know how to show it. She figures it's understandable that he has trouble expressing his feelings to a woman stronger than him, while Tess coughs awkwardly. Cheyenne looks confused by the conversation happening between his friends. Amy looks at Cheyenne thoughtfully, seemingly pondering something. Amy wonders if the power gap is an issue, while Tess thinks Amy is having weird thoughts again. A map shows the group's route to the Kurgo ruins, about a 2-hour ride from the resort area. The narration explains that Mount Toa, a dormant volcano on Galliant Island, erupted 500 years ago and buried Kurgo in ash. As a result, it is believed that only a small fraction of this civilization's golden age remains at the Kurgo ruins. Tess wonders why restoring the ruins wouldn't be a good thing for the locals, as it could increase tourism revenue. Ryan suspects there's a secret, while Cheyenne notes the place looks like a normal tourist spot, but is somewhat deserted. Tess suddenly points into the crowd, telling everyone to look at something that has caught her attention. The crowd murmurs about someone from Kurgo, and Cheyenne sees a tall, muscular man with tribal tattoos. The group faces the man from Kurgo, looking at him with a mixture of caution and curiosity. Cheyenne observes the man intently, sensing something special about him. He concludes that the man is very strong, recognizing the aura of power emanating from him. The group arrives at the Kurgo temple and is amazed to learn the structures were built thousands of years ago. Cheyenne overhears that the original site was much larger, but was mostly buried in ash. A family is looking down into a deep chasm, the child exclaiming it must be hundreds of meters deep before being scolded by an adult for the danger. Tess notices Cheyenne isn't heading to the central temple and asks him if something is wrong. Cheyenne crouches down, touches the ground, and calls Amy's name. He activates his spirit zone, his eyes glowing as he senses the surrounding area. Tess asks if he's using the spirit zone's synchronous sense ability to detect something, and is curious about his findings. Cheyenne explains that since he heard the ruins were buried, he used his spirit zone to check underground. He tells everyone that, strangely, he can't detect anything within a range of over 50 meters underground. The others are shocked, and Amy asks if he can't even sense the earth and rock, wondering what that means. Ryan thoughtfully strokes his chin and suggests they should try digging it up to see. Amy volunteers to try, explaining she can see up to 500 meters deep with her sniper mode. Cheyenne is amazed by her 500-meter range and eagerly suggests she try it right away. Amy concentrated intensely, activating her power, causing her eyes to emit a fierce blue light. The others watched and saw Amy suddenly feel that something was wrong, her expression filled with confusion. Cheyenne looked at her with a worried expression, sensing that something was very wrong. Amy looked up with a shocked and disbelieving expression, exclaiming that what she was sensing was impossible. Amy, the red-haired girl, fell to the ground and looked horrified, unable to believe what she was sensing. Cheyenne and Tess worriedly asked Amy what was wrong, assuming the 500-meter distance was sufficient, but she said that wasn't the problem. Amy explained that she had sensed something at a depth of 500 meters, which also left Tess bewildered. A brilliant blue stream of energy appeared in the darkness, signifying Amy's ability. Amy described that as soon as she sensed something, her energy field dissipated like a thread in water. Cheyenne deduced that since Amy's consciousness wasn't weak, there must be something down there that had interfered with her. Cheyenne recalled the words of Professor Ethella, an expert in the spirit zone, zoner, who could see farther and understand more clearly. Tess suggested that if the mission required someone else's help, perhaps they should stop the investigation. Ryan reasoned that the principal had recommended this mission, so if it was beyond their capabilities, he would want them to give up. Cheyenne pondered thoughtfully, realizing that when pursuing a goal, one can easily forget the basics. He remembered the advice of an elderly man, who said he trusted his judgment, but that he must not let his guard down and must know when to retreat from danger. Amy agreed with Ryan that it was a shame to turn back when they were so close, but Cheyenne suddenly said there was still a way. Ryan was surprised when Cheyenne proposed a bold plan, to dig 500 meters down to reach the target. Cheyenne's group arrived at an ancient ruin, which had a peaceful appearance but concealed many mysteries. Ryan asked Cheyenne why they had come here, admitting that he felt a bit confused about the purpose of the trip. Everyone looked around, but saw nothing special about the 1,000-year-old ruins. Cheyenne wondered what these ruins had to do with Myro, the target they were searching for. Ryan suggested digging. Amy thought they should use the spirit zone, while Cheyenne suggested asking the locals. Amy dismissed Cheyenne's idea, arguing that the locals working in tourism wouldn't know anything, and they would need an interpreter to talk to the real residents. Tess suddenly announced that she had a good idea, capturing the group's attention. Tess explained that while everyone was busy admiring the ruins, she had been observing something else. She revealed that what she was observing were the people present at the ruins. Tess asked everyone to look closely at the crowd of tourists to find something unusual. She pointed out that among the visitors, there were people who were not at all interested in sightseeing or the ruins. An image of the chaotic crowd appeared, showing the presence of those with other motives. Tess identified these people as mercenaries, mingling among the tourists. The scene showed the mercenaries operating within the ruins, proving Tess's words were correct. A mercenary was seen negotiating with or threatening a local, showing their true nature. Cheyenne's group went to a tavern and confirmed Tess's words were true. The mercenaries were gathered there. Amy and Ryan praised Tess's reconnaissance skills, but she humbly said she was still just a beginner. Cheyenne overheard a mercenary sarcastically comment that the world had become a better place when even children carried weapons. Tess noticed the next table seemed to be talking about them, but Ryan advised her to ignore it as they were just drunk. Another mercenary mocked Ryan, suggesting he couldn't even swing his sword. They continued to comment that Ryan was just trying to act cool in front of the beautiful girl next to him, Tess. One of the mercenaries approached and asked why Ryan was staring at them. The thug acted aggressively, saying he was in a bad mood and wanted to see blood. Ryan started to get angry at the provocations. They could say anything about him. But when they insulted his friends, Ryan could no longer contain his anger. Cheyenne noticed the change in Ryan's attitude and looked at him in surprise. Cheyenne maintained a calm expression, continuing to eat his noodles as if nothing was happening. Ryan, though very angry, managed to restrain himself and calm down after seeing Cheyenne's composure. Ryan turned back with a cold expression, deciding not to start a fight with the mercenaries. The mercenary, seeing Ryan didn't react, looked disappointed, having wanted to blow off steam but failed. He continued to mock Ryan as a coward in front of the girls before leaving. After the mercenaries left, the atmosphere in the tavern returned to quiet. The tavern owner and another customer worriedly checked on Cheyenne's group, indignant that the thugs had provoked them. The owner confirmed that those thugs came there often and advised the group to be patient because they were people with nothing to lose. Tess breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Ryan for his restraint, while Ryan admitted he had been on the verge of exploding. Ryan smiled and said that they would definitely have to meet those mercenaries again. Ryan turned to ask for Cheyenne's opinion, seeking agreement from his friend. Cheyenne smiled in agreement and said it was time for them to act. Cheyenne's group followed the mercenaries, noticing they maintained formation even at a tourist spot, which showed their experience. Amy and Tess discussed that they had done the right thing by not starting a fight, as charging in could have been met with an immediate counterattack from an archer. Cheyenne observed and determined that the man with the sword seemed to be the leader of the mercenary group. Tess and Amy analyzed the mercenaries' equipment, paying special attention to one woman. They noticed the woman in the red cloak carried no weapons or gear, nor did she show any signs of being a hand-to-hand combatant. Cheyenne also focused on the mysterious woman, feeling there was something special about her. Cheyenne concluded that the woman was a mage, causing the whole group to look ahead with serious expressions. The presence of a mage in the mercenary group indicated that this historical site definitely had something special about it. As the mercenary group prepared to enter a restricted area, the leader was suddenly called back. The leader and his comrades turned around, surprised to see who had called them. Cheyenne ran up cheerfully, raising his hand and declaring that his group would also be going in. The leader and his comrades were stunned to realize this was the group they had provoked in the tavern. The leader angrily asked why Cheyenne's group was following them, while Cheyenne asked for permission to enter with them. The leader drew his sword, threatening and yelling at Cheyenne's group to get lost if they didn't want to die. He was stunned to see his sword blocked with ease. Cheyenne calmly faced the blade pressed against him, showing no fear. The leader couldn't believe the person facing him was the same coward he had mocked earlier. A member of the mercenary group advised their leader to leave Cheyenne's group alone. Two local guards standing nearby warned that if there was a fight here, they wouldn't let anyone inside. The leader gritted his teeth in anger, but could do nothing in the current situation. Cheyenne maintained a calm smile, reflecting the leader's angry image on the blade of his sword. The two tattooed men were warned not to cause trouble, or they wouldn't be allowed inside. The brown-haired young man seemed furious at the warning, gritting his teeth. The blonde-haired young man smiled confidently, the reflection of his rival visible on the object he was holding. The brown-haired young man clicked his tongue, thinking the blonde man's group had gotten lucky. He and his comrades turned to leave, disdainful that their rivals had narrowly escaped death twice. The long-haired man invited the blonde man's group to enter if they wanted to take on the challenge. One of the two tattooed men warned that the eyes of the angel would be watching them. The blue-haired young man and the blonde-haired girl didn't understand the warning, thinking it was just a good luck wish. The blonde-haired young man glanced back with a thoughtful and wary expression before stepping inside. The group of four began to descend a long, dark stone staircase, heading deep into the ruins. The ancient stone walls were lit by torches, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Upon reaching a landing, both groups realized the path was much deeper than they had imagined. The view revealed a complex and deep staircase structure, leading down into the earth. Amy wondered if this was the way to the ruins' basement, and the blonde-haired young man agreed. The blonde-haired young man recalled that even with his spirit zone, he couldn't detect this place. The group proceeded cautiously, aware that unforeseen dangers might await them. The brown-haired young man was angry for having spent a lot of money for information about this place, only to be followed by others now. The long-haired man stopped the blonde man's group, questioning their purpose and saying they were too young. The blonde-haired young man casually admitted he didn't know where this was, surprising the long-haired man. He even asked the other group to explain the place to them, which angered them further. The long-haired man's group recalled how they had struggled and spent 50 gold to find this secret path. They were furious that the blonde man's group had come here for free and now wanted to exploit their information. The long-haired man held out his hand, demanding 5 gold for each answer about this place. He said the usual price was 100 gold, but the blonde-haired young man refused to pay. The brown-haired young man challenged them, demanding payment if they wanted to proceed, while his leader fumed. The blonde-haired young man turned to Amy, feigning innocence and asking if they were taking advantage of the other group. The blonde man's group decided to sit and rest, casually telling the other group to go on ahead, which infuriated them. The brown-haired young man trembled with anger, unable to believe the audacity of this young group. The blonde-haired young man realized the other group was trying to get back at them for what happened at the tavern earlier. The blonde-haired young man suddenly made a new offer, to pay 1 gold per question, surprising the brown-haired man. He held up a gold coin, smiling as he confirmed his offer with a calculating look. The brown-haired young man reluctantly accepted, thinking something was better than nothing, and demanded payment up front. The blue-haired young man was puzzled, but Amy explained they needed to extract information because there might be traps below. The blonde-haired young man asked their purpose, and the brown-haired man answered curtly that they were there to meet the natives. He wasn't satisfied with the vague answer, but the other group insisted that was all they knew. The blonde-haired young man realized the other group was still deliberately avoiding the real question. He continued by asking why they wanted to meet the natives, and handed another gold coin to the long-haired man. The long-haired man finally revealed their true purpose was to come here to buy Reup. He explained that although it could be bought on the black market, buying it at the source was much cheaper. The blonde-haired young man deduced they intended to smuggle Reup to fund their journey. He wondered if the secret of these ancient ruins was actually just a Reup smuggling route. However, he believed there had to be something more to it, and that the other group didn't know the whole truth. In a flashback, the other group confirmed they came here to meet the native people. Then they revealed their true purpose was to buy Reup, a valuable item. The blonde-haired young man recalled information that the Kurgo people considered Reup, a sacred item used in rituals. Amy remembered asking her second brother about this place, but he had refused to reveal how to get in. The blonde-haired young man smiled smugly, asking directly if this was the secret path to the Kurgo independent government. The long-haired man was deeply shocked, quickly covering his mouth for having accidentally revealed important information. The blonde-haired young man offered the gold coin as promised, but the long-haired man refused in confusion. He realized he had fallen into a trap and unintentionally revealed the information without getting paid. Still astonished, he asked how the blonde-haired young man knew such top-secret information. The blonde-haired young man explained that it was Amy who told him the local people used Reup for rituals. He deduced that only those with special privileges would be allowed to handle a sacred item in large quantities. The blonde man's group concluded that the person they needed to find must be the leader of the Kurgo people in the independent government. The long-haired man acknowledged the blonde man's intelligence, while the latter humbly suggested they should move on. Both groups continued down together, heading towards an illuminated archway ahead. The brown-haired young man looked tired and dejected after being spectacularly outsmarted by his rival. Finally, they arrived before a large door, guarded by 2 burly men similar to the ones at the entrance. The door slowly opened in a blinding flash of light, revealing a vast space inside. Both groups stepped across the threshold, entering a vast and magnificent hall. The blonde-haired young man looked up, amazed by the grandeur and splendor of the space within. The whole group was stunned, realizing this was the secret hidden in the basement of the ruins. The entire scene was a massive circular structure, resembling an ancient arena. The long-haired man's group also couldn't hide their astonishment at the scale of the place. The long-haired man pointed forward, exclaiming that this was the entrance to Kurgo. He was overjoyed that the information they had paid dearly for was completely accurate. Suddenly, a giant black sphere appeared, floating in the very center of the arena. The blonde-haired young man was startled, and the long-haired man turned to ask if he knew what it was. A flashback showed the blonde-haired young man had encountered a similar black sphere near a mermaid-like creature. The blonde-haired young man recognized the black sphere and exclaimed in horror that it belonged to Myro. The black sphere, called Myro, floated ominously above a stone platform in the center. The long-haired man's group looked confused, not understanding the name Myro that the blonde man had just said. An elder with white hair and facial tattoos suddenly appeared before them. The elder repeated the name Myro, confirming he had heard the blonde man's words. The long-haired man turned to his comrades, speculating on the meaning of the elder's question. The blonde-haired young man stepped forward and asserted that he had met Myro before. The elder seemed extremely surprised, muttering that it was impossible. The blonde-haired young man didn't understand his reaction, and once again affirmed that he had indeed met Myro. The elder declared that he was not the one to judge them in this trial. He explained that they would be judged by the 8 eyes of the angel in this place. The elder informed everyone who wished to enter Kurgo of the prerequisite: that they must pass Myro's tests, which stunned the blonde-haired young man. The blonde-haired young man asked the other group again, but they angrily refused to translate, not wanting to be taken advantage of any further. The elder sternly demanded that they translate, declaring that everyone in this room was one. The long-haired man frantically shouted that the blonde-haired young man's group was not on their side. The elder questioned their fate and demanded they prove their worth before the angels. He explained the rules of the game. If just one person passed the trial, all would be allowed into Kurgo. But if they failed, a life sacrificed would be exchanged for one entry ticket for another person. The long-haired man's group panicked, realizing they had been tricked and were now roped into a shared trial. The blonde-haired young man and Amy looked at the situation with grave and worried expressions. Both groups now faced a grim choice: cooperate to overcome the challenge together or sacrifice each other to survive. Cheyenne and the interpreter were astonished as the door opened, facing the choice to conquer or be sacrificed. An elder appeared, demanding they prove their abilities before the angels. The elder explained that if just one person passed the test, all would be allowed into Kurgo. But if they failed, one sacrificed person would allow another to enter. The interpreter's group panicked, realizing they had been trapped in a difficult situation. Cheyenne and the red-haired girl remained calm, but were also slightly worried about the situation. The entire group was led into a large arena where the test would take place. The interpreter was annoyed, unable to believe he had to participate in the trial with Cheyenne's group. He was angry about being in the same boat with kids, as the two groups stood facing each other. The red-hooded woman explained that proving one's strength was normal when dealing with the Kurgo warrior tribe. The red-haired girl protested, as the interpreter's group kept calling them brats. The red-hooded woman mocked that real experience was far different from school, and that they had no intention of cooperating. The two sides faced off tensely, while the elder began to explain the rules. The elder repeated the 2 options: prove their ability or sacrifice one person in exchange for one entry. Cheyenne asked for clarification on proving oneself, while the interpreter snapped at him not to interfere. The interpreter reluctantly turned back to ask the elder about the details of the test. The elder instructed them to step up to the altar of judgment one by one and prove themselves before one of the 8 orbs. The result would be answered in the language of the gods. A red glowing orb meant failure. If the orb lit up white, that person had passed the test. Cheyenne asked about the number of attempts and penalties, but the elder said there were no limits. However, if no one passed, everyone would have to leave, which made the mercenary group sigh in relief. Ryan wondered about the meaning of sacrifice, worrying that it meant someone had to die. The elder confirmed that was precisely Myro's will, stunning the entire group. The interpreter asked if there were any restrictions on who could be sacrificed, such as an outsider or a corpse. The elder replied that there were no restrictions, but there was one thing to remember. They were free to bring anyone, but all must be in unanimous agreement when leaving this place. After all the rules were explained, the door behind them closed. Cheyenne felt it was strange, this cruel rule of having to sacrifice a comrade just to receive a loop. The mercenary group, on the other hand, discussed Myro and the trade of loops, thinking it wasn't so bad. Cheyenne realized the unanimous decision rule made the situation incredibly complicated. He deduced that it would be easier for one person to dominate the crowd than for everyone to reach a consensus. Cheyenne worried the situation might be more dangerous than he thought, but the brown-haired swordsman thought it was simple. The brown-haired swordsman proposed a cruel plan: kill the 4 people in Cheyenne's group so his 4 could enter. Cheyenne sighed wearily at the absurdity of the mercenary group's leader. The red-hooded woman urged her comrades to start, as they couldn't wait any longer. The brown-haired swordsman showed his annoyance with Cheyenne and suggested they decide the order for the test. The red-hooded woman suggested the swordsmen go first as they had weaker firepower, and Cheyenne agreed. Cheyenne explained that he agreed because he believed the test was to attack the orb, based on the warrior nature of the Kurgo tribe. He continued to analyze that the orb could absorb infinite energy, and the layout of the place was also favorable for attacking. The red-hooded woman agreed and asked which of the swordsmen would go first. She reluctantly asked the brown-haired swordsman's group if they wanted to try first, while he looked on with contempt. Cheyenne looked towards Ryan, who was identified as their group's swordsman. Ryan confidently volunteered to be the first to take the test. He strode forward decisively, approaching one of the orbs. Tess worriedly called out Ryan's name and told him to be careful as he entered the trial area. The brown-haired swordsman mocked Cheyenne's group, saying they were scared and needed to watch him set an example to pass. Ryan stood before the orb, telling himself that if this were a battlefield, he would be on the front lines. He wondered if he should gather as much information as possible, and Cheyenne silently placed his trust in him. Ryan decided to experiment since there was no limit on attempts. He raised his fist towards the orb. The orb suddenly displayed the number 1, leaving Ryan surprised and confused about what was happening. Cheyenne shouted in alarm, realizing it was the language of the gods, and told Ryan to back away immediately. Ryan stood frozen, not yet reacting to Cheyenne's warning. Immediately after, the orb turned bright red, signaling a failed attempt. Ryan smiled, seeming to have understood the rules of the test. He drew his greatsword, explaining that a number would appear upon attack, and a white light was needed to pass. The mercenary group was astonished to see Ryan swing the giant sword, suspecting it was made of an alloy. Cheyenne's group shouted worriedly, cheering for Ryan to destroy the orb, knowing it took immense strength to wield that pure iron sword. Ryan told himself this was his grandfather's sword, even though he had swiped it and shouted to psych himself up. He gathered momentum, pouring all his strength into his legs to prepare for the swing. Ryan saw this as the perfect opportunity to test the sword's power and swung it towards the orb. The greatsword struck the orb hard, creating a blinding flash of light. The impact was so strong it made the entire arena shake. Ryan felt it was strange because even though he had hit it, it seemed all his power had been absorbed. He noticed something was wrong when the entire force of his attack vanished. The power of the strike was strangely drawn into the orb. The orb turned red again, but this time it displayed the number 241, indicating another failure. Ryan shouted, asking Cheyenne if the number meant the strike was 241 times stronger than the punch, and wanted to try again. Cheyenne worriedly asked about Ryan's condition, seeing his legs were trembling. Ryan said he would be fine after a short rest, and Cheyenne realized the test's mechanism. The muscular man mocked Ryan for not knowing how to use schema, claiming that if he did, he would have passed. He was confident he would destroy the orb, assuming Ryan's sword was just an alloy, and told everyone to watch and learn. The muscular man readied his weapon, a spiked mace, confident he would score around 2,000 points. Tess and the red-haired girl realized the muscular man was a user of strength schema. Cheyenne analyzed that using a blunt weapon instead of a sword would help increase power. The muscular man roared, swinging the spiked mace with immense force. He poured all his strength into the strike, determined to shatter the orb. The impact created a large energy explosion, shaking the entire area. The muscular man laughed gleefully, believing he had succeeded and the game was over. However, his smile vanished when he saw the result. The orb still turned red and displayed the number 248, only slightly higher than Ryan's. The group of mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes at the astonishing result. The muscular man angrily claimed the orb was broken, unable to accept being only 7 points higher than Ryan. The red-hooded woman suggested the test might not be based on absolute strength, but the muscular man dismissed it. He turned to suspect Ryan, accusing him of lying about not being able to use schema. The red-haired girl angrily told him to shut up and watch her friend, Tess, perform. Tess stepped forward, drew her sword, and prepared for her turn. She wondered how useful her sword techniques would actually be. Tess smiled confidently, thinking this test would be very interesting, while Ryan silently hoped she would go easy. The blue-haired boy angrily questions someone who lied about not being able to use schema to provoke him, while Amy watches. The blonde girl tells the blue-haired boy to be quiet and watch her friend, since he has failed. The blonde girl holds her sword, wondering just how useful her sword technique really is. With a confident and zealous smile, she excitedly thinks that this match will be very interesting. She stands alone in the vast arena, facing the black orb and readying her sword. The blonde girl holds her sword vertically in front of her, her eyes shining with intense determination. Her eyes narrow in concentration, flashing with a star-shaped glint as she prepares to strike. A tingling sensation spreads through her body as she focuses her energy for the upcoming attack. She takes a decisive step forward, the ground beneath her feet cracking slightly from the pressure of her stance. With a powerful lunge, she instantly closes the distance to the target. The blue-haired boy, Amy, and the blonde-haired boy are all astonished by the blonde girl's speed. The other contestants, including the bald man and the long-haired archer, are also stunned by her speed. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the point of impact as her sword strikes the black orb. She executes the slash gracefully, her body airborne as she strikes the target. The tip of her sword connects with the black orb's surface, sending out ripples of energy. The blonde-haired boy is utterly amazed by the incredible speed of her attack. He realizes the sudden acceleration at the tip of her sword created the illusion of a flash of lightning. The orb turns red and displays the number 442, indicating the power of the strike. The bald man shouts in disbelief, wondering why her score is higher than his despite her using a curved blade sword. The blonde girl replies that it doesn't matter since they both failed, angering the bald man. The blonde girl cheerfully says that was fun, while the long-haired archer announces it's his turn. The long-haired archer readies his weapon, drawing the attention of the blonde-haired boy. He takes out a special blue and gold projectile from his pouch. The blonde-haired boy points it out to Amy, who looks on with a serious expression. Amy explains it's a mana stone bullet, surprising the blonde-haired boy. An explanation appears, stating that mana stone bullets are special projectiles imbued with attack magic. The information adds that mana stones are rare and difficult to craft, requiring advanced techniques. Amy reveals that one such bullet costs 1 gold, and she knows this because her brother is the captain of the Royal Archers. The long-haired archer announces he will use a lightning arrow and tells everyone to stand back. He draws his bow with an intensely focused expression, aiming the special arrow at the target orb. He fires the arrow, which flies towards the target in a swirl of blue energy. The mana stone bullet at the arrow's tip crackles with powerful sparks of electricity as it nears the orb. The other contestants watch in awe as the lightning arrow zips across the arena. The arrow hits the orb, causing a massive explosion of blue lightning that engulfs the room. The orb is completely submerged in a sphere of electrical energy from the impact. The orb glows brightly, displaying an impressive number, 1020. The long-haired archer smiles smugly, proud that his score is the highest so far. However, the orb turns red, indicating that even a score of 1020 is not enough to pass, to his annoyance. Amy points out that unlike the swordsman, he isn't exhausted and asks if he wants to try again. He refuses, saying it would be a waste of money, and wonders what the passing standard is. Amy turns to the blonde-haired boy, asking if he wants to go first since it's the mage's turn. The woman in the red cloak interjects, saying this is a good opportunity to see who is the stronger mage. Challenged, Amy accepts with a fiery and competitive expression. She confidently steps forward, telling the others to watch her. The blonde girl is excited to finally see Amy's magic, and the blue-haired boy adds that she specializes in fire magic. An explanation states that Amy's specialty is precise targeting with powerful firepower in a single shot. Unlike ice magic, which is limited by absolute zero, fire magic has no upper temperature limit. However, even skilled mages struggle to surpass the 1,000 degrees C barrier. Fire magic is still considered the strongest because most things cannot withstand 1,000 degrees, but its weakness is its short range. To overcome this weakness, the composite magic Fire Strike was created, but its power is reduced at close range. Realizing that a normal close-range precision attack wouldn't work, Amy decides to do the opposite. She declares she will use a giant fireball, concentrating a massive amount of fire energy. The other contestants are shocked by the immense size of the fireball she is creating. The blue-haired boy, the blonde girl, and the blonde-haired boy all stare in utter astonishment. Amy continues to pour more and more power into the growing vortex of fire. With glowing eyes and an intensely focused expression, she prepares to unleash her attack. She thrusts her hands forward, launching the massive fireball towards the target. The giant fireball soars through the air, heading straight for the black orb. The fireball engulfs the target in a tremendous fiery explosion upon impact. The blue-haired boy and the blonde girl scream in terror at the sheer power of the blast. Amy is thrown back by the force of her own spell, flying backwards. The long-haired archer and the other contestants are speechless, thinking this display is impossible. The archer realizes her attack was 3 times more powerful than his lightning arrow. The orb displays a staggering 3270, confirming the immense power of the spell. Despite the incredible score, the orb still turns red, and Amy screams in disbelief that it's still not enough to pass. The woman in the red cloak laughs loudly, calling Amy a brat, while the others wonder how strong they need to be. The red-cloaked woman tells Amy to watch and learn, while Amy fumes in the background, wanting to try again. She declares she is also a fire mage, and will use a fireball to be on Amy's level, which Amy considers imitation. She begins to cast her spell with a graceful hand movement. Instead of 1 large fireball, she creates 3 smaller, more controlled fireballs. With a crazed and confident expression, she manipulates the 3 fireballs. The 3 fireballs transform into fire serpents that fantastically weave around each other. The other contestants, including the long-haired archer, watch in complete shock and disbelief. The red-cloaked woman herself seems surprised and a bit strained by the power she has unleashed. The orb turns red, displaying a score of 1330, significantly lower than Amy's. Amy bursts into hearty laughter, mocking the red-cloaked woman for her lower score. A group of people looked utterly horrified at an unbelievable sight. The red-robed female mage couldn't hide her shocked and worried expression. The magic orb displayed a score of 1330, the result of the power test. The red-haired girl appeared amused and smug with her result. Everyone in the inn was talking about a famous female mage, a rising star, and considering recruiting her. However, they knew she was very picky about her teammates and would reject any party she didn't like. The red-robed female mage was introduced as a seasoned expert from a young age, second to none in skill. Yet she was utterly shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. The red-robed female mage refused to accept the result, claiming it was due to unfocused firepower. She was confident she could easily score over 2,000, but the long-haired blonde man said it was over. With a score of 1330, the red-robed female mage realized the vast difference compared to the red-haired girl's score of 3270. Everyone acknowledged that this wasn't a matter of skill, but of the scale of talent, and the red-haired girl was the strongest here. The man with the axe and the brown-haired man felt hopeless, thinking that if even the red-robed female mage couldn't pass, they had no chance. The red-haired girl called out Shire's name, believing they were about to pass the test. Shire responded and told the red-haired girl not to hold back, preparing for his turn. The brown-haired man panicked, thinking Shire's actions were pointless, and urged his teammates to leave. He couldn't understand why Shire and his group were still trying. Shire said he would do his best, while his group waited behind him. The brown-haired man mocked Shire's effort, saying he wouldn't be able to pass and that it was time to give up. Shire suddenly realized something, a thought flashing through his mind. He began to suspect that perhaps the whole group had misunderstood the unique rule of this room. The reason Myro created this place began to be revealed. The red-haired girl called out to Shire, pulling him back to reality. Shire decided to put those thoughts aside for now to focus on the test at hand. He stepped into the middle of the arena, preparing to take his test. Shire raised his hand, beginning to gather magic. A small orb of light, a photon, appeared in his palm. The other group was surprised, wondering how a mere emitted photon could cause any damage. The red-robed female mage suddenly noticed something unusual about the photon. She was astonished to see the photon oscillating strangely. The blue-haired boy recalled Shire's magic from when they rescued Amy a few days ago. He remembered Shire using light to blind the enemy and something to slam hard on the ground. It all happened so fast that they couldn't see clearly and didn't bother to ask at the time. The blue-haired boy believed that the spell Shire was about to use was his special skill. Shire focused his energy into the orb of light in his hand, preparing to launch his attack. The orb of light oscillated more violently, radiating intense energy. He threw the orb of light towards the target, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. Shire's team members were all shocked by the power of the attack. The other group also gaped in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded. Shire looked at the orb displaying the score. The number was rising rapidly. The final result appeared, 4783, an unbelievable number. The red-robed female mage and the long-haired blonde man couldn't believe it, wondering how light could have physical damage. The long-haired blonde man realized the spell was extremely fast and wondered if he could dodge it. The man with the axe was terrified at the thought of being hit by such a blow, feeling it was 20 times stronger than a swordsman using schema. Shire realized that his group was stronger than they thought, but it was still not enough. He wondered if the benchmark to pass was 5,000 and realized he couldn't get any higher with the photon cannon. The red-haired girl laughed with delight when Shire wanted to try again. He finally understood how she felt. Shire considered using a laser, and the red-haired girl agreed because laser damage could accumulate. The red-haired girl called to the brown-haired man, asking why they hadn't left yet. The brown-haired man looked annoyed and remained silent at the question. He thought this was boring and pointless, then turned to leave. The long-haired blonde man called out to his party leader, an old man standing at the door. The old man announced that they couldn't leave until everyone here had been tested. The brown-haired man stepped forward, preparing to take his test reluctantly. He drew his sword, ready to face the challenge. The red-haired girl told Shire to let the other group finish their business, as everyone now understood the room's purpose. The blue-haired boy and the blonde girl also realized the purpose behind these strange rules. The purpose was to test the trust between teammates. The brown-haired man braced himself, feeling this was a very strange testing method. He realized that in terms of pure firepower, mages were clearly stronger than swordsmen. However, reality wasn't always like that. Swordsmen could do things mages couldn't. He also pointed out the problems with how this test was conducted. If the space were larger, Amy's sniper mode would be much more powerful. although very unfair. Quantifying the damage created an illusion of fairness. This made those with lower scores than their teammates feel anxious, and they began to look down on those with lower scores than themselves. In the end, what awaited at the end of this path was a grim choice. With the sacrifice of one person, the whole team can pass. The brown-haired man rushed forward, deciding to act. He swung his sword at the black orb, a desperate act. He screamed in pain as he executed the attack. The orb displayed his final score. The number that appeared was 32, a pathetic result. His entire group bowed their heads in silence and disappointment. The brown-haired man asked if they were done and wanted to leave, but Cheyenne said that party would disband when they left this place. Cheyenne thought there was nothing more to be done with a group on the verge of breaking up, and that it was best to leave. The other group decided to leave, accepting their failure and their disbandment. Cheyenne called out to the long-haired blonde man and asked if anyone had passed this test before. The old man replied that he wasn't sure. Some came in groups, some came alone. The old man revealed that from what he had seen, only 1 in 10 passed. Cheyenne was shocked by the unexpectedly low pass rate. The old man added that the pass rate was higher for those who went alone. Cheyenne realized that this test was passable, and the 10% rate was higher than he had expected. He told the red-haired girl that he had been set up by the headmaster. Cheyenne understood that if he couldn't overcome this trial, he wouldn't be able to understand who Myro was. He clenched his fists, apologizing to the headmaster in his mind. Cheyenne gave a determined smile, declaring that he couldn't possibly give up. The red-haired girl looked at Cheyenne, sensing the change in him. The brown-haired man urged the old man to open the gate, but the old man asked if everyone had agreed. The red-haired girl declared that they couldn't do that, because they absolutely needed to enter K-Purgo today. An angry brown-haired man demanded the door be opened, while an older man named Myro asked for everyone's opinion. A blonde archer asked why they were hesitating, but another person said they couldn't do it. The group looked horrified and surprised as they realized the dilemma they were facing. They faced another group of 4, Amy, Cheyenne, Ryan, and a blonde girl. Amy declared decisively that they would definitely get inside Kurgo today. The two groups stood opposite each other in a ruined corridor, the air thick with tension. A woman in the opposing group laughed loudly, asking if they really needed to enter Kurgo. The woman explained that they also wanted to get out but had tried everything, which made Amy curious. The woman suddenly realized with horror that there was still another option they hadn't considered. Myro explained this was the room of achievement and sacrifice, requiring them to prove their worth by passing his trial. Myro clarified that 4 sacrifices would allow 4 people to enter, horrifying the woman in the red cloak. The archer misunderstood that Myro was telling them to leave, but Ryan felt something was strange. Amy smiled and offered a more terrifying interpretation: sacrifice 4 people to let 4 others in. The archer and the brown-haired man were shocked when they realized Amy had understood Myro's language from the beginning. The archer angrily questioned Amy, not believing she could remember what Myro had said. He grew even more panicked, wondering if remembering everything after hearing it just once was bizarre. A hand grabbed Cheyenne's sleeve, calling his name. The frightened blonde girl said that Amy was scary, but Cheyenne reassured her that everything would be fine. Cheyenne decided to leave things to Amy, and she confidently challenged the rival group. Amy provoked the other group, saying she didn't think they would voluntarily become sacrifices. She encouraged them to struggle with all their might, terrifying the entire rival group. The opposing group's archer was horrified to realize they would have to fight to decide their fate. He realized the swordsmen on both sides were evenly matched, but their woman was stronger than even their leader. He also admitted that their mage was on a completely different level upon witnessing his teammates' defeat. Amy demonstrated overwhelming power by launching a massive fire spell towards her opponents. In a desperate situation, the archer raised his bow, preparing to shoot an arrow at the enemy. He focused intensely, aiming straight at his target with the hope of changing the tide of the battle. Cheyenne suddenly appeared with incredible speed, easily stopping the incoming arrow. Cheyenne caught the arrow, making the archer realize in despair that they couldn't win and would be annihilated. Realizing the power difference, the archer hastily apologized to Amy and demanded the other three do the same. His three teammates looked angry and resentful at being forced to apologize. Finally, the entire group of four had to bow their heads, apologizing for their arrogance and begging for forgiveness. Amy didn't accept the apology easily and asked if that was all they had to say. The brown-haired man in the opposing group looked terrified by Amy's attitude. He trembled, seemingly trying to confess something else they had been hiding. Amy looked at him with a sharp gaze, waiting for the next confession in a dreadful silence. He confessed they had badmouthed Cheyenne's group at the bar, making Ryan understand Amy's intention. Ryan remembered him and the blonde girl being mocked, realizing Amy wanted them to apologize for that. The blonde girl was touched, thinking Amy was being thoughtful, but Amy feigned ignorance, asking about the bar incident. Amy smiled slyly and revealed she didn't even know they had been there with her. The brown-haired man screamed in desperation, not understanding what else Amy wanted from them. He realized with tears in his eyes that Amy had planned all of this just for this moment. He was horrified to understand she had calculated everything just to corner them. Cheyenne's group also had to shudder as they witnessed how terrifying Amy could be. The brown-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, awaiting the final verdict from Amy. Amy made an offer, saying that if they accepted, she would agree to leave this room. She offered to give them the password needed to enter this place as an exchange. Cheyenne was surprised by Amy's unexpected offer and plan. The archer realized that Cheyenne's group intended to challenge this place again. The blonde girl asked Cheyenne if he had scared them just to get the password, and he apologized for frightening her. Amy winked at Cheyenne, proudly saying that mages are inherently efficient people. Cheyenne thanked her and explained that mages simply know how to effectively utilize their surroundings. The rival group received the password, KERTIA-ROHOIMA-AETRIA-WIDMIABNZEN, and the door behind them opened. After getting out, the blonde girl happily stretched, feeling much more at ease. As Cheyenne's group left, they saw the other group still standing at the entrance. The rival group decided to take a break there. Standing before the door they were now able to open. Cheyenne's group happily discussed going to eat pasta, feeling they had gained more than expected. Cheyenne suddenly stopped and turned his head back, as if something had caught his attention. The two groups once again faced each other in the area outside the ruins. The woman in the red cloak hesitantly offered for Cheyenne's group to join their team as mercenaries. Cheyenne was surprised by this unexpected invitation. The woman persuaded him that with their skills, they would soon become top mercenaries and have everything. She invited Cheyenne to be their new leader and promised to follow his every command. The mercenary group waited anxiously for Cheyenne's answer, hoping he would agree. Cheyenne smiled brightly and answered decisively, "I don't want to." As Cheyenne's group walked away, Ryan suggested eating curry instead of pasta, and they decided to return to their inn first. The mercenary group was left behind, completely stunned by the blunt refusal. They lamented their bad luck in failing to recruit such talented people. The group returned to their inn in the West Tourist District at night. On the way back, Amy thoughtfully remarked that Cheyenne was really strong. The blonde girl agreed, recounting that she still remembered Cheyenne failing 1,000,000 times while learning the teleportation spell. Ryan and Cheyenne discussed his strength. Though he didn't fully understand it, Ryan knew it was incredible. Cheyenne explained to Ryan that he had suddenly become so strong during his time in the graduate class. The blonde girl was puzzled because the earliest Cheyenne could enter the graduate class was next year. She asked Amy what Cheyenne would do if she graduated this year, stressing that this was an important issue. The blonde girl reminded Amy of her dream to become a soldier and possibly join the army in the capital. This meant Cheyenne would be left alone for a year, which made Amy suddenly freeze. Amy realized that even if Cheyenne was good enough to enter the next graduate class, they would still be apart for a year. She remembered once urging Cheyenne to hurry up and catch up to her. Amy admitted that she had never thought about this, because she was only focused on what she wanted to do after graduation. The mischievous blonde girl suggested Amy become a spy so she could see her boyfriend anytime. Amy refused, thinking she didn't have good senses, but the blonde girl confidently said she would teach her. The blonde girl began the training by suddenly hugging Amy from behind to help her awaken her senses. She signaled for Amy to be quiet, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension. The blonde girl suddenly turned serious, warning that someone was in front of their residence. Based on the breathing sounds, she determined it was a man hiding near the house. The group walked on the stone path, heading towards their house in the dark night. All four of them stared down in astonishment at something at their feet. Amy's eyes widened, filled with horror and disbelief. They discovered a boy named Guise lying unconscious on the ground, covered in injuries.